Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of event 1 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, bringing you full day of action as the first race heads out on their formation lap. Let's join your Toka Live commentary team for every race except the British Touring Car Championship, where we will be live trackside for the BTCC. It's Matt Suckling, Josh Barrack and Alan Hyde.
Page in your programme is page 48. That's where you can find the entry list and a space to write the grid if you wish. And they'll line up as follows. After qualifying yesterday, it will see number 10, Will Martin, on pole position. His time was a 1:05.301. He was 15 thousandths of a second quicker than the number 99 machine of Sid Smith, who starts alongside. So 10 and 99 make up row 1. Row 2 then sees number 18, which is Seb Hopkins. He is the Sprint Challenge champion from last year. Moves over to the Carrera Cup for this season. He'll have number 40, which is Andrew Rackstraw, who returns to the championship this season alongside. So that 18 and 40. The third row then will have number 30, which is Will Jenkins, another one who graduates from Sprint Challenge action. Alongside him, number 94, which is Ollie White, 30 and 94. The fourth row will then have number 50, which is the Porsche Junior Development Programme driver, James Wallace. He's in his second year now with his programme, alongside number 58, which is Henry Dawes, 50 and 58. The fifth row then lines up with number 59, which is Josh Stanton. He'll be joined by number 52, which is Angus Whiteside, 59 and 52. The sixth row of the grid, number 1, last year's champion, back to try and retain that title, but he's a long way down on the grid. Plenty of work to do for George Gamble. He'll be joined by number 48, which is Ollie Jackson, 1 and 48. The seventh row will then see number 44, which is Jonathan Beeson. He'll come from the AM category for 2025, and alongside him, one of his contenders in that class, number 22, which is Cole Cavers, 44 and 22. Then we move back onto the eighth row of the grid, a late addition for this weekend. Nice to see number 8, Aaron Mason, out there. He'll have number 73, William Poole, alongside, 8 and 73. And towards the back of the grid with a 10-second delay on the grid. He was, unfortunately, with some issues in qualifying yesterday. His tyre pressures were lower than they should have been for the session. So for that, he does get this 10-second delay. Max Coates, who makes his debut within the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. The car you can spot for him is the Duckham's livery one at the back of the grid. Get ready for the roar. We're about to go racing at Donington Park on Sunday. We have got some laps to look forward to for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. 24 in total. The revs rise, and we will go racing when they go out, which they do now. And it's a good start from pole position, and also a good start from further back. Will Jenkins in that Viratools liveried car makes a fantastic start on the run down towards the first corner at Redgate. He's already up into third place, and he's had contact. He's gone round. He's been spun into the gravel trap at Redgate corner. So already Will Jenkins, after a fantastic start, has found himself to the rear of the field. We've got someone else who is grass tracking across the track. That's the 44 machine of Jonathan Beeson. So the man who qualified on pole position in the AM category has also been caught in dramas at the first corner. So not the way both of those would have wanted to start their races, but drama already. I think both of them will rejoin the race as we now have a battle up towards the top of the circuit through McLean's. That's Andrew Rackstraw, who is looking to make a move on the inside, which he does. So he is vying for third position, and with him he's trying to take, by the looks of it, I think that's Angus Whiteside, who's come from 10th on the grid. Henry Dawes, unfortunately, has suffered some drama as well. He's got some left front suspension damage, so he'll be very slowly making his way into the pit lane. But out front, it's going to be the lead of the race for our pole sitter, which is Will Martin. He leads the field ahead of number 99, which is Sid Smith. Third place across the line is going to be Andrew Rackstraw, and it was Angus Whiteside who he was battling with up towards the top of the circuit. And Angus has had a tremendous start from 10th up to 4th place. He's another man who returns to the championship for this season, and he's literally getting on with the job in hand. So off they go once again, down towards the old hairpin. If you're near a big screen today, you can see the replay of what happened down towards turn 1. You'll see on the outside that car of Will Jenkins in the Viratools machine. And who did he get collected by? It was on the inside, wasn't it? So I potentially think, well, James Wallace was kind of caught in all the smoke that got divvied out there. Just thinking maybe that might have been Andrew Rackstraw, but again, we'll try and work out who that is as they go down towards the old hairpin. I think it might have been Andrew Rackstraw. We'll get another view of it from a different angle, but the leader on his way back towards us very shortly. In towards the Robert chicane will come Will Martin, and just keeping an eye on the replay, and it's hard to tell, isn't it? But I think, was it Andrew Rackstraw? Oh, okay, it might have been Seb Hopkins, yeah. So we've got the cars weaving across the line, still trying to build temperature, and I've got a safety car by the looks of it, which has been deployed on the gantry, but I don't think it's actually left the pit lane by the looks of it. So, yeah, now safety car appears on our screen. I think the driver's got that message before us. So everyone now starts to weave around. The reason for the safety car is potentially for Henry Dawes' car. Has that came back? It hasn't come to the pit lane, has it? No. So Henry Dawes, I think, is stuck somewhere on circuit. Jonathan Beeson and Will Jenkins go through, so they are now starting to catch up with the back of the pack. But an eventful first few laps there for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain, and the safety car will now be deployed onto the circuit. So the pace will just drop, and Will Martin will reduce his speed. Next time round, he will be collected by the Porsche at the run down towards Redgate Corner. So we are with one that is missing. I'm just trying to work out where Henry Dawes' car has disappeared to. Possibly, I think, down somewhere towards the old hairpin, because he wouldn't have probably got too much further with that damage than where he was at the first corner. And we're still trying to kind of piece together what happened to Henry Dawes, because he wasn't involved in that first corner incident with Seb Hopkins and Will Jenkins. So something else happened with him as well, but we'll try and piece all of that together as across the line comes Will Martin. So under the safety car, he does lead the way, car number 10. Second place for number 99 is Sid Smith, who is held on to his position at the front of the field. Third place then for number 40 is Andrew Rackstraw. Fourth place after that blinding start is Angus Whiteside in car number 52. Fifth place then for number 18, Seb Hopkins, who we think was involved with Will Jenkins on the run down towards the first corner, and yeah, he was fifth on the grid, so where that gap kind of opened up, sorry, he was third on the grid. So yeah, where Will Jenkins was trying to put himself into, that would have been the inside line where Seb Hopkins would have been sitting. So the colours also kind of match up for that of Seb. Behind in sixth place, number 50 is James Wallace, and then we move back to seventh place, where George Gamble is another man who's made good progress from where he was on the grid. 11th now to 7th, so for the reigning champion, he has made good progress through the field so far. 8th place for number 94 is Ollie White, and then behind that we have 59 Josh Stanton, and number 48 is Ollie Jackson, who currently rounds out the top 10 within this race at the minute.
I think it's Ollie's birthday today.
Oh, is it?
I think it's today.
Jackson or White?
Ollie Jackson.
Ollie Jackson.
Yeah. Yesterday. I take a while to catch up. Belated happy birthday, Ollie.
Alan's still on Saturday. Oh, was it? Angus Whiteside's birthday yesterday as well? Okay.
Wow.
There's quite a few birthdays this weekend.
Yeah.
And it also tends to be people who come and watch the action's birthday as well. We get a lot of messages that say, oh, it's our birthday today.
A lot of birthdays here at Donington this weekend, a lot of them.
But it's a good place to come and celebrate your birthday. It's a good present to give to someone. Come and watch a day's racing in the sunshine at the East Midlands Circuit of Donington Park. It couldn't get much better than that. So, yeah, as Alan said, send us your messages. We'll repeat the number and the email you need when things have quietened down on circuit. But the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain just working their way now under this safety car, waiting for the recovery, we imagine, of Henry Dawes, because that is the only car which had problem on the first lap, hasn't come through. So he is down there somewhere where we can't see, I think. We'll say for the first time, though, today, a very good morning to Josh Barrett, who's down there in the pit lane.
Yeah, good morning, Matt. Good morning, everybody. And it's certainly very warm down here in the pit lane very early in the day. So, as you say, a glorious day here at Donington Park. Not so glorious, though, as you mentioned, for Seb Hopkins getting involved in that incident at Redgate on the first lap. And I can tell you there's quite a bit of damage to the rear of his car, particularly on the rear left-hand corner. But the car, as you mentioned, carried on, and we're interested to see if that damage affects him or whether he can make progress when the race restarts.
Certainly do, yeah. Thanks, Josh. We can now see Henry Dawes' car. So that is on the run from Starkeys to Schwant. It's pulled off on the right-hand side of the circuit, so there is a little bit of a gap there for the car to be put into, but they are just kind of struggling to get the rear lifting device in, but I think they have now possibly got that. Marshall's working hard to be able to get those in, so the telehandler can lift that away to a place of safety. So it's going to be a couple more laps yet before we get any more racing. We can see the damage as well if you're looking at the big screen around the circuit to the left rear of Will Jenkins. So that would have been from further contact. So he got tapped into that spin down towards turn 1 on the right-hand side of the car, but he's also got damage to the left-hand side. So just wondering where this would have come from as we look again at the replay. I think it might have been James Wallace, actually, because he was very close to the back of the car. And no, I don't think it was. I think he just escaped through. So it might have been someone a little bit further back, but yeah, Wallace lost out there, unfortunately. He was kind of, as I said, in that smoke screen, and the cars on the inside went through. One of those being, at the time, Ollie White, and it looks like Ollie White now has fallen back behind James Wallace as the first few laps took shape. But as we said, James Wallace now in his second year of this junior programme with the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. It then got quite dicey up towards McLean's. Andrew Rackstraw was very hard at work to try and defend from quite a few cars, actually, because you had Seb Hopkins in there. You had also the car of Josh Stanton, was it? Possibly. No, it was Angus Whiteside, wasn't it? In that new livery for this year. He's got the purple car for 2025. So Angus Whiteside was trying to get through. You also had the other car trying to work its way past them as well, which would have been the 94 machine of Ollie White, and that's then how he lost the place to James Wallace, because he then made the run down towards Redgate. He got and there was contact there, actually, between James Wallace and also Ollie White, and that was very lucky not to be tapped into a spin, because James Wallace was darting around on the back of Ollie White, and he did just clip the right rear as they hit the brakes down towards Redgate Corner. So a very dramatic first day back at school for the drivers of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain, but apart from Henry Dawes, I think all of them for now have survived this, what was meant to be a 24-lap race. It still will be, but we are also time dependent as well. It's 24 laps or 30 minutes. We currently have just over 21 minutes left in the race, so it's going to be close when we go back to green flag racing if we get all of the remaining laps in. But lap times around this circuit for the cars in qualifying are 1:05, so we're going to be fairly close to that with the conditions we have today as well. Once again this year we are using the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, which was introduced back in 2022, producing somewhere in the region of 510 brake horsepower. So again, it's a very quick bit of kit, and a car that drivers love to drive. It's one of some 31 one-make Porsche championships which race globally around the world, and there are 12 Carrera Cup championships that you can take part in. Some of those have been with drivers from this championship now taking part in. So the likes of Harry King moved on to the Mobil 1 Porsche Super Cup. He was a champion, a very dominant champion in this championship a couple of years ago. Harry King for this year now moving into the world of endurance racing. So again, just shows where you can go from this championship to further your career as well. Got other drivers who are moving across into the Porsche Deutschland Championship. So good luck to them as they make their way across to Europe for the 2025 season. And we did also mention yesterday that George Gamble, after being crowned champion last year, back this year to try and defend that title. If he can do that, he'd be only the fourth man to do back-to-back titles. The others have been the likes of Damien Faulkner, who did that in the early noughties. He did that very nicely indeed, did Damien, a man that many people will recognise from this championship from years gone by. Michael Meadows was also one that did that more recently, back in 2013 and 2014. And we also had Dan Camish, who did that as well. And we'll see Dan Cam out later on in the British Touring Car Championship. And Dan doing fairly well in the BTCC, especially this year so far. But yeah, he was another man who did championships back-to-back. So if George Gamble could do that, as I said, he'd only be the fourth man to do it in the history of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. So still under safety car, 17 laps remaining at the minute. I think Henry Dawes' car has now been recovered to a place of safety. So I think we'll get word very shortly to have the safety car light switched off and then to allow the drivers to go racing. Once again, just to recap, Will Martin is still your leader after starting this race on pole position. You've got Sid Smith there in second. half a second back, but of course that gap is irrelevant effectively under this safety car. Third place for Andrew Rackstraw, fourth place Angus Whiteside, and fifth place for Seb Hopkins. He is the first of the rookies at the minute, and then behind that in sixth place you've got James Wallace with George Gamble, and then the first of the Pro-Am competitors going to be Ollie White. He's in the number 94 machine, and then Josh Stanton and Ollie Jackson complete the top 10 as it stands. And the first of the AM competitors now, after that moment for Jonathan Beeson, it's going to be Cole Cavers. So he's got a couple of cars advantage over the number 73 machine of William Poole. So safety car is now back in, and green flag racing once again as the drivers head their way down towards Redgate Corner. A nice spread amongst the top four. Fairly close though for fifth place as the rookie Seb Hopkins now comes under pressure from James Wallace, and also the Roslyn Gold livery car of George Gamble. Definitely one to watch because things didn't go massively well for him yesterday in qualifying, but we know that George is a very quick peddler, and with this 24-lap race which was scheduled, he'll be a man to continue to make progress within the field. So keep an eye on the 7th place car of George Gamble. Then a bit of a gap back to 8th place now with Ollie White with his new livery for this year as well. Quite a few new liveries out there, which is good to see. Mainly probably one of those reasons is because we have a new partner on board for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain for this year. That's Creative FX, which is supplying all the vehicle wrapping and decal services to the Porsche family for this season. They've done a fabulous job so far to turn out these cars looking magnificent, especially in the sunshine. You get the lovely glint off that paintwork and the wrapping on the cars. So Will Martin back through once again. The next one to possibly have a look is going to be Angus Whiteside. He's not done on his move up the order. He has a brief look at the back of Andrew Rackstraw down towards Redgate Corner. He then doesn't go for it, and he actually, I think, just left his braking a little bit too late there. So he, on the exit of the corner, loses time to the car ahead of him, which is Andrew Rackstraw.
Yeah, there's debris flags down on the start line, Mount, and somebody's just kicked it up. There must have been contact at some point on that restart, and maybe it's a splitter or something like that that's gone on one of the cars. OK,
thanks, Josh. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one then to see if drivers start to avoid that or if it's on the racing line. But for now, all the drivers still remaining in this race, apart from Henry Dawes. We're keeping an eye on Jonathan Beeson trying to make a move now.
In fact, Matt, the marshals here opposite me
yes.
just gone to rescue as many of those bits as they can, but there is more because it got scattered by cars further down the pack. So it's sort of offline, the main bit, but well done to our hard-working marshals here at Donington Park.
Yep, good work. So well done to them. That clears most of the debris off the circuit. We're going to have a change now further back because Max Coates is working his way through. So, of course, that safety car would have been good news for him after having the delay of 10 seconds on the grid. So he, of course, then eradicates that under the safety car. So already started to make moves through the field is Max, up ahead of Aaron Mason on this lap. So he now goes into 12th position. James Wallace having a good fight now with Seb Hopkins. They're going to be side by side down through Hollywood. It's going to be Wallace in the pink car on the inside for the next part of the Craner curves. If he can hold it, the place will be his, which it is. So James Wallace now in 50 goes through. Seb Hopkins slightly delayed, which might now put him under pressure from George Gamble in the number 1 machine. They head their way through the left-hander of what's going to be Schwantz curve. Is he going to be brave enough to make a move in towards McLean's? He thinks about it, but not quite got his car alongside there. So Seb Hopkins covered the corner. And for now, George Gamble has to sit at bay. And he's not going to find his way through on this occasion. But those three cars, very, very close indeed for 5th place at the minute. And now that James Wallace is clear, it'll be interesting to see if he can pull away and potentially catch up with the next 4 cars ahead of him, who are not battling, so I don't think they're holding themselves up, but it all depends on what their pace is to what James Wallace can do in retaliation. So through he goes, and just a gap check for you, James Wallace is 1.4 seconds back, so keep an eye on that. We'll see what his sector times are like as well, but for now, James Wallace has got clear air in 5th place in car number 50. Seb Hopkins still keeping himself at the minute ahead of number 1, which is George Gamble, and the quickest lap of the race has just gone the way of our race leader. So Will Martin with a 105.731. Extends his gap by the same margin he had in qualifying, actually, 15 thousandths of a second that time through to 0.667 of a second. So fairly comfortable for Will Martin. Before we went down to Josh, I was talking about Jonathan Beeson having a good fight, and he's continuing that fight now with William Poole. He goes all the way around the outside at the left-hander of Starkeys. He completes the move at Schwantz Curve, and Jonathan Beeson on his recovery drive through the field is going to be up into 15th place overall, but more importantly for him in the class, he's up to 2nd position in the AM category. So Jonathan Beeson on the move. He's got 3 then Pro-Am cars ahead of him before he catches up with the leading car in the AM category, which is number 22, Kyle Cavers. So a bit of work to do now for Jonathan Beeson, but just like James Wallace, he now has the clear air ahead of him, so he might be able to use that to his advantage to try and get up the road to catch Kyle Cavers as he works his way down into Redgate Corner. Up the road, what is James Wallace doing? Well, with that cleared track, he did a 106.0, which was not quite a 1/10 of a second quicker than Angus Whiteside ahead of him. So he is making inroads, but not a huge chunk at the minute for James Wallace in his pink Porsche for this year. And I think credit to Seb Hopkins as well. Although he's been passed, he is managing to keep with James Wallace ahead of him. And I think also on the tail, there or thereabouts, is going to be George Gamble. And I think we've got another couple of cars starting to join the mix now. So Ollie White and Josh Stanton, and possibly also Ollie Jackson, all 3 of them now starting on to come onto the tail of those cars ahead of them. So the Pro-Am lead battle is almost now with the pro drivers ahead as they cross the line for what's going to be the 13th time of asking, on to lap number 14 with 11 laps to go and 12 minutes on the clock. So I think we should be good for the laps. If we don't get any more interruptions, we will go the full distance of 24 for the first of our Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain races of 2025. But Will Martin just comfortably leading for now. The gap extends once more on that occasion, 1.1 seconds between himself and Sid Smith. Top 5 in this race, all returning drivers from last year. The next of those, which is a rookie for this season, Seb Hopkins in 6th position. Max Coates is about to make a move here on Cole Cavers. This would be for an overall position. It wouldn't affect his class position, but again, with the 2 drivers we have, Max Coates being a Pro-Am and a Cole Cavers being an Am, it should be fairly easy for him to get past. But Kyle Cavers, to be fair, has done racing now for quite a few years. He's been racing in GT4 of the British GT Championship. He's done the Porsche Sprint Challenge in recent years as well. But yeah, Max Coates does go through on the inside on the run down towards the Robert chicane, and I think Kyle Cavers made that fairly easy for him. And of course, there's no point battling with cars who are not in your class. As much as you'd like to keep an overall position, there's no point delaying yourself and then falling into the clutches of the likes of Jonathan Beeson, who is just working his way through the final corner now. He is up across the line, and still fairly close to him is William Paul. So Jonathan Beeson, again, can't really rest on his laurels here. He has to keep fighting hard because William Paul, if there is a mistake from the car ahead, will be the man to pick up the pieces in this race. Up towards the top of the circuit then through Coppice goes once again Will Martin. Man in 2nd place, Sid Smith, has just received a black and white flag. So a track limit warning for Sid Smith. Of course, if you do too many of those, it will then turn into a time penalty. And we did see a few of those yesterday in other races. So Sid Smith, just a warning for now, but too many more wheels over the white line, then he will get the punishment for it. Now, he is pushing hard, actually, because he's trying to keep himself ahead of Andrew Rackstraw, who just looks to be increasing the pace now. So Rackstraw in 3rd place that time round was, again, only fractionally quicker by 0.005 of a second. But again, he does bring the gap down to the 2nd place car of Sid Smith. Angus Whiteside still just lurking in the mirrors of Rackstraw in 4th position. So this is all for the last few places on the podium. And then they have a bit of a gap back to James Wallace, who, to answer our earlier question, hasn't really made any inroads to that leading quartet at the minute. So Wallace still working to keep at bay Seb Hopkins. I'm just wondering if he's probably used too much of his tyre in the early stage of the race, and now, of course, it's starting to affect him. Of course, he made the place on Seb Hopkins, who was kind of delayed in that incident at turn 1 as well. So he has had to work hard to get back to where he needs to be. And James Wallace now just bedding himself in, and to be fair, a top 5 wouldn't be a bad way to start the season. George Gamble, just looking on the replay of the big screens, just had a bit of a lock up there, and he did run wide, didn't he? Yeah, so over track limits it would have been. And did he lose the place to Ollie White? Let's have a look as they come through. No, he managed to keep Ollie White behind him, but George Gamble on that lap did lose 1.3 seconds to the car ahead of him. So last year champion, not really in the groove so far this weekend. He qualified down in 11th position. He then had that good move through the field up into 7th place, but now he is starting to just make a few mistakes once again in this race. So George Gamble 7th overall, 7th within the pro category. And for this race, just to let you know that the points the drivers get for the first race of the weekend are slightly different to what they'll get for the second race, because for this first race, 12 points are on offer for the pro category. So at the minute, Will Martin getting himself off to a good start. For the later race, where we have the slight reversal of the grid, points are slightly less for a race win. It's 10 points for the winner. So it's important to get your season off to a good start with maximum points in this first race, which, as we said, are on offer with greater value than what we'll have later on for race 2. Will Martin goes through once again. We've got another black and white flag. This time it goes to Carl Cavers. So the AM leader is now being warned about track limits. So he'll just have to be a little bit careful over the next 7 laps to ensure he doesn't make any further mistakes. And just have a look at Will Jenkins. Actually, we haven't spoke to him about him too much after his rotation at turn 1. He's only got himself back up into 13th place, so he's worked his way past William Paul. Jonathan Beeson, you can kind of say, he's worked his way past, although both of them were affected at turn 1. And Aaron Mason has also worked his way through. So Will Jenkins for now 13th place, 5th within Pro-Am. And again, after a great qualifying and a storming start, one of the best starts we had for this race, it's a shame that Will Jenkins was turned around at the first corner. So he'll be trying to make up for that a little bit later on today. Andrew Rackstraw is the latest now to receive a black and white flag for his track limit. So the list is starting to grow here. They'll all be warned on the gantry as they go across the line, so they'll be able to hopefully see that. That'll be their warning, as we said, and then try not to make any further mistakes later on in this race. Will Martin continues to build the gap. 0.9 seconds it goes out to, so it's fluctuating around the 1 second mark. It was over, it's now slightly under, but on that lap, Will Martin was slightly quicker again then Sid Smith in 2nd place. Andrew Rackstraw still 3rd in the number 40 machine, and Angus Whiteside half a second back now in car number 52. So that's your top 4 as they work their way down through the Craner curves. 5th place still for James Wallace, ahead of Seb Hopkins. George Gamble just dropping back now in 7th place, not quite into the clutches of Ollie White, but he's got to be careful because Ollie is only about 3/4 of a second behind at the minute. And with the mistake we've seen from George Gamble, if he does make another one and starts to wear those tyres out, then it's not going to be good news for George Gamble. So he is 7th. Ollie White is in 8th place and still the leader of Pro-Am. And then behind that in the Pro-Am category, it's Josh Stanton and Ollie Jackson who completes the top 10. As we work our way around the 19th lap of the race. There'll be 5 to go this time. We've got just under 6 minutes left on the clock, so we are going to be good for laps by the looks of it. As Will Martin charges his way down towards the first corner, he builds the gap once again. We're now out to 1.1 seconds between the top 2, and it's line formation at the front of the field. Max Coates goes through in 11th place, and Cole Cavers is potentially going to be under pressure from Will Jenkins this lap because Will was a couple of tenths of a second quicker. He's now half a second behind, so I think Will Jenkins will get one more place before the end. Unfortunately for him, it's not going to be a position in class which is going to give him any more points, so it would be good to get himself inside the top 12. But it's going to be him trying to get past Cole Cavers rather than Max Coates, who is his next Pro-Am competitor up the road. Next black and white warning flag for track limits now goes to the champion from 2024. That's going to be George Gamble. So George has got a warning towards the end of this race with 4.5 laps now remaining. Almost 4 actually, because the leader is about to reappear through the final corner. Will Martin charges his way through in the number 10 machine. So up towards the line he comes with the Eden Motorsports squad for 2025. And we have now got our first penalty of the race. So Andrew Rackstraw was warned about track limits. That has now gone a little bit over the limit they're allowed. And with that, Andrew Rackstraw has got 5 seconds added to his time. So from what was 3rd position, he's now been knocked off the podium with the 5-second penalty. We just had a lock-up as well for Will Jenkins, but I don't think he'll mind that lock-up because it was a position gained as well on Cole Cavers. So he does get himself on that previous lap up into 12th place. He's then got to find 4 seconds to catch up with Max Coates, and I don't think that's quite going to be achieved with the laps we still have left within this race. But yeah, first penalty of the race to Andrew Rackstraw takes him off the podium. It means that Angus Whiteside will be promoted in the number 52 machine. So Andrew is the first one to suffer at the hands of the officials. There might be a few more on the way, though, because we've got 3 further cars now receiving track limit warnings. One of those being Angus Whiteside, who is just made his way onto the podium. We've also got the number 50 machine of James Wallace, who is now ahead on our screen of Andrew Rackstraw. And the other one is going to be for number 18, which is Seb Hopkins. So all of those cars with now track limit warnings inside the top 6. They've all got to be very careful over the next 3 laps of this race. Andrew Rackstraw still in 6th position. If he can find 3/4 of a second, he would move back ahead of Seb Hopkins on our timing screen. So it's very important now that Rackstraw does try and push on. He's got Sid Smith ahead of him, so he hasn't got massive clear air, to be fair, but he can continue to try and use his tyres as best as possible. Competitors in the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain get 3 brand new slicks, 3 brand new sets of slicks, I should say, for the weekend. So they would have probably gone through 2 of those sets in qualifying yesterday, which means they are probably using one of their sets now in this race, or there might be drivers who are saving a brand new set for the reverse grid race number 2. But you've got to bear that in mind as well. You don't get a huge amount of tyres for the weekend. As the year goes on, you'll get a further 2 sets of used tyres that you can have per weekend. But of course, this being the first round, you do just get your 3 brand new sets of slicks tyres. So it'll be interesting to see who's saving theirs for race number 2 a little bit later on. But for Will Martin, he has 2 laps to go now. Sid Smith still there in 2nd. Gap has come down by a couple of tenths on that previous lap. So has Will Martin got enough to hold on in this race? Andrew Rackstraw still there in 3rd place. It looks like Angus Whiteside is just starting to drop off fractionally, although he's there or thereabouts. So I don't think there's anything to worry about for Angus. And then we've got to look at the gap between Andrew Rackstraw and James Wallace. It's currently at, I think, 3.9 seconds. So again, Rackstraw needs to find the best part of a 1.5 seconds to make sure he finishes ahead of the pink Porsche in this race, and he's only going to have the end of this lap and 1 more to try and do that. So Rackstraw needs to start pushing on once again. Sid Smith gets ever closer to Will Martin, so I don't think this one is quite done as we're about to head on to the last lap. A bit of a wiggle from Sid as he comes through the final corner. Gap was 3/4 of a second. It does in fact open up with that slight mistake round the final corner to 0.9 of a second, and our 2nd penalty of the race has now been applied because George Gamble, who was warned, has once again gone too many times over track limits, and with that, last year's champion has also received a 5-second penalty as well. So George Gamble on our screen drops down into 10th place overall. I think the only saving grace for George Gamble is he hasn't lost a place within the pro category because he's still in 7th place. And in fact, he is the last, isn't he, of the pro drivers out there now. So that's the reason he hasn't lost any further places within that category. But for Will Martin, on his return to the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain for 2025, it looks like it's going to be a winning start. After doing the job yesterday in qualifying, he grabbed that pole position by 15 thousandths of a second over Sid Smith. He had the small matter of a safety car to deal with at the start of the race, but ever since, he has drove impeccably well, and it's going to be Will Martin who picks up the first win of the 2025 season in the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. He wins ahead of Sid Smith by just under a second. Rackstraw on the road gets 3rd, but it's going to be Angus Whiteside who is promoted in the number 52 machine. James Wallace does do enough to stay ahead of Rackstraw. Rackstraw then comes through with that penalty in 5th place. Seb Hopkins is next up, the first of the rookies home in 6th position overall, and then the first of our Pro-Am competitors will be Ollie White, who picks up the spoils in 7th place. He finishes ahead of his Pro-Am competitor, which is Josh Stanton, and then Ollie Jackson completes the podium in Pro-Am in 9th place overall. George Gamble comes through with that penalty in 10th place, 7th within his class, and then behind that from the back of the grid it's going to be Max Coates up to 11th, 12th place for number 30 after his spin at Redgate Corner for Will Jenkins, 13th place for number 22 is going to be our AM winner, which is going to be Cole Cavers for the first time this year, and then behind that 14th place for Aaron Mason, 15th place for Jonathan Beeson, 16th place, and our final finisher will be William Paul, and then the only non-finisher of the race is going to be that of Henry Dawes, who sustained some damage to his car, which we still don't know what the reason for that was, but again, we'll try and delve into the details and bring that to you a little bit later on for what's going to be race 2 of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain for 2025. Thanks very much to Simon, as ever, for joining us up here in the box, the media guru for Porsche. He gives us all the information we need for these weekends, so much appreciated to Simon for that. But just a quick clarification then, while we wait for the drivers to come back through. Will Martin, your winner by just under a second. Sid Smith is there in 2nd overall and in the Pro category, and 3rd place to Angus Whiteside, who also picks up the final step on the Pro podium. 4th place for James Wallace, Andrew Rackstraw and Seb Hopkins in 6th. Then the top 3 in Pro-Am, which is going to be Ollie White, Josh Stanton and Ollie Jackson. George Gamble finishes down in 10th position, and then behind them we've got Max Coates and Will Jenkins. First of the AMs is going to be Cole Cavers ahead of Aaron Mason. 2nd in the AM category is Jonathan Beeson, and 3rd place in that category, 16th place overall, goes the way of William Paul. So the drivers now make their way in. Hopefully you all enjoyed that. We'll look forward to a second race from them a little bit later on. We'll have them on circuit at 1:40. But for now, we're going to work our way down to Parc Ferme. The drivers on their way down there. We've got 3 separate podiums to look forward to, and the man who's going to conduct all of these is going to be Josh Barrett.
But first of all, we're in Parc Ferme, where Will Martin, the first winner of the day, has made his way down here. 2nd place for Sid Smith and Angus Whiteside in 3rd. Will pretty pleased with that win. He taps the car on the roof to congratulate it as well as him as the driver, and then we'll see if we can grab a word with him. He'll have a Michelin cap as well for taking the victory in the opening round of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. And Will's just taking his helmet off to have a word. Well done, Will. Perfect start, and then just carrying on those qualifying laps through the race.
Yeah, exactly. All we needed to do was really get that good start, which we did, and then it was just a case of managing the gap from Sid. But yeah, I'd just like to say a big thank you to all my partners, sponsors, the team, you know, for getting me out on track this year. It really means a lot.
Obviously, race 2 a bit more challenging with the reverse grid. Any expectations there?
I mean, you know, we just need to collect the points for race 2. If we can get a win or a podium, then that's a bonus. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to having some battles.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So Will Martin, the winner of round 1 of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. At this stage, none of the other drivers quite have their helmet off. Let's see if we can have a word with Angus Whiteside. Angus, track limit penalty for Andrew Rackstraw, so 3rd for you. A good start to the season?
Yeah, well, I heard on the radio that I got a penalty too, but I think it was just a final warning. Okay. So, yeah, so after that I backed up a bit and tried to be a good boy. But yeah, starting 10th, I think I got up to 4th on lap 1, so I was like, come on boys, let's go. So yeah, very, very happy. So super disappointed yesterday, but this is the day that matters, so very, very happy.
Tell us about the launch and how did you manage to get that many positions?
Out in the Middle East for the winter, so all the heat up there, you see how much difference it makes to the tyre, so I just went bananas on the outlap, and then it really made a difference. Everyone else was like they stood still, so yeah, very, very happy.
Hopefully nobody else picked up that tip then.
Yeah, right, 100%. Thank you very much.
Well done. So there's Angus Whiteside in 3rd position. Then we'll quickly speak to Sid Smith before we head off to the podium. Sid, 2nd place there for you. You're sort of close to Will, but not easy to overtake in these cars.
Yeah, definitely. Round here, it's all about the first couple of laps, and well, we got into the train, and everyone around here, as you can see by the time, is so closely matched that everyone's on it absolutely every lap. I tried my best to try and catch him. I would gain a bit, lose a bit, gain a bit, lose a bit, but didn't have enough to get past him this time. But P2, can't be too upset with that, can I? So let's keep this going, and yeah, good luck for. Well, hopefully I can keep this good luck going for race 2.
And I guess race 2, then first lap or so, is going to be it's all about the start, I guess, and then finding track space.
Definitely, it's kind of everyone's so closely matched where one person makes a mistake, it's suddenly 5 wide again. So it's you never know what's going to happen. It could turn at any point. So you've got to just make sure every lap's perfect and see where that brings us. Hopefully to win next time.
Well done on a good start to the season.
Thank you very much.
So there's Sid Smith, who finished 2nd in the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. That's the top 3. I'm going to head off to the podium to back up to Matt.
Thank you very much, Josh. Yep, nice to hear from our top 3 at the end of the first of our Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain races. I fear, Josh, that again this might be a podium which happens off the PA, because we already have cars on the grid for the Viritools British F4 Championship certified by FIA. And just to say, for this year, we had a lot of times last year when podiums overlap the start of the races. That's not going to happen this year, because if you want to see the podiums, they'll be taking place on a local PA if we are going to start a race. race. If they are not, then we would have it over the PA. But if you want to go and join them, you're more than welcome. It's an open paddock here at Donington Park. You've got the podium, which is located just to the right-hand side as you look at it, to garage 39. So just as you work your way towards the pit garages, you will see right ahead of you the lovely BTCC and support podium. Josh will be down there all year, making sure those are conducted as efficiently as ever. And there's quite a few drivers to round up for most of our championships, including the Porsches, because we have the Pros, the Pro-Am, and the Am category as well. So if you want to go and see those podiums, as I said, they'll be taking place for the majority of Sunday on the local PA. So do go and cheer on the drivers. They love to have you down there and showing your support. So please do that if you can. We also have the reverse garages as well for this weekend at Donington Park. It's a wonderful place for you to go and have a little look around, talk to the drivers, see the cars, and get embroiled in all the action we have for the British Touring Car Championship weekend. So you are more than welcome to go down there. As we said, we have the pit lane walkabout to look forward to as well. A little bit later on, 12:50 is when we do that as well. We have the cars very shortly heading off onto formation lap. The 30-second countdown is now on. As we said, we are running for this year Toka Live, the studio where everything happens. If you want to get in contact with us here at the circuit, please do send your messages. We like to keep Alan very busy. He's going to be looking over all of those for today.
I'm out of puff.
That's why I didn't bring you in, Alan.
Thank you very much, Matt.
Gave you a rest. But please do send us your messages via WhatsApp. Log this number into your phone. Keep it for the rest of the year. 07482 877 877. That is the number you need. Send us your WhatsApp messages. We had some wonderful photos yesterday as well of mainly sheds, to be fair, but we'll take any pictures, to be fair.
Sheds and sketching we had yesterday.
Yeah.
There was a girl called Eve who was sending us loads of super pictures wherever she was around the circuit. She was sketching what she could see. So it could have been the buildings, it could be the start line gantry, it could be the racing. It was absolutely superb. So whatever message you want to send, send it in on WhatsApp. Message plus your name, just your first name, to 07482 877 877. Already we've got loads. Ash and Stuart, hi, good morning. Back again, but this time with chairs and charged batteries for the camera. There you see, all the important things taken care of here. Great to have you here, guys. Welcome to Donington. If you are just arriving, good morning and welcome to the sunshine of Donington Park for the opening meeting of the year. Shout out to George, Ben and Alex. We are loving the sunshine. A good little sunshine emoji as well. One more from WhatsApp. Hello, it's Becky. Today is Ash's birthday and he's 36. Please could he get a shout out? He's sat at turn 1 at the moment, so down at Redgate. Happy birthday, Ash and Becky. Thanks for writing in. All you need to do is send a message on WhatsApp, your message plus your name, your first name, to 07482 877 877.
Simple as that. Right then, the formation lap is coming to an end for the British F4 Championship. Let's run you through the grid. This is race 2 of the weekend, which means it's a reversal of the top 12 from qualifying. So we'll see number 22, Joel Bergstrom, on pole position, alongside the Ginetta Junior graduate, number 90, Chase Fernandez. Row 2 will line up with number 42, which is Rowan Campbell-Pillin. Alongside him, number 12, Adam Al-Zahari on the outside. Row 3 then we'll see number 24, which is Martin Molnar, joined by number 7, which is Thomas Behrman. The fourth row of the grid is going to be 21, Tommy Harfield, alongside number 93, which is Jimmy Pazik. The fifth row will then see number 25, Ethan Jeff Hall, Ginetta Junior champion from last year, steps over to single-seaters, alongside number 5, which is Finn McLaughlin. The sixth row of the grid, yesterday's winner, that's going to be number 47, August Raber, alongside number 26, which is Henry Joslin. He was embroiled in the tyres at the final corner yesterday, so not the way he would have wanted to start his season after qualifying on pole position. The seventh row of the grid then sees number 32, which is Harry Reynolds, joined by number 6, Leo Robinson. The eighth row, number 20, Ella Lloyd, and number 4, Javier Avramides. The ninth row, number 69, is Yu Hao Fu, and 13, Henry Mercier. The 10th row, number 33, Carl Hewitson, alongside number 14, which is Albert Larson, and the final place on the grid is going to be number 27, which is Charlie Edge. So I think they're all pretty much present and correct. Someone a little bit out of position towards the back, but nonetheless, the green flag does wave, and it's going to be 20 minutes for the British F4 Championship, certified by FIA. The red lights go out, and this is going to be eventful, with quicker drivers coming from the middle of the pack. Not the best of starts, unfortunately, for Joel Bergstrom. So Chase Fernandez, I think, is going to be the man who leads the pack down towards the first corner. There's going to be a lot of shuffling as they head through Redgate and down towards Hollywood for the first time of asking. Hopefully this time they all make it through safely. One of the Chris Dittman cars was slightly out wide there with one of the wheels in the gravel, but they've safely made it through Redgate and Hollywood. And Chase Fernandez is going to be the driver that leads them in towards the old hairpin. Already further back, moves being made by the number 12 machine. So that's going to be a position gain there for the cars working their way through. That's Adam Al-Zahari. He finds himself now, by the looks of it, a little bit further back actually from where he started. So something might have gone on there for him. The top two already starting to break away. It looks like it's going to be an intense battle for third place as Finn McLaughlin gets himself down the inside line. The Red Bull Racing high-tech car. He tried to make a move and then he's going to be passed back. We've got drama up at Coppice Corner as well. We've got one in the gravel. We've got one who's surfing the gravel, which is Cole Hewitson in the number 33 machine. And the other one, unfortunately, I think has become stationary in the gravel over there, at Coppice Corner. That car is not moving. We've got one who's taken the shortcut through the Robert chicane. That's going to be Henry Joslin by the looks of it. He was in dramas yesterday. We've got also into the pit lane number 20, which is going to be Ella Lloyd. So not good news for the driver who's been taking part in the F1 Academy.
That was a dramatic opening lap, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Goodness me.
So we've got two into the pit lane. We've got one over in the gravel at Coppice Corner. Apart from that, I think we're okay. By the looks of it.
Keeping your foot in and driving through the gravel trap is a really good thing if you can execute it, and they did.
And someone else who was doing exactly the same as Finn McLaughlin, who finished yesterday in second place. He's just gone wide at the old hairpin, so another man who's kept his foot in it to get through the gravel trap. But Finn is now way down the order towards the back of the field. So again, not the best of races for him to start Sunday, which is a real shame for Finn. Looking racy yesterday, but for now, he has got work to do. And he might be helped by a safety car. If we get one, then we will have the pack joined together. Still no news, because the car of whoever we have up there, I think is Yuhao Fu, actually. Yeah, the number 69 machine has ended up in the gravel. So the marshals will go to work to try and recover it, push it either out the gravel or to a place of safety. But it's not the easiest thing to do for these cars to be pushed through the gravel. So already this morning, the marshals having to work hard, as Chase Fernandez is your race leader with now 2 laps completed. Joel Bergstrom, after starting on pole position, is now down to second place. Rowan Campbell-Pillin in the number 42 machine is then in third. And behind that, you've got Martin Molnar in fourth, with Adam Al-Zahari working his way back through the field into 5th place. Someone is going slow up towards McLean's Corner. Is that a back marker, or is that... I think that's Henry Joslin, actually. He's just rejoined from the pit lane, so he was kind of inside the top 5, just trying to stay out the way, and the safety car now has been deployed. So no real surprise, because we have that car of Yuhao Fu off at Coppice Corner. Ella Lloyd goes through. She's rejoined the race. She hasn't gone a lap down, so she'll be able to get that lap back as the safety car goes through. And then the safety car will pick up our race leader, which is Chase Fernandez. So finds himself in this new championship for him this year. As I said, done very well in Ginetta Juniors over the last couple of seasons. But again, as many junior drivers tend to do, they start themselves up in one of these junior categories, and then they find their way through these single-seater routes, whether it be F4 or similar machinery. But most of them coming across to F4 for this year. We've got a good entry for this season. We are expecting a few more to join as the season moves on as well. So looking forward to having some of these youngsters come and join us. They don't have much of a break actually after this weekend, because next weekend they are back out at the wonderful Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. They'll be taking their way there on the 2nd and 3rd of May for a further 3 races. So a few days off, back to it, and they'll see how they get on at Silverstone in just a week's time. So yeah, it'll be good to see how they all get on. They'll have further trips this year with us at Snetterton on the 300 circuit. They'll also go to Thruxton, the fantastically fast Thruxton down there in Hampshire. Always a great place to see F4 racing. It's not an easy circuit to negotiate, but it'll be great to see these youngsters around there. They'll then head to Alton Park on the Island Circuit in June. They'll have a European round to look forward to as well in July, as they head off to the sand dunes effectively at Zandvoort, and then they're back in the UK with Knockhill, Donington Park, Silverstone and Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit to round out their season. So a very, very busy year indeed for British F4. The car of Yuhao Fu is yet to be recovered, so we're going to have another lap by the looks of it under the safety car. But this is, as I said, good news for those who needed to try and catch up. None other than Finn McLaughlin. who had that moment down at the old hairpin through the gravel and has now found himself down in 17th position. So that is bad news for him. The man who finished as our winner yesterday, August Raber, he is currently up there in 8th position. So looking to keep his points tally accumulating as the day goes on. And the other thing just to mention within this race as well, although it's a reverse grid race for the top 12 after qualifying, you also do pick up points for the amount of places you make within a race as well, to a maximum of 10. So say you did start on the grid like August Raber down in 11th place. He's already gained 3 places. So for the points he'll get for 8th place, he'll also get an extra 3 points because he's making his way through the field. So it's an encouragement for the drivers to try and make moves to get the points, but also get extra points for the higher you find yourself up within the race conditions. So that's another thing to bear in mind as this race unfolds. But for now, Chase Fernandez continues to lead the way under the safety car conditions. Thomas Behrman currently sits in 6th place. He is the leading rookie driver at the minute, and that might be a name you recognise because Thomas is younger brother of Ollie Behrman, who races, of course, now in Formula One with Haas. But great to see that Thomas is making his way through the single-seater route as well, and we'll see what Thomas can do in his rookie season of British F4. Got himself off to a fine start in qualifying yesterday and finds himself now in the top half of the field, which is always good. And he's the leading rookie, actually, by quite a few places, because the second of those is all the way down in 13th place, and that is the number 14 machine of Alba Larsen, who has also made places from the back of the grid. So Alba's made up what's going to be 7 places. So already for Alba, that is 7 extra points towards the tally for today. So good moves being made there for Alba. Yuhao Fu, how is the recovery getting on? Well, I think it is now clear, which is very good news, because I cannot see any marshals up there. I cannot see any telehandlers, and very shortly, I reckon the Porsche safety car lights will be extinguished and we'll be good to go for the resumption of this race. It was a 20-minute race to start with. We don't add any time or laps to this one. It just continues to count down. So 12.5 minutes left of the race, which is still over half race distance, and Chase Fernandez will be left to his own devices. He'll be the man to lead them back to green flag racing, with Joel Bergstrom behind. Rowan Campbell-Pilling, returning to the championship this year, is in 3rd place. Martin Molnar then sits 4th. Adam Al-Zahari is in 5th place, ahead of what's going to be Thomas Behrman. Jimmy Pazik is in 7th. August Raber, yesterday's winner, is in 8th place. 9th place for number 21 is Tommy Harfield, and Ethan Jeff Hall currently sits in 10th position. Safety car is away, so it does mean the lights are off, and now Chase Fernandez starts to back the field up. He does plenty of weaving just to make sure he's got some good tyre temperature as he goes for the brakes down towards Redgate Corner. But when does he decide to go? Is it before the Roberts chicane? Is it after, or is it nearer to the line? Well, he's not gone yet. I think now, as he hits the apex of the first part of the chicane, he's on his merry way once again. So Chase Fernandez leads us back to green. Not too far adrift is going to be Joel Bergstrom in that number 22 machine, so he's got to keep an eye on what Joel might do. But then Joel is under pressure from Rowan Campbell-Pilling behind him. So again, if you're in that kind of position of attack and defend, you have to be more wary, I think, of defending from the car behind, and that's exactly what Joel Bergstrom now has to do. Very sportingly, by the way, Henry Joslin did just step to one side. He was a lap down. He was probably about 5th or 6th across the line, but Henry Joslin deciding to keep himself out of harm's way, which is a really good thing to do, especially when you are a lap down. So Henry Joslin's weekend so far hasn't been that good. It was a great qualifying for him, but race 1 and race 2 have pretty much ended in a little bit of disaster for him. So he'll be looking to that 3rd and final race of the weekend, which will see him from the front of the grid once more. So hopefully everything can go his way and he can get a good result, at least out of the first 3 rounds of the weekend. Just looking at a replay of Finn McLaughlin, I think he's just made up a place, actually, on this lap, looking to get past the number 13 machine, which he did on the run up towards the right-hander of McLean's, and that was past Henry Mercier. So Finn McLaughlin already on his way back through the field as he comes through to complete lap number 7. He is currently in 15th place because he also made the move on the 27 machine of Charlie Edge. So 2 places gained for Finn McLaughlin as he tries to get himself back somewhere towards the top 10. The unfortunate thing for Finn is he started in 10th place, so unless he goes above 10th position, he's not gaining any extra points for the places he is currently making up in this race. So Finn's still got half the race to go, so plenty of time to make some moves, and we can assure you that moves can be made in the F4 British Championship, because already we've seen lots going on towards the front of the field, and with these reverse grid races, it does, as I said, give the initiative for some of those quicker drivers to try and work their way through the field. Once again, we are riding on the big screen with Finn McLaughlin. He's trying to take a few more places away on this lap. I think he's got Javier Avramidez ahead of him next up. That's the Australian who joins us for the first time this year. And Albert Larson is just ahead of Javier as they work their way down towards the Robert chicane. So as they exit, I think Finn McLaughlin could be on for making some more moves here. The Red Bull liveried car works his way down towards Redgate Corner, and Finn McLaughlin with the high-tech TGR team for this year. Does he dart out in towards turn 1? He thinks about the move. He's going to go for it, and yet Finn McLaughlin does now get himself up into 14th position. So once again, he is taking places away hand over fist, and every single lap seems to go by. Finn McLaughlin is making his way back through the field. So good job that he's doing. Next on the list, as we said, is going to be that of Albert Larson. That's going to be, I think, the Chris Dittman racing car of Albert. So let's see what Finn can do about that. And then after that is a little bit of a gap to close down onto the back of, I think, the 32 machine, isn't it? Yeah, so that's going to be Harry Reynolds, who he'll have to try and work his way onto. But then they're all very closely bunched together. So Harry Reynolds, we've got Leo Robinson ahead. Ethan Jeff Hall is up in 10th place, and Tommy Harfield is there in 9th position. So there are a few more places possibly for Finn still to try and gain. 8 minutes and 20 seconds now left on the clock. And we have our first track limit warnings of the race. 2 of those to be handed out firstly to number 25, which is Ethan Jeff Hall in 10th place. And the other one going quite significantly to our race leader. Chase Fernandez has received his first warning of the race, and as we saw from the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain, if you do that too many times, you will be receiving a 5-second penalty through this encounter. So both of them now need to be a little bit wary of that. I think Henry Joslin is into the pit lane, unfortunately, again. So, yep, his second race of the weekend goes from bad to worse. So, yep, Henry Joslin, not good start to the year for his F4 campaign, down there in 20th position. And we've just had another move, I think, from Finn McLaughlin. He's now passed Albert Larson. And we also had a move down at Redgate Corner for Martin Molnar, which now sees him ahead, by the looks of it, of Rowan Campbell-Pillin. So that will take Martin onto the podium. Martin yesterday finished a little bit further down in 7th place, so a better run for Martin here on Sunday, and it's that blue livery number 24 machine with Virtuosi Racing. So Martin Molnar now up into 3rd place. That's confirmed as he crosses the line. Finn McLaughlin through the Robert chicane. What's he up to now? Well, he is across the line this time in 12th place, because again he's gone and passed another car on that previous lap. That was Javier Avramidez. So up now closer to the top 10 for Finn McLaughlin, and probably more importantly, he's up to 2nd place within the rookie class as well. So a great little run that Finn McLaughlin has had after that move and mistake he made down at the old hairpin. There's some more battling going on down through the old hairpin. That's between the number 14 machine, which is Albert Larson, and trying to get through there is going to be the 25 machine of Ethan Jeff Hall. So Ethan's going to have the inside run into the right-hander of McLean's, but with that, can Albert Larson hang on? Nope. So Ethan Jeff Hall goes through, and also lurking in the background there is going to be the next of our cars, trying to work out who that might actually be, because Ethan Jeff Hall is in... Oh, well, he slipped down to 15th place for some reason. So that is a bit of a surprise for Ethan. For some reason, he's had a mistake over the last couple of laps. So he is starting to fall down the order. Through the Robert chicane, here comes that battle for 15th position. Ethan Jeff Hall goes through now, I think, in 14th. Yes, he does. You've got Albert Larson behind. You've then got the 33 machine following, which is going to be Cole Hewitson. And also over that lap, we had some more track limit warnings. They are very much starting to grow now. You can add Thomas Behrman to the list. You can also add the number 22 machine to that list as well. And there was a couple more that just have disappeared from the screen.
And while you were describing that, Matt, there was a change for 2nd at Redgate Corner, I can tell you.
Perfect. Thank you, Josh. So, yeah, that's Martin Molnar once again trying to work his way further up the order. So Chase Fernandez, yep, is still your leader. 2nd now is Martin Molnar. That is confirmed as they head their way up towards Coppice Corner. So Martin Molnar is definitely the man on the move at the minute. He went past Rowan Campbell-Pillin for 3rd place. He's just gone through at Redgate on Joel Bergstrom. Now the only one left is going to be Chase Fernandez, and he's only going to be probably less than a second adrift as we watch the replay on the big screen of that move of Martin Molnar, getting through pretty easy there by the looks of it. The door was widely left open. Joel Bergstrom didn't fight it too much, and with that, Martin Molnar got himself through very cleanly indeed. So nice move there for Martin. Just had a mistake from Ella Lloyd down at the old hairpin as well. She has fallen back behind Henry Mercier. So Henry and Ella fighting for the final position within this race at the minute. As we focus on the race leader, Chase Fernandez, he's gapped down to half a second. The reason for that is because Martin Molnar has just on that previous lap gone and done the best lap of the race, a 105.563. So he's absolutely on a charge now, is Martin. Taking that way up towards the top of the circuit through Coppice. We've got the fight for third place, which is now on as well. That's going to be Rowan Campbell-Pillin down the inside of Joel Bergstrom. It leaves the door wide open for Adam Al-Zahari to go through as well. So all of a sudden, the man who was on the podium now down to 5th place. And Joel Bergstrom has got more defending to do because Thomas Behrman is not too far back and Jimmy Bezique is running there currently in 7th position. The race leaders across the line, they are absolutely nose to tail now. Chase Fernandez is under pressure from Martin Molnar, who goes to the outside line down towards Redgate Corner. Is he going to be brave enough to take the car all the way round, Chase Fernandez? The answer is no, but he gets a good cut back, and they're going to be side by side down through Hollywood as Chase Fernandez squeezes Martin Molnar to the edge of the track. Onto the grass he goes, but doesn't lose too much time in the process. So Martin Molnar is absolutely doing his best to get through, but in the same breath, we can say that Chase Fernandez is doing his absolute best to make sure that that second place car doesn't come past him. He's got 3.5 minutes now to try and hold on. At the end of this lap, I still think we're going to have 3 laps remaining. So the job is not done for Chase Fernandez. He still needs to work very hard indeed. The question here, though, is once Chase Fernandez starts going offline to defend, it then hampers your exit from the corner, which then puts you under more pressure into the next corner on the lap. So Chase Fernandez, again, under pressure down towards Robert Chicane. Finn McLaughlin was also just about to make another move there. I think he's now looking to get past Harry Reynolds as they come down towards the completion of lap number 14. We'll keep an eye on Finn. We'll keep an eye on what's happening for the lead of the race. I can tell you that Rowan Campbell-Pillin has confirmed himself now in 3rd place, with Adam Al-Zahari 4th and Joel Bergstrom, after losing those 2 places, down into 5th position. Finn McLaughlin did get through on Harry Reynolds, so he's now up inside the top 11. He's 1 place away from getting back to where he started. Next man on the list is going to be Tommy Harfield. And we have a car which has stopped, I believe, just coming down the back straight. So that is also a little bit worrying because it might end this race a little bit earlier than expected, which will be horrible news for Martin Molnar, but it might actually be the saving grace for Chase Fernandez. And the one that's come to a halt is Ella Lloyd. So it did seem like she had a few problems with the car as she dropped to the...
And now with a puncture.
Rear of the table, she got a puncture. Yeah. Yeah, and the red flag. So, yeah, no surprise there. The red flag having to be thrown with just under 2 minutes to go. Ella Lloyd's car on the race circuit. It's off the racing line, but, of course, it's a cause for concern when any car is on the racetrack and stationary. So, good call from the officials. That does mean that Martin Molnar's not going to have a chance to get himself through on Chase Fernandez because that will be race done. We are over 75% race distance, cars being ushered into the pit lane rather than back onto the circuit, and the checker flag has just been held by the marshal down on the gantry, so I think that will be also confirmed before too much longer as well. With just under 2 minutes to go, it doesn't really give us time for a restart, so all the cars now being taken down into Parc Fermé. And to confirm the provisional results for you, it does mean that Chase Fernandez is going to be a winner within the British F4 Championship for 2025 for the 2nd time of asking this weekend. 2nd place goes the way of Martin Molnar, and what a great charge that was for him. Through the field from 5th on the grid, made his way gradually up through that 20-minute race, so he comes through in 2nd. 3rd place goes the way of Rowan Campbell-Pillin. They'll be the top 3 for the podium. Behind that, Adam Al-Zahari in 4th, Joel Bergstrom for 5th. 6th place, the first of our rookies, is going to be Thomas Behrman, and then 7th place for Jimmy Bezique. 8th place for August Rober, yesterday's winner. 9th place was Tommy Harfield, and 10th place for the number 6 machine of Leo Robinson. So that's your Viratools F4 British Championship certified by FIA done and dusted. We've got more racing to look forward to very shortly for the Virtue Mini Challenge, but for now we're going to go back to the studio on Toka Live.
With all the latest news, views and interviews, this is Toka Live.
And in a couple of minutes' time, we'll be crossing down to Park Fairmay and joining Josh Barrett, maybe for some reaction from the drivers down in Park Fairmay and then onwards towards the podium. Hopefully, we might get the chance to hear the podium from Josh and the drivers on the two podiums for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship certified by FIA. But very quickly, we're going to be looking towards the next race of the day, which is the Virtue Mini Challenge. But that car needs to be recovered first of all. I can see the drivers down in Park Fairmay congratulating each other. Celebrations will take place. ITV interviews will take place as well, and hopefully Josh can just get the microphone in and get a few thoughts from the drivers that seem to be delighted down in Park Fairmay.
Yeah, we'll see if we can catch up with Chase Fernandez, because although we've got ITV cameras down here, we've got no interviews at this stage of the weekend. Chase, well done. First win in an F4 car.
Yeah, absolutely unreal. I am buzzing, over the moon with that. Yeah, what a way to start the year. I mean, it's kind of redemption from yesterday. We didn't get the result we wanted yesterday, and this is, yeah, it's put me right back on it.
Martin started to catch you towards the end. Do you think you had him covered, or did a red flag help a little bit?
Yeah, he had really good pace towards the end, but, you know, I was confident in what we could do. I knew I could hold on for the extra 1 or 2 laps that we had left, and yeah, awesome race.
How different is it racing single-seaters from the juniors you raced last year?
Yeah, completely different kind of racing, to be honest. It's like, you've got to be really precise with this, and every little input counts, and I think I've got everything out of the car there. That's what we've got, and if what we've got is a win, then I'm absolutely buzzing. Well done,
go on, Chase. So Chase Fernandez, the winner of round 2 of the Vera Tools F4 British Championship.
Top man Josh, they'll be making their way over towards the podium. We may or may not hear on our Toka live stream from the podium. We'll wait and see if they get over there quickly enough before we get our next race underway. But hopefully we'll be able to bring that to you as well. Otherwise, Josh will be conducting the podium presentation for the crowd that are around the podium, which is the normal Toka Mobile podium based down in the centre of a very sunny paddock. Wow, how many people have you have turned up to Donington Park today to enjoy the racing, enjoy the sunshine as well, getting a great look at the crowd from the grass just at the top of Hollywood and down into the Crater Curves, giving us a wave there on the camera as well. Great to see you, everybody. You can get in touch with us as well, not only get your face on the telly, but also get your name on the radio as well. All you need to do is to WhatsApp us a message plus your first name. That's all we need, to 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp only. This one says, good morning, Al and the team, watching from home sadly, but cheering on our pal Robo. Looking forward to the racing. That's from Hoppers and from Jen from Kendall. Great to have you listening, guys. And yeah, Robo did well yesterday. Very well indeed. It looks good for today for all of the Napa team, to be honest. And we get the first of our touring car races underway at, well, the pit lane will open at 11:35 this morning. We'll be down there to bring you all the action here on Toka Live. This one says, morning, Alan. Shout out to my wife, Caroline, reading her book at the old hairpin. The race weekend is the only time she sits down and relaxes. Have a great day, from Andy. What a great thing. Bring a book along, enjoy the sunshine, enjoy a bit of the racing as well, and enjoy everything about Donington Park for the opening meeting of the year. Can you please say, hi, Scotty, have a great time at your first Donington. There you go. We've already done it. Scotty, hope you enjoy it. I'm sure you will, and I'm sure we'll be back many times again. This one comes from Russell. Morning, Alan. Can't believe the difference to last year. Currently enjoying the sunshine at Roberts Chicane. Yeah, if you turn the clocks back 12 months, which we don't really want to do, we had yet to turn a racing wheel. We didn't do until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was 5 hours from the scheduled start time of walking around and talking to drivers and hoping that we'd be able to get the circuit in a condition that we could race, because it had been very, very wet overnight and in the morning. We did, I say we, I didn't have any part in it, but the circuit staff did a superb job of making sure that we could go racing. And we delivered a full race meeting, albeit slightly late, started at 2 o'clock, finished nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. But yeah, it's a bit different today, isn't it? Told you it would be. We told you it would be. This one says, Hello from Robin Finley. Good morning, guys. Back again and looking forward to a full day of racing and some third-degree sunburn. No, and the very hot face emoji. No, don't do that. Do make sure that you wear proper protection, drink lots of water, and keep yourself safe in the sunshine because it is really warm. Yeah, we don't want anyone coming back with very red faces at the end of this afternoon. Morning, Al and the team. Fantastic weather. Looking forward to a great day of racing with my girlfriend, Lynn. Have a great day, and that comes from Ant and Lynn. We'll do a couple more of these, and maybe we'll get Josh down on the podium before too long. Can we have a shout out for the Loughborough University Motorsports Society? We've got a group of 9 who have mostly come up from the bus and are looking forward to a great day of racing. Dan, thank you very much indeed for writing in, and have a great day, guys. Morning, Alan. Would like to say thank you to my mum, Lindsay, for bringing me to this event. It was great to meet you and Charles Rainford yesterday. Oh, yeah, we had a photo, didn't we? We're all very smiley. Charles Rainford is always very smiley, and I reckon you are as well, Archie. Thank you for writing in, and thanks for sending the picture in as well. This one, hang on, let me get to the next one of our WhatsApp messages. This one says, morning all, from Sam and Susie, sat at Hollywood, loving the sunshine and so much better than last year. I think we're all going to say that. A great picture of the crowd sitting on their camp chairs on the grass with blue sky, sunshine and racing cars. Super picture as well. Sam and Susie, thank you very much indeed. Have a great day here. And this one says, hi, Meg and Danny here celebrating our engagement. Oh, congratulations. And it's Danny's 30th birthday. Double congratulations. So please give him a shout out to my old man. Danny and Meg, have a great day here. We've got minis lining up on the grid. I wonder how, let's check in with Josh, shall we? On air production, it always works. How's Josh doing about a podium?
We've got track limit penalties, so it's all going to be delayed.
Okay, so you'll be... Enough said. Podium is going to take place with Josh on his own and all the crowd that are down there in front of the podium. But we're not too worried about that because we've already got minis, a very colourful grid of minis line up, and we'll bring all the action to you live here on Toker Live, 94.3 FM here at Donington Park with Matt Suckling.
Thank you, Alan. Yep, nice to hear from all of you out there. Glad you're having a wonderful day so far. We've got some great races still to look forward to. None other than the Virtue Mini Challenge, which is on circuit now, ready for that second race of the weekend. Of course, we're going to be building up, as Alan said, to the first of our quick fit British Touring Car races of the year in around about an hour's time. So get ready for that as well. But there are more and more people just continuing to arrive. We look over towards Redgate. The banks there are getting full. The grandstands are getting full. The infield is full. It's just a wonderful weekend, as we said, with the weather completely different to what we had last year. So we hope you're thoroughly enjoying it, and we'll do our best to bring you all of the action from the racing, as many of the podiums as possible, and all the build up to the touring car races as well. But for now, the grid has been cleared of personnel, which means very shortly the cars will be heading off onto their formation lap for race 2 of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge. We've got an amended grid. The only real reason for that is because the penalty that Lewis Selby received yesterday has been rescinded. So he was taken out of second place, but things were looked at and he was put back into that second position. So the result, as we had it yesterday, is now all good. This is the reverse grid race for the Mini Challenge. So a little bit of a change this year in terms of the numbers that get drawn from the hat. It's grown from what it was, from 4 to 6 up to 6 to 10. So a greater number of cars can be reversed, and yesterday's number, which was pulled from the hat, was 9. So Jamie Osborne's the man who starts a little bit lower down. Who spun, sorry, Matt? Okay, so we've had a spinner on the grid. They've now got going once again. So yeah, it's a bit of a drama before the race even gets underway. But I think we're all good. That car now heads off down towards Redgate Corner. And if they didn't drop to the back of the field, they'll be able to take their place on the grid. It's a reversal of the top 9 it will be, and it's going to be number 2, Albert Webster, who starts from pole position. Number 33, Max Edmondson, alongside 2 and 33. The second row then sees number 15, which is Cam Richardson, and 95, which is Jacob Hodgkiss. The third row row lines up with yesterday's pole sitter Tom Ovenden, with number 21 Nathan Edwards alongside. The fourth row then will have number 27 Marlo Cordell, joined by number 18, which is Lewis Selby, second within yesterday's race. And then the fifth row, yesterday's winner, number 77, is going to be Jamie Osborne, joined by number 7, which is Stephen Chandler. So he pretty much starts where he finished yesterday, just missed out on that reversal of the top 10. The sixth row then has number 12, which is Alex Solly. He steps up from the Cooper class from last year into the main mini challenge for 2025. He'll be joined by number 13, which is Harry Campy. The seventh row of the grid will then have number 70, which is Owen Hillman. Alongside him, number 32 is Ned Anthony. The eighth row of the grid will then see number 55, Charlie Hand. He was off in the gravel yesterday at the old hairpin, but he'll be back out today. We had a big hit yesterday for Harry Hickton, who starts alongside him. That's the number 64 machine. Harry was quite heavily into the tyres on the exit of the Robert chicane, and that caused quite a bit of damage and also a red flag. So Harry will be from the back of the grid if the team have got that car repaired, which I'm sure they have, been busy at work overnight. And then Josh Porter completes the main JCW class at the back. And then we have the sport class once again rejoining us this year. That was on the package last season, and it was a car which looks very similar to those you'll see at the front of the field, but it's just got a little bit less power in terms of the engine, and also has a H-pattern gearbox, so that will be making the class once again rejoining us here at the BTCC meetings. And the sport class lines up with 29 Will Crooks on pole, 56 Ben Crosley alongside, 22 is Nicky Gauchi with 42 Henry Howarth alongside, and the third row of the sport class is going to be number 10 Archie Johnson, with number 210, Chris McKenzie, at the back. So we're all good, we're all correct, we're all present, and the red lights very shortly are about to come on. Just waiting for the green flag to wave at the back, which it now does. 5-second board gets held aloft, and we're about to go mini racing once again this weekend at Donington Park. Red lights come on now, and who's going to get the best of the starts? Look for those lower down, as we said, with the reversal. Quite a long hold, and Lewis Selby, in the first of our Napa cars from the back, gets away nice. He's already going to try and get himself into the gap on the inside, which he does. So that's 2 places possibly gained from the man who started 8th on the grid. But out in front, it's going to be Albert Webster that leads the pack down towards the first corner. Max Edmondson is slotted himself nicely into 2nd position. And as we said, we'll keep an eye on the progress from the likes of Jamie Osborne and also for Lewis Selby as well. They are the 2 Napa racing cars you'll find kind of 6th and 7th place within the race at the minute. Jamie Osborne hasn't made as much progress as Lewis Selby, so making those places as much as he can, as Max Edmondson is already trying to go for the race lead now on Albert Webster. He gets a good run. He's getting a bit of a push as well from Cam Richardson in the number 15 machine. So Max Edmondson will have the inside line through McLean's corner. Out wide, very wide goes Albert Webster. Just manages to keep himself out of the gravel and gets back onto the tarmac before that exit corner runs away. So through has gone Max Edmondson, now into the lead of the race. 2nd place for Cam Richardson in the first of our Napa cars, car number 15. And 3rd place will be our pole sitter number 2, which is Albert Webster. So that's how they look as they run down towards the Robert chicane for the first time of asking. A bit of dicing going on for 4th place as well. I think that's possibly Lewis Selby making his way up into 5th position as he crosses a line. In fact, now it's going to be Jamie Osborne, so he's made his way ahead of Lewis Selby. It was Lewis who had the better start, but all of a sudden, Jamie Osborne has found his way through nicely into 5th position. Just ahead of them is the 94 machine of Jacob Hotchkiss, and we have a 10-second penalty for number 42. So it's going to be, unfortunately, for one of our sport drivers, Henry Howarth, for a false start. So 10 seconds applied to his time already. He'll have to do a lot of work to try and regain some of those places and also the 10 seconds. So not a good start to race 2 for him. But a dust being kicked up at the old hairpin as well as Max Edmondson re-emerges towards McLean's still as our race leader. We're going to be side by side for 4th place now as Jamie Osborne tries to go all the way around the outside of Jacob Hotchkiss. He's going to be squeezed wide, but he just about gets himself back onto the tarmac once again. He's trying to edge Jacob to the tighter inside line, which doesn't quite work. So Jacob, although he's joining us here at the championship for the first time in the rookie class, Jacob is very much wanting to get his arms and elbows out here, and can just see from the TV pictures we are getting, looks like Jamie Osborne is waving to say, come on, let's work together. Let's try and catch up with the top 3. But all of a sudden, Jamie Osborne makes a fantastic move round the outside of the first part of the chicane, and he gets himself ahead before they get to the second part. So Jamie Osborne, yesterday's winner, making fantastic progress through the field. Lewis Selby also looking to make a move further back. Here's down the inside of Tom Ovenden, and into the pit lane, unfortunately, is going to be Owen Hillman in the number 70 machine. So he's had dramas on the second lap of the race. We're going to be side by side again down through the Craner curves. It takes a brave driver to do that, but again, hopefully they all make it through unscathed. It's Tom Ovenden who is trying to defend from Lewis Selby. Also trying to get in the mix now is going to be Stephen Chandler in the number 7 machine. Further dust being kicked up. We've got bollards which are going to be flying through the air as well. They've been placed very nicely for the drivers to try and aim for, which they do tend to do. And through on the inside there goes the number 21 machine. So a lovely move from Nathan Edwards to get through now. And he just squeezes out wide Lewis Selby. So a bit of argy-bargy between the two of them through McLean's corner. Stephen Chandler now gets himself to the inside in the number 7 machine. This is all over kind of 7th, 8th and 9th places. And one of those now just trying to escape, which is going to be Tom Ovenden, who was on pole position yesterday. He is now, probably for his own benefit, got away from this scrapping pack of 4, 5, possibly 6 cars as they work their way through the Robert chicane for the 3rd time of asking. The order out front, though, is still Max Edmondson that heads the field. 2nd place for number 2, Albert Webster. And while we've been talking about the battle further back, Albert Webster has very much closed the gap down on the race leader. So it's 0.4 of a second between the top 2. 3rd place at the minute for number 15 is Cam Richardson. 4th place for yesterday's winner is going to be 77 Sam Osborne, and Jamie Osborne. And then behind that you've got Jacob Hodgkiss with Marlo Cordell. Tom Ovenden is in 7th. Lewis Selby is in 8th place. 9th place for number 7 is Stephen Chandler, and to complete the top 10 it's going to be number 12, which is Alex Solly. Someone we haven't talked about just yet is Harry Hickton, who is making his way through from the rear of the field. We've got a move also taking place by the looks of it, 5th position. So that's going to be Marlo Cordell trying to get to the inside of Jacob Hodgkiss, and he will get that move done as they work their way through Coppice Corner. So Marlo now into the top 5. He works his way through ahead of that rookie Jacob Hodgkiss, and the top 4 are now all together. So with 5 minutes almost completed, Edmondson, Webster with what's going to be Richardson and Osborne are going to be the quartet who are fighting for the lead of the race. We've got a black and white flag for our race leader, Max Edmondson. So that has come very early within this race. So he now has to be very, very careful throughout the rest of this 15-minute race, because if he makes one further mistake over track limits, we know what happens. You get yourself a 5-second penalty, and that could very much ruin his race, as he currently leads out front from the rest of the pack. Down through the Craner curves they head for the 5th time of asking. Albert Webster looking threatening as they turn into the corner. Max Edmondson very wary about not running wide now, so you can just see him trying to keep that car as much to the right side of the white line as possible. But I think slightly wide was Albert Webster, so he's very much flinging the car around, and almost to the inside went Cam Richardson. We've got one off almost into the tyres down through the Craner curves. We've got a spin as well from one of our sport competitors, which is Will Crooks, and he's going to be off into the gravel and pretty much beached now, so that's not good news for him. We've got someone who's picked up the advertising boarding as well, which is Nicky Gauci, so that is possibly, if you put 2 and 2 together, you get the answer of what happened down through the Craner curves. But we'll hopefully get a replay and a change for the lead, because Albert Webster is through. Max Edmondson is fighting very hard to retain that lead, and towards the outside, down towards Redgate, is going to come Jamie Osborne. We're going to be 3 wide as we cross the line for the 5th time of asking. It's Osborne on the outside. You've got also Cam Richardson trying to get himself to the inside, which he does. So both of the Napa Racing cars are going to go through. Jamie Osborne is now going to be your leader. They're going to lean on each other through the first corner, and Cam Richardson, if he gets enough acceleration, might just squeeze himself ahead of the number 2 machine of Albert Webster. They're still side by side down through the Craner curves, and something has to give way, which it does, and that is going to be the number 2 car of Albert Webster. So both of the Napa Racing machines go through. It's Jamie Osborne that leads the way, Cam Richardson that sits in 2nd, and into the pit lane looks to be Nicky Gauci with a bit of advertising hoarding, which is going to do the front of that car and the engine no good whatsoever. So very wise for that car to come in. The man who was into 2nd place, Cam Richardson, has now been either pushed wide or he ran wide, but all of a sudden Cam is going to be down off the podium into 4th position. So Albert Webster and Max Edmondson claw themselves back through into 2nd and 3rd positions. And all of a sudden, with that battling going on for second place, it's just allowed Jamie Osborne to pull the gap over the rest of the field now. So it's looking like it might be a commanding win for race 2 on the big screens. The reason for those two going off is indeed for contact. So Nicky Gauci making a slight bit of contact with the rear of Will Crooks. Will Crooks went for a bit of a tank slapper, ended up in the gravel, and unfortunately with that gravel being quite deep down at the old hairpin, wasn't able to dig his way through. So that was a shame for those two to come together. They started first and third within the sport class. Now one of them finds himself in the pit lane and the other one out the race in the gravel trap, unfortunately. So yellow flags, it will be down there for the time being. We've got more black and white flags being shown. First of those is to 29 Will Crooks, which is now pretty much relevant, and 42 also from the sport class for Henry Howarth. So both of those now have to be wary of that track limits. 11.5 minutes of this race to go. Nothing massively changed out front. Jamie Osborne still leads, but all of a sudden, again, although Albert Webster fell back, he has now got himself almost onto the rear of our race leader again. So he is making his way onto the back straight, a little bit closer than he was a lap ago. Just had a move as well for 4th place because Cam Richardson has now lost out to Marlo Cordell through Coppice Corner. So that's been a change for Cam Richardson, which was a race looking quite good for Cam, but all of a sudden he's starting to drop down once again. He's back ahead of Marlo Cordell towards the end of the lap, so Cam Richardson back into 4th place in the second of the Napa racing cars we have in the field. Marlo's still there with the leading quartet, and then behind we've got moves being made because Stephen Chandler is now down the inside of the number 12 machine, so that's going to be Alex Solly, who, as we said, moves from the Cooper class from last year now into the main JCW for 2025, and Alex just about featuring inside the top 10 at the minute. We've now got a fight on as well between Jacob Hodgkiss and Tom Ovenden. Tom is now behind Jacob, so these two have been battling for the last couple of laps, but it's the car of Jacob Hodgkiss, number 95, back ahead of Tom Ovenden as they work their way out towards McLean's corner. And they're going to be joined actually very shortly by Lewis Selby, by Stephen Chandler, and also by Alex Solly. So we've got a kind of quintet for the lead. We've got a quintet now for what's going to be 6th position. And then we've got the rest of the field outside the top 10. So it's a very eventful Virtue Mini Challenge race at the minute, which we wouldn't expect anything else really, because they do produce some great racing. Normally in front of the cameras, they do live up to expectation as well. But for now, we've got some news from the pits with Josh.
Yeah, just to quickly report that Nicky Gauci's got out of his car after it overheated with those banners blocking the radiators, as you mentioned.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, so not doing the car any good whatsoever, and of course coming in at a reduced pace, that does put you behind the rest of the pack as well. So not good for Nicky, but again, they've still got one final race to get through later on, so hopefully it'll be a better one for Nicky Gauci on that occasion. What of those from towards the rear of the field? Well, Harry Hickton, after that fairly hefty incident yesterday with damage to the car, he is out there and he's up to 12th place now, so a good drive from the back for Harry. And also someone who started towards the back was Josh Porter in the number 94 machine, and he is going with Harry as well. We've got off the circuit Nathan Edwards, who was a man who finished inside the top places in the championship last year, but Nathan has, by the looks of it, just pulled that car off to the grass around the circuit, so there might be a slight mechanical problem with his car as well. He was running down in 11th position, so he didn't quite have the pace he had yesterday, so there might have been a niggling issue that was already starting to appear earlier within this race. So Nathan Edwards is now out. We have the battle for second place. So just as Albert Webster had caught the race leader, the gap has emerged once again between the top two. So Albert Webster under pressure from Max Edmondson. Cam Richardson is right there as well. And also the number 27 machine of Marlo Cordell is on the back of those 3 cars ahead. So a 4-way scrap it will be for second place as they turn their way in towards Redgate Corner. And it's a puncher for Nathan Edwards, so that's the reason he has pulled off the circuit. Right front for Nathan as he came out of the old hairpin and headed through the left-hander of Starkeys. So that is going to be a DNF for him. We've got a track limit warning now being shown to Marlo Cordell. So the man who sits in 5th position just needs to be a bit careful. And off the road goes Albert Webster, who is running in 2nd place. Hopefully he's got control of the car as he rejoins through the left-hander of Starkeys. Always a scary moment when you go off wide, carry the speed and try and get control back of the car. But Albert Webster just managed to do that. But for the man who was running in 2nd place, he is now going to be down possibly somewhere towards 10th position, I reckon, because the next 5 behind weren't too far back, so they have all gone through. And now Albert Webster is going to be under attack from that battle as they work their way down towards the Robert chicane. Got 2 further cars with 5-second penalties, one of those being Cam Richardson. So the number 15 machine, the man who runs there in 3rd position, is going to be with 5 seconds added to his time. Tom Ovenden is wide through the final corner, so Albert Webster's chance to come back on the outside run down towards Redgate. He's got a bit of helping hand from behind as he gives a tow to the car of Jacob Hodgkiss, who gets then accosted from behind by Lewis Selby. So off into the gravel goes the number 95 machine. I think Lewis Selby has recovered, although a little bit of bodywork went flying as well. Whether that be from Jacob's car or from Lewis's car, not too sure. But the result of that is that Jacob possibly has a bit of damage and again has dropped himself outside of the top 10. So what a shame. Jacob's running just inside the top 6 as they went through on that lap and was just about to make a move to get himself past Albert Webster. So eventful is definitely the story of this race so far. The man who has had not really too much to talk about is the race leader, which is Jamie Osborne. He now leads by 1.7 seconds as Albert Webster further back is about to be attacked once more. It's going to be Tom Ovenden who is trying to get to the inside. You've got Stephen Chandler now vying into the mix as well. He is in the number 7 machine. He'll get a nice tow from the back of Albert. Then he decides to go to the inside of Tom Ovenden. Then he goes back to the outside for the approach to the final corner, and that is surely just to get the best of the runs through the exit of Roberts, which he doesn't do. He in fact loses a bit of ground to the 24 machine and also the 2 of Albert Webster. More track limit warnings as well for car number 2. That's going to be for Albert Webster for track limits. Number 13 receives one as well, which is going to be the car of Harry Campy, and 24 also receives one, which is the car down in the order, and that's going to be Tom Ovenden. So yeah, Tom's got a warning flag as well. It's probably easier to say who hasn't got one at the minute, because I think all of them have been just skirting with the edges of the track as much as they can get away with. But of course there comes a point where you have to stop doing that and make sure you don't do it too often to receive the 5 seconds at the end of the race. Nonetheless, we still have a quarter of the race to go. 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Jamie Osborne still out front, just over 1.7 seconds now the gap between the top 2. Max Edmondson still there in 2nd. He is the leading rookie driver as it stands as well. Marlo Cordell is in 3rd place, and then behind that we just see a replay on the big screens of the man who is in 4th place, Tom Ovenden, who ran wide and then got passed by Albert Webster. Jacob Hodgkiss was going through as well, and Cam Richardson, Lewis Selby on the inside, just left his braking probably a little bit too late. It was a tighter line and just didn't have the momentum to get the car stopped before he went into the rear right corner of Jacob Hodgkiss, unfortunately. So Jacob down the order now into 9th place, although he's just made his way back past Josh Porter on that lap. So he is making progress back through the field. So it doesn't look like his car has been hampered too much over the last couple of laps. As race leader Jamie Osborne now turns down towards the old hairpin for the 13th time of asking. Stephen Chandler has now gone through on Albert Webster, so that's just been confirmed on that previous lap. So Stephen into the top 5, started 10th on the grid, so it's been a good reverse grid race for him, up half the places in this race so far for Stephen Chandler. He's still got Albert Webster and also that of Cam Richardson for company on our timing screen. Of course, Cam Richardson is up the road, but of course with 5 seconds, it does put him very much in the battle between Stephen Chandler for 5th and also Albert Webster for 6th position. In terms of the sport class, just to have a look at that for you, it is going to be the number 10 machine which currently leads. So Archie Johnson, who started at the back of the grid effectively for the sport class with the reversal, he is now leading that one ahead of Ben Crossley. So they are your top 2. 3rd place at the minute is going to be number 42, which is the car of Henry Howarth. Henry, of course, has got that 5-second penalty, so it doesn't massively affect his position because he's 4.3 seconds back from the 2 ahead. 5 seconds puts him then 9.3 seconds back, and he's still 4 seconds up the road from Chris McKenzie. So it doesn't actually have any impact on his position within the sport class at the minute. But it's going to be fairly close now between Harry Hickton and what looks to be Jacob Hodgkiss. Those 2 cars working their way down towards the old hairpin. It's the very usual colours we're used to seeing now from Harry of purple and blue, being chased by Jacob Hodgkiss, who makes his debut within Mini Challenge this year. That's the blue and yellow Dayglow machine, which is going for the outside line in towards McLean's corner. You've got Josh Porter to keep an eye on in the background as well. That's the orangey black machine, car number 94. Looks for a gap through, but with those two ahead of him running side by side, at the minute, there is no way to squeeze through, but now he does on the exit at the corner. He gets a better run than Jacob Hodgkiss, and he'll have the inside line on the run down towards the final corner. So a move is on the cards here for Josh Porter to try and get himself up into what's going to be 9th place, and not too far back from them as well is the number 12 machine. So Alex Solly has also brought himself into this three-way battle as Jacob Hodgkiss is very wide through the final corner. He carries the momentum back onto the tarmac. He's still just about got 2 wheels on the grass there, but he finally gets all 4 wheels back onto the black stuff. And with that, he loses the place to both Josh Porter and also to the number 12 machine, the Napa liveried Alex Solly car. So Jacob Hodgkiss, who has had a couple of moments in this race. He dropped down, he worked his way back up, he's dropped down again, and he's now only got 2 minutes to try and work his way back through on a couple of these cars ahead of him. But it might not be as easy as it looks. He's got now dirty tyres as running wide down at the old hairpin is going to be on this occasion Alex Solly. So just as he got past Jacob Hodgkiss, he now runs wide. So again, they're all flirting with the edge of the circuit. Some of them going very much beyond the track limits and picking up the grass and the gravel. And now Alex Solly will find himself back into what's going to be 11th position. Jacob Hodgkiss goes ahead of him once again. And for Jamie Osborne, he is going to come through the final corner with 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock. So it's going to be close. He might actually be heading on to the last lap. It's going to be ever so close, whether he gets this lap as the final lap or he has to do one more. He'll probably just try and back off slightly, just so he doesn't have any pressure as he heads round towards the end of this race. But again, it's been another impeccable drive from Jamie Osborne. He now leads by 2.8 seconds from Max Edmondson, and this has been a good showing for Max as well, who in the rookie class is going to win. And after yesterday, where he finished down in 8th place, he's going to be on for his best result of the weekend so far. It's going to be an impressive podium for Max, who is ahead of his fellow rookie drivers, those being Stephen Chandler, who's down in 5th place overall. And with that penalty, Cam Richardson is now behind Stephen Chandler, and he is in 6th place overall, but 3rd within the rookie class. So that's how that division currently looks as we head our way now through McLean's and Coppice for, as I said, what might be the last time. We're not too sure. It was ever so close as Jamie Osborne went through on that previous lap, but if he just drops the pace slightly, he might get the checker flag on this occasion. But it doesn't look like there's going to be any further changes at the minute. Max Edmondson's good for 2nd. 3rd place on the road is Cam Richardson, but of course with the penalty he'll drop off the podium, and then that will promote onto it Marlo Cordell in car number 27. The checker flag is, yes, going to be waved this time, so the clock just about ticks to 0 as the race winner comes through to take it. So Jamie Osborne takes the double so far this weekend in the Virtue Mini Challenge. 2nd place will go the way of Max Edmondson, a very good, impressive drive from him as our rookie. He finishes 2nd overall, 3.2 seconds back in the end from our race winner. 3rd place goes the way of Marlo Cordell, so he progresses up after the penalty for Cam Richardson. And then behind that we have Tom Ovenden, who finishes in 4th place. 5th place goes the way of number 7, which is Stephen Chandler. He is going to be in 2nd place of the rookie class as well. Cam Richardson then slots into 6th position, 3rd within the rookies, just ahead of Albert Webster, with Harry Hickton making good progress from the back of the field up into 8th place. So great drive from him. 9th place for Josh Porter, and after the melee of a couple of moments off the track, Jacob Hodgkiss will complete the top 10 in car number 95. So not a bad finish. At least he got to the checker flag, which is the main thing. And in the sport class, it's going to be a win for the number 10 machine. So well done to Archie Johnson. Yesterday, the sport victory went the way of Henry Howarth, but today, as I said, it's going to be that of Archie Johnson. 2nd goes the way of Ben Crossley, and it's going to be yesterday's winner with his 5-second penalty, Henry Howarth, who comes through in 3rd place of the sport class. So well done to all of those. We'll have one more bit of action from the Virtue Mini Challenge a little bit later on. Now we head into the circuit at 5 to 4 this afternoon. We have one more race until the build-up to the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll have all of that for you, but for now, let's go back to the studio on Toka Live.
Commentary, interviews and your views. This is Toka Live.
And loads of your views coming into the studio on WhatsApp. Your message and your first name to 07482 877 877. We'll be down to Parc Ferme in a few moments' time with Josh Barrett, but in the meantime, let's catch up with a few of your messages. Loving the commentary this morning at sunny Donington. It's 30 years since our first visit to Donington Park with my husband Jason. Please say hello to our daughter Abigail, who thankfully loves the BTCC as much as us. It's a family thing. Great to have you here, guys, and great to hear your history at Donington Park. This one says, please say hello to my boy Oliver here for a belated 12th birthday out. We're sitting at Craner Curves. Love from Mummy. That's Marie or Mari, and a great picture in the sunshine of you both here at Donington Park as well. Thank you, Marie. Great to have your message coming in on WhatsApp. Shout out to Will celebrating the end of his motorsport degree at Oxford Brookes University. If anyone in the Toker family is recruiting, please get in touch. And that comes from Dad Steve. All you need to do is to get in touch, send an email, and it's a great education at Oxford Brookes and many other universities offering motorsport as an option these days. So, yep, get in touch. If you don't ask, you'll never know. Hi, Alan. Glad the weather is the polar opposite to last year, from Jack and Boy Scout Nick, and a picture of the tent. Well, I have a feeling that might have been the tent from last year because it was the other side of a puddle. This one says, hang on, this circuit is so gorgeous. Loving the commentary, loving the racing. So far, an awesome weekend, from James and son Benjamin over at Hollywood, and a great picture to accompany the WhatsApp message as well. Josh, if you've got anyone down in Parc Ferme, you just shout and come in. In the meantime, we'll get through a few more of your messages. Can you wish Michael a happy birthday for Tuesday? Love from Lee. Thanks from Lee. We're down at the Hollywood Grandstand. Thanks very much indeed. You are more than welcome. Great to have you here. I can hear that Josh is in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. You know, Jamie's just about to take his helmet off. Well done, Jamie. I'll let you do that. A great start to the season, that's for sure. 2 wins out of 2. It's one thing to win from qualifying, but to win the reverse grid race is something else.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first time felt so nice. I had to do it twice. I mean, I got a great start off the line, managed to get a couple of them off the line straight away, and then after that, it was just picking them off one by one. It was tough. The fronts were really not giving me what I needed in the end there. We went old tyres because we were just trying to really pull points in. But my mechanics know me, I can never just pull points in. So, no, it was really good, though. I'm mega proud of us.
Does that mean you've got some spare tyres ready for race 3?
Oh, yeah. It should be an interesting one, this next one.
It's all about 3 wins this weekend for you, is it?
Oh, I'll try.
Well done, Jamie Osborne, the winner of the second round of the season. Let's see if we can have a word with Max Edmondson as well. Max, well done, a podium on your Toker debut weekend.
Josh?
Yeah, we did some tweaks to the car last night because the front tyres were basically dying off, and by the looks of it, seems to have paid off.
Well done. I think we've got some news from Matt.
Yeah, sorry, Josh, just to say, Max has just been given a 5-second penalty, so it drops him off the podium now.
Oh, right.
Sorry.
Somebody else coming in that news. I'll go and work out what the podium is then and hand back to you, Matt.
Thanks very much indeed to Josh Barrett. Yeah, diplomacy is another one of the skills that you need for the...
Live.net on FM radio and around the circuit. This is Toker Live.
As my purple Porsche comes up to the front of the grid once again, I'm rather keen on this. I've been sent some pictures of the car. That colour, when you get up close, is just stunning. 0 to 62 in, what was it, 2.3 seconds. 2.3 seconds and a maximum speed of 180 miles an hour, and an all-electric Taycan at the front of the field for the second race. This is the second race of the weekend for the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. Going to get through a few more of your messages because otherwise I'm never going to catch up today. There are so many that are coming in on WhatsApp. Hi, could you wish my wife Wendy a happy anniversary for next week? Enjoying the racing this weekend down at Redgate. Matt, Wendy, great to have you here. Thank you for writing in. Yeah, this is gorgeous weather today, isn't it? Do make sure that you put a bit of suntan lotion on and make sure that you are protected today, because a day out in the sunshine, 12 months ago we wouldn't have heard ourselves saying that. We'd have asked for rust protection, but today it's, yeah, lots of water and a bit of sun protection as well is a necessity today. I don't understand that one, so I shall press on with the next one. Can you please say hi to Abby, Stu, Jackson and Cleo? Excited to be back watching the BTCC. Let's hope for a thrilling day and plenty of sunshine emojis. Sunshine makes such a difference, doesn't it? This is the last one, because I think we're going to see the field heading off in just a couple of moments. This is from John and his son Josh, here for his pre-18th birthday celebrations. Do I get pre-birthday celebrations as well? I've never heard of pre-birthday. Pre-birthday, okay. Here's to a great day of racing. John, Josh, have a great day here at Donington. Enjoy everything that we have to offer today, including the 3 rounds of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship coming up at 11:50 for the first race. But before that, we've got the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB, and in the commentary box is Matt Suckling.
Thank you, Alan. Yep, so the car standing by to be launched off onto that formation lap. That beautiful Porsche at the beginning of the field is going to probably try to achieve its 2.3 seconds from 0 to 60 as best as it possibly can as it heads down towards Redgate Corner. As we said earlier, that car will be with us for the entirety of the season at the start of all the Porsche races. So admire it as it goes round, get those photos if you can, and just admire the wonderful car we have at the head of the field. So that'll be heading off very shortly. The countdown will be on as well for the rest of the drivers who are waiting patiently for what's going to be their second race of the weekend. We had one of their races yesterday, but they get the 2 to enjoy for today. Yesterday's result did see the win go the way of Tom Bradshaw. It was, again, a pretty impeccable drive from start to finish. Wasn't really hounded too much in his Toro Verde GT machine, and he will be the man who everyone has to beat here on day 2 as well. Joe Marshall finished in 2nd place, and Jacob Toffs was the man who came through on the final step of the overall podium. If you're new to Sprint Challenge action, well, we have 2 classes for the 2 different cars that are out there. We've got the 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, which is the one that features towards the head of the field. And we also have the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport without the RS name to it. So we've got the 4-litre 6-cylinder mid-mounted boxer engine, which heads off at the front of the field. And in the Club Sports, we have the slightly less 3.8-litre 6-cylinder mid-mounted boxer engine, which produces about 425 brake horsepower, whereas the RS Club Sport produces somewhere in the region of 500 brake horsepower. So it's slightly increased. It's an addition to the championship that we've seen over the last couple of seasons. Great to have it back this year. And then within those respective classes, we have 2 further classes which are split between Pro and AM drivers. So there are 4 classes effectively up for grabs for these races. And as the cars head off onto that formation lap, let's take you through how the grid lines up for this second race. It will see number 27, Jacob Toffs, on pole position. Alongside him, number 43, which is yesterday's winner, Tom Bradshaw. Second row then, number 22 is Toby Trice. He'll have for company number 99, which is Joe Marshall. Then back on row number 3, we're going to see number 45, Dan Zelos, who makes his move from Minis to Porsche for this year. Number 70, Samuel Harvey, is then on the outside of the 3rd row. Row number 4 will then see number 32, which is Ethan Hamilton, with number 98, Oliver Cottam, on the outside. Heading row number 5 is going to be number 25, which is Matthew Kyle Henney, joined by number 88, which is Oliver Meadows. Further back on row number 6, we're going to see number 19, which is Daniel Lewis, and number 33, Reece Summerfield. The 7th row, then number 3, which is Karim Sakat. He was in the wars yesterday on a couple of occasions, actually. Once in qualifying in the gravel at the old hairpin, and also in the first race, he also took a trip through the gravel trap, but managed to escape through the other side. Alongside number 7, which is Amy Watts, who had a pretty sizable impact into the tyres at the old hairpin yesterday as well. She was taken away absolutely fine, just to check over, but whether she's on the grid, I would have to wait and see, because the team, I'm sure, Would have been hard at work to get that car repaired for today. The 8th row then we'll see number 56, which is Dean Burden, and number 11, Ben Mulryan. The 9th row of the grid, number 12, Jonathan Moore, and 82, Lydia Wormsley. The 10th row headed by number 29, which is Jason Baker, and number 87, Paul Porter. The 11th row, number 44, will see Hannah Chapman, alongside number 5, Katia Loggy. And the final place on the grid will be number 52, which is going to be Alistair Weston. So it'll give us 23 starters for this second race of the weekend. I'd probably say one to watch out for is going to be number 11, Ben Mulryan, because he was not really taking that much part in qualifying yesterday. So he only really got one good lap in. The rest of the session he sat in the pit lane. So he definitely has got the speed, has Ben, and yesterday came through in 8th position. But he'll be one to try and work his way from 16th on the grid. He is pulling into position now, and just looking to see if everybody is pretty much there. I think they are. We've got the final car into place at the back, which we then receive the green flag for. So we are ready to go then for this 20-minute race for the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. Lights out and off we go once again, all evenly off from the front of the grid. Well, initially it was, but now Jacob Toffs has quite a significant issue because he's dropping down the field like a stone. He's realised there is a problem and he pulls off to one side. So Jacob Toffs from pole position already down towards the rear of the tail, and there is some sort of issue with that car. So whether he can do the reset and get it back up and running, we'll have to wait and see. But it doesn't look promising as the rest of the pack turn their way down towards the Craner curves for the first time. It's Tom Bradshaw that leads the way. Toby Trice has found himself there in second place, and for third, as they reappear through the left-hander of Schwantz, it's going to be possibly Joe Marshall in the 99 machine. Yep, that's his Viratools backed car, so he is the black and green machine which sits there in third place. Behind, we then have the dice which is on for fourth place. Looks like Ethan Hamilton is weaving around in the mirrors there to try and get his way past potentially Oliver Cottam.
Safety car deployed.
Yeah, safety car has come out. Thanks, Alan. So that car of Jacob Toffs, again, an unknown reason, but he has just pulled off on the exit of Redgate Corner. So what a shame for Jacob. He had the world in front of him to try and pick up a win for the first time this year, but that is now not going to happen as the field tries to sort itself out through the final chicane. I think they've now all just realised there is a safety car, almost a bit of contact there actually, between the cars of Hannah Chapman and Lydia Wormsley. So the two ladies with Lydia weaving about, she just didn't quite see Hannah Chapman on her outside there, but I think they just escaped any major contact as the telehandler on the scene at Redgate to try and get across the track and get Jacob Toffs' car recovered. But whatever is the issue, it hasn't gone much further than the top of Hollywood. So Jacob Toffs, not the way he would have wanted to start this day. He trudges away, has a quick chat to the marshals, but he can only really look, can't he, in disbelief at that car and think, what is the issue? What's gone wrong? No damage, drama whatsoever. It's just one of those
shame.
Mechanical issues, isn't it?
Got such a good start, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, all very evenly off the line, and yeah.
And then if ever you wanted a lesson in trying to learn body language, walking away from the car told you everything, didn't it?
Yeah, normally when a driver keeps their race helmet on, they don't want to talk to anyone.
No.
No, so he walks away. Already with support around him, which is nice to see.
Really
so
nice, yeah.
Plenty of people that have been watching him with support down there at Redgate Corner. So he trudges back, he'll get to the paddock, and they'll hopefully get the car back before too much longer. The team can then have a look and try and work out what the issue might have been. But the Essex lads with Graves Motorsport for this year, he will just now have to sit on the sideline and watch this race resume when it does so, hopefully very shortly. So under safety car we currently are. Replay on the big screens of what happened. The only thing that really happened is, unfortunately, Jacob Toffs retiring from this race. Everyone further back got a good start. There was no drama by the looks of it. So all headed down towards Redgate Corner, all avoiding Jacob Toffs, which they did. He was just running slowly through the first corner, and then Tom Bradshaw was on his way in the lead with Toby Trice there in second and Joe Marshall third. Then there was a bit of a gap back as they headed down through the Craner curves, but we can now tell you that Dan Zelos is that man in fourth position. So making his debut within the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain for this season after having many years within the Mini Challenge, but fancying a different sort of car for this year, and not doing too bad at all is Dan Zelos. 4th at the minute, as we said. Yesterday he came home in what was eventually 11th place, but he did drop down the order after a 5-second penalty, so he did exceed track limits too many times. If it wasn't for that 5-second penalty, he would have finished in 6th position, so it was looking like a good race, but looking like a better one today for Dan Zelos. He's just on the fringes of the podium places at the minute. He's got one more to try and gain to get there, and that's going to be Joe Marshall that he'll try and work his way past when we do get back to green flag racing. Behind the top 4, we've got Ethan Hamilton in 5th place, 6th place then for Oliver Cotton. 7th place at the minute is Samuel Harvey, and then behind that, Ollie Meadows, Reece Summerfield, and Matt Kyle Henney. At the end of that previous lap, before the safety car came out, he had made up a couple of positions ahead of Ben Mulryan, also ahead of Daniel Lewis, and Karim Sakat, who found himself dropping 3 positions on the end of the first lap. So Karim Sakat, one of those, again, having a bit of a torrid weekend where things aren't really going his way. So we'll see if he can recover in the RS Am category, which he is in for this year. Still not yet clear of the track is Jacob Toft's car there, so still trying to squeeze it through the gap over at Hollywood. But hopefully it won't be too much longer before we see green flag racing once more. With 5 minutes now completed, so the first quarter of the race has been ticked off. In terms of the classes, well, Bradshaw leads the RS Pro category from Toby Trice and Joe Marshall. The RS AMs are being led by Ollie Meadows, with Reece Summerfield in 2nd and Matt Kyle Henney in 3rd place. All of those had a great battle yesterday, so I'm sure that's going to be another one which resumes today. Further down in the Club Sport Pro division, it's Lydia Walmsley that now leads ahead of the number 12 machine, which is going to be Jonathan Moore, and 3rd within that category is Jason Baker.
Maybe I've got a chance, Matt, to say hi to a couple of
go
people
for it.
while we've got a safety car, because I think plenty of you are offering your support for drivers ahead of the first touring car race. So we'll get through a few of them. Just wanted to say sorry to my husband, Nick, for booking tickets for August instead of April. Luckily, we were able to get tickets on the gate this morning, and we'll be back in August as well. So that's a double win.
Exactly.
That's a double win. Great to have you here, guys. Good decision to come along and enjoy the sunshine and the racing. Good morning, Alan and co. Hope your cookies, hope you got your cookies out of the Toka fridge. Looking forward to a great day of racing. What a difference 12 months makes. Good luck to all. But come on, Tingram, you see, I thought there'd be a bit of support coming in. That's from Harry. Thank you, Harry. And yeah, the cookies are safe. Can you please say hi to Ian, Anita, George, and the Reefer Trailer Centre team. Great to have you here, guys. Thank you very much indeed. Happy anniversary to my wife, Ruthie. Please, Alan, I'm here. She is listening at home before going to the City Ground for Forest Ladies' final match of the season. That comes from Russell. Here we go. We're racing once again.
We certainly are, yep. So down towards Redgate we head with Tom Bradshaw as our race leader. Everyone in formation as they work their way back to green flag racing. Toby Trice, as he crossed the line, just over 0.3 of a second back from our race leader. So he's kind of within touching distance, but whether he makes a move straight away or if he's going to bide his time, we'll have to wait and see. But Toby Trice is pretty much there, and Joe Marshall is with them as well as they work their way through the old hairpin for what's now going to be the 5th time of asking. A bit of a gap, actually, just breaking behind the top 8, I'd say. So there's a bit of a gap possibly between Sam Harvey and Ollie Meadows, but for the race leader gets ever closer through the right-hander of McLean's corner. So has Toby Trice turned his tyres on a little bit quicker than Tom Bradshaw. Is weaving in the mirrors to try and get through. I'm sure there's going to be a bit of a flashing of the lights as well. This is always a trick of the trade for racing drivers to do their best to put off the driver ahead of them. And Toby Trice now will get a nice little toe down the back straight in towards the Robert chicane. They're about to appear, but Toby Trice not feeling brave enough to go for a move on this occasion. But if he can put the pressure on and try and make a mistake for Tom Bradshaw, then he'll definitely go for his opportunity to take the race lead. But for now, he's just sitting pretty there in 2nd place with Joe Marshall not too far back. He is pretty much equidistant in 3rd place compared to what we have for 1st and 2nd. So top 3 through. 4th place still Dan Zelos, just watching what goes on ahead of him for the time being. Ethan Hamilton sits there in 5th place, and then 6th and 7th pretty close as well. Oliver Cotton and Sam Harvey, and then we've got that 1.7 second gap back to what's going to be the number 88 machine of Ollie Meadows. So that's where the gap is just starting to form within this race. But Ollie, at the minute, has Reece Summerfield about 0.8 of a second behind him, and that is his nearest competitor so far within the RS Am category. So we'll see what Reece can do. He did a lot of the leading yesterday, did Reece, but did finally get past towards the end of the race. So let's see if there's a role reversal for today. But as it looks, Reece Summerfield might actually be under a bit more pressure from Matt Kyle Henney behind him in the number 25 machine. So we'll see how that all unfolds as we head now through the final corner once again. 11 minutes left on the clock. Nicely negotiated for Tom Bradshaw. He comes through. The gap was 0.3 of a second. It still is 0.3 of a second. Slightly more, just by a few hundredths of a second, but it's Tom Bradshaw who's just gone and recorded the quickest lap of the race now. So we're down to a 1:07.941. And that came with Tom Bradshaw doing the best of anyone through sector 1. But it was a response from Toby Trice through the middle sector. He then did the best of anyone, and then they kind of levelled it out through the third and final sector of this lap, which is only about 12 seconds long for these cars, so not long at all to get from the end of sector 2 down towards the finish line. But at the minute, Tom Bradshaw on for a good lap once more. He's gone and done the best of anyone again through sector 1. So that seems to be where he and the car is suited. But can Toby Trice respond and do what he did last time and record the best lap of sector 2? We'll find out very shortly, because those two cars are working their way again down the back straight. We've got just over 10 minutes to go, so we're just approaching the midway point of this race. Toby Trice is much closer. It wasn't a personal best, but it was 0.2 quicker than Tom Bradshaw, so the gap is down once more between the leaders. Joe Marshall now just starting to drop back by a couple of car lengths, so he is going to be 0.75 of a second adrift of the leaders. 4th place still for Dan Zelos and 5th place for Ethan Hamilton. Oliver Cottam has got some company from behind now, because Sam Harvey is right there with him. And we're going to have a move just behind them. I think, yeah, Matt Kyle Henney is... No, it's Ben Mulryan, isn't it? So Ben Mulryan in the number 11 machine has just moved through on Reece Summerfield. I think that will kind of upset Reece too much, because Ben Mulryan finds himself in the RS Pro category. So he doesn't lose a place within his class. He's still ahead of Matt Kyle Henney as they bump their way over the exit curb of the old hairpin. Turn left up through Starkeys and then in towards Schwantz Curve. And as they do so, Ben Mulryan now looking for another place just up the road to try and get himself ahead of the RS Am leader, which is Ollie Meadows. So those two work their way on towards Coppice Corner. In terms of the club sport, well, we have had a change on this lap, yeah, because through has gone the number 12 machine. So Lydia Walmsley no longer in the lead of the class. Jonathan Moore has progressed ahead. So Jonathan Moore now takes over from one of our lady racers within the field. And Lydia Walmsley, is she going to be able to live with the pace of Jonathan Moore? We will see at the end of this lap, but it already looks like Lydia is just dropping back in that number 82 machine. So she's now down to 2nd within the Club Sport Pro division, and Jason Baker still holds on to 3rd. Oh, and there was a bit of contact actually between the two of them. So Moore just gets a bit of a tap from Walmsley as they exited the old hairpin on that previous lap, and I think the move had just been made before they headed through the old hairpin that time round. So that has now changed around, as we said, in Club Sport Pro. In terms of the AM, we didn't get to that before the safety car came back in, and it is Hannah Chapman that leads at the minute ahead of the number 87 machine, which is the car of Paul Porter. And for the lead, we are about to have a change, because Toby Trice gets a much better run through Coppice Corner. They are rubbing rear wheel to front wheel. Tom Bradshaw is not going to let this one go. He gets a lovely side draft on the run down towards the Robert chicane, but Toby Trice has the preferred line into the corner, and he does take the place away. So it's a new race leader in the form of Toby Trice. He now goes ahead of Tom Bradshaw as they work their way through for the completion of lap number 9. But can Tom Bradshaw fight back straight away? No, he can't, because Redgate is now upon us, and they've gone through there, and Tom Bradshaw is still in 2nd place for the time being. Got very close between the two of them on the replay of the big screen. You can see that there are kind of just making little love taps to each other there, but neither of them, as you can imagine, were willing to give way. But in the end, one of them did have to, as Toby Trice had a slight wiggle on the exit of the corner. The back end just wanting to overtake the front there, but good control from Toby, which means now the man who races with Clean Racing for this year, the team that he is under, he moves his way through into the lead of the race. Tom Bradshaw down to 2nd, and with all of that going on, it's just slowly brought Joe Marshall back into the equation as well. So we've got 3 for the lead. Then we've got Dan Zelos hanging on to 4th place ahead of Ethan Hamilton. Then we've got our next squabble, which is headed by Oliver Cottam. just about ahead for now of Samuel Harvey in the number 70 machine. But Sam gets a better run onto the back straight. So again, it's going to be a moment which we saw a lap ago between the leaders, almost replicating itself for what's going to be 6th place. But Oliver Cotton now just starting to struggle with the handling of that car. So he's bringing another 5 cars into the mix as well. Next on the list is going to be Ben Mulryan, but who is going to make the move first? Ben Mulryan looks for the inside line down toward Redgate corner. He leaves it very late and deep, but he does go through on Sam Harvey. So a lovely move there from the number 11 machine. There's contact between them on the exit of the corner as well. Again, it was front to rear, and it was Sam Harvey who comes off worse. So through the grass he goes. Just about finds the tarmac again, but Ben Mulryan may have not just left a little bit of room on the exit of the corner, so that might be looked at. But for now, Ben Mulryan has gone through. Reece Summerfield made a mistake as well down towards the Craner curves. And in replay, it probably looks like the car of Sam Harvey was trying to get back onto the track, but the room wasn't there, and of course Ben Mulryan thought he had made the move and had it completed, but it was just one of those where probably didn't see in the mirror that the car was still alongside. So I think that'll be okay, but Ben Mulryan now up the order, and as we said before the race got underway, that was definitely a man to watch out for. He's come from 16th on the grid. He now finds himself up into what's going to be 7th place, and he's about to attack Oliver Cotton for what's going to be 6th place, and that's going to be a place within the RS Pro category as well. So this one is very much on between Cotton and Mulryan. Down towards Redgate they go once more. You've got also in the background Ollie Meadows and Matt Kyle Henney. Matt has moved ahead of Reece Summerfield, and I was just about to say that Reece Summerfield a lap ago did have a little bit of a mistake where he ran wide at the old hairpin, so that is the reason he lost the place to Matt Kyle Henney. Matt Kyle Henney now trying to get himself down the inside of what's going to be Ollie Meadows, and this very much is for the class lead in RSAM. So accelerators at the ready. It's going to be a side-by-side moment again on the run through Starkeys and Schwantz curve. The inside line, if he can hold it, will be for Matt Kyle Henney, and the lead of the class is almost there, but again round the outside Ollie Meadows is hanging on by his fingernails. They still run side-by-side, then up the hill in towards the right-hander of Coppice, and eventually the line does come to Matt Kyle Henney. So after all the drama with Ben Mulryan to squeeze his way through and Sam Harvey off on the grass, these guys were involved in that one as well, but it's all settled itself down, and Matt Kyle Henney has finally found his way through. So into the class lead he goes of RSAM. But can he hold on to this now for the next 4 minutes? Got Reece Summerfield also back into the mix as well. He kicks up a little bit of dust on the exit of the Robert chicane. And also not too far back is going to be Dan Lewis, who's also another man within the RSAM category as well. So you've got 4, all now vying for 3 places on the podium. One of those, unfortunately, is going to be slightly unlucky by the time we get to the checkered flag. But good racing, as ever, within the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. Ben Mulryan has just made the move on what's going to be Oliver Cotton, but then he just left his braking very late down through the old hairpin, so I think he might have just given that place back. No, he's held on. I can see them now over there at Schwantz curve, and back onto our cameras they do come, but Ben Mulryan's car is all over the place. The back end is not playing ball, is it? It's trying to turn into the corner, but just stepping out every single time he turns right. So Ben Mulryan is absolutely having a handful with his car at the minute, and off into the gravel has got number 52, which is going to be Alistair Weston. And to the looks of that, he might have had some help there because the front of the car has got damage. I think the rear of the car has got a bit of damage as well. So whether he was being lapped and got caught up with one of the quicker cars, not too sure. But I can tell you, he's off in the gravel at Coppice Corner, and that puts pay to his race with just under now 3 minutes to go. Just wonder if we're going to have an early conclusion to this race once more, or unless the officials just decide to keep that under double wave yellows. No, he lost it all on his own there. So he was turning into the corner. It looks like he got a bit of a snap of oversteer, and the car just went the other way. So I think the damage is self-induced. And with that car being very much buried in the gravel trap, that is unfortunately race done for Alistair Weston. So it's all about learning the tricks of the trade, and it is his first weekend within the Sprint Challenge. So again, as the season goes on, he'll be hoping for a little bit more speed and better results from the race weekends as well. But for Alistair Weston, he is the man who is causing the double wave yellows through Coppice Corner, as the leader works his way down towards the final corner for the completion of lap number 14. We've got 2 minutes left on the clock. Toby Trice crosses the line now with Tom Bradshaw behind by half a second. So on that occasion, the gap does grow. Katia Loggy is going to be the next one to be lapped. So Katia now just has to adhere to the blue flags, which she just about does. That got very close, though, between her and the race leader. Good judgment of where his car was, because down through Hollywood they now go. We've got a car across the line, which is very slow, but Toby Trice has made a mistake now, which brings Tom Bradshaw right onto the bumper. That was a wide moment through the Crane of Curves, and we're going to be side by side as they run through Starkeys. And again, Tom Bradshaw has the run, who have the inside line from McLean's corner. And can Tom Bradshaw get through? He can, yep. So on the final stage of this race, he then runs wide, so Toby Trice is back through. Tom Bradshaw thought he had the job done, but in the end, he ran out wide on the exit of the corner, and Toby Trice says, thank you very much, I'll have that place back. And yes, I made a mistake, but you also made a mistake as well. So through the double yellow flag zone they go, where Alistair Weston's car has been placed, and that might have been the final chance for Tom Bradshaw to make a move, because now he has to find half a second once again. And as they come through the final corner, we are going to be on to the last lap of the race. 45 seconds to go. It just shows, though, doesn't it, how much these drivers are having to look after their tyres. They don't get a lot across the course of the weekend, and it just shows as we go through this second race of the weekend, they are starting to get to the end of their life, and they still need to make sure they've got enough in the tank for the final race of the weekend as well. So it's a great initiative to keep costs down in terms of tyres, and it gives us this sort of racing as well from all of the drivers out there. And again, Tom Bradshaw is not done. He is closing that gap back down on the race leader. So Toby Trice is not quite settled as our race winner. It would be 2 different winners from 2 races if Toby Trice can hang on. If Tom Bradshaw can get through, he would be a double winner so far this weekend. In terms of the RS Am category, Matt Kyle Henney, I believe, is still leading, or has Ollie Meadows gone through, or is that Oliver Cotham's car? I think that's Oliver Cotham's, car ahead. So Ollie Meadows is still behind for the time being, so they battle it out for RS Am honours, while the RS Pro and overall leaders work their way down in towards the final chicane. Tom Bradshaw has closed the gap once again, but it's not quite going to be enough. Toby Trice takes his first win in the Porsche Sprint Challenge of 2025. He goes across the line and wins by 0.392 of a second. Tom Bradshaw records the quickest lap on a 107.941. Third place goes the way of Joe Marshall, so he picks up his second podium of the weekend as well. Dan Zelos gets his best result of the year so far in 4th place, and then Ethan Hamilton comes through in 5th. 6th place on his way from 16th on the grid. Ben Mulryan gets himself to 6th position. Oliver Cottam then comes through in 7th, and then we move into the RS Am category with Matt Kyle Henney picking up the honours in that class. Ollie Meadows was 2nd, and Reece Summerfield was there in 3rd place. Looks like the team from Clean Racing are very happy with the job that Toby Trice has just done there. So
I'm
great
really
job.
happy for them as well.
Good, isn't it?
Really, really good news. Toby Trice had a nasty accident, and it's been the build over a year and a half to get back to this stage. And at the start of this weekend, before they'd even turned a wheel, I was having a chat to him. He said, I feel really good about this. I feel back.
Yep.
And last year was the sort of building year, if you like. But Toby Trice is back, and that means that despite the hot and sunny weather, he'll have his supporting army there, all in woolen bobble hats. I do hope so. They'd have let me down if they haven't.
They'll have to, won't they? Yeah,
they absolutely will.
He's back to winning ways, which is great to see for Toby Trice. So just gave you the top 10, just to cover the other classes very quickly for you. Club Sport Pro won by number 12, which is going to be Jonathan Moore. 2nd within that class was Lydia Wormsley, and 3rd place went the way of Jason Baker. And the final category we have, Club Sport Am, that goes the way of Hannah Chapman. 2nd place goes the way of the number 87 machine of Paul Porter, and then 3rd within that class goes the way of Katia Loggy. So a great race for the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. Again, you can look forward to one more race from them here this weekend at Donington Park. That will be before our final touring car race of the weekend, around about 4:30 this afternoon. Lots more to look forward to. Josh is down in Parc Fermé with interviews very shortly, but for now, once again, we'll head back to the studio with more of your messages with Alan Hyde.
Get in touch with us at Toka Live. We're on WhatsApp and email. Add the number 07482 877 877 to your WhatsApp contacts, or email us at studio@tokalive.net to get in touch. Say hi to someone, wish someone a happy birthday, or wish a driver good luck. Anything you like, get in touch now with Toka Live.
Morning all at Donington. Please can you do a shout out to Knocker. This is his first time at Donington. Would like to thank him for the transport this weekend coming all the way from Cornwall. Please can you do a shout out to Kieran and wife Chloe and their baby daughter Hazel. We're all here cheering on Charlie Edge for his debut in Formula 4. Good luck Charlie, many thanks, and that comes from Will. Great to have you here guys, and a long old journey as well. I'm sure you will. It will be all well worth it. Some great pictures coming in of the sunshine and all of those kind of things. I think there are celebrations down in Park Fairbank. Let's get down to Josh.
Yeah, that's for sure, Alan. The big fan club for Toby Trice, as you suspected, down here, and he's very, very pleased with his first win of the 2025 season after that hard battle he had with Tom Bradshaw over the course of round 2 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. Toby's just taken his helmet off, and we're jumping if we can. Well done, Toby. A big battle, but great to be back on top.
Oh man, I think that's one of the best Porsche Sprint Challenge GB races we've ever had. Bradshaw gave me the race of my life. He battled hard, we battled hard. It was seriously clean, there's no contact, and we hopefully put on a good show for the fans. But to take that win today honestly means a lot. I've worked very, very hard over the last 18 months. I feel quite emotional, to be honest, to beat P1 in a Porsche Sprint Challenge Pro. Yes!
Well done. So there's Toby Trice, the winner of round 2 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain.
Thanks very much, Josh. Yep, so great celebrations down there. We thought it might be quite emotional, and Toby Trice has not proved us wrong. So you'll have the supporting army in full force down there with you very shortly indeed. There's Tom Bradshaw we can see on the screen as well. He is just waiting, I'm sure, to congratulate Toby Trice. He's doing so many handshakes for everyone. It's now Tom Bradshaw's chance to give him a hug and say well done, and that's exactly what happened. So well done to them. Great racing as ever, and as I said, we look forward to much more this afternoon from them. Very shortly, we're going to start the build-up to the first of our races for the brand new season of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Cars will be released from the pit lane at 11:35, so in just over 12 minutes' time, that pit window will open. We're going to have, of course, the race start at 11:50, and it's going to be 18 laps of racing to look forward to for all of the 3 races we have for you today at Donington Park. After that, just to let you know what else is happening here today, we'll move into our lunch break, which is an hour long here at Donington Park on Sunday. And within that lunch break, it is your chance to get up close and personal with the drivers, because as is now a custom, we have our regular BTCC pit lane walkabout along with the autograph session, and that will take place between 12:50 and 1:20. And if you want to be part of that, make sure you start queuing as early as possible, because we know the queue gets very long. We wouldn't want you to miss out, and I'll try and get everybody into the pit lane as quick as possible. You can have your time then to meet the drivers, have a chat, get some autographs, and whatever goodies they might have on offer as well. So 12:50 to 1:20 is when the first pit walk of the season gets underway. The place you need to queue is next to Garage 39. You'll see the podium, which is set up in the paddock. You'll see the board, which indicates where the pit lane walkabout is. You just need to queue alongside Garage 39. And when that gate opens, you'll be ushered in and do what you need to do. Of course, if you've got a program, you'll have, of course, spaces for driver autographs. If you've got your own goodies that you want to get signed, you can, of course, give those to the drivers as well. But do take the opportunity in beautiful weather here at Donington Park to get involved with the pit lane walkabout. Then we'll carry on with lunch break. Then we'll have the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain heading out for their second race of the day. That'll be at 1:40. We'll then move straight back into touring car action with round 2 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship at 2:35. Then we move into our final brace of races with the Viratools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. That'll be a slightly longer 25-minute race for them this year. Race number 3, the longer of the 3 we have. 3:15 is when they'll take to the track. The third and final Virtue Mini Challenge race, which again is an extra 5 minutes, so up to 25 minutes for them at around about 5 to 4. Then we have the final support action from the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain at 4:35, and then the build-up begins once again with the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Round 3, reverse grid race, nothing changes there for this season, and that will be pit lane opening at 5:10 with the race beginning at 5:25. So it sounds like an absolutely perfect day here in the sunshine at Donington Park. Once again, has Alan been saying about getting in contact, please do keep those messages coming in. He's going to be busy for the next half an hour or so as he wanders down to the pit lane. He'll be heading onto the grid for his usual build-up with chat to some of the drivers and all the news and information we always need before the race gets underway. So Alan will be on duty down there in the pit lane for the touring car races and also on the grid before the race starts. So if you want to get your messages in, get them in now, and we'll have a load to look through as we start the afternoon action. The number you need for Toka Live to get them through to the studio is 07482 877 877. Save that number in your phone, keep it with you wherever you go. Send us your message via WhatsApp 07482 877 877. You can also email us if you have your email ready. studio@tokalive.net is the address you need. They are the simple ways you can get in contact. Send us your messages, any welcomes you'd like to say, anyone, any happy birthday, any celebrations, any lovely pictures you might be taking today. We always love a browse of your pictures. So yeah, get them over to us as and when you can, and we'll give you a mention when we get a chance today here at Donington Park. So as we said, countdown on until the pit lane opens in 10 minutes time. Just wondering if Josh has any more drivers he'd like to speak to, because Josh, you have the time to do so. You've got plenty of time to have a word with anyone who is standing by, who is just waiting around for a podium to take place. But the mic is yours if you want, and maybe a chance to catch up with some of the drivers that we've just seen out there in the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain, because they have been doing a great job. I'm just wondering actually if the mic may have just been transferred to Alan, because he's gone to catch it, and it might be another local PA for the podium. But is that Josh or is that Alan?
Have you literally got some kind of closed-circuit television camera? Because the baton had just been passed. The crowd are already here. They're standing by for the podium. It will take a little while to get all of these drivers over, so I'm gonna leave Josh in charge of the podiums. He'll be able to take care of that, and I'm going to head over with the radio mic to the grid. And if you look out the back of the commentary box, Matt, you can see the queue, which is the VIPs, the guests, the sponsors, all of those people that are lucky enough to be invited onto the grid for the build-up to the first race of the season. And the grid sort of pretty much goes halfway down the paddock, doesn't it? It's an incredible day here at Donington Park. Sunshine, the first rounds of the BTCC. Everybody's happy, everybody's smiling, and the whole of the atmosphere is really beginning to build now. This is a really good day at Donington Park. Can't wait for this.
Certainly is, and I'm sure you're going to take a shortcut to the front of the queue somehow.
So I'm wiggling my way through as we speak. You can probably hear tyres being wheeled in the background on the tyre trolleys and engines being fired up. And the car you just heard, I'm just walking through his garage now, Aidan Moffat in a BMW this year. His car fired up. Might be able to get a word with one or two of the drivers before they actually get into the car, because the champion, Jake Hill, gets himself into the #1 BMW, and he's just being strapped in, getting himself ready. Alongside him is Daryl DeLeon's car. Daryl's already got his helmet on. Aidan Moffat's car we heard firing up. Charles Rainford clambering into his BMW. It's all change at WSR, bar the champion, Jake Hill. And as I walk up, well, it's been a good weekend so far for Napa Racing, hasn't it? Qualifying yesterday, and the mini challenge race actually this morning. It sets things up rather well. Daniel Rowbottom walks across from his car over towards the pit wall. He's already got his helmet on. He's standing by. It was a reinvigorated Dan Rowbottom during qualifying yesterday. It was really good to see as well. It's just having a chat to one of the technicians from Goodyear. Engines just beginning to fire up. We'll guide you through some of the changes in the build-up to this race and as the race goes on. But the major races we were hearing yesterday at lunchtime on Toka Live from Sam Riches, the technical director of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. He was saying that the main change, the cars are lighter this year. They don't have the hybrid system inside them. So 3-year project for hybrid came to its conclusion at the end of last year. So now they will have their boost from the turbo, from the turbo on the engines, and that will be displayed on the side of the car in a similar way that we saw when it was being deployed for the hybrid deployment. We'll see that being represented in those LED panels that are on the sides of the car, so we can all follow what's going on as far as boost is concerned from trackside and around the edge of those little LED light panels. While the colour that's represented represents the tyre that they are on. And as I'm just watching Ronan Pearson climbing into his car, had a really good qualifying yesterday, did Ronan. He's just getting himself in the car. You know what? 12 months ago, we wouldn't have seen those reflective windshields in place, which keeps the inside of the car cool, but they do require that today. That's on Ronan Pearson's car. There's a three-time champion just hanging out with the technical director and the series director as well, Alan Gow and Sam Riches, having a chat to Matt Neal. And I might see if I can get a word with Matt Neal, of course, the teammate for many years with Flash, Gordon Shedden, who makes his return this year to the BTCC. I'll carry on walking up to make sure that nothing untoward with any of the cars or any of the drivers. And just watching Dexter Patterson, a returnee to the BTCC this year, climbing into his car. Nick Hamilton, I saw him coming out from the trailer at the back, and although it was just a few minutes to go until he was required to get into the car, he still stopped and signed a few autographs. Dad Anthony is standing by the side of the car as well. I might see if I can get a word with Anthony at some stage. That would be really quite a cool thing. In fact, I might see if I could do that now. Anthony, could I just have a quick word? Hello, I'm really good, thank you. How are you?
Not so bad, thanks yourself.
It was just about here in the pit lane at Donington Park, wasn't it?
Yes, wasn't it just?
We are right on that spot.
Almost the same spot. It was fantastic,
What a memory. It's mega to have Nick back, you know, on the grid.
Yeah, it's good to be back. He's worked hard to get himself back on the grid, and so he deserves his place here, and hopefully he'll have a good race today.
I'll tell you what.
Well, tracks for the first. Yeah. So, hello, final fours before we.
Driver.
We have indeed. We've got rid of the last one.
Yeah, well, deliberately or?
No, he left us. But he was with us for 10 years, which is pretty good. So
It wasn't bad, was it? And a former BTCC driver alongside.
Indeed, yes. So we're just trying him out.
Okay, well, the overalls fit, that's the first thing. Nick Foster, I'm just going to come round and have a chat to... Do you know, Nick, I remember years ago you said you'd be happy to drive the doctor's car.
I know it's good fun, but I'm with a lot of intelligent people now. So
very intelligent people.
I've had to raise my game.
Well, the overalls still fit.
Well, they do, so I was quite relieved with that, actually.
Are they the race overalls?
They are, actually, from 2012.
Are they really? Goodness me, not many people are going to fit into overalls 13 years later.
I'm saying nothing, Alan.
You keep yourself fit. Good luck, Nick. Enjoy it. Great to have you here. Nick Foster, formerly raced with WSR and BMW, of course, in the BTCC. And he is driving the doctor's car, I think, for all bar a couple of the races this year. Of course, his son, Louis, is now an IndyCar driver, and Nick flies backwards and forwards with Claire and the family to support Louis. It's not a bad life, and now we're into Indy 500 month very soon, aren't we? So Nick will be driving the doctor's car at the tail of the field. There we go. I've done my pit lane walk.
Thanks, Alan. You find all sorts of people to talk to, don't you, down there?
I do, and the lovely thing is that they're happy to have a chat to me as well, which is really, really nice.
Exactly. Who wouldn't want to talk to Alan Hyde? Absolutely brilliant. So he's now onto the grid. You've been followed by your friend Louise Goodman, who always seems to get in the way. But yeah, they're of course working for ITV Sport and doing a fabulous job to bring us the pictures, as always, here at Donington Park. And of course, if you go away from this weekend, go home and watch all the coverage once again, catch up on all the highlights and all the action that you have enjoyed here at the circuit today, hopefully. So yeah, the engines are being fired up down in the pit lane. The countdown is on. We've got 5 seconds until that pit lane opens, and all of the cars will be heading to the grid for the 15-minute build-up before the race gets underway itself. It's of course been a long off season as Sam Ritchie just about stands out in the way. Of course, he's a very famous person from last year with Rob Huff, and he enjoys getting run over by the looks of it. He's standing right on the edge of the pit lane where all the cars just turn sharply left. So the BMWs have just about missed him. Sam was very kind to us yesterday to pop up and talk over technical stuff for this year and the changes that have been made to the turbo and everything else that is being utilised this year within the British Touring Car Championship. So cars heading out round to the grid. They'll sit there, as I said, for about 15 minutes, and then we'll get them off onto their formation lap, ready for the first of our 18-lap races here at Donington Park today. If you were with us yesterday, you'd have enjoyed 2 free practice sessions. Both of those were headed by Team Virtue's Hyundai driver, Tom Ingram, but he wasn't the man who went quickest in qualifying, and we'll take you through all the details of that if you weren't with us. But it's got a great grid this year, new drivers, returning drivers, switching teams, and all the rest of it. There's lots to talk about, and of course we'll do that as we build up to this first race of the season. Of course, this is the first of 3 rounds this year. It's once again a 10-weekend calendar, 3 races at each, which concludes at the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit in October. The championship will be back here in the format of the Grand Prix circuit at Donington Park over the final weekend of August on the 30th and 31st. So if you are here this weekend and want to rejoin us at the East Midlands circuit, please do come along and join us for that one. There were lots of predictions yesterday. We had certain people that were talking to us, and we heard on Toka Live that were predicting certain people for pole position. But after yesterday's quick 6, which of course had the quickest of the 6 drivers through into the final part of qualifying, I don't think many people would have looked to the man who eventually claimed pole position, but it was great that he did. And Dan Cam has always had a kind of on-off relationship with Donington Park, but things went well for him yesterday, and he was the man who got the quickest time, and it is going to be the Napa Racing Ford Focus of Dan Camish, who'll work his way round to the grid in pole position. And alongside him, he'll have good company in the form of his teammate and 4-time BTCC champion, Ash Sutton, who didn't quite get the job done yesterday. He missed out in the end by just 11 thousandths of a second. It was a very, very close and competitive qualifying session that will see the Napa Racing Ford Focus is on the front row. You've got Tom Ingram and Dan Rowbottom on row number 2, and then Ronan Pearson and Tom Chilton were the other cars that made it through to the quick 6 yesterday, and we'll take you through the entirety of the grid, how it all lines up just before the formation lap does get underway. But what a livery we have on the Champions car from last year. Jake Hill pulls himself into position. He's got the Laser Tools livery once again. It's complete blue this year. He's got a few hints of white on there, but Jake Hill didn't quite make it through to the quick 6, but he will be the leading BMW with 3 new drivers to join him this year in the form of Aidan Moffat. He'll be also joined by Daryl De Leon, and he'll be joined also from the middle of the field by the Porsche convert into the touring cars this year. It's going to be Charles Rainford, so that's going to be their attack. You've got the Ford Focuses. They've got a 4-pronged attack as well with Ash Sutton, Dan Camish, Dan Rowbottom and Sam Osborne. They keep the same lineup they had as last year, and Alan's once again down there on the grid.
Cars are lining up. Dan Cam has just brought his Napa Racing Ford Focus to a stop. Louise Goodman is standing by with the ITV team to have a chat. Just to let you know, you can see on the panels on the side what tyre they're on. Dan Camish on pole position with the white lights around the LED lighting panel. That's the white-walled soft tyre that Dan Cam's on. And they are both on softs on the front row of the grid. Alan Gower's just whispered into my ear, which means Ash Sutton also on the soft tyre on the front row of the grid. Pete Osborne, let me have a quick chat. Not been a bad weekend thus far for Napa Racing, huh?
Yeah, really good weekend. I mean, the boys in the Minids have set the bar, so these boys better get on their heels and get going.
And I'll tell you what, a very, very good qualifying for you guys yesterday.
Yeah, mega. I'm really, really pleased. And you know, I think over the testing and over the free practices and all that we were doing there, I think there was a lot of sandbagging doing. But I think you only really know at the end of that testing session where you really are. So, you know, it's going to be a really tight season. It's going to be tough against these guys, but, you know, we'll give it our all as usual.
2023, you guys came out of the blocks at the start of the season and everybody else had to play catch-up for the first half of the season. That was down to the pre-season work that you did. I get a feeling you've done that pre-season work again.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, you know, we're here to win. We're not here to come second. So, you know, we put everything we can into it this year. And, you know, with the engine rules freezing, you know, we had to make sure it was reasonably good. So, and I think we've done that. So, no, I'm excited.
Good luck, Pete. Thank you very much indeed. Pete Osborne, who is the team principal of Napa Racing UK. And let me carry on walking down because, of course, Tom Ingram is down there. I'm pretty sure that Louise Goodman is going to be trying to get a word with Tom Ingram. So I'll fight my way through all the guests that are down here, busy taking photographs and getting a selfie or two down on the grid. It's a unique opportunity to get a photograph when you're down here on a very, very busy BTCC grid. Let me just see who else is at the front, because I saw a couple of people come onto the grid who I thought I'd quite like to have a chat to, but whether they're still here or not, they might have dispersed a little bit. One of them is very clear to see because he towers above all of us, and that's the three-time champion Matt Neal. I'd really like to have a chat to him if I can get the opportunity, but I'll carry on walking down. Louise Goodman, I think, is with Dan Camish, or is she? I don't want to trip over the ITV live coverage because they'll be live on ITV4 from now on and right the way throughout the afternoon from a very, very sunny Donington Park. Right, I've got to Tingram's car. I wonder if I could, can I? Thank you, Sandra. It might just be a nice idea to have a quick chat to Tingram. Hello, mate. How are we doing? How are we feeling?
Isn't this lovely?
Isn't it gorgeous? 12 months ago, it wasn't quite like this. This is something else.
Isn't this a stark contrast 12 months on? Ash and I aren't having to go around to see where we need to use a snorkel or not. Now we need sun cream. And if it is too warm for you, we have some incredible deals at the Tingram merch stand on all new merch for 2025.
Oh, do you, by Joe?
If you are after hats, if you're after T-shirts, the Tingram merch is the place to be.
Tingram sunscreen would be good today.
Well, we've got some beautiful fluoro yellow hats, which I'm starting to see around the outside of the circuit. So if you're rocking your fluoro Tingram hat, I can see you.
I tell you what, the start of this one's going to be a bit spicy, isn't it?
Well, these boys are on softs. So they've got a soft on, I've got a slightly more medium on.
Yeah. Have you clicked the right button for the lights?
I think so.
You have to check these things, don't you?
Well, it currently says I'm in reverse, so I'm not trusting anything at the moment.
I'm worried about the battery.
Yeah, there's some flashing red lights. It's not normally a good sign, but that's I'm going to put that down as a feature, not a fault.
Good luck, Tom. Always a joy to have a chat to Tom Ingram. Tingram down here, third on the grid. He breaks up the Napa Racing Ford Focus because Dan Rowbottom is there on fourth. It's just having the tyres swapped corner to corner. That's normal. That's a regular thing down here on the grid. So let me make an observation. Robo is in a different space this year. He made no secret of the fact that he was really disappointed with last year and his own performance. He had a major operation over the course, a planned operation over the course of the winter. He's come back strong, he's feeling good, and he's in a different space because normally this countdown to the start of a race, he'd be quite happy, the door would be open, he'd be happy to chat to me. Not today. He's got the door closed, he's visualising, he's focusing on the start of the race, and although he gave me a little wave, he is completely focused on the start of the first round of the championship. Ronan Pearson, chatted to him after qualifying yesterday, very, very happy. The only one of the Toyotas to get foot through to the quick 6 at the end of qualifying. Carry on walking down, make sure there are no problems. Tom Chilton has been going really well. The car unfortunately came to a stop during qualifying yesterday, but Tom Chilton and that car together promised much, much more, and he's not got a bad starting position, but I think all things being equal, he would have been even better in qualifying yesterday, so watch out for Tom Chilton. I've just come up to Josh Cook's car. He returns to a team that he knows the car as well. The car is quick, and Josh is just superb around the Donington Park circuit. So Josh Cook, his car is lowered down off the jacks, just torque wrenching the wheels as well. And Josh Cook, another one to watch. There are so many to watch. Hey, Christian. And then the champion, Jake Hill, is down here and getting himself ready for the championship title defence year. His first race of the season in this spectacular looking laser beamer, the Laser Tools backed BMW. And of course, Jake now takes on the role of essentially the lead driver with 3 brand new drivers to the team this year. Colin Turkington, not in a car on the grid, but certainly was on the grid, and with a headset it looked rather peculiar. It's going to take a little while to get used to.
Let's try that again, shall we, from the safety of the commentary box. Hello everybody and welcome to the opening round of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship in 2025. We're here at Donington Park on the national circuit. It's a beautiful sunny day as I look out of the commentary box as well, and it is baking out there as well. We did try and do it, but there's a lot of people around, a lot of internet issues, so we've got that fixed now, thanks to the wonderful media centre and giving us passwords, which enables this broadcast to be done as well. Now, JT's back in the studio, as he has been all morning as well, alongside me is Tom Cans. And Tom, race 1, brand new season, and Dan Camish on pole position with Ash Shelton alongside. And what a view it is looking out of the commentary box.
Beautiful blue skies out there. A lot more we had compared to yesterday, because the sun sort of dipped in and out, didn't it, out of the clouds. It was very overcast yesterday. We did worry a little bit as to whether the rain was going to hit the circuit. I think it's safe to say, given those sunshines and blue skies and all that, I think it's safe to say we're not going to get any today.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely fantastic, and the grid just now beginning to be cleared. Matt Neal just below us alongside Jonathan Palmer, I believe, who has flew in this morning right past us. So, Dan Camish, as we get the signal, we're nearly time to head on the formation lap. We've got a few minutes to go. Dan Camish, the surprise pole position, didn't see that one coming. I spoke to Steve Taylor just after we came down from the commentary box. He said, well, it should have been predictable. He goes, well here. But Napa 1-2, that was the surprise after the sandbagging they did in testing.
Well, yes, because they weren't exactly high up there. I think we were seeing more of the Virtue guys up there in the season launch. So my mic has just gone for a moment there. Let me just put it back in for a moment. Apologies for that.
Your audio's gone, yeah. On the thing. He's pulled out the headphones. He's done a Ben Edwards and pulled out his earphone. Hang on. Oh, the cable's strong. There you go.
Yeah.
That cable's hard to get in.
I think I just moved my hand for a moment. It just pulled the. At least that's happened before the race has started.
Yeah, that's probably that one.
What I would say is because it looks like the Virtue guys were top of the test in. On Tuesday last week, wasn't it? So, but it's good to see the Napa boys have got their act together a little bit. Not just with 2 cars on the front row, but another one on the second row with Dan Rowbottom right there. He was another one of those that got into the fast 6, the final part of qualifying. So you have to say Napa are in a really strong position here to get a good haul of points, not just from this race, but from the 2 races afterwards, because the race 2 grid is determined by the race 1 result, isn't it?
You can see outside our commentary position, and we've angled the camera better after people shouted at us yesterday. So this is the angle you'll have for the touring car races. You get to see the grid, the start lights, and the pit lane. If I can angle it more left, I will have a go. How's that, JT? No, because I hit the wall of the commentary box. Yeah, that is a deep shame because we hit the angle. I was just asking, JT asked in the background, can we angle it more towards turn 1? But sadly, that's all we get access to. Well, I can actually zoom in on the grid here, and I can zoom in on the lights. So there we can see Dan Camish on pole position. We can see him right in. Alongside him is Ash Sutton. Then we can pan around to Tom Ingram, who starts in 3rd position. and see his coming in as well. And then we get row bottom alongside Pearson. I think that's all I can get to as well, is the row 4 of the grid, unless I zoom out a little bit more back into position. But yeah, I hope you like it. I hope you enjoy it, because that's going to be very handy coming into this race. And we can actually see it now up on our comp cam. It looks great, doesn't it? And please avoid the bullet hole. That's just here. We don't know how that happened. I think somebody just took a dislike to our commentary and took headshots of it.
Call of Duty moment is.
Yeah. Well, you can see the grid, and we can see the grid as well in front of us. There's about 15 seconds to go until the formation lap starts, and we've got a clear view, bright sunshine, track temperature at 17 degrees, air temperature 23. If we can, let's talk to JT actually on air and say welcome back to the touring cars. This is going to be quite an interesting day. What are you expecting as we head off on the grid lap?
Yeah, absolutely. Formation lap underway. You can see it as well. What a beautiful way. Commentary box at Donington Park. Well, that wasn't on my bingo card for British touring cars in 2025, but well, it's round 1 and here we are. Hello everyone and welcome. A lot of tyre smoke from, I believe that was row bottom in 4th place, as we saw from the camera and the other napper of Osborne. But cars on formation lap, JB, heading down towards turn 1.
Let's take a look then at how they will line up on the grid for the first time of the 2025 season. There's a lot of interest, there's a lot of intrigue as well coming into this one. As we all know, Camish on pole position, but it's the starting tyres. This is going to be the key factor. So many of them wanting to get the mediums out of the way, because in these conditions, and it's due to get hot throughout the day, it's soft, they want to run in the afternoon.
Yeah, I agree as well, but it's just the fact that the sun is beaming down on the circuit. That's going to throw another spanner into the mix with these tyres, whether it be the softs, mediums or the hards. They're going to fall away quite quickly, but you want to be on the best tyres you can that's going to last the distance. It is the shorter configuration of Donington that they are using today. 18 laps I think it is in total for the 3 races, subject to any safety cars we get, because they do get a total of up to 3 laps added, depending on how many laps we are behind the safety cars, of course.
Yeah, 3 laps will get added in. Jake Hill starts from 7th on the grid, so already he's at the big disadvantage coming into this one. Wasn't in the Fast 6 yesterday. Is this going to be a struggle for him to maybe try and catch up, or is his eye going to be on race 2? Make a positions race 1 and then go for it race 2?
We'll see, but he needs a strong start. We know that for certain. We'll run down on the grid for today's race. Dan Camish on pole with his teammate Ash Sutton alongside. Then onto the second row with Tom Ingram and Dan Rowbottom next to each other. Row 3 comprises of Ronan Pearson and Tom Chilson. He didn't set a time in the final part of qualifying, but at least he's able to keep hold of his 6th position on the grid. Josh Cook and Jake Hill, the reigning champion, next up on row 4. Then it's Aaron Taylor, Smith and Mikey Doble running out the top 10. The 6th row of the grid is Dan Lloyd and Charles Rainford, followed by Gordon Shedden and Sam Osborne on the 7th row. Row 8, we've got Chris Smiley and James Dorlin. Dorlin on his debut, lining up 16th position. Then it's Michael Crees and DeLeon on row number 18 of the grid. And rounding out the top 20, we've got Stephen Jelly and Ethan Moffat, who won here last year. He's going to have it all to do if he's to get anything as strong as that out of today's races. Adam Morgan and Max Hole, another of the debutants, in 22nd place. And rounding off the grid is Dexter Patterson and Nick Hamilton, both returning to the championships after missing last year.
So Nick Hamilton back, but Dan Camish lines up on pole position. Me and Lucy, who you'll hear from in race 2, where we've been watching the opening races from here. The pole sitter has not got going. Sutton on the inside line gets a better start, but you said, Tom, that's because the inside here, that's the racing line.
Yeah, because the race line just sort of feeds from the right-hand side to the left-hand side, doesn't it? And Dan Camish is not in the prime position that he wants to be in, is he?
No, he is not, as we see him angled down towards turn number 1. The atmosphere building, the tension is rising. Well, I can tell you out of our commentary box window that they are all forming up on the grid. We are watching everybody in front of our commentary position get set. And we are almost ready for round 1 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Nick Hamilton lines up at the back. The green flag is given. It's all eyes to the lights then. Camish on pole position. Alongside him is Ash Sutton. Ingram and Rowbottom behind. 5-second board is out. The red lights come on. The start is miles away. Lights on. Now. And it's action. And once again the pole. Great start. TV pictures and see who got the best start. Again, though, not a great getaway from Camish, and equally bad though from Ingram.
Absolutely. So yeah, so the first and third place drivers on the right hand side of the grid, not getting off to the best of starts. And we see Sun go to the outside of Camish into Redgate corner, but the inside line has helped Camish retain the position. But we look at Sutton making contact with the rear as they head towards the Craner curves. We could well see a change of lead now, and Sutton is ahead of his Napa teammate Dan Camish.
Camish trying to come back though on the inside down towards the old hairpin for the first time. Ingram stays in third position as well. Rowbottom's moved up to fourth. I think Camish has, Sutton is leading, Camish in second. Ingram third. Look at Sam Osborne trying to go around the outside of Gordon Shannon back in the championship. I can't hear track audio, just let JT know behind our screens as they come through. There we have it now, coming into it as they dawn past us into the top of the hill then. Great start from Sutton. That pole not getting a great getaway, and so far the opening lap is looking quite clean.
Yeah, Ingram was able to get back into the third place. He's still ahead of Dan Rowbottom, so the only change in that top four is Ash Sutton taking the lead from Dan Camish. So the drivers filtering their way through. There was a lockup from Gordon Shedden into the old hairpin, but luckily was able to keep the car on the circuit. So the biggest gainers from that is Aidan Moffat and Dexter Patterson both got 3 places, and we see more action towards the back of the field. Looks like Max Hole on the inside of James Dorling into Robert, and that's a position gain for him.
Great start, JT, as well. What do you make of it? Because it's still hustling, bustling down to as well. It's to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. All to play for as we continue to circulate round the Craner curves. We go for the second time of asking Camish, kicking up the dust on the inside of the Craner curves as we go through the old hairpin past Darkey's Bridge and on towards Swans Curve.
Got a 10-second fine penalty for Ronan Pearson already for a false start. That is Ronan Pearson, number 14, 10-second time penalty for a false start. That's a fast play after brilliant qualifying. He's in 6th place at the moment behind Tom Chilton, but that penalty is going to set him back, Josh.
He's trying to go out the outside of Seth Morgan, and then off goes the 777 coming in as well as they come up the hill as well. They flash past our ball. Camish under pressure from Ingram as well. I can see out of our window here. So again, it's not looking good. Taylor Smith with a good little rain for him to keep them out high those as well. But Osborne, he's still using some hybrid power as well. Hill's already used his for this lap, and we still don't have hybrid, but we still have boost, which is a Kerr's energy boost. That's not on the screen with a big. But the Queen goes over, just avoids the time barriers as Hamilton goes back around the outside. That's Thurston and Dorling coming in now.
Yeah, good move there from James Dorling getting through. Or Max Holly was. He's made up places as we speak. And that is one of the Nappers going through into Redgate corner. Who is that that's just coming through there, Josh? You have to fill him in on that.
Napper going down. Well, it has to be further down. It can't be Pearson, so it's Sam Osborne.
Sam Osborne, isn't it? Yeah, so Sam Osborne going through on Gordon Shedden by the looks of it, unless it was Dan Lloyd. I think it must have been Dan Lloyd because they've just got... Oh, it is Gordon Shedden, my apologies.
Right,
yeah, so that is Osborne through into 13th position. So they come through McLean's. We ride on board. This is Jake Hill, who's made up 1 position so far from 8th place, and behind him is Josh Cook, who was a little bit annoyed yesterday because he got held up by Aaron Taylor-Smith into Roberts towards the end of his final lap, which effectively cost him a place into the far 6, and he wants to make up for it here. He's currently in 8th position, down 1 spot from Smith.
Ingram's lost time to Camish as well. He's dropped back into one big lock up and going straight on to the chicane. That's Sutton and Dan Lloyd. And that's straight Shedden. Shedden and Dan Lloyd going straight on as well over the chicane. So a little bit of lock up the shove and more dust being kicked up from the back of the commentary position I can see.
Yeah, that looks like Sam Osborne. I thought that was Sam Osborne who ran into either Shedden or Lloyd. We'll get another replay of it, but it looks like he was running into Roberts and just used either Dan Lloyd or Gordon Shedden as a brake, send them both across the final part of the racetrack.
And again, now trying to out. Is that, well, that's going to be Hill. Hill's under attack again from Josh Cook. Cook's trying to go on the inside line, coming up in towards into well, but that, remember, Hill had a new engine put in yesterday, so he's champing in the bit to get going. He's going to the inside line, coming up in towards that's Henderson Pierce. That's going to be a brave move. Hill going to have to defend the bang doors, still coming in together. Hill's holding on the outside, but he's lost the core already. Cook has the exit.
Yeah, Cook has got the high ground on the exit coppice there, so that should be him through. He needs to get back onto the racing line before they get to Roberts, which he does so now. Jake Hill won't be too pleased, but he has to accept it on this occasion. Doesn't have the pace at this point, whereas Josh Cook clearly has.
Cook's got a great exit as well coming out. Lap 5 of 18 there, no sign of any safety cars, beautiful conditions. It's getting warmer and warmer in the commentary box as well, so we might need another hose down after this. No chance of rain. Here's that replay you want about that. towards the S. Roberts.
Yeah, this is
It's
good.
Osborne.
It is Osborne. I did say it was Osborne that ran into. Who was that he ran into first? Was it Dan Lloyd?
Shannon, I think.
Yeah, that's Lloyd
Shannon going
first. Yeah, and then Shannon took evasive action because the two collided. So that is Osborne coming too close there. Just used Dan Lloyd as a break into Roberts and just sent him through the final chicane. And I imagine the stewards will probably take some action to that.
Haven't seen Pearson come down for his 10-second stop go yet. He has to do that within 3 laps. He got it on lap 2.
It's a time penalty, JB.
It's a time penalty.
It's a time penalty, right? Okay, so you can have that at the end of the race.
Yeah.
To come through.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the gap where he is at the moment. Yeah, he's going to drop a long way down, but it's early days in this. Come on then, JT.
Yeah, absolutely. Just quickly going over to the YouTube chat as I'll go full screen so you can see the cars going past. Bad Lad Media Glenn H. Fitzgerald has said, have shared your feed on our British Touring Car Talk page. Thank you very much.
That's very nice of you. Thank you very much. And hopefully enjoying the coverage with our Comcam now in a better position. We're up here for all races today as well because the Wi-Fi signal wasn't the greatest. We'll try and get Trackside though for some of the supports after the MotoGP race later on. Lap 6 of 18, 3 wide coming to the first corner, and there goes Moffat and Shedden getting about locked out the back of the BMW. Forces it wide down to Hollywood, down now through the Greater Curve. Shedden can't get on the inside, but back on deployment was Moffat as well. He's using that Toka boost energy well.
Yeah, it's 15 seconds per lap that you can use that for, instead of what we had the hybrid of last year, where we've seen Max Hall on the inside. I think that's Max Hall going through. It is towards the back of the field. That was Sam Osborne that he just overtook, I think, and he's now up into 20th position, and the next guy ahead of him, I believe, has to be Dexter Patterson.
So already on the inside, England's getting closer and closer to the top 3 as well as the lap goes on. As further back, Dan Lloyd under attack from Adam Morgan. Morgan, he said to us throughout the media day, throughout the opening days here, it's getting faster and faster this car, and it feels like it wants to go to the inside line. Sponsorship down into the braking zone for the Robert Tesses. He's on the inside line and he's through. Good strong move.
Yeah, very nicely done there from Adam Morgan up the inside of Dan Lloyd. I think that was a front brake overtake. I think once the line in, his nose in front, in the back of it was not going to win, so he just allowed it to go.
It was not going to win, it was not going to change up, and a black and white flag now for the 27th track limit of turn 4.
Dan Camish.
Dan Camish, yeah, which was all those laps coming through. We already saw that Shedden had one a few laps ago that we didn't bring it, but hopefully you're seeing it on the race control messages as well as they come into it. So top 3, Sutton, Camish and Ingram still battling together as a wasp flies past our commentary box. Here we see that's 17 to 12 battling now together as well further down the field. So then this is back on 5, so Stephen Jelly and Dexter Patterson.
Yeah, and there is Sam Osborne. He's had a miserable race so far, fighting it out with Max Hall. This is the 20th place. Although we've just seen out of our commentary position, Camish and Ingrid going into combat towards Redgate. We'll get TV pictures of that very, very shortly, but we'll just keep an eye on this battle. That's Charles Rainford, and his first race, making his way through, and I think there's a problem.
Yeah, trying to go through. He's dropping back massively, and now his teammates are going to be all over the back of him as well. So Rainford to jump. Moffat's dropped down a couple. Here we see Ingram on the inside of turn 1. Camish looking to the move on the inside line, have a little bit of a picture breakup, comes back to us now, still can't get that way through on turn 1, as that's Hamilton dropping, Hamilton's around the back in 24th position, he's running 8 seconds behind Osborne, but now the battle between the top 3 is on. Ingram's going for it on the inside line, turn 4, and Ingram takes 2nd position away from Dan Camish.
Remarkable move from Tom Ingram through on Dan Camish. He's already been sent to track limits in this one. I didn't want to risk going over track limits at turn number 4, which is what he got beat for last time. So he allowed England to go through this time around. That was a very, very textbook mistake there from the 2022 champion.
Sweet move and a sweeter release is coming at the moment as I'm just seeing the cars at the top. There's a car on the gravel trap and just at the top of the hill to come into Coppice. So there's somebody gone wide at the top of the hill. Can't see why just yet. See a replay of the on-ball, that's why we've lost audios. But there is a car running wide in the top of Coppice.
We'll find out very shortly. We should get some TV pictures as to what exactly has been going on
there.
So we've seen it now. Is that Josh Crocker who's gone off circuit?
Formula 1 Motorsports. No, it's the 12, but it's got a puncture.
Yeah, it's a puncture there, but it's the number 12. That has to be Stephen Jelly. It's Stephen Jelly who's got a front left puncture, and yeah, that'll be him off into the pit lane.
And it's the pit lane comes down and Taylor Smith just in front of us as well.
Yeah, because a lap or so ago, he picked up an issue, hence why he lost a ton of places, and that's forced him into the pit lane. A big shame there for Aaron Taylor Smith.
And there's bodywork damage down towards turn number 1 on Gordon Shedden on the front as well. That end plate has been destroyed.
I wonder if it's been
Hamilton pit lane.
Hamilton's right in front of us in our pit box here. He's coming into a tyre. Oh, he's got grass. So he's got grass just on the inside, so they've had to blow it away, and they're now pushing it back, right in front of our commentary position, but coming in the same time as Stephen Jelly. They're having to push it. So Jelly peels in. It's going to cost Hamilton time because he didn't need to be pushed out. So they should have known the pit box is there. Jelly's coming through, and here's the leaders. Look at Ingram. He's already right in the back of Sutton as they come across the start line to start that 10.
Yeah, that was around about half a second over the line they came. And going back to what I was saying about Aaron Taylor-Smith, he did pick up that issue a lap or so ago. Pemswell lost a ton of places. As for Golden Stone with that bodywork damage, I wonder if there's been contact between Stephen Jelly that's contributed to that.
Yeah, and once he gets going, he's there. You can see from our commentary position, Stephen Jelly's just up behind the camera shot. He's not looking too pleased in that cockpit, and I wonder if that's going to be daytime. Meantime, this is a further
Smiley
battle.
and Moffat as well.
So this is down in P12. Moffat's on the energy boost as here comes Stephen Jelly. Track limit, somebody comes through. Stephen Jelly's going out. They've ripped off that bit of bodywork and put on a new tyre.
Yeah, we'll see how he gets on. I didn't see what compound he went out on, but we'll find out very, very shortly on our timer pages. And yeah, you can just see how hard Tom Ingram is pushing out of the old Hairpin and Starkey's and coming towards McLean now. You can just see the amount of confidence that Virtue has in race conditions, and perhaps that's maybe why we're seeing good pace from him. It's the black and orange man for the number 52. That has to be Gordon Shedden, isn't it?
Yeah, so Shedden in trouble. Is that what you're going to tell us, JT?
No. Black and white flag for Jake Hill.
Yeah, oh, Jake Hill. Right, I can see that on our commentary box as well. Both flags being displayed at the marshalling point, not at the control line. Oh, actually, you can probably just see it on the monitor. If I can do some clever camera trickery and zoom in and show you the starting gantry, I think you just about don't see it from an angle. But yeah, that's where you have it. What's happened to Adam Morgan? He's going off.
Yeah, he's out. That could trigger a safety car as well, which would bring the whole field back together. There's one driver, Josh, that would not want a safety car at all. It's Ronan Pearson.
Yeah, and Pearson would want that. You can see my hand down the bottom of the camera. Hello. Yeah. Oh, hello. Sorry about that. I was just checking the camera feed as it comes through. So Adam Morgan pulls off. I can't see it from our position because it's just over the valley. Whether or not it is going to bring out the safety car. It has brought out the safety car. Well, this is going to change the effect as well.
Worst case scenario for Ronan Pearson in fifth place. It would have been close to you were going to say something.
Brilliant, Stephen Jelly, who hasn't lost a lap, but is at the back of the field.
Well, at least he's got another shot at it now. This is a replay from the contact. That's one of the Virtues making contact with Stephen Jelly.
Yeah, that's Cook.
That's, yeah. Is it Cook?
Yeah, Cook. He cooked the tyre barrier. That's why we've got a safety car. The tyre barrier is covering.
Oh, that's maybe for the Warriors. Yeah, it looks like Hamish has got down the order. Is that a tongue swap?
Oh no, it's tonight. Hamish has dropped tonight from our time monitors.
Well, that's strange because I don't.
He's into the pit lane. He's got a puncture. Hamish ran in front of the puncture on the front right.
From left.
From left.
Yeah, that's a puncture, and Gordon shouldn't influence. Well, because oh, it's all kicking off. That's nice in the air, and it's punches come off.
I don't want to come box. We're out Trackside. We're going to help. That Shedden's down in the pit lane too. So, can we see from that angle? Can I get our camera anywhere closer to it? No, they're not in our shot visibility. Up here in the booth, which is a shame. But yeah, well, yellows breed yellows, and that's Dan Camish having to have another.
Question is,
go on, JT.
Here's the replay.
So it was not Cook, because it was Chilton.
Yeah, they both like, surely that goal significantly damaged to the left rear of Cook's car. I'm surprised the team brought him in to get that repaired. So this is a start then. This is Sutton's view, yeah. So this is the onboard of Sutton going to the outside. He unsurprisingly got the better start compared to Camish. But it's Camish who's always going to have the inside into turn one. But what's the switchback from Ash Sutton on the exit? And that is textbook stuff, you have to say. First race of the year, Ash Sutton wasting no time whatsoever.
Fantastic getaway then and from everybody as Dan Camish returns to the track then, albeit down in 19th place, 7th and 20th as things stand.
They're going to want to move that.
They're going to, are we going to think here for red flag? That's what you've got to think about. As Morgan's out of the car, he's got a long way to walk back in a fly suit. That's not going to be the greatest. Over away, you've got a couple of hours to go.
Well, to be honest with you, if you were facing the sun, it was a couple of more back in their race. But imagine that, I wouldn't want to be walking back in a race suit. going to be really, really annoyed.
That's bit of stuff coming through there. That's why they've changed it on time and time. There's Adam Morgan watching on, and he's not looked the happiest, has he, sadly?
Well, at least he's taking his helmet off and just giving us a little bit of a praise. Yeah, he'll be really, really upset with that. We didn't quite see. Well, we did see the concept, didn't we, earlier? I just want to remember which incident it was because we had so many incidents this one. I'm trying to keep up with who's made contact with who.
Is he going to ask a question as the lights go out on the replay?
So this is the start from Jake Hill at the start. So he's behind. You can see Tom Chilton who had in that Virtue car on the left, and he's switching back to the right-hand side, which you will see that has to be Ronan Pearson. So Ronan Pearson, as we mentioned earlier, he picked up that false start. I forgot to mention that on Jake Hill's onboard, but that's why Ronan Pearson has got that 10-second time penalty for essentially jumping the start. And yeah, just saw contact as well between Pearson and Chilton at the Craner curves, and very lucky that they both kept going as they did.
I can tell you that there's marshals down at the last corner just getting themselves sorted out, and then hopefully we'll get going again soon for a restart procedure. But yeah, let's have another replay to it. Lights out. This is on board with Ingram then. A similarly bad start to Camish, but he's capitalising that with a great couple of laps, bang after bang after bang.
Yeah, well, we know he's good as a racing driver in terms of his overtakes. We saw it last year, didn't we? And
Safety car's coming down the straight now.
Well, yeah, safety car's coming out, so it's still safety car conditions. But yeah, it was a good start from England, and we've seen it from last year. I think it was race 2 where he got back into the lead. He lost the lead at the start because he was on pole, but he was able to get back in front of Jake Hill before the end.
So there you can see the cars going past our commentary position. Josh Cook, can see visibly any damage?
Well, that is great.
It was a big fight, and it's just been kept together. So that's 14 and 18. Amazing, Rich.
Well, this is something that we discussed about.
Tell us it again.
Yeah, Aaron Simmons is the things to get. I wonder if this is terminal here. Hearing it at a rather bold actually crushed him. There we are.
Again? Why? What's happened to it? Apologies if our audio went a little bit issued. As there we are. I've adjusted the bus mix up. We just saw as well the recovery digger going past. That was moving the tyre barrier. Really bad start, actually. Who is that from? That's Dorlin.
It's Dorlin, yeah. So Max Hall was one of those gainers. That was a really dreadful getaway from James Dorlin at the start, which is not what you want to be doing. In contrast, Max Hall on his British Touring Car debut was able to just take advantage.
Just remind you, you've got a seat if you want to sit down and sit under the safety car.
Yeah, I probably earned that seat now anyway. But yeah, good, reasonable start for Max Hall, it has to be said, compared to maybe what he's being used to. As we see, there's a car going through on the inside. Is that Dorlin's gone back through?
He's come back, yeah, the old hairpin.
Well, he's managed to wake up a little bit there, hasn't he? After that.
Oh, we're going? Right, okay.
Oh, the race starts.
Yeah. Surely the lights and the revving engines and the 23 other cars around him should have given him a bit of a hint. Safety car's coming back through us again.
Yeah, so they're continuing on their way. There are up to 3 laps they can add to the race distance. So it was 18 at the start. We could well be getting 21 by the time this race gets back underway. Ronan Pearson, what must you be thinking now? The team will have told him that penalty as well. We didn't see a visual. This is going to be a shot actually that was looking at now on the replay. That's Max Hall going through. Backhead of James Dolan, just about slowing down just in front of Dexter Patterson, who was in a fight of his own.
It was a shot from the top. So, at 15 of 18 then, Sutton, Rowbottom, Pearson, Chilton, Hill, Cook, Noble, Rainford, De Jong, as we look inside the garage down at Amber. Everyone watching, just waiting to see what's going to happen next. That has already been distant, so we have an extra 3 laps. I'm going to say goes to 24 and 21. But if we do have to go into that period, we might see the red flag come out to the roads early. But I think really we should be having safety car in soon. It's kind of visible on the commentary boxes looking out. There's no work going on down there, so I think we're all right.
Well, we're not getting any notification from race control in regards to when it's going to be coming in yet, and the yellow light will still be flashing on the safety car, and why out there.
Sutton is apparently backing us all off. I'm waiting to see. Safety car's in. We're restarting now. So they're through now. Race car comes in, and Sutton is waiting until the green flag. New rule this year. Ready, steady, go again. England cuts the inside line. Oh, look, the grass is Michael Cleese has taken one of the bollards with him. Cleese has gone off the track. Right in front of us and has taken the bollard off. New rule this year. Not allowed to overtake them through the past the start line, which was there. And off went Cleese.
Cleese perhaps didn't notice that the race leader went as far as he did before. He launched clear, but we're just seeing England going through the red gate with him. And yeah, as we said, our Sutton perfectly start.
Really strange restart. As Chilton now under pressure. This is over with Jake Hill, who's going to look to the inside. He's got Pearson and Chilton right there. That's 3 wide coming into the old hairpin. Hill's on the inside line. He's going to get through. Yeah, 2 into 1. Cook's having to defend as well from the back of Noble. Oh, brilliant from Jake Hill. 4 into 1.
Absolutely textbook stuff from Jake Hill. This is what we've been waiting for since the start. We've seen further battling down the order. Who's that? Is that Charles Springford on the side there?
Yes.
It is, yeah, but it looks like it did, but the car hasn't been able to figure it to Leon, who...
Teammates.
Yeah, teammates.
Oh, no. Of course, that's going to be in the barrier if he's not careful. He's going to hit the barrier and places it. Oh, he got so lucky. He literally kissed the barrier as he comes back through and now on the field. That was lucky and a half.
Oh, it was. That's the all the same after a brilliant qualifying yesterday for 12 painted. We see Aidan Moffitt straight. That's the Leon now. Pat Roberts came into lightfully position. The fight for 10th, he's well and truly on. There's DeLeon's got Chris Smiley all over the back of him, and many others heading into Redgate.
That's going to be difficult because coming around the outside comes Dan Lloyd as well in the 1-2-3 car. So he was trying to send it into a position, but now that's going to put him side by side with his teammate. Meantime, the race leaders are doing ding-dongs. Up there, the England, the gap's just a 10.5, and into the pit lane comes Michael Creed. Said yesterday he wants to start on the medium tyres and have a good reverse sprint. He wants to have this grid now as it goes off and off goes Lloyd coming out of Old Hairpin.
Yeah, and that'll allow Matt Cole through to what should be 13th position because I think Dexter Hudson's already in front of Dan Lloyd. So looking at the 2 leaders, England can catch back up, starting very quickly. We've got 4 laps to go at the end of this one, and we've got a battle on our hands for the first race win of the year as we see the top 2 go through our points position.
That's a fantastic view from Ingram. He's lining him up. He knows he's got laps to spare. He's only lap 17. Racing to get extended for the full 3 laps as well. So it's 21 or bust. Blackjack time. Who's going to pay the money? Because both of them on hybrid power down towards turn 1. They were not going to wait to see what was going to change there. Meantime, Chilton having a look to Hill, who's got up into 5th position and round the outside. That's going to be a lock-up contact. Josh Cook gets into the back. Dorlin now trying everything. Cook's clear. Whack for time.
Yeah, I don't know how many times Josh Cook's is going to get whacked before he ends up having a puncher at this rate. As we see Aaron St. Smith in the pits again.
Oh, goes Dorlin. That's his day down, and that'll be a safety car, maybe even a red flag. The late stage we've got. And that car is beached. Now that must be coming down through the Craner Curve section.
I thought it might have been over at Redgate, to be honest with you. I thought it might have been Redgate.
Redgate turn 1, okay. We can't just see from our position. Doble, yeah, look at this. This is the battle between Cook and Doble down the top of turn 9 into Coppice. No sign of the safety car yet. Maybe they just want to keep this all going.
Well, I hope they keep it going as it is because he's well off the firing line anyway. So I'd rather they just let the race carry on as it is unless we get any further incident. But there we see the battle between Josh Cook and Mikey Doble. Can they keep it clean through Roberts this time? They do, but we saw what happened last time when they came into Redgate Corner. Well, they can't overtake there now anyway because of Dolan's car in the gravel, so he'll have to wait a little bit, Doble, before he can make his move.
Cautiously, wildly, accelerating down towards turn number 1. Cook beat Doble, not going to move here, but they're sort of leading it back. So Cook, all the way down to, I think, Patterson, has that sort of advantage. Remember, those on soft tyres, Sutton, Pearson and Camish. Everybody else on the mediums wants to get the mediums out the way early, then go soft race 2 and race 3. So everyone's starting on softs now has to take the medium in either race 2 or race 3. I would take it race 3 when the track's arguably exposed.
Yeah, perhaps so. But we're seeing the top 2 once again with Baz Sutton, who is on the softs, has got Tom Ingram right behind. And
black flag. This is black and white flag. 88, 93, 80 and 22. Involved in that is Ingram as well. It's in second position. JP just told us over our earphones as a lot of action still going on. Taxi turn 8 to turn 9. It's an insanity. Right now, as you try and get the overtakes together, 3 wide in the exit of cockpit.
Yeah, coming through Stargates now. 4 drivers got pinged for track limits, the 88, the 93, the 80 and the 22. They begin the penultimate lap of this race, the first race of the 2025 British Touring Car Championship at Donington Park, and we are seeing battles further down the order. That has to be Aidan Muffet.
Oh, straight move from down the Young, but that's going to be Camish on the inside line into Redgate. Camish should have the traction through Hollywood.
Yeah, he's on the soft tyres as well because he pitted him with that punter, remember, did Camish. So that he should be using that to his advantage to get these two. But now he's in a fight of his own with Chris Smiley, who's going through ahead of him. The crane occurs, but Camish will have the inside line into the old hairpin and keeps hold of the position.
That's going to be Smiley and Paxton, that's going to be quite close. Here we are again with our race leaders, though. Ingram and Sutton just trying to look out the window if they're going to come through first. And see what the gap is. Ingram 2.5 tenths back now as well. Well, there's Michael Creed's pass, because there we go. Look at Ingram. He's right in the back of Sutton as we start the final lap, and he's going for it. He's going for it to turn 1. Did he make the move, Steve? We need to have our replay, because Sutton's going defensive like crazy here. Ingram's going to use the hybrid power. It's a 1-lap shootout here. Are we going to have an inside line down towards turn 1? Sutton goes towards the pit wall. He's going to go defensive. Ingram goes there. Is he going to do the old switch back into 1? No, I don't think it's a traction move.
Just look to see whether the other players have gone away from there. It feels like it has.
Yeah.
So they've got a straight fire in their hands, but one problem that Ash Sutton has got is that back mark ahead of him, Michael Queens. I think it's well and truly out of the way, but he's backing off actually. He's deliberately backed off to upset the momentum of Ingram going through.
Yeah, they were still there at turn 1 apparently, so they can't make a move stick. Sutton takes a bit of exit curve through all the hairpin, now moving up the hill. He's going to have to go defensive on the inside line here. You can't really make a move into McLean. You can into Poppister.
Yeah. Coming through McLean's for the last time, then can Ingram find a way through? Last chance will be at Roberts. He's got a genuine chance, so he won't do it into Coppers, but if he can get into the slipstream and get alongside, then he might just do it. He's really far back this time around.
Out of the last corner, over the line, lights are flashing, it's a photo finish, but it's Ash Sutton who takes victory in race 1 here at Donington Park. Ingram will finish in second position. The gap of the line was 0.267. Rowbottom, Pearson, Hill, Chilton, Doble, Cook, Moffat, Dion.
Roby Pearson looking at the timing tower, unsurprisingly, he's dropped way down from where he ended up finishing. I think he finished in 4th place on track, and he's ended up down in 13th place. What a shame.
Good luck up further back, that's what shoots up the stairs, and off the track goes Osborne, and he puts it off sideways. I'll lose him a couple of positions as well. Nicely done, everybody. Nicely done. A good opening race for the touring car season.
Yep, brilliant race, instant pass, it has to be said. But well done to Ash Sutton. Despite the pressure that Tom England had put on him, but I have to deal with Dan Camish.
Yeah.
That got away from him big time.
Wow, race 1 already done then. The cars are coming to Park Ferme, and Napa happy with that one. Sutton wins race 1. Ingram second, Rowbottom third. We'll have the podium shortly as well. We'll try and run down to that now. So I think we'll have a quick sum up of what's happening here in the box, and then we'll run down as well. Tom, what do you make of the opening race here?
Brilliant, breathtaking. Wouldn't have been up in the contest, I didn't expect it up here in all honesty, but ridiculous race with the sunshine here in the Midland Place here in Donington, and like that.
Cars going down pit lane then as well. Let's hand over to, Ash has to win, supposed to get the fast lap as well. Just wait for the cars to come in. We're going to make our way down to Park Ferme and hopefully get started before the next race. Let's hand over then to either Isaac or the Wolf. One of the things you can throw together. We'll head down now to the track.
This year, but it's the two rivals from years gone by that are back at the top of the order once again, and there was no let-off whatsoever. Great racing between the two of them. Good respect as well between Ash and Tom, as ever, in the British Touring Car Championship, and it's great to see that Dan Rowbottom is back on the podium. He said he had a bit of an off year in 2024, but he feels good, he feels positive, and things starting to look good for him for this year as well. Ash Sutton makes his way back into the pit lane. He'll have the small matter of the Toka technical technical area to get through. He'll make sure that everything is good. Sam Ritchie's and the team just checking the car over with the weight and making sure the ride height is all good as well. That will be the case for the top three, which make their way now into that area, and the rest of the field make their way down the pit lane. But lots going on. There's some battle-scarred cars as well, which will need to be recovered and maybe just repaired before we head into race 2, which is not too far away, actually. We're looking forward to that later on this afternoon. Just after 2:30 is when we'll have them back out. The green light has been given. Ash Sutton gets himself off the weights. He'll head his way now into Parc Fermé, where the top three will be greeted by Alan Hyde down there in the pit lane.
Technical checks are complete. The headlights flashing on Ash Sutton's car. He was confident yesterday. He said on the qualifying lap in the quick 6 there was just one little problem that he knew had maybe cost him pole position. Well, he's converted it, turns the car off, the door opens, and the 4-time champion taps the roof of the car. ITV cameras are there and goes over to the team. Big hugs right the way down the Napa Racing UK team, and still got his helmet on at the moment. I think I might be able to get a word with Ash before ITV and Louise Goodman come in. I'm keeping my fingers crossed for that. It's just congratulated by Pete Osborne, and then a big hug with Mum, and Ash is going to be delighted. It's a nice way to start the season, isn't it? Get that win underway, put your marker down. This is how it's going to be, everyone. Off comes the helmet, the hands device, and the balaclava as well. Let me put myself in a position that Ash can see me, and he'll give his helmet to his mum for safekeeping. It's me first, Ash. Dress rehearsal for the television interview in a couple of moments, but that's a lovely way to start the year, isn't it? You put your marker down.
Yeah, we did. Obviously, felt like we should have started on pole from qualifying, so it's nice to get the move done very early on. And I'll be honest with you, I was quite shocked how much we had to protect that soft tyre. You saw Camish with his issues, unfortunately, which isn't great. And
the bad luck for Dan Cam continues at Donington.
Unfortunately so, but obviously focusing back on what we are. I was just nursing that front left tyre. Hearing your teammates got a bit of an issue in the car, you just want to make sure that you're bringing the car home. So I think that's where the medium tyre sort of hung on a lot better than what we could. So yeah, just got to make a few amendments to go to race 2.
Right at the end, there was quite a bit of pressure coming up.
Yeah, like I said, I was just making sure we looked after the tyre. The safety car gave us a bit of breathing space. But yeah, we'll see how the next race goes when we're all on the same compound.
Top man. Thank you, Ash. Good to have a chat to you. Well done. Congratulations. Tingram goes down the line, gets a handshake from all, and a thumbs up for the camera, a word with Marv, the team manager, and Spencer, his engineer. The rest of the team all come over, and you can put it off for a while, but not forever. Talking to me as an inevitable consequence of having a good race. That's not a bad way to start the year.
On the medium tyre, I think that was a great result. Really, really good result. We'll really take that, considering the pace that we know a soft tyre is around here. And we're soft.
Yeah, well, so you should be. Ash was just talking about looking after the soft tyre towards the end of the race, and Dan Cam had a left front puncture during that race. He was on the soft tyre.
Yeah, you've got to look after the medium. You know, just because it's the soft doesn't mean it's completely vulnerable. The soft, the medium, the hard, you can puncture them all. So you've just got to be careful with them. So a good start to the year. I didn't want to take any massive risks considering the first round of the season. So yeah, good to get it off in a good way.
Top man, Tingram, thank you very much indeed. Let's carry on walking down past the number 80 car of Tom Ingram. We'll be talking. Are you standing by to talk to Robo, or can I have him? Hey, it's going to be nice to have you back on the podium.
Thank you. Yeah, no, what a good day. What a good start today. Good start to the weekend. So, yeah, it's great.
Is this Robo 2.0? Because I saw you on the grid. You were absolutely focused. You were visualising the opening lap of the race, all that kind of stuff. Your prep was spot on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's because of my age. It's probably Robo version 4.9, I think. But well done, buddy. But yeah, no, we're getting there. You know, it's been a long, hard winter. I've had a lot of time to look inwardly as well as outwardly, and you know that for sure that I wasn't doing a good enough job. So we're back, and I'm going to do a good enough job. So
You are your own worst critic, aren't you?
100%. But you want to win this, you got to be.
I tell you what, well done, Robo. Thank you very much indeed. And I want to have a chat to Mikey Doble. He's going to be on the podium. He's the top finishing independent driver. He's getting the congratulations from the team at the moment. And I tell you what, he's going to be delighted to get his season underway. Adam Weaver, the team principal, comes over to offer his congratulations. And Mikey keeps going. Mikey, come back and have a chat to me. Good way to start the year, isn't it?
That's all I could have asked for, really. All my goal was in that one was to go forward. Did a little bit better than that. We've come away with a trophy. So, yeah, to get the independence win, to be lifting some silverware and have a great position to start from for race 2, we're off to a flying start.
Car felt good?
Car felt mega. Yeah, we didn't quite maximise it in qualifying, but I think it's safe to say it's probably a better race car than it is a qualifying car around here. So.
Top man, Mikey. Thank you very much indeed. There we go. They are our interviews down in Park Fairmate. I'm going to get my way over towards the podium because that is what's coming up next.
Thanks very much, Alan. Yep, nice as ever to get the first word with the drivers after the races, and that is your first round of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship done for now. If that was excitement enough, stay with us because we've got 2 more of those to look forward to across the course of the afternoon here at Donington Park. We are now into the lunch break, which is in fact bang on schedule. 12:30, we've just ticked over, and you now have an hour to relax, enjoy the atmosphere around Donington Park, get something to eat, get a drink, make sure you're hydrated, make sure you've got the suntan lotion on because it is quite warm out there. You don't want to get anyone red-faced by the time they leave the circuit for today. So yeah, have a little look around. There's lots to do in the infield here at Donington Park. There's lots of trade stalls and activities that the kids can get involved in. Don't forget we have the pit lane walkabout and autograph session which will be taking place at 12:50. So in about 20 minutes time is when the pit lane will be open. There'll be teams, drivers down there, maybe with some goodies for you to get as well, but make sure you are queued up, ready to go alongside Garage 39. That's where you need to be. That is in fact just where the podium is. So while you're waiting for the pit lane to open, you can also enjoy the podium with Alan down there as well. So it's a kind of 2 birds with 1 stone, effectively. I think I can already see quite a big queue forming all the way through the hospitality units we have in the paddock. So as I said, head for Garage 39. You'll see the podium. To the left of that is where the queue probably has started, but it's probably going to go everywhere around the paddock. So just if you see a long queue of people, just join it, and I'm sure that'll be the one that will get you into the pit lane at 12:50 for your half-an-hour pit lane walkabout, and of course the autograph session with the stars of the British Touring Car Championship. Don't forget to keep your messages coming. I know we haven't gone through any of those just yet, but of course we're going to keep Alan very busy. So when he rejoins us in the studio, he'll be able to look through all of those and get through those messages across the course of the afternoon. So keep them coming. The number you need on WhatsApp, this is the number 07482 877 877, or of course you can send us emails. studio@tokalive.net is a place for you to of course send those in to us. So make sure you get those numbers and email addresses jotted down. And whatever message you would like to give to a family member, a friend, or just yourself, give yourself a mention, then please do send it through to us. Put your name on there as well, just your first name, so we can give you a mention. 07482 877 877. So we've got the podium to look forward to very shortly. Alan will be working his way down there with the drivers in due course. They'll of course be conducting their interviews with ITV, which I think have pretty much been wrapped up now. So the drivers will be released from that and heading all the way down to the podium. Just to say, after the lunch break today, we'll be moving into further racing because we'll kick off this afternoon with the second race of the day for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. It was a great first race to start day 2 here at Donington Park, so we'll have more from them in around about an hour's time. We'll then have the second race very quickly from the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. So round 2 will begin at 2:30. Again, we'll have the build-up, pit lane open at 2:20, and we'll have all the news and stories from down there on the grid. We then move into more support race action with the Viratools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. 25-minute race for them at what's going to be 3:15. The final race of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge at just before 4 o'clock. The final sprint challenge race race for the Porsches. It will be the final support action race as well at just after 4:30. And then we build up to the final Quick Fit British Touring Car encounter, which is going to be 5:10 for the pit lane opening and 5:25 for the race to begin, which will bring the curtain down on this first weekend of racing for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. They won't have long to rest after this weekend, because in 2 weeks' time they'll be heading off to the sister MSV circuit of Brands Hatch down there in Kent on what's going to be the weekend of the 10th and 11th of May. So if you're a keen follower of the BTCC, make sure that date, I'm sure it is, if you're a keen follower, in your diary already for many, many months, because the calendar was announced very early last year, so you'd have had time to plan around it effectively. So yeah, 2 weeks' time is when we head to the next rounds at Brands Hatch. We then have another 2-week break before we head to another MSV circuit. That's going to be at Snetterton in Norfolk on the full 300 circuit, and they come thick and fast for the first part of the year, because then we head to Thruxton and Oulton Park to round out the first half of the season, and every single one is just a 2-week gap. So we have 2 weeks until Brands Hatch, 2 weeks after that will be Snetterton, 2 weeks until Thruxton in June, and then the end of that month it will be off to Oulton Park, as I said, on the island circuit, and then we'll go all again for the second half where the season comes to a close in October on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. But Ash Sutton, the man who started on the soft tyre, is the man who picks up the first victory of the season. He was the man also that grabbed the fastest lap of the race, a 1:08.011. And as Josh said, that's a brand new lap record for the British Touring Car Championship around here, the Donington Park National Circuit. And of course, for Sutton, because he got himself to the lead of the race and led a lap, he gets an extra point. And because he got the fastest lap, he also gets an extra point as well. So a nice couple of extra points for Ash Sutton. Tom Ingram will pick up the spoils for second. So for him, already at this early stage of the season, his points tally will not be with the point for pole position. Of course, that goes to Dan Camish, but for Tom Ingram, he will now have 17 points. Dan Rowbottom then has 15 points in third place, and then behind that, Jake Hill, last year's champion, is going to be there with what's going to be 13 points, and further back, Tom Chilton, who finished in 5th place, will get himself 11 points. And for Dan Camish, he of course got that point for pole position. He didn't lead a lap, but he did finish down in 8th position, so for him, that will be 8 points, plus the 1 puts him on 9. So he managed to salvage something out of the race, which, as we said, it's always been a bit of a bogey circuit for Dan Camish. He has had wins here in the past. The last of those came back in what was 2023, where he took the victory in race 1 and also in race 3. But since then, it's been a bit of an up and down ride for Dan Camish, and race 1, unfortunately, was no different with that puncher. As Ash Sutton, it's going to be one of those where you have to manage the tyres here this weekend, especially with the temperatures we have, which are completely different to what they experienced last year with the wet weather. But nonetheless, Dan Camish can now look forward to race 2, hopefully a better race 2, where he can make his way through the field and once again somewhere towards the front. Things slightly different this year as well in terms of the deployment of when certain drivers are allowed to use it, depending on where they finished in that first race. There'll be less available for those who finished higher up, and for the top 3, they are the ones that have to use the tyre that they probably won't want to use, but it's lesser this year. It used to be 10, the top 10 had to use the tyre which they hadn't used prior, but now it's the top 3. So all the drivers who finished in the top 3, Sutton, Ingram and Rowbottom, will of course have that tyre to use for race 2, and the rest of them can decide what they want to use as they get to the grid. So podium not too far away. I can still see a lot of people starting to queue. I'm sure Alan's around there just making sure that they're all well behaved. And
And you're back with us as we're getting ready for the podium ceremony. So I'm going to turn up the mic. Hello. And we'll get ready, because here is Alan Hyde coming in.
In just a couple of moments, I think we get this podium underway. Perfect, thanks, Al. Yes, I'll be with you in just a few minutes' time. Don't forget.
I'll just hold the mic. I assume you can hear me, JT, if I hold the microphone this far away from me. I'll give him. Yeah. I've turned up the gain. I apologise if I definitely.
You were in the paddock, fairly to you, but do take the opportunity to grab yourself.
Here's our podium sitters.
Pit lane walk session is just 10 minutes. Could just work nicely where the podium gets done.
So Sutton winning with Rowbottom in 3rd and Ingram finishing 2nd. Well, bad for there. It's about to come out onto the circuit now.
we're going to have to queue for interviews, which is never nice. But usually there's three of us and there's three people, so one after the other between should work. Here they come now. There's Robo. And let's go over to Alan.
And great timing, as I said, we've got, wow, how big is that crowd in front of the podium? It goes on forever, all the other way of Garage 39. So only one instruction, everybody.
We also have our independent race winner.
Your drivers onto the podium for the presentation for round one of the 2025 British Touring Car Championship. To make the presentation representing our title sponsors, Quickbit, please welcome MOT tester for Quickbit, Darren Jennings, onto the podium. He will go to the final.
Darren Jennings going on, the representative from Napa.
The winning independent driver for round one, Mikey Noble. And gets a handshake. And the winning independent trophy for round one, Mikey Noble, everyone. Well done, Mikey. Next to all is the manufacturer consultants award for round one. The winners are Alliance Racing Ford, and to represent them, the CEO of Napa Europe, Steve Richardson.
There's Steve Richardson going up. Napa 1-3 on the podium.
To Steve Richardson, who will now take from Darren the winning trophy. Well done, winning the manufacturer constructors award for round one. And Steve will take the spoils of victory and run away because he will make way to the top three drivers for round one. Reverse order, third place, Dan Rowbottom.
Robo back on the podium.
And opens the season with a podium. Well done to Danny Rowbottom. Second place, Tom Ingram.
Second place, Tom Ingram going on to the podium. This gives us Ash Sutton standing by.
Drives aboard the top of the podium, gets a trophy. Ash Sutton is winning with the British Touring Car Championship. And now, Dylan Sparta for the winning driver. Ash Sutton wins round one of the 2025 Quickbit British
And the
Touring
podium
Car
ceremony then, with Mikey Doble finishing as independent race winner. Dan Rowbottom is third. Second is Tom Ingram. And the race winner of Ash Sutton, oh dear, we're on the firing line. It's champagne time! Oh! Sutton wins race one of the year, and it's champagne time! This is going to be a lot more interesting now as well. Champagne shower as lunch break comes in. No sweeter smell, is there, Tom?
I wish I had a taste of it, but no, we've had three brilliant drivers put on a really good show. I think there were a few kids that got a little bit drenched. But
a little bit. Let's go get some interviews. Go behind here. Oh, wow, there's something inside here. Right, let's swing back through here. Get some interviews coming up then. There's Sutton and Rowbottom. I want to dive in for them first quickly. I'm going to wait. Oh, sorry. Go that way and swing round, Tom. Oh, yeah, get ready. Rowbottom's gone straight on. Let's get Rowbo quickly as well. Nope, they're doing something else. They're filming. We can't interview that. Let's go, Sutton. I'm ready. Oh dear. Smells of champagne, which is not the greatest. Let's get in with Ash. If you want to get ready. Yeah. Ash, quick word. First win of the year. How was it?
Yeah, can't complain. Not a bad way to start the year.
Carl looked great in testing. Carl looks great now as well. Is this a start of a better championship year?
Plan, obviously, ultimately, we're coming here for that 5th title. Not a bad way to start. We've got a little bit of work we want to do, go into race 2. But yeah, it's a perfect way to open the season.
Oh, softs in that opening race. So medium the end of the day?
Yeah, we're forced now to that. Obviously, with the regulations, we're forced to use a medium. Yeah, we can't do anything else other than that. We've got to run the medium now for the rest of the day.
Is that a good idea or a bad idea with the conditions getting hotter?
I'd much rather be on a medium than a soft when the temperatures go up. So that's part of our thinking a little bit there as well.
It is. Thank you, Ash. Well done. Right, let's swing back and see who we can grab a hold of, because I think Tingram's still there. He finished 2nd. I think Doble is still there as well, coming in. Got lunch break, and I'm on MotoGP. Oh, in 10 minutes' time. Let's see who we can quickly grab hold of then in that mix. Before we... Hello. Independent race win. How did it go? That was fantastic out there.
Brilliant start to the season. I mean, it's all we could have really asked for there for P10 on the grid on the less favoured tyre. You know, climbed up to P6 and an independence in the overall standings I can. You know, I know that Josh will be hardest fighter for independence. Excuse me. And, you know, if I'm doing well in the overall championship, then I'll probably...
Have I just missed Tingram? No, he's there. I'm running. I'm not stopping. I'm not getting Tingram. Hello, Tom. I'm being a bad penny again. 2nd place out there. That was fantastic opener. You're closing on the last couple of laps on the medium compound tyres. You've got softs now in either race 2 or race 3. Is that going to give you a better advantage for this win?
Well, we'll have to go to the medium tyre now because obviously the regulations this year, top 3 have to go to the next available, the hardest tyre available. So we'll be softs for race 3. Hopefully trying to make some progress through. If we're on the, if we get a bad reverse grid, we can still make some.
Cheers, Tom. See you later. Right, on that note, I've lost Tom. There he is. You want to come through? Right, on that note then, I'm going to throw back to JT for the lunch break because I'm off to the commentary box to do MotoGP. Lunch break, top 3, not badly done. Let's see you later.
Make something good out of what potentially could have been a bad weekend as they finished Saturday. But as we also mentioned, the Toka Turbo Boost does get a little bit different as well for race number 2. Those who finish higher up, the likes of Ash Sutton and Tom Ingram, will have less laps to use their Turbo Boost. So for here at Donington Park, it's going to be just 1 lap for the race winner compared to those who get 8 laps outside the top 8. You've got Tom Ingram who will have 2 laps of Turbo Boost to use. The likes of Dan Rowbottom will get 3 laps. 4th place Jake Hill will have 4 laps to use the Turbo Boost. And then behind that, we've got Tom Chilton with 5 laps. Mikey Doble will have 6. Josh Cook will have 7. And the rest of the field from Dan Camish on backwards will get the full usage of 8 laps of boost to be used. So it does have another element of not all the drivers will have as much as they did in race number 1. And again, it's just interesting to see how those drivers do use that across the course of the 18 laps that we'll have for race number 2 a little bit later on. The soft and medium tyre in use this weekend at Donington Park. We did say before the race that all of the teams and drivers unanimously said that they would like the reintroduction of the Goodyear option tyre at all of the events this year, apart from Thruxton, due to the abrasive circuit and the quickness of Thruxton. It will just be the hard tyre in use that weekend. But the majority of the events this season will utilise 2 of the 3 compounds. So here, as I said, at Donington, it's soft and medium. The option tyre must be used at least once during race 1, race 2 or race 3, ensuring a variety of strategies do play themselves out. And of course, in that race, we had 3 drivers who went with the soft tyre. So Ash Sutton, Dan Camish and Ronan Pearson were the ones that used that. At the end of race 1, any driver inside the top 3 at all of the events this year must use the hardest tyre available during the second race. So that's going to be for those top 3 to use, including Ash Sutton, Tom Ingram and Dan Rowbottom. Last year it was 10, but we've reduced that now to 3. And outside of knowing the tyre of the top 3 drivers in race 2, teams will not have to specify before qualifying the race in which they will use their option tyre. So all choices it will be declared upon cars leaving the pit lane. So that we've got to factor in the tyres, the turbo boost to use as well. And of course, we've got some good racing to look forward to, because race 1 was absolutely full of entertainment. As we said, a bit of battle scarring for some of them. The likes of Ash Sutton, Tom Ingram, Dan Rowbottom didn't have any of that to worry about. Their cars were absolutely perfect after that first race. But we are looking forward to the second race a little bit later on. For now, though, as we said, the pit lane walkabout is underway. The autograph session is taking place. Josh Barrett will be down there very shortly, but hopefully you've been sending your messages in to us, because we're going to have loads to get through. The number, don't forget, that you need is 07482 877 877. That is the number you can send your messages through to us at the Toka Live studio. They will be siphoned through to see what we have that has come through. But for now, Alan Hyde is back in his seat, and we're going to go back to the Toka Live studio for this afternoon.
Matt Suckling with expert commentary, Josh Barrett in the pit lane and paddock, and Alan Hyde in the pit lane and the Toka Live studio. This is Toka Live.
What an absolutely glorious day it is here at Donington Park. Just walked back from the podium, and the queue for the pit lane walkabout does stretch the entire length of the paddock. It is such a lovely sight to see, it really is. And so many people stopping me and saying what a glorious event this is to get the season underway. What a difference a bit of sunshine makes as well, doesn't it? Everybody smiling, everybody happy, everybody getting photographs, and I'm really pleased. I just got to meet Ash Sutton's second son, who was only born about 3 weeks ago. Little Hadley is all wrapped up, is fast asleep, which is exactly what his other son, Sonny, did about 2 years ago. And so Sonny and Hadley are both here.
They grow up so quickly, don't they, as well?
It's nice, isn't it? Isn't
brilliant.
it cool?
It's
they do. So the proof of that is that Josh Cook's little girl and Ash's little boy, Sonny, yeah, they're both sort of, you know, chatting away now and having conversations about what, well done, Daddy, and poor Daddy.
That paying attention of the racing and know what's going on.
They love it. I mean, they've had no option, because they've been coming here since they were born.
Yeah.
Literally, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks old that Sonny Sutton first came to a race meeting, but absolutely lovely. A really nice atmosphere down there on the podium. Josh will be sampling that atmosphere. Can you see down in pit lane? Have we got things? Have we got things getting a bit busy down there?
There's certainly a lot of people, Alan. I think some of the BTCC drivers have done their final debriefs, so they're just starting to come out.
It'll give me loads of opportunity to get through messages, Josh, so please don't worry, because so many of you have been sending messages all day today. Morning, Alan. Shout out to Dan and Lauren, who are sat at Starkey's enjoying a relaxing child-free weekend in the sunshine. We got here at 6:30 to secure our space for the day. Loving the new format of Toka Live. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. And what a great view that is, looking right the way up. Beautiful grass here at Donington, the blue skies, and what a great view. That was worth getting here at 6:30 this morning. Hi, Claire. Claire says, morning, can you please wish my big brother Rich a reasonably adequate birthday for tomorrow? That comes with thanks from Claire. Yes, Rich, have a reasonably adequate birthday tomorrow, or even a very happy one. Well done. This comes from Kevin. Morning, Alan. Watching from the inside of Turn 1 today, and that's Kevin from the British Touring Car Chat Facebook group. I'm going to get through all of these, I reckon, before Josh is going to have drivers down in pit lane to have a chat to. Oh, Josh is there.
Yeah, BMW drivers are out, Alan, so if you want me to have a quick word.
Dive in, get yourself in position,
Okay.
and I'll do a couple more of these. This one says, morning, Alan. It was morning when it was sent. Shout out to Logan Jackson, LSJ Racing, who's off this weekend from karting, races in the Might E All-Electric Championship, hoping to move up to the Minis one day. We're here all weekend supporting Dan Rowbottom, Ash Sutton and Will Jenkins. Good luck, lads. Well, you'll be happy with Dan and Ash's result. That was a very good result for Napa Racing UK. This is from Tom and Joe. Morning all. This time last year, we were huddled in our car at Starkey's, trying to keep warm and dry and entertained with a word search book whilst waiting, hopefully, for the rain to pass and for racing to begin. In the end, it was well worth it and marked our first trip to Donington all the way from Kent. What a difference this year. We're back in the sun, enjoying the racing, anticipating the first BTCC race of the year. We cannot wait. Thanks for the commentary and the good times from Tom and Joe. And P.S. we still haven't completed the word search book. Maybe next year. Do you know what? It would be a really good thing if you never do, if you never need to get it out again. In the pit lane is Josh Barrett.
Yeah, I'm just standing by Daryl DeLeon. Daryl, a quick chat. Who you carry on signing your autographs? What's it like being a BMW driver at West Surrey Racing?
It's good, yeah, it's good. I'm enjoying it. Hi, mate, do you want to post for me?
And how did that race go for you?
Yeah, really, really good until the last lap. It's just one of those things where, yeah, just one of those things, really. But no, there's pace in the car, so yeah, looking forward to the next two races.
Well, best of luck. So there's Daryl DeLeon. I think we'll leave Jake because he is very popular down here, as you might imagine, Alan. I'll go to the other side of the... Yeah, Aidan Moffat's not here yet. Charles Rainford's having an interview. So I'll head a bit further down, Alan, and go back to the studio.
It's not easy getting a word with people on the pit lane walkabout, and we don't want to take up too much of their time talking to us because, of course, this is all about the people that have probably been queuing for an hour or more down in the paddock for the pit lane walkabout. Best bit of advice, if you're planning on a pit lane walkabout, is if you have a favourite driver, to go there first, because it may well be that you don't get to get there later on in the session. So make a beeline for your favourite driver first of all. This is from Chris and Elsie. Could we give a shout out to Chris and Elsie here for the weekend, camping on the infield campsite for the first time and loving the racing and the weather as well. What is not to like? Shout out for the various members of the Hoppers Motorsport Vlogs community who are either trackside or at home, and that comes from Hoppers himself that runs the vlog. Great to have you listening, Andy. Thank you. Can we have a shout out, please? Big happy 30th birthday to Zoe and a belated birthday to Tia from Chris, Tom, Carl, Aidan, Andrew and Will, all sat down at Hollywood. Just in case you haven't heard the number today, if you want to shout out here on Toka Live, it's really simple. It's on WhatsApp. All you need to do is to send us your message and your name. You have to put your name on it, just your first name. We don't need your surname, but a message plus your name to 07482 877 877. And we'll do our very best to get to those messages over the course of today. Just let me have a little scroll up and see how many we've got. Quite a lot. That's going to be quite a tall hill to climb, but I'll do my best. What a beautiful day to be at Donington again. Say hi to Ben. Forgot to mention it was his birthday on Friday in my message yesterday. Sterling work with you boys doing the commentary. Thank you very much indeed, and happy birthday belatedly to Ben. Right, what have you got for us, Josh?
Got James Dorling down here. James, welcome to the BTCC. What was that like?
It was a bit of a baptism of fire. It obviously screwed the start a little bit, just tried to minimise wheel spin and ended up bogging down and stalling in the end, which was pretty embarrassing. But, you know, first time doing a standing start for a long time. So, yeah, it's all learning. Managed to come back through, which was good. And then I just took a little bit too much through the chicane and, you know, blind following the car ahead and just knocked the tyre off the rim. So, yeah, it's frustrating to not finish for first one, but learnt loads, so I'll only be going forwards in race 2.
Best of luck, says James Dorling, new driver for 2025 with Toyota.
And a jolly good driver he is as well, Josh. Thank you very much indeed for getting a word with James Dorlin. Hi, Charlotte here, loving the sunshine and sitting behind the heroes, the marshals on the Craner Curve. Big shout out to my boyfriend Craig. First race of the season. Let's go. Do you know, I might play that over the lunch break. Good morning. What a beautiful day. Loving the weekend. Please wish Tyler T a very happy 21st birthday with much love from Mum, Miss C and Oakley. Thank you. And a smiling emoji. The emojis always help. This says Jason. It's from Jason. Good to be in the Hollywood stand, Alan. It's my good mate Bick's birthday today. Yes, it is Nick with a B. Well, I did wonder. He's loved the BTCC for many years. Unfortunately, he can't be here today, but he is watching from home. And thank you, Jason. Thank you for writing in on WhatsApp. This one says, morning, Alan. The Hill and the Jackson families are enjoying the sunshine. Less soggy up on the campsite than last year. Bring on the touring cars. Well, we've had them first time out. That was 11 o'clock this morning. And we've got them twice more today. And we'll have all the action here, of course, with Matt and with Josh on Toka Live here on Radio Donington on 94.3 FM. This one says, with a photograph of the family as well, hi from the Fraser and Hamley families, thoroughly enjoying the weekend from above the old hairpin and wishing the best of luck to Dan Rowbottom and all at Napa Racing for the season ahead. Alex, aged 11, has been a huge Dan fan since meeting him in 2021 in the pit lane after the racing. So this is the opportunity that you now get to meet your heroes on the pit lane walkabout, and that's what is at the moment very, very busy indeed from the television pictures that I can see here up in the Toka Live studio. Please say hello to Neve and William here from New Zealand today, enjoying sunshine racing and cheering on Robo in the next race. From Uncle Lloyd up at Starkeys. Great to have you here, and thank you for writing in. Hello, me and my friend Damien are here supporting Tom Ingram. Can you please shout out for our friend Jimmy, who couldn't make it, is away but is watching on his birthday. There's a lot of birthdays today. That's amazing. Someone was testing the system there. He says I missed a video call from somebody. Worth a try, I suppose. Hi, Alan and team. Here enjoying day 2 of the opening round with my best mate, Harry. Looking forward to the start of another great BTCC season. And that comes from Matt L. Hey, guys. Follow you on TikTok. Wondering if you could get a birthday shout out. I'm 11 today. Okay. Well, a couple of things there. Hi, I haven't got your name, so I would love to wish you a birthday shout out and a very happy birthday, 11th birthday, but I need your name. So send in another message if you could, and we will wish you a very happy birthday. This comes from Nico, says, hi there. Please say a great big hello to Mohammed and the 1VSP team in the hospitality. What a day to be enjoying Donington, and great to be involved in Formula 4. That comes from Nico. Great to have you listening on Toka Live. One more of these. This comes with love from Sam. Shout out to Simon, chilling at Coppice. Thank you for bringing me today, and amazing for being amazing all of the time. That's rather nice. That's from Sam. Josh, what do you got for us?
See if we can have a very quick chat with Dan Lloyd. Dan, welcome back to the championship. How was round 1?
Chaos. Yeah, chaos. Lucky to survive that. And we came back in, got smashed off the circuit, costed, and then went back and got back to P12. So not a disaster, but yeah, a bit mental that first race.
Well, best of luck in the 2 races later on. So it's Dan Lloyd back in the BTCC at Restart Racing.
It's good to have Dan back as well. He's a great character. He does his DLTV, doesn't he, on YouTube, and he's always updating his videos, and it's really quite an insight to watch as well. He's a great character, great driver. And it's great to have him back in the BTCC. Hello from Jenna, Ellie, Carl and Lewis. We've travelled from Guernsey for this sunny race weekend. Wow, that's a proper commitment, that is. Great to have you here, guys. Happy birthday, Andrew, for yesterday. Shout out to Holly, Katie, Luke and Danny. This one says, hi, Alan, lovely day. Can you give a shout out to Samantha to let her know how proud of her for getting through a tough time recently. All my love from Simon. So Simon, Samantha, great to have you here, and I hope you're enjoying the racing and the weather as well. All you need to do to get in touch with us, just send us a message on WhatsApp, a message and your first name to 07482 877 877.
With all the latest news, views and interviews, this is Toka Live.
Well, Alan, we're stood here on the balcony of the media centre. Sun-kissed balcony, which is amazing because the weather forecast suggested we were going to have some rain for this final test day before the season starts at Donington. And what a great crowd as well. It looks like a normal race weekend almost.
Well, no, I hope it's not like a normal race meeting.
A few more people.
Because we have a lot more people than this. But look, it's a really nice day. Look, it turned out far better than when I opened my curtains this morning because it was a bit grey and dull. But no, it's really nice day, and I no doubt that's brought the crowds out too. Being school holiday helps. And hopefully it'll stay dry all day. I think it will now, and they'll have a good day.
I spoke to all the drivers yesterday doing the usual media stuff, and some of the team owners today.
Someone has to do that.
Yes, thank you very much for acknowledging that. There were very good conversations. There is a lot of excitement about the season. The lighter cars being more nimble, everybody's talking about that, the tyres. Everything that's going on suggests we are in for a monumental season.
And I think we say that every year anyway, to be honest.
Might be true this year.
But no, I think you're right. The drivers love the car because we've lost the thick end of 60 kilos out of them, so everyone likes a lighter car anyway. The push-to-pass system is going to have the same effect as it had with the hybrid and the combined hybrid and turbo, so it'll all be just turbo. So the push-to-pass system will be just as effective on a lighter, more nimble car. Which means that they will probably be able to use it in areas they couldn't use it before. Whereas sometimes you'd have to sort of wait for the car to settle out of a corner and everything else. You'll probably be able to get onto it a bit quicker. And we've done other things, as you know, like we've taken the information off the timing screens in the pit lane so that the teams don't know when the other driver is using their push to pass, because that was becoming a real thing last year. They were on the radio to their drivers saying he's on it now, and they could react to it straight away, whereas this time they won't be able to do it.
The light on the side of the car, though, remains, is that right? So the fans trackside can see when the boost is used?
The trackside and on TV, you'll still have the information on TV. Yeah. It's just not on the timing screens in here, because the TV signal is a few seconds delayed. So it's about 4 or 5 seconds delayed, so we can leave the information on the TV screen because it's too late to react to it. And the light on the side of the car is the same.
Absolutely. The lap times are going to come down. We've got lighter cars, and we've seen that already, haven't we, to some tune, which suggests that there will be even more circuits this year where the whole grid, all 24 cars, could be covered by, very close to a full second.
I wouldn't doubt that, and especially at the shorter tracks, obviously that'll happen. If you go to somewhere like Silverstone National, the Brands Grand Prix circuit, Knockhill, they should all be covered by under a second. And there's no doubt I'll be, unless weather intervenes, we will be breaking lap records at every track we go to. Now, everyone gets sort of, misty-eyed about lap records. And you will anyway, it's just we're going to break the lap records a bit quicker this year because the cars are going to be lighter. But the evolution of the circuits and the cars and the tyres and everything means you keep on breaking lap records anyway, but we'll probably do them all this year.
We're getting close to the end of the current regs, which means that these cars are as good as they're ever going to get for this generation of car. There are no big changes that can be made now. They're tweaks, aren't they? They are minor changes to make differences.
Well, you don't think you'd know another 2 years. You get another 2 seasons, this year and next year. And there wouldn't be a team down pit road that would probably agree with you. There will be some changes into the cars next year. No one's going to sit back and go, OK, look, the 27 regs are coming in, so we won't worry about developing these cars any longer. They certainly will be. So the cars you'll see next year will be better than the cars you'll see this year. They'll never stop tinkering with them.
Lots of chat on social media about the pre-season signing, to use a football term. Gordon Shedden coming back. That's good news.
Yeah, good news for Gordon.
I mean, not good news for anybody else.
I couldn't help but say that. No, it is good news. It's nice to have a champion, the next champion, on the grid. You know, Gordon. I know Gordon's been trying to get back on the grid for the last couple of years, and he's in a good team, and he's right up for it. And it is really good to see Gordon back. You know, it's but you know what? The whole grid is a really good grid of drivers. You know, we've got 24 drivers out there, or 25 if you include the two that are swapping over, that all deserve to be there. You know, there's no one in those cars that are there just because, I don't know, Daddy's got too much money or whatever. It's they are all really good drivers, and it's a really great field, and I think we're going to see some of the best racing we've seen for a long time.
I would agree, and I think the fans will agree as well. We've got the usual suspects coming back who we expect to do well. Some returnees. Nick Hamilton's come back, Stephen Jelly's come back, Dan Lloyd has come back, all having been doing other things. The rookies, the new faces on the grid, have all got a real spark about them. Max Hall in testing already has made a bit of a name for himself. I fully appreciate we never know what's going on in testing, but he looks quick. James Dorlin, Charles Rainford, both very capable drivers.
And that's who I was really referring to when I was saying there's no drivers there that don't deserve to be there. Even the guys at the back of the grid. No, even if they're at the back of the grid, they actually deserve to be on the grid. You know, they just happen to be in maybe a car that's not as well developed as the cars at the front of the grid. But their talent is fantastic. And Max Hall's a good example. He's been really quick in testing. Yes, we don't know, we do, but we don't know how their car is set up in compared to how it'll be set up in a race meeting. But you still got to drive the car, you know, and he was driving that car really well.
And they've all admitted to me in a very honest way that they've got to earn their stripes in the championship, and they've got to learn to race in this robust championship, haven't they?
And they will make mistakes doing it. You know, they will make mistakes in whether it be knowing how to race against other people, maybe tripping up against the regulations. They haven't understood the regulations or the formats or whatever. And that's usually what catches out the rookies in the first year. It's usually a regulation thing. You know, it might be how you get on the weigh scales, all those sorts of things. So they'll get tripped up during the year, but that's the first year in doing anything is how you learn.
What are you most looking forward to for this season, Alan?
I'd like to just start getting going now.
It's only a couple of weeks away.
Yeah, I am honestly looking forward to our first event. I hope our first event is dry, but I'm just looking forward to seeing how the season is going to pan out. I think it's going to be one of the closest seasons we've seen for a long time. And you'd be a mug if you tried to pick a winner out of this one.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It would be good to see what odds are given on who's doing what this year. Just finally, there's already been a certain amount of chat, and there will be for the first half of the season. Steve Ryder retiring. He's been an absolute mammoth supporter of the championship for many years, hasn't he? And he bows out at Alton Park.
Yeah, it'll be obviously really sad to see Steve go. He's been an important part of the BTCC for so many years. I mean, you know, he was around the BTCC before me, and that's saying something. So when I first came into the BTCC in 91, 92, Steve and I had a relationship from that. So we've been around together a long time. It'll be unusual for him not to be here, but you know, he deserves a rest. And it's good that there's a break, there's a mid-season break. He can say his goodbye, and the new presenter can take over from him then. And a lot of the success of the BTCC is down to Steve's enthusiasm back when he was with BBC. And lately with ITV.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's probably top secret, but is discussions going on about who his replacement may be?
I know who his replacement will be, but I couldn't tell you.
You'd have to kill me if you told me.
Yeah, well, I'd like to kill you anyway at times, but I wouldn't need much of an excuse. But no, they've obviously appointed someone to take over from that position, but it's not up to me to to announce that.
2 weeks' time, we'll be back for the start of the season. I am sincerely hoping, with everything crossed, that the weather's going to be like this and not like it was last year.
So do I. Yeah, last year was just a nightmare. So, you know, look, if it sprinkles with rain, that's fine, but just don't do what it just last.
I remember watching you out on the circuit, ankle deep in water.
It was just disgusting. So, no, anything but like we had last year is fine.
Fantastic. Alan, as always, a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Kev and Owen as well. Let's see, how many more have we got? Yep, I'll probably be here till Tuesday. Can we also have a shout out for the Loughborough University Motorsports Society chair, Aaron, who joined us just in time for the BTCC Race 1, having slept through 10 alarms. He's obviously very busy. He says he's very excited for the rest of the day. Well, he's well rested, isn't he, Dan? Dan, thank you for writing in. Go Tingram. This one says, Go Tingram, enjoying the sunshine and the racing from the Wilkins family. Right, Josh, what have you got for me?
We have a quick chat with Jake Hill. Jake, looked like you got a good result out of a car that maybe wasn't there at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Saturday was a bit tricky. And Sunday, you know, so far race 1 was not bad. I mean, for sure, we got a little bit lucky with, you know, an incident ahead, and obviously Dan Cam suffering a puncture by the looks of it. So, yeah, you know, it's you got to take it whilst it's there. But the car was better for sure. We made good progress. So, yeah, looking forward to race 2 now.
Oh, the regulation changes mean you have to set the cars up quite differently.
For sure. I mean, they're a lot lighter, and for us, that's made things a little bit difficult. But for the front-wheel drive cars, it's given them a slight advantage, really. So we're just trying to get on top of it. We're not there yet, but we're making progress.
Do you think now you're near the front, you can sort of make one of your racy starts and give it a go against the others?
We'll try our best.
Best of luck. So there's Jake Hill, the reigning champion, as the pit walk is starting to come to an end.
You could never write him off. The reigning champion. He is title defence season for Jake Hill down in pit lane. Well done, Josh. Good to hear from Jake and the experience so far this weekend for the BMWs. Yep, coming to terms with the new regulations for 2025. So, Toka Live on Radio Donington, 94.3 FM. I think I heard in the background that the pit lane walkabout is soon to be brought to its conclusion. I can see the vehicle making its way down the pit lane with the flashing lights. That means that final few photographs and autographs and little chats with your favourite touring car drivers is taking place now. I can see Stephen Jelly always smiling and signing autographs down in the pit lane. Pit lane walkabout is very soon to come to its conclusion, and before we know it, we'll be getting our next race of the day underway. Probably about 25 minutes time we'll get the race underway for the Porsche Carrera Cup GB, 24 laps around the Donington Park National Circuit. Then the pit lane will open at 2:20 for the second of our BTCC races. We've got British F4 Mini Challenge and Porsche Sprint Challenge, and a third of our races for the BTCC. All of it coming up on Toka Live.
Ash, huge congratulations. You're smiling and I'm not surprised. That was a cracking drive.
Yeah, it's a perfect way to open the trophy cabinet, isn't it? Yeah. So round 1 from the get-go, obviously felt a bit miffed that we didn't quite get the pole yesterday, and I wanted to ensure that we come away with some points then. So obviously getting down at the start was the crucial part to that plan, and we got stuck in and got that done. So yeah, had to go into a bit of tyre management from sort of lap 2 or 3 once I realised it was going to be a bit of a harder race.
Yeah, was that obviously going through your mind? You were on the softs, and Tom Ingram was right on your tail, which now means he's got the soft option to come. So for the rest of this weekend, that's quite interesting.
Yeah, obviously he can't use the soft in this next race. Obviously we're both going to be on the medium tyre. He's obviously going to have to use that now in race 3. Whatever the track temp does, I'm just hoping they have the same tyre deg that we suffered there. So, yeah, I mean, going into the next run on a medium, I'd like to think we can push the tyre a bit harder and make that work. Like I said there, we had to just really nurse that thing, especially when your teammate pulls a puncture, and you don't want 2 cars in the pit lane with that.
Any young driver watching that should pay attention, because that was a classic Ash Sutton defensive driving masterclass.
Well, at the end of the day, you got Tom, who's a masterclass at attacking and defending. I'd like to think I'm up there as well with that. So 2 of us going out tooth and nail to it. It always creates an entertaining race. So yeah, just looking forward to race 2. We've got to make a few changes, make her a little bit quicker, and go from there.
Just finally, how important is it to have the bragging rights of race 1?
It's always nice to start the year with a win. Of course it is, but yeah, I'm not I'm here for the points ultimately, and that's a perfect way to open that points bag, and we hope to repeat in race 2.
Really well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Tom, opening round of the season, and a cracking opener from the fans' perspective, and a good drive by you.
Thank you. Yeah, it kind of worked. It kind of worked as we wanted it to, really, with getting quite a good start, and then kind of in the mix all the way through. We knew the soft tyre was going to be ultimately the faster tyre, but maybe lacked the longevity. So it kind of played into our hands quite nicely. But even still, to have had the pace to be able to come back on the medium tyre, I'm really, really pleased. I think the soft tyre, having the safety car period, really helped. Had we not have had the safety car period, it might have been a different story. But it wasn't, and that's where we stand. I was about sort of minimal risk as well. Let's just bag the points and go from there.
Absolutely, which means you've got the soft tyre for race 3, which means you're already thinking about race 3, because you're all going to, you and the Nappers are going to be on the mediums for race 2, aren't you? So, strategy for race 3 already being thought about?
Yeah, we tried to trying to use the soft tyre to make progress back through the pack. If we get a 12th place reverse grid, at least we're on a tyre to be able to make progress. So that's the thinking. Whether it works into our favour or not, I don't know.
That was cracking pace on the medium tyre. You've laid down a marker for the medium tyre around here, haven't you?
We know that the medium tyre is quite fast. And for us, we've done all of our testing on the medium tyre, so we're quite well optimised for that. So we'll see what goes on later on.
Really good race, well done.
Thank you.
Dan, race 1 done in the sunshine here, and the first podium this season for you. Well done, congratulations.
Thank you. No, it was a good start to the day. I think obviously Napa Racing UK is having a great weekend as well. If you look at the minis as well, they're having a fantastic set of results over there. We chose a medium because we just base it, I think, like probably Ingram did. The people around us, even if we went soft, there was enough of a gap to maintain. But we didn't have anything, and no answer for that Hyundai on his medium tyre. So we need to look at ourselves a bit inwardly. I think Ash was managing his tyre because obviously it was on the soft and didn't want any damage. So yeah, we just need to figure out what goes on for race 2. But it was a great start to the day.
It was a great start. You had a good start. Just talk me through that run down to turn 1.
Well, we did have a really good launch actually. One of the best I think I've had in the Focus. But even I'm not stupid enough to hang it around the outside of Tom Ingram at lap 1, turn 1. So I did the right thing and just pulled him behind. And actually, it was quite good because it allowed me to see the balance they have in their car, and I could follow it and look at it and realise that we don't have that. So we can go hunting for it now.
Yeah. Not major changes necessary though. Is that fair, or you're not looking to make major changes to the car? You're tweaking now to get that extra tenth or two.
I think we need a fairly significant change to match the Hyundai, if I'm honest. And we obviously need a significant change to push on the soft tyre, because you saw what happened to Dan. He suffered that puncture. I mean, obviously Ash was able to manage. It's a bit easier when you're in clean air because you can control the pace. Dan was having to chase down Ash and also keep Tom behind him, and just I haven't spoken to him, but obviously the tyre let go. So we don't have a...
I've done that for flexibility.
Well, I'm a bit worried about the soft tyre, let's put it like that.
Right. In terms of its degradation and
Yeah, tyre deg. We'll get to the bottom of it, but obviously, we're now forced to run the medium for race 2, which is fine, we've just done it, but it now means that probably with the reverse grid jaw, we're going to be a bit further back with the soft. We're going to need to use it to get back through, so we need to just make sure we understand it a bit better.
We spoke at the beginning of the season at Media Day about how important tyre strategy was going to be this season. You're looking skywards. Well, we were right to have that conversation, weren't we?
100%, and actually this is the least problematic. You go to brands when it's a soft, hard delta, that's massive. I can see a lot of people not wanting to finish P3, if I'm honest. If it were brands, I would have probably pushed Dan around, But yeah, we'll see. It is what it is. It's always a dynamic championship, as we know. You've got to learn to love it.
After the disappointments of last season, obviously everybody knows you had surgery. You come back looking fit and well and focused. You seem to be in a different place this season.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously it was a long winter, and I had a lot of time where I could do nothing, so I was able to sort of look quite inwardly and realise the bits that I probably wasn't doing very well, the bits that I was doing well, and I've sort of had to balance that out a little bit, but hopefully, it's all good.
Good to see you smiling. Great start, mate.
Thanks, mate.
same, exactly the same link that you're listening to Toka Live now on Tuesday evening, 8 o'clock, btcc.net/live-audio. We'll have a 2-hour touring car chat show, and we welcome your photographs. So, Eve, send a few of those pictures in. You never know. Could be a prize winner. Good afternoon, Alan. It's Ty here. Could I get a shout out and a thank you to all of the STS tyre geniuses down here enjoying the racing as a well done for all our hard work. Loving the sun and the racing out today. Great to have you here. Thank you very much indeed for your message. This one comes from Ben. Hi, could we get a slightly belated birthday shout out for Bex up at Coppice? And that comes with thanks from Ben. There you go. We've just done it. Hi, could we please have a happy 40th birthday shout out to my boyfriend Carl? And that comes, yeah, you need to put your name on the messages as well. And this one comes from Lewis. Hi all, been here yesterday and today, really enjoying it as the last day before my GCSEs start. Hoping for a Tingram win, but he's been close. One step away, you never know.
Mikey, first race out of the way, I think is the best way of putting it. It's warm here, isn't it? And an independence win for you. Good start.
I mean, we've survived. No, literally, we could not have asked for a better start to the season. You know, for us, you know, top tens aren't quite good enough anymore. You know, in qualifying, you know, we want a bit more than that. So we wanted to be quick six yesterday. We've got back to where I felt we should have qualified. But no, to get a trophy in the first race of the season is just absolutely mega. I'm so pleased for everyone.
Just watching all of the cars come down past Parc Fermé here, there is a lot of rubbing, I think we're supposed to call it, aren't we, Mikey?
It's touring cars. That's what everyone wants to see. We're not rubbing, we're not racing properly. So, no, it's fantastic. BTCC's back, and it's back with a bang.
You went out on the medium tyres, which seemed like a good option in this temperature.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that there wasn't enough soft tyres on the grid to really compare yourself to, but we just thought we're going to race hard. You know, we know we've got a little bit of pace on some of the guys in front, so there's no point in wasting our tyre advantage. You know, we want to be on it perhaps when we're in a slightly better starting position, and perhaps when those around us, you know, perhaps aren't on them. So.
Overall, though, happy with that performance in that race?
Yeah, over the moon. More than happy.
Fantastic. Good to see you smiling. Well done, Mikey.
Thank you.
Charles, good to see you smiling still. You were smiling yesterday and after this morning's session as well. How was this morning's session here at Donington?
Yeah, really good. We're still working on a few things with the car setup to really kind of make sure we're in the best possible scenario for next week. There's no points in testing, so there's no point going out there, putting brand new softs on and setting the world alight. So, yeah, continuously working all the time, but thoroughly enjoying it. It's been nice to have all the fans around as well, to be fair. It's, yeah, lovely.
First taste of all of that as well in the BTCC. Lots of people up and down the pit lane looking at tyres. Everybody's trying to gauge tyre degradation now because of the changes that are coming. Has that been the case with you as well, keeping an eye on that?
Yeah, that's exactly it. We're just trying loads of different things. Our car underneath is quite different to last year. Obviously, all the cars were a lot lighter anyway, so yeah, just trying to get used to that. Obviously, I didn't do it last year, so I haven't got a bit of a reference really, so I'm just trying best to give the boys as best feedback as I can on what's going out on the circuit, and learn how to drive this car around Donington Park.
That's a decent learning curve to have, isn't it, Charles? You're basically feeling comfortable in the car though, because you're feeling positive about it and able to feed back to the team.
Yeah, totally. I'm feeling really comfortable in the car, which is really, really good. It's, you know, I would want to say a bit easier to drive than the Porsche, just obviously for a start, the engine's in the right place, one of those. But it's not quite as edgy, and that suits my style better. Therefore, I have a bit more time to think in the car, and it means I can be a bit more detailed with my feedback. So it means I keep ABS and Tom nice and busy, wanting lots of changes. But everything we've done so far has been a step in the right direction. So that fills me as a driver with a lot of confidence that I'm saying the right stuff.
Everybody checks the timing, don't they, at a day out like this, and there's bragging rights to be had, but actually we know it doesn't mean very much. How much do you just check the timing boards though, just in case?
Yeah, it's good to have a look. Afterwards we'll go through all the sectors and see who was doing what, and by looking at the sector times you can get a bit of a gauge of who's doing what. The tyre board is actually interesting. That's a new thing. That actually changes live. It's very interesting. We had a little play with it on my car. It seemed to be whenever I put it round it would change on TSL, so that was very, very cool. Okay. So that was interesting to work out this morning. So necessarily when someone says medium, might not be, it might be a soft, there might be a hard, so it's something to definitely keep an eye on, but also remember that it's testing and they can do what they want.
Absolutely, a little bit of game playing going on, isn't there? Just finally, we spoke yesterday at length, a lovely chat that we had on the media day, and it's only overnight that I've become made aware of other things that you've done on the ballroom floor.
That's it, yeah.
You're
so
right good at it.
Oh, I was doing okay, yeah. I got second in the European Championships back in 2019. I did it very heavily before racing, as we spoke about when I was doing historics. I didn't do massive amounts of racing. In the meanwhile, at the time, I was doing ballroom dancing. So thoroughly enjoy it. Definitely miss it. Don't do it anymore. I miss the actual dancing side of it. But the competitive world is a crazy world.
What was your favourite ballroom dance?
So I was actually better at the Latin American. I enjoyed the ballroom, so I did all 10 dances. So anyone that's listening that knows ballroom dancing, it's called 10 dance, and you do ballroom and Latin American. But I was always Latin, and it changed depending on, kind of how we did in the last competition. But I would say normally my favourites were either cha-cha-cha or the samba.
Fantastic. I've got a feeling I can hear it coming. Strictly BTCC.
That's it. Be a nice mix, wouldn't it? I mean, the thing is if I did get to the point where I did well enough in this championship that I became a minor celebrity, I couldn't then do Strictly because I'm not a beginner.
Oh, good point. Well made. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Enjoy the day. See you later.
There you go. We've done it. What am I up to? These messages were coming in at 1 o'clock, so we're almost up to date. Here today with Edward. He is 11 today and a fantastic grandson. First came racing when he was 1 month old. From all of the Masons and Mason darlings. Great to have you here. Thanks, guys. Thanks for writing in. Hi, Alan. It's Anthony. Could I get a mention for Paula and Georgia, enjoying the view from Redgate, and they are from Kingston upon Hull. Great to have you down here making the journey to Donington Park. Hi, Billy here. Good to be here in the fantastic weather. Myself, Ben and Max are here with my good friend Callum for his 24th birthday. We've come all the way from Strood and surprised him with a day out. What a surprise. Wow, good present. Thanks for having us. Thank you for being here. Great to have you here. And this one says, afternoon, Alan, second day here. Beautiful day. Give a shout out to Mark, Dusty, Buttons and Paul. Well done, Ash. Knew you would do it. Yep, Ash Sutton wins round 1, and that comes from Sue. We are going to be back with the action very soon because we've got the Carrera Cup grid already has lined up. They're due to get underway in about 12 minutes' time. Josh Barrett has gone down to the grid as well to get a little bit closer to these gorgeous cars, and I reckon we'll be able to cross down to Josh very, very soon indeed.
With all the latest BTCC news, action and insights, this is Toka Live.
So we get a nice build-up for our second race for the Porsche Carrera Cup GB, which is really nice. We get to really savour these cars. And I think I can hear in the background that Josh is already down there.
Yeah, thanks, Al. I'm alongside the pole position car of Andrew Rackstraw, if it's all right to have a word with Andrew. Andrew, race 1 was disappointing, but it's put you in a good place for race 2.
Yeah, definitely. I think we were a bit disappointed with race 1. I feel gutted for the team. They gave me a great car. P3 was good. We would have taken it, but you have to look at the positives. I learned from my mistakes. And yeah, now we're on pole, so I must forget about race 1 and just full focus on this race, and I'm going to get the win.
And it's a second season in the championship for you. Tell us why you choose this championship coming over from South Africa to race in the UK.
I think the championship speaks for itself. If you look at all the past champions and what they've been able to do in motor racing and where they've gone manufacture-wise, it's such a tough championship. A one-make series is always hard. And just Porsche is an amazing manufacturer. Everything they do is just super amazing all the time. So I think the competitiveness and also being run by such a great manufacturer just makes it the perfect stepping stone for me to learn and be better.
You mentioned about being a stepping stone. Is it to go over and race in the BTCC, or are you looking to race in sports cars?
I think as a racing driver, you can never be almost closed-minded to anything. Any opportunities that come my way, I'll take. Obviously, the goal is to one day get paid to do what I love, which is this. So that's what I'm aiming towards. Wherever that may be, doesn't really matter to me. But for me, the prize would be to race for Porsche. I'm just, since a little kid, me and my dad always used to drive around in his Porsche back in the day. So I'm a bit biased with that answer.
best of luck, hope all goes well and we're seeing you on the podium. So there's Andrew Rackstraw, who'll be starting from pole position of this reverse grid second round of the championship for the Carrera Cup of Great Britain. Alongside is James Wallace, and we'll try and jump in with James if that's okay. James, I guess qualifying was a bit disappointing, but it's been going better today.
Yeah, I mean, we got a rock stuck in our throttle in qualifying, which kind of hindered any good result. We played it well in race 1, got up the grid a bit, and now we're on the reverse grid front row, so can't complain. We got a good start, and yeah, let's see what we can do.
The start looked very important in race 1 to everybody, and is that a strong point of yours?
I'd like to think so, yeah.
Well, best of luck. So it's James Wallace starting alongside in second position. We spoke to Angus Whiteside, Sid Smith and Will Martin after race 1 because they were all on the podium. So we'll see if we can speak to some different drivers. Oliver White was the winner of Pro-Am, wasn't he? And he's had his door open. So we'll see if we can have a word with Ollie on the fourth row of the grid. Ollie, all right for a quick chat? Oliver, all right for a quick chat? Pro-Am win this morning, a really good start to the season.
Yeah, it was a really good start to the season, yeah, getting that first Pro-Am win. It was quite a fraught race, there was lots of contact, which wasn't ideal, but I managed to survive it, which was good.
And coming back to Carrera Cup, getting more and more used to these cars?
Yeah, they're really tricky cars to drive, so yeah, it does take time, but yeah, I'm gradually getting closer to the front, which is good.
Your livery's been a big talking point this weekend. Talk us a bit about it.
Yeah, so we've got some, we're supporting some charities this year. One's called Jamie's Farm, hence the farm animals on around the outside. They do great things for disadvantaged kids. They take them to a farm for a week and give them great opportunities to cook their own food and learn about farming, etc. So yeah, it's great.
And that's sort of an important thing to push at the moment.
Sorry, I missed that.
That's an important thing to push at the moment.
It is, yeah. They do a great job, so yeah, it is very good.
And for this race, you like getting involved with the pro drivers in front, or is it about battling against your class rivals?
The priority is to keep the Pro-Ams behind, but if I can get involved with the pros, I will. But we're just kind of, it depends how the first lap goes.
Best of luck. So there's Ollie White, who was our Pro-Am winner in race 1. We've got a few minutes left here. We're a bit further down the grid if we can. Our Am winner in race 1 was Cole Cavers. So I'll see if I can get to him before we get this our first up race of the afternoon underway for round 2 of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. And as I mentioned, Cole Cavers, the winner in the Am category on his debut in the championship. Cole, all right for a quick chat? Am victory on your debut in the championship and right up with some of the more regular guys in the championship. That was a really good debut.
Yeah, it's been a good start this morning. Need to have a better start off the line. If I can get that, then maybe I can hang on to the coattails of some of the guys in front. That's the plan.
I guess the last year or so you've been racing GT3 cars, which are quite different actually to these Carrera Cup machines.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still getting used to the car. There's a lot to learn, especially with tyre degradation in this championship, but I'm enjoying it. It's really good.
And getting used to standing starts again, like you say, that's a challenge.
Getting them right is definitely a skill, and I have yet to master that.
Well, hopefully it goes better this time for you. Good luck.
Great, thank you.
So there's Cole Cavers, our Am winner from round 1 of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. We are building up not too many moments away, I don't think, to the opening round of the championship.
Of Great Britain. We had a good 24-lap race earlier on, and we're looking forward to much of the same for this one, as our safety car team very shortly will put their race helmets back on and get the countdown ready to go for this race to begin at around about 20 to 2 this afternoon. So a couple more minutes until the formation lap does begin. But yeah, beautiful conditions here at Donington Park as we get the afternoon action underway. Hopefully you enjoyed your lunch break and you've met some of the drivers, you've had a wander around the paddock and you've had a great day so far. Well, it's certainly going to get better because we have more support actions to look forward to. 2 further quick fit British Touring Car races on the horizon as well, and very shortly we'll have the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain heading off onto their formation lap. So the Final preparations being done by the teams just to make sure the drivers are comfortable, and then they'll be heading off onto, as we said, the formation lap here for race 2 of the day at Donington Park. As we mentioned earlier, we've got some wonderful liveries out there for this year. We just heard from Ollie White. That's a brand new sponsorship he's got for this season. So it comes with a good sponsorship and also a lovely livery on the car, which is a little bit different and gets attracted by many people, I'm sure, that are watching from around the circuit. So if you like that one, you go for a colour of the car or the livery, then that's definitely one that you can pick out for the field this year. You've got the kind of martini colours, although in yellow rather than white, on what's going to be the 48 machine of Ollie Jackson. That sits a little bit further down. In terms of James Wallace, he sits there on the front row of the grid. James is the RAFA Racing Club Porsche GB 2024-2025 Junior Scholarship driver. So he is now into his second year of that. The search for the 2026-2027 Junior program begins once again later this year. So if you are interested, there are criteria for that. But if you are looking to further your career, it's a great prize that Porsche offer up. And many drivers that have gone through this program have gone on to do really good things, including Harry King, who was one of those a few years ago. Harry then moved on to the Mobil 1 Porsche Super Cup, which races on the support bill of Formula 1. You've got Adam Smalley as well, who was also a junior program driver in 2022 and 2023. He went on to race in British GT and also GT World Challenge, and has further gone on to take part in the Golf 12 Hours, took the 500 or the Silverstone 500 victory as well, which is taking place this weekend over at Silverstone for the highlight event in the British GT calendar. And for this year, Adam Smalley becomes a McLaren Junior Pro driver. So again, just a few names of recent years of drivers that have gone through the junior program and have really progressed their career. So it's a fantastic thing to be involved in. And as we said, James Wallace now into his second year, and we'll see how the season comes to an end for him. As you just heard from the grids with Josh, that he did have a problem with the throttle with, I think, a stone stuck under it. So that wouldn't have been a pleasant experience for him. But looking forward now to the second race, where things might be turning around, because of course with the reversal of the grid, it means the top 5 have been reversed. So the earlier race winner now down on row number 3. And those who are just on the fringes of the top 5 find themselves at the head of the field. So the engines are being fired up. The marshals are vacating the grid. All the team members now have disappeared. And the final countdown is now going to be underway for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. Simon Jackson just informs me, the media coordinator for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain, that Henry Dawes will not be in this race. We saw him involved in an incident in that first race. We don't really know what happened, but there was significant damage to mean that he can't take place and part in race number 2. So Henry Dawes is missing, but as we said, the countdown is now on. So let's run you through the grid then for race 2 of the day for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. Pages in your programme, if you want to jot this down, is page 48 with the spotter's guide on page 49, and it's going to see number 40, Andrew Rackstraw, to start from the pole position this time round. He'll be joined by number 50, which is going to be James Wallace. The second row then sees number 52, Angus Whiteside, who made an absolutely perfect start in race number 1. This time round finds himself higher up. So if he gets the same launch on this occasion, he could very, very much be challenging for the lead down towards the first corner. So he's there inside of row 2 with 99 Sid Smith, who finished second in race 1 alongside. The third row then sees race 1 winner, which is number 10, Will Martin. He'll be joined by Seb Hopkins in the number 18 machine. He's one of the rookies in the field this year. He steps up from the Porsche Sprint Challenge, where he was champion in 2024. So he's on the outside of row 3. Row 4 then sees number 94 with the farm livery on the car. That's going to be Ollie White, and 59, Josh Stanton, on the outside of the 4th row. Row 5 lines up with number 48, which is Ollie Jackson. He'll be joined by last year's champion, looking to do back-to-back titles if he can, to only become the 4th ever man to do that. We'll see how his weekend continues after not the best result in race number 1. So George Gowan was on the outside of row 5. Row 6 then sees number 71, Max Coates. He had the 10-second penalty at the start of race 1 from the back of the grid, so he made progress inside the top 12. He'll have Will Jenkins alongside, who unfortunately, after a good qualifying, found himself being rotated at turn 1 on lap 1. So work to do for him from 12th on the grid. Row 7 then sees number 22, which is Cole Cavers. He was the AM class victor in race number 1. He'll be joined by number 8, Aaron Mason, who is a late addition for this weekend. And the final row of the grid will now be number 44, which is Jonathan Beeson, and number 73, William Paul, which completes the grid for round 2 of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. We use this 510 brake horsepower 911 GT3 machine, which was introduced in the championship in 2022. So it's now into what's going to be its 4th year in operation in the British Championship, and we're coming up on quite a landmark next time out, because we will see the Porsche Championship back out at Snetterton in May, and when we get there, we'll be racking up 400 races at Snetterton, so that's going to be a lovely landmark for the championship to arrive on. This weekend we are celebrating races 398, which has now been ticked off, this being 399, so 400 races at Snetterton. It's come a long way since it first joined the TOCA package all those years ago, and we've had some great races, we've had some brilliant champions, and we are about to do it again this weekend for race number 2. The revs rise from down on the grid, and the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain for the 2nd time this weekend is about to get underway. Red lights come on, and 24 laps of racing gets underway now. Everyone makes a fairly clean start. It's a better start from James Wallace, though, on the outside of row number 1, so he'll try and squeeze his way in towards turn 1 first, but he's on the more outside line, which puts him at risk. And there's a spin for Sid Smith this time. There's been a bit of congestion behind as well. There's been contact from what looks to be someone now with front left damage. I think Sid Smith's car seems to be okay. I think it was more in the avoidance where the damage then occurred. Is that Will Martin, who possibly has the damage, earlier race winner? Yes, it is. So Will Martin, who won race number 1, is the man who is working his way around the circuit with left front damage. The suspension has gone on that car. It's turned inwards. And what a way not to start race number 2 for the race 1 winner. So that's not what he wanted whatsoever. And again, got very congested down towards the first corner. Sid Smith was involved, possibly turned around by someone from behind. Whether it was of his own doing, we'll have to look at the replays. But for now, we're going to have the battle out front between what's going to be James Wallace trying to chase down Andrew Rackstraw as they work their way in towards Roberts for the first time. So the top 3 together. The other one involved in this is going to be Angus Whiteside. Then a gap back to the 4th place car, which is going to be 94 of Ollie White. So we did hear on the grid he might get involved in the pro battle. Well, he's definitely up there at the minute. As for the lead again, James Wallace looking round the outside line of Andrew Rackstraw, the South African who works his way from Cape Town in South Africa to race here in the UK, is having lots of pressure given from behind at the minute. James Wallace gets a bit wobbly through the crane of curves. He almost got attacked from Angus Whiteside, but didn't look like a very happy car there for James Wallace as they accelerate their way up through the left-hander of Starkeys into the pit lane with suspension damage, and also the puncher is going to be Will Martin. So he will work his way slowly to that place in the pit lane, and Josh is standing by.
Yeah, the team are standing by with 4 new tyres, but it might be more than a new tyre they need. It's got big marks all the way down it, damage all the way down the side of Will Martin's car. He's unstrapping himself. He knows the day is done. There's also the radiator is leaking fluid as well. So watch out on the circuit. If any of that went out on the circuit, it could get a bit slippery. Yeah,
luckily it's quite a warm day, so that should dry up quite quickly. Sid Smith is the other one who has ventured into the pit lane as well. So after a podium in race number 1, Sid Smith, after being turned around, very similar to what happened to Will Jenkins in race number 1, he has suffered the same fate, unfortunately, on this occasion. So leaders on to lap number 3 of the race already. Top 3 with also the 4th place car not too far adrift here. So Ollie White is giving the top 3 a really good run for their money at the minute. If you're around the circuit, you can see a big screen. You can now have a look at the replay of what happened down towards turn 1. Sid Smith is the green and white machine on the outside, and we just see off camera contact, between him and Will Martin. So he made contact, did Will. He gave it another shove in the rear as he accelerated away from the scene, but it was Will Martin who made the slight bit of contact contact, which just lifted the rear end up of Sid Smith, and then came the damage on the left front, and everybody else did fairly well to avoid that. We had Ollie Jackson off into the gravel. He lost a few places in that yellow Martini liveried car. So Ollie Jackson trying to work his way back now through from 9th place as the lights are flashing for Max Coates, the one who started race number 1 of the day right from the back of the grid.
I can tell you Sid Smith's also got out of his car, so both cars to the pits are retirements.
What a shame for Sid Smith, as we said, podium finisher in race number 1. Here's a retirement from this one, and again he just trundles away from the car, head in hands, and not again the way he would have wanted race 2 to unfold for him in such an early way as well. So Sid Smith, the innocent party in that one. As we work our way now down towards the old hairpin for what I was about to say, Max Coates from the back of the grid in race number 1 in this second race now is up into 7th position. So the Pro-Am driver, 3rd within that class at the minute, just on the back of Josh Stanton. So this is going to be a battle which starts to build now between these two drivers. You've got Ollie Jackson not too far adrift as well in car number 48. And Will Jenkins is also not too far back in the Vera Tools liveried black and green machine. So they are 4 battling now for what's going to be 7th place. I think Seb Hopkins was also involved in that melee at turn 1. So he is now working his way back through the field, trying to make a move on the number 8 machine of Aaron Mason. He should get the inside line into Roberts, which he does. Nice bit of curb, good exit from the corner. And Seb Hopkins will now be through Aaron Mason under more pressure from Cole Cavers. Cole goes through and he is the AM class leader still at the minute. But here comes Jonathan Beeson to try and squeeze his car down the inside at Redgate corner. That's side by side. There's a bit of contact between the two of them, and who's going to come out in the lead of the class? They're still side by side at the top of Hollywood, and Jonathan Beeson has the better run, but does he have the correct line in towards the left-hander of the Craner curves? No, he doesn't, so Cole Cavers holds on for the place for now, but Jonathan Beeson sends one back to the inside line. There was almost contact between the two of them, but how Jonathan Beeson got out of that, I will not know, but very good driving between the two of them. And for now, Kyle Cavers manages just about to hang on to the AM lead. But I do feel that Kyle Cavers is going to have much more pressure in this second race compared to what he had in race number 1 after, again, Jonathan Beeson had to work his way through after an incident he suffered down at the old hairpin. So they continue on their way. We've got side by side now into the Robert chicane once again. And this is going to be for Max Coates working his way through past the number 59 machine of Josh Stanton. So another one ticked off now for what's going to be Max Coates. Next up the road is going to be George Gamble. So last year's champion, George Gamble, who runs within the pro category, is currently 2.7 seconds down the road for Max Coates. So he doesn't massively have to worry about George. He might want to think about that because Ollie White is then the next car in line, which is the Pro-Am leader. So it might be quite beneficial for Max just to get his head down and see what he can do to take a win. Wouldn't that be something after what started as a very poor start of the season for Max Coates? It could turn into a Pro-Am victory to end the weekend. So we'll see how it all goes for the two battling for the Pro-Am victory, as down the back straight now comes the battle for the overall victory and also the pro class, because Andrew Rackstraw and Angus Whiteside about to re-emerge once again, and all of a sudden it's Angus Whiteside who's starting to put the pressure onto the back of our race leader. So the gap between the two of them now is 0.3 of a second. They work their way in towards Redgate corner with James Wallace still there in 3rd place, and 4th place Ollie White not dropping too far back as they work their way down the hill in through the Craner curves they're about to go. George Gamble is a distant 5th position, and then this fight for 6th place continues on its way with 3 cars. You can almost say you got a 4th one in there, that being the Will Jenkins machine, who sits as our rookie class leader at the minute. You've got Seb Hopkins in that rookie class just behind him, so they're having a good battle for the rookie honours. So wherever you look in the field at the minute, there's either a pro battle, there's a Pro-Am battle, there's a rookie battle, there's the AM battle between Kyle Cavers and Jonathan Beeson. So once again, the fantastic racing we get within the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain continues for another season, and this is going to be another hard-fought year for all the drivers within the championship. By the time they get to Brands Hatch, we'll see who is in a position to possibly wrap up that title. But for now, and in terms of the honours in race number 2, it is just between Andrew Rackstraw and Angus Whiteside. They head across the line once again. We've got now a third of the race which has been completed. 8 laps are about to be ticked off, and we've got 17 still to go in this 24-lap encounter. Quickest driver on circuit at the minute is going to be down in what looks to be 5th place, and that's going to be George Gamble. Out of the top 5, he is the quickest on a 106.230. Quickest lap of the race has currently been set by the race leader, Andrew Rackstraw. 105.852 is his quickest time so far. But yeah, George Gamble is the man on the moves as it currently stands. Looking further back once again, we are continuing to get the battles unfold. It's now Seb Hopkins and Will Jenkins who have joined the 3 cars ahead of them. So you've got Max Coates, who's at the head of it. You've also got in there as well Josh Stanton, who is an additional entry for this weekend. So great to have Josh returning to the championship for yet another season. And the one who is effectively pig in the middle is going to be Ollie Jackson, who used to race within the British Touring Car Championship. We had a few of those who worked their way over to this championship last year, the likes of Stephen Jelly, the likes of Dan Lloyd, the likes of George Gamble, who still remains, and Ollie Jackson. So it's a nice ground for those touring car stars who want to either change to something new, have a little bit more power under their right foot, or just haven't quite got the drive for the season. But Porsches have been a very good home to current and former touring car drivers. But for now, Ollie Jackson is the one in the middle of this 5-car scrap, which heads its way down again through the Craner curves. Out front, Andrew Rackstraw leads the way by just over half a second. So the gap is stable for now. So I don't think he's under too much pressure, but one small mistake could just allow the door to open for Angus Whiteside, who, if we look back to race number 1, he started down in 10th position, but again, made really good progress through the field, got himself inside the top 5 at the end of race number 1, and that now turns into what will effectively be second place if he can hold this till the end of the race. But he would love to go one better and get himself onto the top step of the podium. So race leaders come through. That is the pro category, which click off another lap. In terms of the AM battle, Carl Cavers is still just about hanging on now from Jonathan Beeson. They've got the car of Aaron Mason just up ahead of them, which is the Pro-Am runner. So Aaron Mason, they don't massively have to worry about, but they are looking to run at the same pace as him. So those 3 cross the line now, head down towards Redgate Corner for the 10th time of asking. And in terms of lap times, well, Aaron Mason's doing a 106.6 as his fastest lap, but that time round it was a 107.3. It was a 107.2 for Cole Cavers, who was quicker, and a slightly slower lap there for Jonathan Beeson on a 107.5. So definitely they are looking to be quicker than Aaron Mason, and they would love to clear him just to continue their own battle rather than worry about a different class car, which finds itself ahead of them for the time being. Meantime, what's happening with Will Jenkins and Seb Hopkins? Well, they're still very close together. They are the 2 rookies vying for the honours within this second race. They are 5th in their respective classes, so 9th and 10th overall for both of them. They work their way then on towards the Robert chicane once more. What's happening with George Gamble as Seb Hopkins goes ahead of Will Jenkins? So that move looked like it was fairly easy there. It was no defence whatsoever for Will Jenkins. So whether he thought he needed a better run through the chicane and let Seb Hopkins go, not too sure, but he still remains with him as he works his way down towards Redgate Corner. I was just going to say, George Gamble, what of his progress? Well, last time through, he was 0.3 of a second quicker than the car ahead of him, which is Ollie White. So he is making inroads into the back of the cars ahead, but the gap between him and the 4 out front is still at 2.6 seconds. So he's not doing enough to have a chance of catching them as we head towards the midway stage of the race. Black and white flags are starting to be shown once again, so track limits very much under the spotlight this weekend. 18 and 44, so that's Seb Hopkins who receives a track limit warning, and also the 44 machine of Jonathan Beeson. So effectively that's their first warning. Any more, then that could lead again to time penalties, which really could ruin your race, because we have seen how close the field is within this championship, and a 5-second penalty could really drop you down the order, and not just overall but also within your class positions as well. So we'll see how that all transpires a little bit later on. Just a reminder that the championship drivers get 3 brand new sets of slick tyres per weekend. So they've got 3 sets to be used. You've got qualifying on a Saturday and 2 races on a Sunday. Most of the drivers will tend to use 2 brand new sets for qualifying for part 1 and then for part 2, which means they only have then one brand new set of slicks to use for either of the races. So that's going to be a factor as well, whether some drivers use them in race 1, if some drivers have saved them for race number 2, but that could then start to have an impact as we draw to the close of this 24-lap race. We'll see if anyone improves. Angus Whiteside just kicking up the dust there on the exit of Coppice Corner, so he definitely is pushing, but is he pushing to get to the back of Andrew Rackstraw? Well, the time will tell in terms of what we have on the timing screen this time through. It looks closer to the eye, but is it less than half a second they go through? Yes, it is. Back to what we heard from Josh on the grid, he said, yeah, I'd love to, of course, lead my class, and that's the main priority, but if I get the chance to race with the pros, I'm going to give it a good go. And at the minute, he's just off the fringes of receiving an overall podium. So Ollie White, if he continues this trend, he might just have the pace over James Wallace in the latter stages of this race. But for now, he's comfortable in 4th place. He leads his class, and he's got George Gamble between himself and Max Coates, who still sits there 2nd within the Pro-Am division. Max Coates now is 6.6 seconds adrift of the car ahead, so I don't think Max Coates is going to go any further in this race in terms of gaining positions, unless anything happens to those ahead of him. But Max Coates has done a really good job to work his way this high up in the race so far, as I say, considering what happened after qualifying yesterday. The reason he was put towards the back of the grid for race 1 was minimum tyre pressure was not met after qualifying, so that gave him the penalty off the back of the grid. But always looking for a positive is Max. He joins us in the championship this season for a full campaign, and it'll be interesting to see how he goes once he gets a little bit more to grips with the car. Someone who is to grips with the car is Angus Whiteside. He's been around now in the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain for a couple of seasons. He is very much now in his rhythm to try and make a further attack on the back of Andrew Rackstraw. So time is running out. They're going to have 10 laps to go at the end of this one. Gap just kind of hovering around about 0.4 of a second between the two of them, but Andrew Rackstraw has not made a mistake as of yet, so we'll be hoping that will be the case throughout the rest of this race. Although I say he hasn't made a mistake, he's just received a track limit warning, so he hasn't gone off the track, but he has run over the white line on a couple of occasions so far, which means the officials have looked at it. They've given him a black and white flag, which again is just as a warning, but now Andrew Rackstraw just needs to be careful he doesn't do that too many more times. And of course it's hard to say that when you've got a driver right on your tail who is pushing you really hard and you're trying to make your car go quick, so it's a hard thing to do. But I'm sure Andrew Rackstraw, with his experience within Porsches and also in single-seaters, is a very quick Formula 4 racer, is Andrew Rackstraw, and featured at the Walter Hayes Trophy at the end of last year. And whenever he can get out in the Formula Ford, he loves to do so, and it's great to see him out there working these 2 different cars. But for now, Andrew Rackstraw looking for a victory as he leads the way, still by just about half a second over Angus Whiteside. The battle between the 2 AMs continues as well. Kyle Cavers has not had a minute's rest so far within this race. Jonathan Beeson, as I said, is going to give him a proper attack this time round as they head their way through Starkeys up towards the left flick of Schwantz Curve. And they've just dropped off the back of Aaron Mason, which in a way will be quite good for them, because they don't really want anyone getting involved in their battle. They are vying for victory within the AM class, so the more Aaron Mason gets up the road, the better it will be for them effectively. So they'll work their way to the end of this lap now through the Robert chicane, as the leaders this time round have closed the gap once more. So the pace has increased for Angus Whiteside. Did a 106.2 that time round. It was a 106.5 for Andrew Rackstraw. So about 0.3 of a second slower, and Rackstraw now just looking a little bit ragged down through the old hairpin. So is he starting to suffer with these tyres? We'll have to wait and see, but someone who is suffering with a time penalty is now going to be Seb Hopkins. So 5 seconds. He is the first man to receive the penalty for track limit. So I think he's not going to be the first and only one. I think there's going to be a few more, but for now, Seb Hopkins will drop down the order from where he is. He'll probably fall from 10th place all the way down to possibly behind the two AM leaders here, because they are fairly close to the back of him. So not good news for Seb Hopkins as the top two come through the final corner once again. It's a good run for Angus Whiteside. This could be his now chance to try and make a move as he gets in the toe down towards Redgate Corner. He flings to the outside line very rapidly at possibly the last minute there, but that might have just caught Andrew Rackstraw unawares. He just holds his line through the corner, and now it's all about the run down through Hollywood. And again, the jink out from behind there for Angus Whiteside, just to try and get the best run he possibly can. But Andrew Rackstraw is not falling for this. He's keeping his line. He's not making a mistake, and he continues to be the race leader. So Angus Whiteside, again, whether it be jinking out at the last minute, whether it be flashing the lights, whether it be bumping him along the way, Andrew Rackstraw is not going to fall for this one. So they continue to battle all the way through McLean's Corner. That was a little bit wide, though, for Rackstraw, so now he will be under pressure on the run towards Coppice Corner. He has to go very tight to the apex, which might just hinder his speed onto the back straight. And again, Angus Whiteside takes a much wider line, which almost gives you a slingshot all the way down to the Robert chicane. So pressure is definitely now coming from behind in the mirrors. So Andrew Rackstraw continues to lead, and every single time he comes across the line, he'll just be willing the laps to disappear. So we're now down to 7 to go, but what does he do on this occasion? Does he defend in towards Redgate? Not really, no. He holds his line again there. He wasn't really worried about Angus Whiteside making a dive, and of course, when you make that dive for a move, you have to make sure it's 100% on, because if you don't, that could cause significant damage, not just to your car, but also to your competitor's car as well. So they won't want to cause any damage to these very high, powerful cars, and of course, very expensive cars as well. So all of them just behaving and making sure there's a move on as and when it appears. We've had a mistake also for Ollie Jackson on that previous lap. He ran wide in towards McLean's Corner, so that would have been Seb Hopkins making a place up the order. Of course, with 5 seconds, that won't benefit him at the minute, unless he can get 5 seconds up the road between now and the checkered flag. So Seb Hopkins making moves on the track, but he is with the 5-second penalty, as we said, for track limits within this race. No one else has received one just yet. There have been a few more black and white flags for warnings for drivers. But as of yet, no one else is suffering with a penalty. A big lock-up, though, on that lap for Angus Whiteside. Went up towards Coppice Corner, so that would have been a big flat spot on one of the tyres there. So he might have tyres left, but of course, the more he does that, the quicker it will find that flat spot on every single occasion, and that will just wear your tyres out. So Angus Whiteside now just starts to look after these tyres, because Andrew Rackstraw seems to be struggling over the last couple of laps, but he might be now back into a rhythm where he has that pressure just starting to relieve itself from behind. George Gamble now receives the track limit warning flag. So last year's champion with the black and white warning for now. He'll have to be careful not to make too many more errors within this race. And luckily for him, there's only going to be 5 laps to go at the end of this one. Again, Angus Whiteside locked up there, didn't he? So he runs slightly wide. He loses ground to Andrew Rackstraw. And as we just said, if you find that lock up once, you are more than likely to find it again in the same spot. So it just starts to wear that rubber out. It will just go lower and lower, and it'll make it even difficult to drive the car through the corners. It'll give you a huge vibration as well. So not good news for Angus Whiteside, although he still remains within half a second of Andrew Rackstraw. So that is positive for him for the time being. In the other classes, just to let you know that Pro-Am has still been led by Ollie White. He's done that since the lights went out. He's up there in 4th place overall. Second within Pro-Am is Max Coates, just ahead of Josh Stanton. And then further down in the AM category, Cole Cavers is just about hanging on here, doing a great drive after picking up the victory in race number 1. He's determined to get a double to kickstart his 2025 campaign. Used to race within the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain, did Cole. And in recent years, he's been racing within the British GT Championship. So he's had a wealth of experience in GT cars, but working his way to the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain for this year. And as I said, it'll be a great way to kickstart his season with 2 wins, just ahead of Jonathan Beeson as it stands. We've got another penalty now coming in. This time it's going to go the way of number 44, which is Jonathan Beeson. So He's putting the pressure on Cole Cavers, but even if he got past Cole, he'd still have to find 5 seconds to make sure he won the class. And I don't think that's going to happen unless we see a mistake from Cole. But of course, first he needs to get his way through. So Jonathan Beeson, the man in the battle for the AM honours, has just received a 5-second penalty. The second man to do so in this race so far. And as I said, there's a few that have started to usher up the warnings, and they've only got now 3 and a bit more laps to continue before they can escape the wrath of the officials any further within this second race. So see how it all plays out. James Wallace has just started. I'm just looking at the TV screen. I can see that James Wallace is just starting to close down on the top 2. So all of a sudden, with the battling that's gone on for the lead, with the lockup we've had from the man in second place, Angus Whiteside, James Wallace is just one to watch here. The gap between him and Angus is 1.3 seconds. Again, to the eye, it looks closer than what it was last time round. So Wallace here might have just saved something to be able to attack in the closing stages. It's only going to be 3 laps for him to do something, but if he can continue to bring the gap down, James Wallace in this pink Porsche is going to be one to watch. It was 1.3 seconds. It's now going to be still 1.3, so he hasn't taken anything out really on that lap apart from a few thousandths of a second. So we'll see. We'll see if it gets any better. But as I said, now time starting to run away for James Wallace. Ollie White still there in 4th place. He's about 2 seconds up the road from George Gamble. And then behind that, on our screen, it might be different to what you can see on the track, but Max Coates is now 7th. 8th place, Josh Stanton. 9th place, Ollie Jackson. Seb Hopkins with his penalties, 9th in the order. And down to 10th place has gone Will Jenkins. So Will has just lost a place. He hasn't lost it on the circuit, but because Seb Hopkins now is 5 seconds up the road, he has gained that extra place. So Jenkins now down to 10th and Hopkins up to 9th. Next for Seb, he'd have to find 2.3 seconds if he wants to finish ahead of Ollie Jackson at the end of the race. It doesn't massively matter because it wouldn't change his position within the class, so he would still remain 5th within the pro category. But Seb Hopkins works his way down towards the final corner. Number 1 on the card, George Gamble, goes through onto what's going to be now the 23rd lap of the race. We've got 2 to go as the leaders turn their way in towards Redgate Corner. They are fairly close, just under half a second between the leaders, and Seb Hopkins is about to make a move potentially on the back of Josh Stanton. Down towards Redgate they go. Again, Seb Hopkins just needs to find as much time as possible to make sure he's 5 seconds up the road. Ollie Jackson is going to be the next one he'd like to find himself ahead of, but of course he'd love some clear track here. So if he can work his way past Josh Stanton, we'll see if that does in fact come up. Jonathan Beeson trying to get down the inside of Cole Cavers, but again, 5 seconds penalty for Jonathan means it's not really going to be the win, is it? Unless Cole Cavers receives the same sort of penalty. But yeah, Jonathan Beeson trying every single trick in the book at the minute, but Cole Cavers putting up a really good defence as it stands. So I'm sure he'll be very happy with how his opening weekend within the championship has gone. And Cole Cavers will try and carry this success on to Snetterton in what's now going to be a month's time. 4 weeks is when the next round for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain will be on. And we're on to the last lap, and a move is about to come from Angus Whiteside. He tried very late down towards Redgate, but again, there was a big lock-up as he tried to anchor the car up, and with that, that's going to just harm the tyres a little bit more. But I think both of their cars and tyres are at the end of their life now, so it's just about surviving, and who can survive for the next 1.6 miles or so of the now Donington Park National Circuit, because they're up through the left-hander of Starkeys. They've got the next left-hander of Schwantz to get through, and then it's all kind of downhill from there as they work their way back towards the start-finish line. You can see the 2 cars just approaching the top of the circuit through Coppice Corner. There was another battle ongoing as well, a little bit further back. I think that was for Seb Hopkins, still trying to work his way past Ollie Jackson. But the leaders, for the last time, onto the back straight. It's been a good dice between these two. Angus Whiteside has tried everything. He's going to have one more stab down towards the final corner. Don't think it's going to work. It's just Andrew Rackstraw now to hang on. The run to the line. It's going to be a first win of the year for Andrew Rackstraw in round 2 of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. Second place goes the way of Angus Whiteside. What was a little bit of a disastrous qualifying has turned into 2 really good races for Angus. He comes through just ahead of James Wallace. He picks up the final step on the overall podium. 4th place, and what a great drive it has been for Ollie White. He picks up that place and also the win within the Pro-Am category. And then behind that, last year's champion George Gamble comes through in 5th place, 6th place and 2nd within Pro-Am. He's going to grace the podium for the first time this weekend. That's going to be Max Coates. Josh Stanton then brings up the podium in Pro-Am in 7th place overall. Next up, we see 8th place for Ollie Jackson. 9th place for number 18 with his penalty was Seb Hopkins, but he still remains as the leading rookie driver, just ahead of Will Jenkins in 10th position. Behind them, we saw Aaron Mason take the flag in 11th. 12th place for Kyle Cavers and a 2nd AM victory of the day for him. Jonathan Beeson with his 5-second penalty does stay in 2nd place. He finishes ahead of the number 73 machine of William Paul. And then the only two who lost throughout that race was Will Martin and Sid Smith, the two, ironically, that finished in 1st and 2nd places in race number 1 earlier today. But show your appreciation for Andrew Rackstraw, the South African, just working his way back down towards the end of the circuit. He'll be heading for the pit lane along with the rest of the field. Of course, we'll have 3 podiums to get through as well for pros, pro-ams and the AMs, and we'll have some words from the drivers very soon indeed. But before our next race, which is the build-up for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, we're going to head back to the studio. Some of your messages to come as Alan Hyde is standing by.
Expert commentary, interviews and behind-the-scenes insights. This is the sound of the BTCC weekend. Toka Live.
And we've got loads of messages to get through. This one says, afternoon Al, having a great time in the lovely weather, supporting Tingram and Jake Hill from AIDS Slot Car Shed. And loads of emojis on that one as well. We like the emojis. Very good. A good emoji use, I think it's fair to say. This one is from Jordan. Hello, looking forward to today, visiting from Amesbury, Wiltshire, near Stonehenge, here for Toyota GR, being a fan since its inception and desperately looking for merchandise. Hopefully I'll find some. Shout out to the gentleman at the hospitality entrance who brought out a chair so I could rest my leg with a torn MCL. Thanks. Oh, that's a very kind. There are so many acts of kindness that we're hearing about this weekend, which is really good to hear. This says, thanks for the fabulous commentary. There you go, Matt. Fabulous commentary. Could I give a shout out to Ollie T, the love of my life? We recently bought a house together and I couldn't be happier. This is our first ever time watching a live BTCC. I'm a complete newbie to the sport and what an introduction this has been so far. That comes with love from George from Bedfordshire. P.S. We're at the Craner Curvy Wervies eating a sushi picnic. The Craner Curvy Wervies. Not heard them called that before, but I like it. Please say hello to Vinny, who's here with his dad Mark with Napa Racing. Hi guys, great to have you here. From Siobhan, wishing Hayley a big happy 8th birthday. We love you millions. For love from Mum, Dad, Isla, Casey and Ollie as well. Great to have you here. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for writing in. Photographs coming in as well, and a very happy post-podium picture with 2 Napa boys, with Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton after race 1. Rosie is out and about enjoying a grid walk thanks to Pete Osborne. If anyone spots her, please do stop for a picture for her Facebook page. Good luck to Team Napa and Ollie in number 48 in the Porsches, which has just happened. And I reckon that probably takes us into a window where we've got down in Park Ferme with a very happy winner, Josh Barrett.
Yeah, we're going to speak to the Pro-Am winner, I think. Ollie, well done, another Pro-Am win, and you said going after the really quick guys too.
Yeah, no, it was a great race. I got some luck in the first corner. I managed to get around the carnage there. But yeah, a great race. I managed to keep up with the leaders, which is good.
And this year, it seems like a step has been made by yourself and the new livery working wonders.
That's right, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing a lot of preparation over the winter for this year. With my simulator and stuff, so yeah, it's starting to pay off, I think.
Obviously, it's your 3rd season now, coming from Formula Ford, such a different category.
Yeah, it's a completely different race car. It's taken a while to get to grips with it, but yeah, I feel I'm starting to make progress now.
Well done, double winner in the Pro-Am division, Ollie White this weekend in the Porsche Carrera Cup.
Well done, Josh. He'll make his way over towards the podium now. ITV live interviews will take place down in Park Ferme with the Porsche drivers. The drivers we'll see on the podium in a little while. I reckon that Josh will be doing the podium to the crowd in front of the podium, and I'll be making my way down towards the pit lane and grid, which already has the grid boards out for our 2nd round of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. I will just finish off on the WhatsApp message about Rosie, because I've also got this message. It says, hello, my name is Rosie. I'm 11 years old. Since 2021, I've been raising money and awareness for various mental health charities. I now fundraise for Men's Mental Health Charity Andy's Man Club. Please follow my Facebook page, Rosie Cares. And Rosie has been around the BTCC. Certainly, I remember seeing her last year. So, yeah, if you do see Rosie, then do stop and say hi and stop for a Facebook picture for her Facebook page. Right, that's it for me. I'll go down and grab the baton and get ready to head down to pit lane.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, nice to hear again from all the comments you've been sending in here at the Toka Live studio. We hope you're still enjoying your day. We're going to go into a different gear very shortly because after the first round of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, we're very shortly going to look forward to the next one because we have the cars already starting to be brought out into the pit lane. Unfortunately, there's a couple of flatbeds down there which are recovering Porsches because the likes of Sid Smith with his damage can't go away on his own accord. And also the car of Will Martin with the left front damage, he can't move away on his own steam either. So the cars are just having to be kind of worked around the recovery in the pit lane. But I think they're just about managing, and all of those cars now just starting to be nosed down of the garages, ready for the pit lane to open, and that will do so at 20 past 2. So in about 3.5 minutes time, that will open. We'll get the cars onto the grid. It'll be our 15-minute countdown, and then we'll be looking forward to round 2 just after 2:30 this afternoon. So again, if you're out there on circuit and you're just about to move, or get yourself in position very quickly, get your viewing point for the next half an hour. And look forward to the drama to unfold once again because we've got the next of our 18-lap races on the horizon. And just to kind of look back to what happened earlier on, it was Ash Sutton and Tom Ingram who went head-to-head for the first win of the 2025 season. But it was Ash Sutton with the Napa Racing UK team and his Ford Focus which brought through as our victor. He won by just over 1/4 of a second. So a very close race between Ash and Tom at the head of the field. Dan Rowbottom got himself back onto the podium for the first time this year. Great to see him now in a new kind of look and feeling positive and putting himself in a position where he felt he wasn't quite there last year. So Dan Rowbottom finished himself as the final step of the podium. Jake Hill, last year's champion, did well to get that BMW through the field. We have heard from him and the team on multiple occasions this weekend that the weight difference is starting to affect the car. So lots of different requirements and setup changes that they need to do. So Jake Hill finished in 4th place, which we'll be happy with, I'm sure, in the Laser Tools racing with MB Motorsport BMW. That's now a good position for him to be on the grid. And of course, as we know, the rear-wheel drive BMWs do get good launches off the line. So we'll see what he can do from 4th. Mikey Doble was the lead independent driver home. He is the sole driver this year for the Motorparts Direct with PowerMax Racing at Vauxhall Astra team. But Mikey Doble doing an absolutely sterling job to feature inside the top 5 and also as the independents winner. Josh Cook, Tom Chilton, and then Dan Camish with Aidan Moffat and Chris Smiley rounded out the top 10. So that was how it all came to an end. Don't think there was too many dramas. We've got a few penalties. One of those for Ronan Pearson for a jump start. So 10 seconds were added to his time, which dropped him down into 13th position. Then we had an issue for Tom Chilton. He received a 5-second time penalty at the end of the race. That was for gaining an unfair advantage. So that was after his contact in race number 1. So it dropped him down actually to what was 7th place after being in 5th across the line. So that was his penalty. And car 77 also received a 1-second time penalty, also for gaining an unfair advantage. So that was for Sam Osborne, who then dropped himself from what was across the line in 15th place down to 16th place, which is unfortunate because the points go down to 15th place. So he didn't actually score in that first race of the day. So they were the penalties. There were 3 non-finishes. James Dorlin was one of those in the Toyota Corolla GR Sport machine. We had Aaron Taylor-Smith, who was a non-finisher as well, and Adam Morgan retired out on the circuit in his Team Virtue Hyundai as well. So 3 non-finishers. We had a safety car period as well, so we had extra laps added, which took us to 21 laps in the end. But there was lots going on, and as you can imagine, with first day back at school, everyone, of course, very eager to get on with the job in hand, trying to find the best position they can, trying and, of course, get those points, which will make prizes at the end of the year. And every single point is so, so crucial. We say it every year because when we get to Brands Hatch in October, it could literally come down to 1 point. So if you can get a point for a fastest lap, you can get a point for a lead in the race, you can get a point for being on pole position after qualifying. It's all important. And of course, every place you make within the race as well, you gain extra points. So all of that, even at this early stage of the season, will be in the driver's mind. So they've got all to bear that in mind as well for this second round, which very shortly will be underway. We've got 15 minutes now to go, and with that the cars are being released from the pit lane. So again, in formation we have the 4 BMWs, we then have the 4 Napa Racing Ford Focuses, we will then see the Team Virtue Hyundais heading out onto the circuit. Although I say there's 4 Ford Focuses, I can only see 3 leaving the pit lane. So is there a problem for GR Sport Machines now heading out? And then you've got Mikey Doble in his Vauxhall Astra. You've got the Restart Racing Hyundais for this year. They were, of course, in the Cupras. And then you've got the 4 Cupras towards the, the 3 Cupras towards the top end of the pit lane, and then the return of the Honda Civic this year with One Motorsport with Josh Cook and Stephen Jelly. And I think we commented on race 1 that Josh Cook's car looked very much like a banger racer because there were so many dents down the side of the side of the door. I think the main reason for that was after the contact he got from Tom Chilton into the final chicane, where the car took a very hard side swipe, which put that big dent in the side of the car. And with that, we can hopefully head down where Alan has received his microphone and cars being, as I said, released from the pit lane, and he'll be standing by on the grid.
The baton exchange has taken place. We're actually quite hopeful that we get the Porsche podium complete, but they're still interviewing the top 3 drivers from the Carrera Cup race down in Parc Fermé, so just not able to do that. So we'll leave Josh in charge of the podium presentation, which will take for the Porsche presentation, and I'm making my way through the Laser Tools garage. You sound quite jolly in the background, don't they? And head out to the grid, which I'm doing now, just making my way down the pit lane. In fact, I'm in really good company as well, because just in front of me is the boss. The boss man, Jonathan Palmer, is just walking down the grid as well, which is good to see. We're making it out onto the grid, and I might get the chance to have a word with Jonathan once I get to the grid. Slightly out of puff, as you can hear. I'm sorry about this.
That's fine.
I'd forgotten it was uphill.
It's a big circuit, isn't it? So yeah, it's
a long pit lane is Donington. Yeah.
Have a breather out. I'll come back to you in a minute as you get yourself settled down there on what is, as always, a very busy grid. So all the VIPs have been allowed onto it. We've got, of course, the team personnel, the ones that stand by the cars and make sure that they're all running as they should do. And, of course, any final tweaks that need to be made, they can be done so with the team down there on the grid. Now, I did have this question that possibly one of the Napa Racing Ford Focuses didn't make it out of the pit lane. So we'll keep an eye on the grid, but we could be 1 short for some reason, unless my eyes deceived me, but I'm sure there are only 3 that left the pit lane. So
I should investigate that.
Thank you.
That would be big news, wouldn't it? Okay, I'm gonna take my chance here and just be really cheeky and say I can't start a touring car race without saying hello to Colin Turkington. It's nice to see you here, but I saw you walking onto the grid with your headset, looking awkward. You were out of your comfort zone.
Was it really that obvious?
Yes, it was. For race 1, it was.
Yeah, it's obviously completely different to me. You know, I'm used to being in the seat behind the wheels. So, yeah, seeing the whole thing from a different perspective. But it's interesting, you know, it's a
whole new perspective, isn't it, for you?
Yeah, you know, gives me an idea of the bigger picture, you know, what the chaos that's going on behind the scenes.
So you'll be an even more complete touring car driver when we get you back on the grid for next year.
No, I'd very much like that. Yeah, I'll still be, still when the helmet goes on. Yeah.
It's great to talk to you, Colin. Thank you very much indeed. What's up, Dick?
Next year.
Yeah, well, I just said that to him, Dick. He's learning all the different jobs of the weekend now, so he'll be that much more equipped. Well done, Colin. Thank you very much indeed. Excuse me, David. Sorry to have interrupted. Right, Ash Sutton is here. He's lined up on pole position. Tom Ingram is here. Now, both of them are running the medium tyre. That's obligatory now. So they are on the medium tyre, and you can see that as well. A yellow on the LED panel on the side of the car. That designates the yellow on the side of the tyre. Tom Ingram, and he's there. So too is Dan Rowbottom. Sorry, do beg your pardon. The guests are allowed across the grid now, so I get all of a sudden inundated with a sea of people that make their way over. They're making their way over now to Jake Hill, the champion's car. The BMW is standing by. Craig Pauly, his engineer, is going round making notes in his little notebook, as ever he does. Mikey Doble, great race in race 1 here at Donington Park. He's just being handed his bottle of water from the left-hand side of the car. And Josh Cook just having a chat to Jade Edwards ahead of this race. He's being shown the tyre designation for the cars that are around him. Josh Cook, is on the soft tyre, so white is displayed on the LED panel and white on the sidewall of the car as well. Tom Chilton is talking to Paul O'Neill. They've let him out of the box for a change, and he's down here on the grid. So Tom Chilton just doing his television interview. And Dan Camish is next. He's just having a chat to Pete Osborne. And I'll dive in and have a word, if I may, with Dan. And you don't need to do anything to accommodate me. No, he's just going to fire up the engine. They're just checking something. He's fired up the engine, and they're just cleaning the windscreen as well. I shall wait. Don't worry. And Dan turns it off. You know, we all collectively in the pit lane said, oh no, not the curse of Donington for Dan again.
Yeah, I know. It's what do you have to do?
Well, you're doing everything you can because you got a result out of it anyway.
Yeah, I drove the wheels off the thing. Maybe that was the problem. One of them actually came off. Yeah, you know, I think we've clearly had a number of issues in this car with the soft tyre. Yeah. I don't know why it was happening. We were way more cautious than our teammate was, and it still happened to us. So there's lots of head scratching, lots of unknown, and again, it's cost us what would have been a better result. Has it happened? The safety car saved us bacon. And then, you know, the result is a driver that's annoyed, to say the least, in a fast car, and we made use of it at the end and came back through to 8th in the last 5 minutes. So that was, you know, proud of that one. I said I wanted to go out and have some fun. Turns out I did just that. So, yeah, you know, I've got myself back in the mix. I'm back up sort of the sharp end-ish. Got a good car, I hope, and let's see if we can keep going forward.
Good luck, Dan. Thanks for talking to me. Dan Camish down here. We did all collectively go, no, surely not. Not for Dan again at Donington Park, having taken pole position and being the first ever recipient of the individual round Goodyear Wingfoot Award, which is being handed out for the first time this year to every driver this year. 10 drivers there will be that take pole position in qualifying, and then of course the annual award that we've had for many, many years, which is the Goodyear Wingfoot Award at the end of the year for the best qualifier of the year. Right, it's not surprisingly a really busy grid down here. Let me see if I can just thread my way back through to the front of the grid and see if there might be a couple of people I might be able to have a chat to going past Dan Rowbottom's car. I think guests, are they being invited to vacate the grid as yet? Yes, they are. So the marshal's just clearing off the grid. Mark Blundell is down here. He's having a chat to Jonathan Palmer, the boss of MSV. Of course, MSV, the company that own Donington Park, Brands Hatch, many other circuits besides. And I might just see if I can dive in and get a very quick word. Jonathan, could I just come in and say, what a wonderful day at Donington Park, eh?
It's absolutely fantastic, isn't it? The weather is, what a contrast a year makes, eh?
Oh, I wasn't going to say it, but yeah, totally different.
No, we're absolutely thrilled. I mean, it was a bit, the sales were understandably a bit slow a month ago when people probably had some memories of the rain and the deluge from last year, but it's absolutely soared.
We've caught up on the gate today, haven't we?
We really have, and the atmosphere is great, the racing's been great, and I know it's going to be a super afternoon.
Good to see you, Jonathan. Thank you very much indeed for having a chat to me down here on the grid. Mark Blundell, old mates from Grand Prix days, standing by Jake Hill's car. Last word from Mark Blundell to Jake Hill. Don't forget that, of course, Mark Blundell and Jake Hill sort of started their relationship, if you like, when they were both drivers, and Mark was particularly taken with Jake. They became friends, and they are now very much a team. And Mark makes his way off the grid up towards the front of the grid. I think he's just going to get into pit lane. He's having a laugh and a joke with Jonathan and Alan Gow as well, the championship CEO. And as the guests are invited to leave the grid, Ash Sutton is left on his own with a little bit of shade inside the car to keep it as cool as possible for as long as possible. Tingram doing the same, doing a bit of filming from the side of the car of Tingram, getting ready for this. He's very, very active on social media and produces a huge amount of content over the course of a year, does Tingram, and that's probably represented by the amount of followers that and supporters that he has on social media. Very, very busy to get off the grid as well as the guests and the VIPs that are queuing to get through the little gate into pit lane. Well, it's a pretty big queue to get into pit lane, and one of those is the four-time BTCC champion Colin Turkington, who we were just able to have a quick chat to. He was here at Donington Park about 3 weeks ago. In fact, he was competing in a GT Cup car and rather enjoyed the experience of just being back in a car, really. And he was given one instruction, that was to bring the car home, and he did that, of course, exactly as required. So they're all making their way back into pit lane, having a look down. So there was a question mark over one Napa racing car. I've seen Ash and I've seen two Dan. So are we questioning, Matt, are we questioning the presence of Sam Osborne's car?
We are, yes. It's not there.
I can't see it, no.
Right.
Just having a look towards the very back of the grid and I can't see it. So I'll investigate.
Thank you, Alan. Yep, nice again to hear from everybody down there on the grid, and the atmosphere has built. Everyone now, as Alan said, has been asked to leave the grid, and then the final operation is to get.
And it's time for race 2 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship in 2025. And this one is going to be, I think, very entertaining. There's a lot of things that could go wrong. There's a lot of things that could go right. We've practically got the same grid from the previous race. But there will be differences coming in as well as to who will be hot and who's not. So we'll welcome you up into the commentary box and say hello to our commentary team. I'm Josh Birch. Last lap, Lucy's joined us as well. And alongside us, as always, is Tom Counter, JT back trackside. Lucy, nice to have you here for race 2, your first weekend in the touring cars. How are you finding it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yes, this is my second ever BTCC race, so I am super, super excited. Wondering what this chap's doing here. He's sprinting down the grid.
Yeah,
He seems to have.
This is for Jake Hills. There's a problem going on down at Mikey Doble's car, and the Toka technical boss is firing away in front of him as well. So let's see if we can zoom in on Doble's car.
A lot of movement over
Have a look. Yeah, I think it might just be out of camera shot. So we'll zoom in and see what I can find.
Yes, while you do that, yeah, this is my second ever BTCC race. My first ever one was. What we doing?
Just rotating the other camera.
All
So
good.
go on.
Oh.
Yeah, Doble's got problems down there. Just so you know. I can't go anywhere. There we go. There's Doble. There he is. Sorry about that, everyone.
So what's going on down there?
Well, we can zoom in better now and have a look. It looks like there's a lot of technical guys around it there, guys. What do you think? That looks like there's a problem starting that thing. Oh, I think it's just fired up. I heard it.
Oh, good.
But I wonder if that's going to be a yellow flag for the restart.
possibly so. We'll see very much as the formation that gets underway.
Yeah, okay, so apparently there's going to be a delay to the starting procedure. They have now put a yellow flag alongside Doble's car, so Mikey Doble will not be starting the formation lap. The grid's been cleared now of everybody by him, and there was a Virtue guy just left there as well, so it is not going to plan. Toka Technical are standing by at the outside of Doble, and the yellow flags, double yellow flags there. And JT, coming to you quickly, as you can see. Now, what that means, look, are they going to delay the start? They've told him to get off the grid. Well, this is bizarre. Doble, has he managed to get it going, or is he in bigger trouble?
Clutch issue for Sam Osborne. That is why he is not on the grid, but he will start from the pit lane, hopefully.
Can we see him yet? Where
We can't see Osborne from our starting position. Formation lap's underway, though. Question is Mikey Doble going to move? Yes, he does. Doble does get going. Well, that's great news. But Moffat hasn't. That took him a while. Away he goes out of our commentary position. There we go. Well, that took a while. Right, I'll reposition for the start then. And Lucy, sorry about that. We had drama on your welcome to the commentary box.
Yeah, absolutely fine.
How are you doing?
We love a bit of chaos here.
We do. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing great. I pretty much got everything out that I was going to say. Second ever BTCC race. So excited. I'm absolutely loving my first weekend here. Did not expect to be doing a bit of commentary today, so this is very exciting.
Tom comes alongside us as well. Tom, welcome to you. How are you doing?
Not too bad, thank you, Josh. Hello to Lucy as well, joining us in the commentary position for this second race of the day in British Touring Cars. Just looking very closely on the compounds that drivers are going to be on as well. Since the formation lap is quite short, Josh, I'll let you run down on the grid for today's, well, for the second race of today.
So, as we'll come through, the grid's come through. JT's managed to put it on for us as well. JT, you've got the action, you've got the running order. Tell us of the grid, please. Neither did we. It flashed up and went away. Actually, I do. I can get it up quite easily. Give me a minute. And I can run it through myself because I've got the timing grid open here as well. So here's your grid then for race number 2. It's going to be Ash Sutton on pole position with Tom Ingram alongside him on the front row. Row 2 sees Daniel Rowbottom and Jake Hill. Row 3, Mikey Doble and Josh Cook. Row 4, Tom Chilton and Dan Camish. Row 5, Aidan Moffat and Chris Smiley. Row 6, Dexter Patterson alongside Dan Lloyd. Row 7, Ronan Pearson and Max Hall. Row 8, Dowell de Jong and Sam Osborne. Row 9 sees Charles Rainford alongside Michael Kreese. Row 10, Gordon Shedden and Stephen Jelly. Row 11, Nick Hamilton and James Dorlin. And on row 12, it's Aaron Taylor-Smith and Adam Morgan. Air temperature at 20.2 degrees, track temperature 29. 29.2 actually, to be precise, coming into this one. Wind direction's coming in from the southeast as well, so it's going to be interesting. And 0.8 mile per hour wind as we come back up to the com box to have a chat with us on the formation lap.
I was going to say we've got the planes taking off over the track today.
Yeah. So 39% humidity we just heard from JT behind us. That's a lot, isn't it, Tom?
It is, isn't it? Yeah, I agree. But we were just seeing the drivers coming through. I will say the top 3 on the grid are starting on mediums. The next 3 behind are on softs. So that I would expect the likes of Jake Hill and that to have an advantage at the beginning.
As we heard from Tom Ingram at the start as well, we literally had the procedure where the top 3 have to start this race on the hardest tyre available as they're coming up to the grid now to join us. So we'll flash back to the track camera. This is really going to be the start time. Yeah, there's a plane coming through.
I love Donington.
The DHL plane apparently as well. So we're getting ready for the start procedure. As a quick selfie before the lights go out. Lucy, what are you expecting when we go off here? What are you going to be looking for?
Chaos. I'm going to be looking for chaos.
You'll fit right in with that.
There's going to be chaos.
Yeah.
There is. This is BTCC. There's going to be action. That's what I've learned after just one race. Literally every single lap. Boom. I'm really excited to see the continuation of the battle that we saw yesterday between Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton. We saw him really trying to get past. He got so close so many times, and then unfortunately that safety car was just so poorly timed for him at the beginning of the race, in the middle of the race, my apologies. So yeah, unfortunately he wasn't quite able to do it in race 1, but yeah, I think the main story for this one's going to be, can he make it for race 2?
Sam Osborne not on the grid there with a clutch issue. We've just got Dobon watching him out the window. He's actually not rolled completely forward into his box here, and they've spotted that. So so was actually Chilton, but either way, 5-second board is out. The start of round 2 of the British Touring Car Championship. Red lights are on. Lights out. We're racing. Good start from Sutton. England rolls the back. Rowbottom as well. Gives a lot of wheel spin. Hill's going to be on the inside line down. Back on the inside line as well as they come down in towards turn 1. We'll take a look as the lights go out on our TV pictures. And again, it seemed like it was a good start this time by Sutton. And Thomas headed down towards turn 1. The action really has to be with the amazing start from Dion Telber. He's down to drop back to it. Sutton leading Ingram.
Yeah, and Robots have got a kick of wheel spin at the start, and that's allowed Jake Hill to start him before they get to Redgate. So Sutton maintaining the advantage at the Tom Ingram. It's Jake Hill up into 3rd place, Dan Robotham down a position at least. As you can see the field jostling their way through the crater curves before they get down to the old hairpin. To adjusting the position. I think that was Max Hall who took place there with someone there. Locked up into the old hairpin.
Oh, very wide!
Is that wide?
Yeah, I think it's Dan Lloyd who's front right. He's going to get swallowed up by Pearson, De Jong and Rainford as well coming through. But Sutton leading Ingram just like it was at race 1 as the safety car drives past us in the pit lane. It's all smooth at the start. Let's see, what did you make of it from the second start?
It's so exciting. I mean, first of all, I want to give a massive shout out to my boy Aaron Taylor-Smith. He's the biggest gainer on the opening lap. He's got up 4 positions from 23rd where he started out. He's now in 19th. Please do keep an eye on him. He is absolutely rapid. He's got a new team this season who are giving him a wonderful package. So do keep an eye on him because he's very keen to do some overtakes after the issue at the race start.
They're flying past our commentary box with Sutton leading Ingram Hill, Robot and Cook. Now Cook's up the place where he started. Biggest loser on that, but Chris Smiley just didn't get going there, Tom.
No, he didn't either. I was watching, did you just see further back?
Oh,
a little bit of gravel being kicked off. I wonder if someone went over the chicane before rejoining. Maybe the track limits later on, but looking further on at the front, you could just see England, as he was doing at the back end of race number 1, harassing Ash Sutton all the way down to the old hairpin, refusing to leave him alone as they get to the right-hander.
Doble's been given a drive-through penalty there, and that's probably because he had engineers on the grid inside the 15-second signal. So we see a cars jostling for position. Sutton is under pressure from England. Remember, the top 3 locked in on medium compound tyres, but Hill already on. He's up into 3rd, back to headers, Rowbottom, but Ingram's all over the back. Sutton's having to defend him. He swings to the outside as Ingram coming into the top of turn 9, and he's all over the back. Sutton is going to have to be a major defence here.
Yeah, and you've got to watch out for Jake Hill because he's on the softer compound. So come down the pit straight through our commentary position. But we're going back to the TV pictures. You can see Ingram all over the back of that Sutton as we went at the end of lap 1. But watch out for Jake Hill because should these two collide, someone will be waiting to post. So Mikey Dable takes his drive-through penalty.
It's a year ago again, isn't it, JT? Going to you quickly as well. A year ago, it was Sutton, Ingram and Hill. It's history repeating itself for race 2.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of dust kicked up at the exit of Roberts once again, and I saw that the bollard on the inside of Coppice didn't even last 1 lap. It got absolutely obliterated on lap 1 as they went past it. As Sutton kicks up a lot of dust down the craners.
Yeah, I was at Coppice for race 1, and I can absolutely agree the bollard did not last past lap 1 there either.
There goes the old hairpin bollard.
Yeah, we're just losing bollards. I don't know why they put them in at this point.
So someone's gone off into the gravel trap as well, as Ingram now comes under pressure from Hill, but that's leaving Josh Cook, who was very disappointed at the start of race 1. He's coming back in there to have a go, and that's bringing Robots back into the mix on those soft tyres, or medium tyres.
Yeah, I want to see who was involved in that collision at the old hairpin. We can just see once again the leaders coming down the pitch straight. We're going to see the action on TV pictures. We can see Ingram all over the back of Sutton once more, Sutton back in behind before they get to Roberts, and Jake Hill, well, doesn't exactly get the best of exits, to be honest with you, compared to these. I think it's Dan Lloyd, Josh, that's dropped down the order thanks to that collision at the old hairpin with someone.
So, changing again, Ingram trying to look on the inside line, he touches the back of Sutton, coming into Redgate, he's locking up, Sutton's going to go a bit wide, Ingram takes the inside line, not going to work, Hill's trying to come on the outside, coming through, and here comes Cook, they're 3 wide, coming down the crater curves towards the old hairpin, that's going to be a bit tight, Hill's gone out ahead, Cook's on the inside, he's going to try and take 2 into 1, he touches the back of Ingram, but he's through on Hill.
Sensational stuff from Josh Cook. Sorry to lose if I've interrupted you there. But Josh Cook's got through on Jake Hill in the end into 3rd place. But that's because England had to lift off and Jake Hill had to go to the left-hand side. And Josh Cook just found the open door on the inside to send his way through. I'll hand it over to Luke if she's wants to.
He's going on the inside, trying to have a go for the race lead again, coming into the top of turn 9, he can't get through.
I honestly was not going to say anything. My mouth was just open wide because of the excitement there. That was truly thrilling.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars in the battle for the lead here. There's 7. English trying to go on the outside, coming to the last corner, can't do it. JT can repeat that. Cook's window swapping. Cook's window swapping on the left-hand side.
Interesting. Could this be an issue later down the line? Do you think there's a potential black and white flag for that, or is that fine?
Take a look. Yeah, look, it's flapping down towards turn 1. You can just about see it coming on our TV pictures here. So it's not a black and white flag issue. If anything, it's just going to be annoying him.
Okay.
I suppose.
That's absolutely fine then. Honestly, as long as it's annoying, he's not going to mind. As long as it's not going to mess up his race, absolutely fine.
For the boost deployment in this lap, remember, Sutton only can use the boost for 1 lap, Ingram for 2, he's already used it once, Cook can use it 7 times, he's used it twice, Hill can only use it 4, he's used it once, Rowbottom once out of 3, Chilton 1 out of 5, Camager can use it for 8 laps, and he hasn't used it once yet. He's going to be a charge later on in the race.
Can I ask for a quick question? First of all, why have certain amounts of them got different boosts?
Determined on where you finish inside the top 10.
Yeah,
top 6 in this one. I still think going on the start position. You can use the hybrid for maximum of 8 laps out of the 18, and then you can take it down 1 each time you go. That's why you're substituting it 1 lap because you won the previous race. Whereas Josh Cook can use it more. Oh, hang on, right in front of us! Daniel Lloyd's coming to a stop! Right in front of that commentary window!
Yeah, it looks like he's got a punch there. It might have been a punch in the front right there.
That's going to be a safety car, surely.
Yeah, it'll be 100% safety car, absolutely certain, because they'll need to recover the vehicle to put that away. So definitely off the racetrack in
Can I get there?
The straight. Yeah.
He's just gone past the line.
Yeah, there was a battle going on between Michael.
Yeah, I was going to say, we didn't know where to look there, because I just saw 3 of them storm right past us, but 3 wide, and then all of a sudden, boom, we've got a car basically grinding to a halt in front of us on the grass. Has he stopped there?
Can't see.
Is he oh, I see some smoke, actually. Unfortunately, the light pole is completely blocking our view of exactly where it could possibly be. So
Marshals in front of us are getting ready, so I think they're going to throw us in.
I don't think they've got a choice. And whilst we were watching that, there was a brilliant battle between Michael Crean, Stephen Jelly, and Charles Rainford. It was a brilliant battle all the way down to the old hairpin. But it's all going to be irrelevant now because I imagine they'll pull out the safety car. I mean, mind you, he's well away from the firing line, but it's just if we've got cars backing on the pit straight.
Like Ingram really was with Sutton.
Yeah, so that's why I think they may have to deploy the safety car very, very short. They don't want to leave it too long before they start putting it out.
Shed has dropped down 2 places. Morgan and Hall have got back to him. Haven't yet seen TV pictures ourselves down in towards turn number 1. Can't see anything going through there, so Sutton's still leading from Ingram and Cook. That's not changed. We did not get an angle at all of turn 1. Can't even see on the angle we've got out here in the commentary box. I'm trying desperately to crane my head, but I can't see anything.
It's turning into a barbecue down there, or at least it was for a moment, but the smoke seems to have gone away rather quickly.
So I want to say, we are on lap 7 right now, and we have basically not stopped. This is basically our first minute to breathe. This whole race, we have had 7 laps. And that's how mad this championship is. It's literally boom, 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 action all the way through.
And we've got to run out as soon as we finish here, down to the podium. Cover that. Ingram's under pressure this time from Josh Cook. No, Tom Cook's trying to go on the outside, coming through Cockpit, and he's got a better line down towards the Rocket Test. It's to be that back straight. That's going to be really key here.
I would think so as well. Josh is going to be right alongside Ingram. I'd imagine he's used the boost on the straight. You just see how much he pulled away since they exited Cockpit. They defend at second place from Josh. But you can see Cook, he was on a charge now in this race. If you remember, he replaced that engine between everyone left in the previous second. So this is Dan Lloyd having his own melodies, unfortunately. And I think that's been taken off there. And this is earlier on. This is Max Hall. This is Cheddar and Max Hall, yeah. And Cheddar, one of the most experienced drivers on the grid, going through the goal time, is very lucky to get back on without taking out another driver if he joined.
And to cross several turns in it.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's really a testament to his experience there, that he was able to keep that car completely under control. It almost seemed like it didn't bother him at all.
Moffat now under attack from Dow de Jong. Shedder's dropped another couple of places. He's climbing up by Morgan's up 12. Where he's stunning lap time from him right now. As they come through some.
Am I correct in understanding he's not used any of his boots, or has he used all of it?
He's used all of it.
He's used all of it.
That's probably why he's gained so many positions, and he's used his boots. So he's got none left, so he's going to be defending for the last half of this race.
This is Riddell de Leon getting through on Aidan Moffat now. So Riddell de Leon up another position. Where is he now? He's 8th. Is Daryl de Leon. He has used his energy on this lap. He's got 4 more left to use, so he's actually using them quite well. against the midway point in the race. Further back, we're seeing Max Holt being overtaken by Golden Shedden this time. Shedden going through into Roberts, and the Scotsman is through at last.
Black and white flags come out as well here on the monitors. JT was trying to tell me something as well. If you want to repeat it while I'm talking, as Joel from Coffee coming through by 5 seconds. The camera seems not great, so I will reset it. There you go. Sorry about that. I was wondering why I was just looking at myself, just thinking it's a bit weird. It manually resets to 0.9 and we're using the ultra wide. Oh, and that's going to be a problem again. Roy Bottom and Camish on the outside. Swings through, that looks fine.
Yeah, that looks fun, didn't it? That was a generous overtake there from Robots to allow Camish to go through. He knows that Camish is the quicker of the two drivers and he's on his way there. Further back, we are seeing the Toyotas going through. That's Aaron Taylor Smith, who is behind James Dorlin, who was another one of those that retired on the first race. Dorlin up the inside of Taylor Smith. Taylor Smith is able to have enough room to get through without needing to defend. And there's that's another one of the Toyotas behind. That'll be Ronan Pearson.
Yeah.
Who has had an eventful weekend so far. He had that drive on the first race that sent him down out of the top 4 even.
We've seen a lot of there from Dorlin.
Yeah.
Could be an option.
Get on the back of him. Turn 1, it could be an option.
It was Charles Rainford that got through on Ronan Pearson into the Robert Chicane into 17th position. So that's a position going for Rainford. Now we're seeing an instant battle at Toyota. Taylor Smith going through. And that is him past James Dorlin at red gate.
Dorlin's got the inside line. That's going to be tied him down through the corner curves. He's going to blink into a full pivot.
Still side by side coming down the hill, but Taylor Smith does pull ahead there.
Yeah, Dorlin backs out. I knew that was sort of 9 times out of 10 was going to happen, wasn't it, as well?
But you know what? He put his wheels alongside he had to go, and that's what matters. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, so
you're getting the lingo quite quick, aren't you, as well? Rainford now, all over the back. And actually, what's happened to Cook on the hill? They've got a massively Eagles right at the back of something coming past that commentary box.
Looking at Charles Rainford going through on the Toyota on the inside. He's had the spirited weekend as Charles Rainford. Brilliant qualifying, horrible first race when he went off towards the end of the safety car. But he's swung himself back into the action really. And now we're looking at the top 2 in your picture on the TV screens. Ash Sutton and Tom Ingram for the first and second places. As you mentioned, there is that bigger gap between, involving Josh Cook and Jake Hill. So we've got 2 separate battles at the front of the field, one for the win and one for the final finish.
Black and white flag for car 28, Nick Hamilton, chapter 4.
Hopefully he doesn't get too many of those over the course of this race.
Typical though, we've fixed the competition cameras to see the pit lane. Nobody decides to come in this race.
Well, we had Mikey Doble coming in for his drive-through.
Yeah. So it's a better angle, considering that with so many people in the day, Trackside gets to the top. So we will hopefully run down to the podium where we link up with ITV's Wi-Fi, so we'll all sort of stick together. For those of you listening and watching it, now battle again. This is Shedden under attack from Hall. The Hall's coming back through down the rear end of the circuit. Uphill this part, and it's rather steep as well. You walk the circuit, it's like, and Hall's going for it. He's not afraid. The Wookie versus the Flash. Can he get through on the inside line? Yes, he can. Hall's through. Shedden will try and cut back.
I think Hull will have the inside line, although having said that, Shedden will have used his energy base, so he's unavailable now, and that's going to allow Matt Hall to go through on the inside into Roberts, and Shedden will have to yield.
There's Hamilton.
We literally just saw old versus new there. That was really special from Max Hall. He's so young. He walked into the wrong garage on the media day, bless him. But you know, his car's looking fierce and so seeing it on track. He's really trying to make his mark in this series, and he's doing a fantastic job of it so far.
I didn't know he walked into the wrong garage.
Yeah,
that's quite embarrassing.
Yeah, my friends at Sports Wire, shout out to the Sports Wire. They captured that on camera.
Oh, wow.
Hilarious, bless him. He just walked into the wrong one. He was like, oh, wrong garage, and came straight back out.
Surprise.
Yeah. It was a completely empty one,
Oh,
actually.
going off. That's Josh Cook off the track at McLean's.
Oh, 99. 2 spinners. That's one of those Joshua 66 and 99. That's an old hairpin though from the 99. And Cook's got a puncture.
Yeah.
Front left's gone down.
We saw a lot of these in the first race as well, Josh, so don't get so surprised if we see a few more. Bear in mind, he's one of those on the soft compounds, so that's gone before McLean's comes round for him, and Jake Hill just says thank you very much, but he's got to be wary of his tyres as well. He's on the same compound as what just was yeah, he's in the pits now out of our commentary position. He's into the pits he comes, the front left is flat, and that's his chance to point well.
Taylor Smith did again.
Oh no.
Well, he had problems in the first
I
race.
have just noticed him drop down to 19th, so wonderful, fantastic.
Cook's having a lot of work done to him, like I say, out of our Commerce Box window. The camera can't switch that far away because it's at the opposite end of the circuit. I do apologise.
Well, whilst you're watching that, we've got Michael Cree, Stephen Jelly, and Ronan Pearson fighting over, trying to see which position they're in. It's 15th, 16th, and 17th that they're in now. So
Cook's coming back out, new time. You'll see this bit. There he goes.
Hard compound. Oh, they said, sorry, soft compound. So it's the white side mark compound. We're going on another set of soft as Josh truck. Go on, Lucy.
I'm not happy. Look at that. This is awful. Absolute nightmare weekend for Aaron Taylor Smith. Seemingly none of it his fault. I mean, he got so many overtakes in his first half of the race. He was absolutely flying out there.
Oh, and Rainford's out. Oh, Rainford stopped as well.
Yeah, I would be picked up a puncher, so that's forced him to park to the side. Mind you, we saw Dan Lloyd park up on the pit straight and we didn't get a safety car for that, so I'd imagine it'll be the same scenario with Charles Rainford's car parks up over where Starkey's is before McLean, and we see the leads going through the old hairpin on our TV screens, Sutton ahead of Ingram. It looks more comfortable now for Sutton at this point, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think I've just stared into the next dimension. I'm not very happy, guys.
I was having a look down at the television monitors that you pointed out to us this morning when we came into the commentary box. Yeah. Straight down there, down into Coppers, down our old bridge, or Starkey's bridge, isn't it? And you can see cars coming out and down towards us. Sutton leads, Ingram second.
Talking of which of Ash Sutton, he's been given the black and white flag for track limit in turns 4 and 7. So he better be on his guard now for the remainder of this.
Now, I will say the battle between
Ingram black and white flag as well. So Ingram with it as well. Turn 4 and 7, same place.
So yeah, the battle between Ingram and Sutton, we saw it kind of calm down a little bit in the middle of this race, but it seems to be slightly reigniting now with just 3 laps to go. So this is definitely going to be one to watch. It's absolutely far from over. So I'm very excited to see if Ingram is going to manage to pull it off. I know he's going to be absolutely desperate to finally make this overtake.
Shedden's got back ahead of Hall, but Hall seems like he wants to throw it back somewhere, but at least this time it doesn't look like we're going to go for a safety car.
It doesn't look like it, but I want to see the battle between Hill and Camish now. Hill's size must surely be beginning to fall away at this point, whereas Camish, he's around about a second behind him now, so that battle surely is far from over. And well, this battle is certainly far from over because these two have already been given black and white flags for track limits, and goodness knows what could happen from here on in the remaining laps.
Game on, that's what it's like. This is what the touring cars like this season. As they fly by the box. Yeah, and you sort of get heat stroke, don't you, after a while. Hill and Camish passing us, and still no one's moving. Now, soft tyres, it seems like we'll be managing quite a lot of field next time out. We haven't got a nice nick here. So, race 3 is going to be fun as Patterson goes to move on all in down the one now, Combo's camp.
Yeah, we'll get a picture of that battle in a moment because that is the closest battle we've got on the circuit. So as we have a look, there is Donington Leon and Chris Smiley going down the pit straight now on our screens. And there goes the Leon defending. Through road gate they come. On the outside does he find that side, but he should have the high ground on the exit, Josh. He should use
Three wide, three! Look at the inside, the 22 is coming to play! Oh, and Dolan got mugged there, and now I think the 22 is going to take 2 to 1. Smiley, smiling high!
Yeah.
Nice one.
That was probably the overtake of the weekend.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely mega. I just want to give a quick update on Aaron Taylor Smith. It might be his race over. I don't know. I'm
he's just gone back out again.
I was just about to say, it looks like it's his race over because he was parked up
He was
quite
for a
some
while,
time,
yeah.
but no, he's just got going again. So, you know, I don't think there's much to be gained from going back out, but he's going to get some more track time, some more time to get used to the car, and, you know, it's never over till it's over, so get back out there.
Ultimate lap for the race then, 17 of 18, as more black and white flags coming this time for the 1-3-2 for track limits in turn 4.
James Dornan, Josh, was the latest to fall foul for track limits. No penalty yet for him, but any more of it, then we'll probably get one. We've only got a couple of laps to make sure we avoid any track limit violations of more. There is Jake Hill, there is Dan Camish, who was on pole for the first race before his puncher later on, which was still saw him recover to 8th position. Now he's got a chance of a podium in race 2. There is a battle going on again, isn't it?
Norman again.
Adam Morgan. Was it Adam Morgan?
Morgan Dion.
Morgan Dion.
Shedden. No?
No, it's
Oh, this is weird.
It's one of the One Motorsport cars, isn't it?
Well, that's down beyond Cook. It's Cook. Yeah. Where's Cook falling down to in the
He's
order?
virtually last, is Cook.
Yeah,
He's just trying
he's
to
battling
overtake.
Morgan,
Yeah,
yeah.
so he's not on the same level as they are anyway.
Oh, look at this. So Camish on the inside of Hill going for third place at the top of the hill. He's banging doors with the world champion as well. Is Camish ahead? Yes, he is. Camish gets ahead of Hill, and Hill's touched the grass. Coming the X of the last corner, I can tell you, as they flash past our monitor. It's the last lap of the second race of the weekend. Sutton going to do back-to-back, but Ingram's only half a tenth behind him. Yeah, let's see if that works. Here's the box now. He's out of height for this lap, so is Camish. It reset. Jelly and Hamilton have no hybrid for the rest of the race. How can you say hybrid? Boost. Toka boost. Yeah, but 100% sustainable fuel here. And that's why you get a cars are. Oh dear. Right to tennis back in again.
I can't do this, Your Honour. I can't do this.
Doble's under pressure this time as well on the inside line, and through goes the 12 of Jelly.
Through, and the leaders are on their last side. They'll be coming to the pit straight very shortly. So, and this one, Ash Sutton, very good at the moment to make it 2 wins from 6. Yeah.
Ash Sutton comes out of the last corner, and it's back-to-back. Race 1 and race 2. Sutton doubles up at Donington Park. Ingram second, and Dan Camish will finish in 3rd place.
Absolutely, that's what looks great for the last 2 races now, and Ingram just couldn't get it done. So next up is grid 3. The grid's going to be reversed. It's still everything's playable, but unfortunately Ingram has come second best out of this situation, and Sutton cool under pressure, defended valiantly. Well done to him.
Great race there, Tom.
Yeah, a good race. Not quite the chaos we had in the first one, but we still saw some brilliant battles all the way through. I love the 3-car battle involving, I think it was the Leon Shedden and Jelly or something like that. And also, brilliant overtake from Dan Camish on Jake Hill. That was much needed as well, considering he was on the medium compound compared to Hill, who was on the soft. But you have to feel for Josh Cook. He can't catch a break at the moment.
No, really can't. Sutton, Ingram, Camish, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I think walking away from this race, I think Cook's probably going to be the most disappointed driver. So yeah, really unfortunate for him. Just a really, really rubbish situation. But yeah, still got a chance to go again.
So, not bad. Race 3 coming up as well. We're going to head down now to the podium ceremony. So, JT, you can send it down to Trackside Audio.
Show your appreciation for all of the drivers as they make their way back into the pit lane. Of course, Ash will get maximum points from that race. He'll also get the added point for leading a lap as well. He doesn't get the point for fastest lap. That goes the way of Tom Chilton, in fact, who did a 109.003. So an extra point for Tom Chilton in the second race of the day. But Ash Sutton is going to be the man who steps onto the podium right at the top. And he survived this time on those medium tyres. It's going to be, of course, very interesting to see now what number is picked from the big globe that ITV have. Steve Ryder, of course, will be doing that draw with, I'm sure, Ash Sutton to see how many places he'll have to work his way through to try and go for the hat-trick here this weekend. It's never easy, but of course they've tried to tweak the regulations to make sure you don't get as much boost, to make sure you start on the harder tyre in the second race of the weekend. But of course, above adversity, it's Ash Sutton who's done it once again. He's come through into the Toka technical area. He'll do his checks as per usual, and once all complete, he'll be heading his way to Alan Hyde.
I know we've been saying all day that it's a beautiful day weather-wise here at Donington Park, but just how warm is it? I've just had a word with Mickey Butler from Goodyear, and the track temperature at the start of that race, 38 degrees. And so therefore it becomes slightly less surprising when you're really pushing those tyres, those soft tyres, that maybe that's just a little bit too much, pushing them a little bit too much on a track with 38-degree temperature. That's asking quite a lot of the rubber, isn't it? Ash Sutton is pushed off the weighbridge and is given the indication to start up the engine on the car. He'll be pulling up for the second time today towards the #1 board. And what an absolutely dream way of starting the season for Ashley Sutton. Brings the car to a stop now. Mickey Butler, the man from Goodyear I was just talking about, has just gone straight over to the car. And yes, says Ash, he's really pleased with that. He knows how important it is to get these seasons underway in the best way possible. And you know what? The hugs are more ferocious this time. That meant an awful lot when you've been penalised for success and you still win the race. Well, that's got to go a huge credit to the team setting up the car, to the driver looking after the car, and Steve Richardson, the CEO of Napa Europe, gives him a big hug down here just outside Parc Fermé. Tingram comes to a stop now. The front of the car, maybe not surprisingly, looking like it once had a wrap, but it hasn't got a wrap anymore. That's how close they get to those tyre stacks out on circuit. And Tingram turns off the engine. Let me see if I can get a word. Okay, good. That's great. Thank you, Lou. ITV are in a break, so I can speak to Ash. You looked even more delighted with that one.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny it. Obviously, going on that soft tyre in race one, I thought the medium shouldn't have hung with us. Yeah. Quite clear the soft tyre is not the one you want today, isn't it? So, yeah, the car was mega. The car was awesome. We made some big steps with the car. So huge credit to Napa Racing UK on that. Yeah, Tom was strong at the start.
I was going to say early on.
He was really strong early on, and he had that extra lap of hybrid, which I had to sort of waste for him, if that makes sense. So
yeah, you did a good job of wasting it.
That's my job, isn't it, at the end of the day? So just to put us on a level playing field, take that deficit away, put us on a level playing field, and then bring it home. So yeah, really happy with that. Tyre hung on much better than I thought he was going to, so we could just truck on.
When you got up this morning, did you think you might take the first 2 rounds of the year as wins?
It was a nice thought. Did I think it was going to happen? I thought it was going to be a bit tougher. Yeah. But I think where we've kind of seen the delta today is the soft tyre not being as good. So, yeah, really pleased with having the first 2 race wins of the year. So, what better way to start the season?
Top man, Ash, thank you very much indeed. Thanks for having a chat to me. What about the driver that put him under so much pressure early on in the race? He's going to go over and congratulate him. Now he's doing his engine cooling bit, making sure that the blower is facing in the right way. He's going to go over and congratulate Ash first of all, his Tingram. As ever, he does. Proper sportsman, congratulates all of the team as well. Ash and Tom are now having a conversation between the two of them, maybe thinking about what happened early on in the race. And I know Tingram has spotted me and he's going to come over and have a chat to me in a moment. ITV are in a break, so Louise Goodman is on standby to do the interviews, and Leslie, long-term sponsor and supporter of Tom Ingram, hands him his podium cap. Spencer, his engineer, is having a chat to Tingram at the moment, and I wonder, are we going to run out of time to speak to Tingram? I hope not, because I'd like to speak to him about the pressure he was putting Ash under at the start of the race. We've already heard that from Ash, but early part of that race, you two, wow, if we can have a season like that, yes please.
Is that both called dinging and donging?
It was everything, yeah.
I don't know who was the ding and who was the dong.
But it worked out well in the end. Really for you both, a super race. Both of you get more points.
Yeah. We're not going to win it this weekend, but we could lose it this weekend. So, yeah, discretion a little bit of it as well.
It has to be at this point, doesn't it?
There's 2 schools of thought. You either go for a...
Go for it.
You either go for it. I'm
helping you here.
No, I had something in my head, but I don't know if it's already 2025 to say, so I shan't. But you either have to go for it or not. Yeah. So it was all right. We were so equally matched. That's the problem. And stuck in the dirty air, you're just watching engine temp speed through the roof, charge temp speed through the roof, oils through the roof, everything's through the roof. And the trouble is, Ash has led from the front and he's got a car full of damage. I'm trying to follow him and trying to get it millimetre perfect through the chicane. So we're all picking up damage unnecessarily, unfortunately.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks for talking to me. He's being pulled away for an ITV interview. Let me see. Can I speak to Dan Camp? Where is he? Tingram's straight into the ITV interview. This is all going very quickly. I'm running out of time. The drivers are being really chatty down here. Oh, Dan Cam's going to be pulled away, so I'm not going to get a chance to speak to him. I'll try and do it down on the podium, if not before or after. And, of course, Chris Smiley is going to be on the podium as well. Now, I have to tell you, Steve Ryder is down here, and there is a new ball selection system down here. They are slightly larger balls. You can't see any numbers, but they twist. So you select the ball, you can't see it, and then you twist it open and select the number. I know, it's really good.
Something a bit different.
I know, something a bit different, Ash. Ash is going to be selecting the number. There's no way to see the number. The number is enclosed in, so what we did in the testing phase this morning was to work out just how easy it was to open them up. I'm sure Ash will have no problem at all. Steve Ryder struggled a little bit more than the rest of us. Keep our fingers crossed. So the ball selection is about to take place, and I'll make my way down to the podium.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, so this new system with the balls being unscrewed, we'll see what is produced from that a little bit later on. We'll keep it a secret probably until we arrive at race number 3 a little bit later on this afternoon. Of course, that will be coming your way at round about just before 5:30. That's when the scheduled start is of round 3 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Again, we'll have the pit lane open, we'll have the build-up, we'll have the cars onto the grid, and we'll get you ready for the final bit of track action of the weekend a little bit later on. For now, though, we have the run of our final 3 support races, which is going to be kicked off via with the Viritools British F4 Championship, certified by FIA. For them, it's a slightly longer third race of the weekend. It'll be 25 minutes for them to get stuck into. We'll then look forward to the final race of the Virtue Mini Challenge, and then we have the final bit of Porsche action of the weekend, which gets handed to the Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. They'll have a 20-minute race to round out their first weekend of the season, and as we said, most of them will get ready to head off to the next rounds in a couple of weeks' time when it takes place at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. The cars we're about to see don't have much of a rest now, because from here they'll go straight to Silverstone and the Grand Prix circuit next weekend. So they'll be off there to have a little bit of a play around the wide open spaces of Silverstone. So they'll be hoping that they can keep their cars in one piece. But we've had some really good racing actually this weekend from the single-seater contingents of the youngsters, either making their debut this weekend or rejoining the championship after being part of it for last season. 2 races we've seen so far. One yesterday was won by August Raber. He was the man who started towards the front of the field. The way the grid lined up for that first race was for the second fastest times from qualifying. So that was kind of the pace we saw yesterday with those being towards the front. Race 2, which was the first one we saw today, that was the reversed grid race. So the top 12 from qualifying, the quickest times got reversed. So that meant we had a bit of a topsy-turvy grid, but it was Chase Fernandez that came through as the victor to pick up his first ever win within the F4 British Championship. So Chase Fernandez looking for another good result this time round. This race, though, that we're about to see is in fact the times which were set from the fastest part of qualifying yesterday. So they've had to wait all weekend long until they can
grid procedure this year, but we'll encounter those problems in a few minutes' time. First thing to say, perfect start to the campaign.
Couldn't ask for a better one, could I? So yeah, mega start, obviously. Credit to Napa Racing UK and the winter work that they've been putting in. It's changed and developed the car so much. So yeah, see what race 3 brings.
Yeah, and see what the reverse grid draw brings. Let's just remind everyone that in the bowl here we've got drivers who relate 6 through 12. So we've got 7 balls in the drum. Tom Chilton is number 6, Aidan Moffat is number 7, Chris Smiley is number 8, Dexter Patterson number 9, Adam Morgan number 10, Gordon Shedden number 11, and Daryl De Leon number 12. The problem is, I think Dan Mayo has gone to the World Snooker and got a job lot of old snooker balls, just drawn a line. For security reasons, the number is contained within the ball.
Exactly. I mean, it's pretty bulletproof in that respect. So.
Yeah, you won't be able to open any of them. But you have a swill around and
here we go.
Pull out what you can.
No matter what one I look at, we're going to go for that one.
Yeah,
Bear with me.
And then you've got to position it right. Hey, well done. Number 6. Number 6, I mean, it works to perfection.
Yeah.
It works to perfection.
So far, so good.
Tom Chilton is on pole position for our reverse grid race, and your form in terms of the reverse grid draw is as good as ever.
Yeah, I mean, I normally pick out 12. 12's my normal one that I go to, so to get a 6 after 2 race wins, I'll take that, and we'll see what happens.
And how are you going to round off today? How's the team going to round off today, do you reckon?
I think that we're in a strong place with the car. The soft tyre doesn't seem to be the one that we want to be on. I think a few guys around us are going to go on to that now, so yeah, we've got the pain out the way. We'll just crack on and hopefully move forward. That's the plan, but the hybrid's powerful here, so we'll wait and see.
Wonderful. And yeah, reverse grid is always a bit of a bonus. Exactly. What about that man, Tom Ingram, hanging on to your boot lid for the last 2 races?
Just Tom Ingram all over, isn't it? I mean, I think we're setting a precedence of how this year's going to be a proper ding-dong. So it's great for you guys at home, the viewers. Hopefully we can put on a good show.
Okay, great start, Ash Sutton. Well done. 2 wins and perfection on our new reverse grid draw as well. Okay, action is about to resume out on the track. We've got the F4s lining up. Just a reminder, 5:30 for our reverse grid race with Tom Chilton on pole position. Right, it's the Wirra Tools F4 British Championship. Our first race winner, August Raber, is on the front row with Henry Joslin. Phil Glue and Richard John Neal are standing by in the commentary box.
Machine of Yu Hao Fu. On the outside, number 13 is going to be Henry Merthier. The 10th row lines up then with number 33, which is Cole Hewitson, and 14, Albert Larson. And towards the back of the grid, we should be seeing number 27, which is the car of Charlie Edge. And I think that car, yes, is there present and correct. So it gives us 21 starters for this final F4 race of the weekend. Just to say as well, for this year, we have the brand new Challenge Cup, which is for drivers who, for various reasons, can't compete in all of the 10 rounds. They can enter the Challenge Cup, which is 7 of the 10 rounds. These are nominated at the start of the season. They'll not have a podium, but will have its own points table and acknowledgement across all the social media challenges as well. So there's a few drivers that will take part in the Challenge Cup for this year, just because they cannot commit to the full championship season due to possibly other commitments or reasons which are unknown. But for them, they will have, as I said, their own little podiums. And for the Rookie Cup this year, we have a few drivers entering for the first time. So Javier Abramides is out there. Finn McLaughlin, sorry, is also taking part this year as a rookie. We've got Thomas Bierman. We've got the likes of Henry Merthier. We've also got Charlie Edge along with Carl Hewitson and Albert Larson, who joined the championship for that first season. And they haven't done too bad so far this year. So we've given you the grid. We've given you our winners so far this weekend with August Raber and Chase Fernandez. The other ones that are featured on the podium include Finn McLaughlin and Tommy Harfield. And in race 2 earlier on, it was Martin Molnar and Joel Bergstrom who completed the podium. So we've had effectively what is now 6 different drivers. Yeah, 6 different drivers on the podium. So that's good. It's a full complement of different drivers. Let's see what race number 3 does deliver. As we said, a little bit of a change this year. We've got the added 5 minutes for race number 3, so an extra 5 minutes to do battle out there on circuit. So it's going to be a 25-minute race for the single-seater drivers, and the car's already back onto the grid for the start of the race for this round 3 of the Wirra Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Alan is still standing by. He'll have drivers, I'm sure, very shortly, but might have to just get this race underway before we head down to the podium. But we'll see how the first few laps do, in fact, unfold as Finn McLaughlin comes into place on row 2. That's the Red Bull livery car. So Finn for this year will be racing with High Tech. That was the winning team's champions from last year. You've got the 93 machine of Jimmy Pazik alongside in that Rodin Motorsport machine. And then further back, we've got the final places on the grid, which have now been taken. So the green flag has been waved. The race is about to get underway. We'll get the start underway very quickly, Al. Yep. And then we'll head to you for the podium. But red lights come on, and it's going to be a good start from the outside of the front row. So off we go. Once again, and it's going to be August Raber who makes a good start, so he's going to try and get across, which he does, in towards Redgate Corner. Finn McLaughlin has made a good start as well from where he was on the grid, so he's already up into 2nd position, and the one that has massively lost out, unfortunately, the bad run continues. Henry Joslin already down to 4th place as they make their way down through Hollywood for the first time, but now for the podium with Alan.
And with another huge crowd in front of the podium, the presentation for round 2 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. In order to make the presentation, please welcome, representing our title sponsors Quick Fit, Hamza Farouk, who is centre manager for Quick Fit, who will go, first of all, Hamza, over to the far end of the podium, and the trophy that's on the slightly higher step, so the second one along, it is the independent winner for round 2 of the championship, and the independent winner, Chris Smiley. Well done, Chris. Gets a lovely cheer from the crowd as well, and he waves to the crowd. Hamza Farouk, centre manager for Quick Fit, presents the trophy. Our winning independent driver for round 2 is Chris Smiley, everybody. Well done, Chris. The next award is the Manufacturer Constructors Award. The winners for the second time today, Alliance Racing Ford. And to represent them from Napa Racing, Elaine Richardson. Well done to Alliance Racing Ford. It's the trophy down on bottom level. There we go. And that's going to be in the hands of Elaine Richardson. Well done. Congratulations to Alliance Racing Ford. And thanks to Elaine Richardson, who skips off with the trophy. Top 3 drivers. What a drive it was to third place for Dan Camish. Took pole position yesterday. Took the first ever Goodyear Wingfoot Award. And is about to climb on the third step of the podium. How determined do you like it? Dan Camish on step number 3. Second place, second place of the day. But what a race. Tom Ingram. Here comes Tingram up onto the podium, a wave to the crowd. Takes the applause. A handshake with Dan Cam and with Chris Smiley. And onto the second step of the podium goes Tom Ingram. And Tom Ingram holds up the trophy for second place for the second time today. And for the second time today, the winner, Ash Sutton. Here comes Ash, 4-time champion, double winner here at Donington. And handshakes with all of the other drivers before Ash climbs on top of the podium. A handshake with Hamza, and the winner's trophy in the hands of Ash Sutton. And to the applause of the crowd, we'll have the national anthem of the winning driver. For the second time today, Ash Sutton wins the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship race at Donington. And now all 3 drivers are going to bunch up together and do the photographs. Hamza, thank you very much indeed for making the presentation and representing Quick Fit perfectly on the podium. That's our drivers, everybody. They will pose for photographs and then they will celebrate with champagne.
Thanks so much, Alan. Yep, nice to have the podium for the second round of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. One more race to come from them a little bit later on this afternoon. For now, though, we are underway with this Viratools British F4 race, and it is still August Raber that leads the way out front. Finn McLaughlin has made his way through into second place after that good start away from the line. He is just heading himself up now in towards the final run down towards the Robert chicane, and then behind him, Jimmy Bezique was the other man who made a good start to find himself at the minute on the last step of the podium. So that's how the 3 places look so far. You've got Henry Joslin, after not the best of starts, now down in 4th place and still just about hanging on to the rear of Jimmy Bezique as they come through across the line to complete lap number 4. Further back, you've got Tommy Harfield ahead of Martin Molnar. They are running in 5th and 6th places. And then the second of the rookie drivers, currently being Thomas Behrman down there in 7th. It seems to be where he's run all weekend, actually, because wherever you look at his number, which is car 7, he seems to be in 7th place. So positive run for Thomas so far. You've got Rowan Campbell-Pilling in 8th. You've got Chase Fernandez, race 2 winner, in 9th. And then you've got Harry Reynolds there in 10th position in car number 32. So that's how they look at the end of what's going to be now lap number 4. A replay of a move which was potentially on, and I think it did get made eventually through Redgate. That was the number 6 machine of Leo Robinson, who made his way past Adam Al-Zahari, and Adam now has found himself a little bit further down in 15th place. So I think there's been a further mistake for him, but Adam does continue on his way for now, just ahead of the 33 machine, which is Carl Hewitson. So those two making their way onto the back straight once again. Out front, though, what's happening with August Rabel? We're starting to build the gap over Finn McLaughlin. Last time round, Finn was quicker. This time, August Rabel has responded. So August has taken the gap back out to 0.7 of a second. The fight for 5th place is looking quite intense as well now, because Martin Molnar is trying to squeeze his way through, and there's been contact down towards Redgate Corner. We've got a car off into the gravel. Where does it rejoin? Is it on the tarmac or still in the gravel? Just waiting for the dust to settle down there. I think it is, in fact, in the gravel trap. Yeah, so we have lost one as Martin Molnar still tries to attack the back of Tommy Harfield. Through the right-hander of the old hairpin they go, and it's Harfield who finds himself, of course, in this Challenge Cup. So he is the man who is leading that one at the minute. The car we have lost down at Redgate Corner, in fact, is Harry Reynolds. So he came across the line in 11th position. The car he was battling with was Leo Robinson, but it was it those two that made contact? Hard to tell because the camera shot didn't quite pick it up there. So unfortunate for Harry. The safety car has been deployed. It was at the point where Harry was almost going to get back on his way, but I don't think he can. We might be able to. He's had the help of the marshals. He's going to have to do like a 3-point turn, though, to get that car in the right direction, and doesn't really want to go through the gravel trap again. So he just about gets it fired up. Great work there. He rejoins ahead of the safety car, and he doesn't lose a lap, albeit he does spray a lot of gravel onto the circuit, so it might be wise for him to stay offline, just so it doesn't cause too much concern for the drivers who have just been picked up by the safety car. But great work there, as I said, by the marshals. Got him turned around, back on his way, and before the pack could be caught, he was into the action once again. So it should be a fairly short safety car, just the lap, I reckon, because everything has now been cleared at Redgate Corner. As I said, there's a bit of gravel on the circuit, but that won't need to be cleared because that should spray itself off the edges of the racing line. But yeah, Harry now pushing on to try and catch back up with the pack before we have the lights extinguished on the safety car once again. So as it stands, August Rabel leads the way. He's got Finn McLaughlin for company, so it does mean that all of the field now gets compressed together under this safety car, with Finn McLaughlin wanting to do an assault on the back of August once they get back underway for the safety car to head in. So they are your top two. Jimmy Bazika is still 3rd, 4th place Henry Joslin, 5th place number 21 is Tommy Harfield, then you've got Martin Molnar in 6th place, Thomas Behrman still 7th, Rowan Campbell-Pillin 8th, Chase Fernandez 9th, and Leo Robinson completes the top 10 in car number 6. So lights are off on the safety car. That is heading back into the pit lane. Harry Reynolds, is he going to catch up with the back of the pack? I don't think he will. He's just heading his way now through the old hairpin, and he'll be working his way up through Starkey's and Schwantz very shortly. But now we go back to green flag racing. So off we go once more with August Rabel at the head of the field, and that's a good restart, actually. There was someone out wide through the final corner. So Thomas Behrman, I think that was in car number 7, loses a place to what's going to be Rowan Campbell-Pillin and also to Chase Fernandez. But they might have been ahead at the line, but it was Thomas Behrman that made the mistake. So I think they will get away with that one because they don't have to wait for the driver to rejoin the circuit if they have gone off of the tarmac. So Thomas Behrman making a mistake as the green flag waves once again, but it's Rabel with McLaughlin and Pazik who work their way up through the left-hander of Starkey. He's got a close battle actually for 4th, 5th and also 6th place, and the move might be on here actually because looking for the inside line was Martin Molnar. He was looking to make a move before the safety car came out, and he's continuing his battle at the minute to try and get past the Chris Dittman racing car of Tommy Harfield. So they work their way through Coppice Corner. Ethan Jeff Hall outside the top 10 at the minute, so he's a man who's trying to impress on his first weekend in the F4 Championship. I think he did make an appearance last year at Silverstone, to be fair. I think he had a one-off race there to kind of end the season. So Ethan Jeff Hall has had a little bit of running in these cars so far, but it's a full campaign for this year for Ethan Jeff Hall. He is a man who won the Ginetta Junior Championship and also more recently is the reigning World Karting Champion as well. So the now for 2025 Mercedes F1 Junior driver pushes on just on the edge of the top 10 as it stands. Further back, we've got another battle going on as they approach the old hairpin. Now this is going to be, who is that? It's a number 12 car running wide. So that's going to be Adam Al-Zahari again, who loses a couple of places. He's in the battle with Ella Lloyd. You've got Joel Bergstrom in there, and also the driver we've just been mentioning, which is Ethan Jeff Hall. So this is the squabble just turning its way through McLean's Corner now. Great to have Ella Lloyd with us this weekend as well. and one of our female racers within the field for this year. She won't be doing the full campaign though, because she has, of course, other commitments. So she'll be within the Challenge Cup for this season. So she'll take part in, I think, 7 rounds out of the 10 we have in the championship. Of course, Ella coming off the back of an impressive maiden F1 Academy victory in Jeddah over there in Saudi Arabia just a couple of weekends ago. So from supporting F1 to now supporting the BTCC, another driver who is taking part in the McLaren F1 squad for this season. So she's one of their junior drivers, which is great to see. So Ella Lloyd making places up that time round. Now into 12th position is Ella Lloyd as she works her way down again in towards the old hairpin. She's made her way past Joel Bergstrom, who is still trying to keep at bay Javier Avramedes, the Australian, down there in 14th place at the minute. Meantime, out towards the head of the order with 13.5 minutes to go. It's still August Raber that leads the way. Half a second clear at the minute of Finn McLaughlin. But it seems that Finn has had a better run on this lap. He picks up a nice toe in that high-tech TGR machine as they head their way down towards the Robert chicane for the 10th time of asking. And with that, we just had a black and white warning flag for Henry Joslin. So Henry, as I said, not having his best weekend so far, but he's learning a lot along the way, is Henry Joslin. So he works his way now across the line in 4th place, but that might actually become 3rd place because Finn McLaughlin in 2nd position has just picked up a 5-second penalty for track limits. He's not the only one because Thomas Behrman has also picked up one as well. So true drivers, not yet halfway through the race, already receiving the penalties for track limits. So Finn McLaughlin will definitely drop off the podium. As it stands, that would drop him down into 10th place by the looks of it. It might be 9th because Thomas Behrman, of course, will also drop further back. So both of them receiving their penalties as we hit the halfway stage of race number 3. So Finn McLaughlin would be quite advised now to get past August Raber. With that, he would then need to pull 5 seconds up the road to still find himself as the race victor. Who had a spin for the number 12 car. So Adam Al-Zahari in the wars, definitely in this 3rd race. He's been off the circuit. He's now had a spin. He's dropped down the order. And how did this one come about? It was just wide, actually, through McLean's corner. So Adam Al-Zahari just 2 wheels too far over the green painted curb over at McLean's corner, and with those wheels being dipped into the gravel, the back end has swapped around on him, and he was very lucky not to be collected by anyone else who was coming through that corner at the same time. He rolled slightly back onto the racing line. He managed just about to jump onto the brakes, but Adam Al-Zahari, unfortunately, will now drop down into 20th position. So that's pretty much his race done and dusted. We've got the quickest lap of the race now being recorded by August Raber. So the man out front has just gone and done a 105.972. So he is now the quickest man on circuit. Although further back, Henry Joslin is looking good to do the best lap of the race. He's just gone and done the best of anyone through Sector 1. We'll see what he can come up with as they head towards the completion of Sector 2. But Henry Joslin now just starting to work his way back into the order here. He's onto the podium, of course, with that penalty for Finn McLaughlin, but he would very much like to get himself onto the podium of his own accord. So we'll see what he can do about the top 3 who negotiate the Robert chicane for what's going to be the 12th time of asking, working their way down towards Redgate Corner. This could be Finn's chance now to make a move for the race lead. He thinks about the inside line. He then swapped back to the outside on the run in towards Redgate Corner, but August Raber again did have that one covered. So no place change out front between the top 2. Just wondering if August Raber is being told about the penalty for Finn McLaughlin. So it might be advised for August not to fight too hard. Maybe let Finn go and then just stay on the coattails of the car of the high-tech driver. But, of course, any racing driver wants to stay ahead of their competitor. So I don't think that's going to be an easy thing for August to do if he does let Finn McLaughlin through. But they head their way now through McLean's with a bit more gravel on the track over there at the top of the circuit. And with Finn McLaughlin making or trying to make this move on August Raber, they are now being joined by a few more competitors because Henry Joslin is not too far back. You've got also Tommy Harfield in the Chris Dittman machine a little bit closer. And then you can also say possibly the next 3 cars are not too far adrift as well, which include Martin Molnar in car number 24. You've got Rowan Campbell-Pillin in car number 42. And Chase Fernandez, race 2 winner from earlier today, he is also starting to make his way onto the rear of those those cars ahead. So we've got a nice little battle starting to emerge towards the head of the order. We've got another one, though, with a penalty now. It's going to be one of those who features inside the top 5. So Henry Joslin, his weekend goes from bad to worse, effectively. After 2 non-finishers, he's now received a 5-second penalty. So Henry, who started this race from pole position, will again be dropping down the order, and currently with the 5 seconds, that would drop him somewhere in the region of probably about 10th place, actually. So again, he'd still be in the points, but a long way back from where he currently is. So another one to add to the list. And in fact, we've got a couple more being shown now. Ella Lloyd has just received a 5-second penalty for track limits, and also Cole Hewitson. So that's 5 drivers within this race who have gone beyond track limits far too many times and have now just been served a 5-second penalty for their trouble. So not good news for them. As we said, the officials being quite strict this weekend, but it's all within reason. If those drivers don't stay within the white line of the track limits, then they will receive penalties. They'll get the warning first, but yeah, 5 drivers now within this race have received the 5-second penalty. So Finn McLaughlin, Henry Joslin, Thomas Behrman, we've got Ella Lloyd and now Cole Hewitson to add to the list. So does just shape up the order slightly. Does mean that Tommy Harfield will work his way onto the podium as it stands, because the man who sits in 5th place has 2 cars ahead of him, Finn McLaughlin and Henry Joslin, who will currently drop off those podium places. So Finn McLaughlin now, very important for him to try and work his way past August Raber. He's still all over the back as they work their way from McLean's up towards Coppice Corner. Got 8 minutes left within the race as it stands. And Finn McLaughlin again gets a good run through the penultimate corner. He's now into the toe as they work their way down the back straight, and let's see if he can try anything in towards Roberts. Probably not the best place to make a move, but if you can get a good run through the final chicane, it always leads you to get the run down the Wheatcroft straight and possibly make a move in towards Redgate Corner, and that's what Finn McLaughlin is now going to try and line up. So he gets a good run. He thinks about darting to the outside, is it, or is it the inside? Well, it's a bit of both there. It's a bit of weaving across the track for the umpteenth time within this race, but August Raber is not going to fall for this one. He's going to have to defend furthermore, though, down through Hollywood as Finn McLaughlin gets a bit of a toe on the left-hand rear of the race leader's car. So again, Finn McLaughlin still putting the pressure on as they work their way in towards the old hairpin for the 16th time of asking. Both of them run out slightly wide there, but I think 2 wheels were still on the tarmac as they negotiate the left-hander of Starkeys. 3rd place now is Jimmy Bezique, but of course he'll progress up into 2nd position with the penalty for Finn ahead of him. And there are more and more cars now starting to join this trail out front, because you've got the top 3 starting to battle. You've then got onto the fringes now of this battle, Henry Joslin, I think all the way down to somewhere in the region of Ethan Jeff Hall. We have 11 cars battling for the race lead. So this is a great advertisement for the championship, as the youngsters who join us for the first time this year getting their first foray into the F4 British Championship, and they are really giving us some fantastically close racing so far this weekend, and of course that's going to continue next weekend when they make the trip to the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, the open spaces of Silverstone for all these youngsters to try and work their way round. You couldn't get really 2 different circuits, could you, with the wide open spaces of Silverstone, quite flat as well for the Northamptonshire circuit, whereas Donington Park is very flowing. It's uphill, downhill, and really does give some fantastic opportunities for drivers to make some moves. So that's what we've seen across the course of the weekend. I think there's going to be another penalty applied to Cole Hewitson, and I think that's just grown to 10 seconds with a further warning about track limits. So I think Cole Hewitson's time is going to be added to 10 seconds rather than the 5 that everybody else has got so far. We've got a couple more drivers now receiving track limit warnings, and they include the number 4 machine of Javier Avramidez and also the 69 machine of Yu Hao Fu. The man from China will receive that penalty as well. So lots more to be decided in this race. 5.5 minutes to go as August Raber goes through to continue to lead. 17 laps now have been chalked off. Finn McLaughlin still runs in 2nd place on the road, but of course he'll receive that 5-second penalty, which for now will drop him down to just the running order of about 10th place, I think, because everyone at the minute is so closely bunched, you are really going to lose quite a few places with these penalties. So he's 2nd on the road. 3rd place is still Jimmy Bezique. He's got no penalty to worry about at the minute in that number 93 machine. 4th place, number 26, and with a penalty, is Henry Joslin. And then behind that, you've got 21, which is Tommy Harfield. He leads the Challenge Cup as it stands. 6th place, number 24, is Martin Molnar. And then behind that, you've got number 42, Rowan Campbell-Pillin. You've got Chase Fernandez next up in 8th place. 9th place for number 6 is Leo Robinson. And Thomas Behrman with his penalty, car number 7, is now down to 10th place, and I think he'll only lose 1 place as it stands to Ethan Jeff Hall, so not as bad for Thomas Behrman by the looks of it, as August Raber comes through once more. So another lap now put into the books. We've had an improved lap time for Finn McLaughlin. He's just gone and done his best lap of the race there. Wasn't much quicker than the race leader, only by about 32 thousandths of a second. But for Finn, it's important that he does go quicker than the race leader. He wants to make his way through. He wants to find those 5 seconds if he can. But of course, the more laps we tick off, the less time we have left in the race for Finn McLaughlin to try and do that. But he continues to push. He does the best for himself through Sector 1 on this lap. So he'll be tied to the back of August Raber as he works his way up towards the top of the circuit. Through McLean's he goes. The Red Bull liveried car we have for Finn McLaughlin. The car we're currently watching on the big screens is that of Ella Lloyd, isn't it? I think she's picked up one of the bollards on her front wing, so that's not really going to be helping the aerodynamics of that car. So Ella Lloyd, yeah, with a bollard on the right-hand side of her front wing. Might just be slowing the pace slightly for her. She's currently under pressure now from Joel Bergstrom in the number 22 machine. Joel was one of those who featured on the podium in race number 2 of the weekend, so not the result I think Joel would have liked to end the weekend with, but still having a good battle with Ella Lloyd as they work their way back onto the Wheatcroft straight. Another track limit penalty. This time it goes to our race leader, August Raber. So he has received a penalty. So it is now very important for Finn McLaughlin to work his way through, because if he does, he would actually be the race leader, because him and the man ahead of him have received the penalty. We've got Ella Lloyd off into the gravel now at Redgate Corner. So she is there, and there's someone else actually involved just a little bit further up the road in the gravel trap is going to be someone with some left front damage. So Ella Lloyd, I think that might be Joel Bergstrom, because that's who she was battling with. And yeah, 2 into 1 doesn't really go, does it? And with left front damage to Joel's car, right rear damage to Ella's car, both of them unfortunately have ended up in the gravel trap at Redgate Corner. It's one of those where maybe Ella could have given some more room. Maybe Joel shouldn't have gone for the move down the inside line. But whatever it is, it has caused the red flag to come out. So with 2 minutes left on the clock, with both of those cars in the gravel and it taking a lot of time to recover them under a safety car, the best call is for the race to come to its conclusion with a red flag. So what a shame. Not the way we would have wanted that F4 race to end up, especially with both of the top two with penalties. It was definitely going to be a kind of battle between them to see who took the honours, and Jimmy Bezique would have been the man looking to pick up the pieces, which he will now do, of course, because with those two receiving the penalty, Jimmy Bezique will come through as your race winner. We're not going to get a conclusion to this race with a restart because we haven't got enough time left within the race to do so. So effectively, Jimmy Bezique will be your race winner. But what we will need to do is clarify the results once the checker flag has been flown, because all of those penalties don't get applied until we see the checker flag, which we now have. So there we go. Checker flag comes out, which means the result I can give you as a provisional result is Jimmy Bezique, your race winner. After the penalties applied, he finishes on the podium ahead of Tommy Harfield. Martin Molnar comes through then in 3rd position on the updated classification, and I think he is actually the only one this weekend who is going to find himself on the podium for a second time. So it means we have, I think, 8 different people on the podium across the course of the weekend. Yeah, because Jimmy Bezique hasn't featured on it either. So Jimmy Bezique picks up his first win of the year. Tommy Harfield finished in the 2nd. 3rd place goes the way of Martin Molnar. 4th place then for Rowan Campbell-Pillin. Chase Fernandez gets bumped up to 5th place. Leo Robertson takes 6th. August Raber, the man who was leading on the racetrack, finishes down in 7th place. Ethan Jeff Hall is going to be 8th. Finn McLaughlin, who was 2nd, is going to be down to 9th place, but he does still pick up the rookie honours, although he has, I think, been given a 2nd second 5-second penalty. So the drama continues. That means then that Henry Joslin is bumped up into 9th place, and the rookie winner, also with a penalty, but finishes ahead of Finn, is going to be Thomas Behrman. So he completes the top 10. He is the rookie winner. Second within that class is going to be Javier Avramedes, and third place goes the way of Finn McLaughlin. So lots of good racing, lots of penalties, unfortunately, but that's the way the Viratools F4 British Championship certified by FIA comes to a conclusion this weekend. We'll have more from those drivers very shortly. We'll have a podium to look forward to, but for now, let's head back live studio with Alan Hyde.
You're listening to Toka Live from the BTCC weekend.
Plenty more messages to try and get through before the end of this afternoon, and loads more racing as we see celebrations. Jimmy down there stands on the front of the car. I know Josh is going to be down there to hopefully get a word as soon as he possibly can with any of the drivers down in Parc Fermé. Might not be able to get the top 3 down in Parc Fermé because they'll be going over to the ITV area and doing their live interviews. Hi Alan and crew, hope you're all enjoying the Donington sunshine. Currently baking on the Crane and Curves. We're here cheering on Tingram, and let's hope the season is as good as the last few seasons. That's from DC. And from Andy as well. Great to have 482-877-877. Only on WhatsApp is how we can take messages in the studio. Right, Josh has made his way down to Parc Fermé. What have you got for us, Josh? I don't think Josh is there. I'm quite concerned about Josh now. Hopefully he hasn't run out of batteries, but we've got a few more messages that we can read out. Sam here, wanting to wish Dad Ian a fabulous birthday. Massive thank you to Restart Racing for making his birthday even more special for Race 3 grid tickets. Love you loads. Happy birthday, Dad. P.S. Loving the racing and the weather as well. We all are. We all are. Shout out to Carl and Brian, who are getting married on June the 14th. Good luck, guys. Thank you very much for writing in. This one says, hi from Nadia. Sat on the inside of the old hairpin. The British Touring Car podcast are here. Big shout out for Isla too. I have to listen to that podcast. So many podcasts are turning up and I can't keep up with them all. Good afternoon, Alan. Louise here. Lovely day for some racing. Big shout out to Ty for our 2nd year anniversary. Thank you for the photograph as well. Fast asleep in the sunshine. This weekend was worth the drive down from Preston. Bryony's first time here with fantastic weather. That's from Kieran and from Bryony as well. And this one says, here for a belated birthday weekend for my partner. We've come all the way from Gorleston in I hope I've pronounced that correctly. Galston in Norfolk. Lovely weather for it. Our first time at BTCC and loving it. That comes from Soph. Thank you, Soph. And of course, we'll be going to Norfolk very soon, actually, for the 3rd meeting of the year for the BTCC at Snetterton Circuit. Great place to visit. This one says, hi, it's Nathan. Good morning. Oh, that was a long time ago. Hope you had hope you're having a good day. Love the race commentary. That was a brilliant race, one in 2025. Can you wish all the BTCC drivers good luck from me, please? And can't wait for race 2. We've had it now. I have a busy day of watching racing from MotoGP, BTCC, and Silverstone as well. Well done to Jamie Osborne. Good luck in race 3 later on. That's coming quite soon. Can't wait for this afternoon's races. Listening in from Liverpool. Right, there we go. That's a few more of your messages. 07482 877 877. Email the studio if you like, studio@tokalive.net. But I think WhatsApp has certainly won that race this weekend. No doubt about that. So keep your messages coming in. We'll try to get them all to all of them by the end of the day. Right, now we're slightly concerned that we've lost Josh. Josh, are you there? Come in, Josh. He's not there, is he?
It's not looking promising, is it?
What are we going to do without Josh?
We need him, really.
We do?
Yeah.
Has he run out of battery?
He might have done, mightn't he?
I think he might have run out of battery.
Okay.
Did I give him the microphone? Just trying to remember. Yes, I did. Yeah, I definitely did.
It's been a long weekend, but a very good one. Very long.
It has. I hope he's all right.
Yeah, that's the main thing, yeah.
If anyone sees Josh around the podium or Parc Fermé, a young lad with a backpack and a microphone.
And some headphones on.
Hopefully he's got a microphone.
Might have lost it, to be fair.
He may well have lost it. Okay, we are looking forward to our third and final race for the minis. They are lined up and ready to go. Shall I give a couple more messages?
Yeah.
I think we've got enough time, haven't we? Because we're not going to, I don't think we're going to hear this podium. Might have to send out a little search party for Josh. Racing has been great. Can my dad Lee have a massive shout out for always finding the time to take us to the races? That comes with love from Kai. Yes, you can. This one says, it's from Alex. Can I get a happy birthday for David Newby, who is watching from home? You certainly can. And we've done it. And this one says, so sorry, was this read out? We went for a walk around the paddock during the lunch break and couldn't hear the speakers. If you have time and it was read out, I'll be most grateful if you could squeeze it in again. Did I read this one out? Yes, I did. So maybe I have to read it again then. It says, loving Toka Live, great job as always. Just a message to my gorgeous fiancée Danny, who got us a shout out yesterday as we get married in 3 weeks. So excited to be your wife and can't wait to spend the rest of our lives together. The BTCC weekends are our happy place. We're wishing Tingram a great weekend. You've got this. And that comes from Richard. Richard, I hope you heard that one. Hope you were close to the speakers. If you're not close to the speakers, you can, of course, buy a little radio pre-tuned to the frequency here at Donington Park, and it'll go right the way throughout the season as well. 94.3 FM on a radio if you're not near speakers, so that's the best way to listen to Toka Live and indeed all of the race meetings over the course of this year. This one is from Jack. It says, weather is amazing today, loving the wheel-to-wheel racing, travelled all the way from Wakefield celebrating my brother Enoch's 24th birthday, and a great picture as well, a beautiful blue sky and a big crowd down there. This one's from Russell. Says, credit to the MSV team, Alan. Circuit toilets, tannoys, all in great condition, which hasn't always been the case. Thanks to them. That comes from Russell. We do our very best to bring everything absolutely up to spec, and I think this weekend everything is absolutely up to spec, Russell. So thank you very much indeed for sending that message in, and I'm glad we were able to bring everything up to the standard that you like. This says, hi, hello to my son Josh, my friend Martin, Lee and Stuart from Francis. Thank you, Francis. This one, very good. Eve is not only doing the pictures today, the sketching trackside, also colouring in the pictures as well. So this is a very detailed picture. Loving the F4 racing, says Eve. Minis are on their way. Are we going to hear from Josh? Shall we have one last try and see if we can get hold of Josh? I'm not sure we've ever actually lost a commentator.
Here we go.
It's happened again, Alan. We've got track limit question marks going on, so there's been lots of discussions
Where
down
have you
here.
been, Josh? We've been worried about you.
We've been calling.
I've been in deep discussion about what the results actually are, and we're not even 100% sure that we know now. But
okay. We'll leave you to deal with the diplomacy which is required down there in Parc Fermé and on the podium, and we'll start to get excited about our third and final race for Mini Challenge, because the cars are there on the grid. They make a wonderful sight, colourful cars all lined up ready to go, and in the commentary box to take you through all of the action is Matt Suckling.
Thank you so much, Al. Yep, so we are good to go then for the minis, their final chance to perform in front of the cameras, which they will do right now, because, of course, they are live on ITV4, and they are always ones that give us plenty of great racing. So they're getting themselves lined up down there on the grid. Another of the championships which have to wait till the end of the weekend to use their fastest laps as the grid. So these were the quickest times we saw in yesterday's qualifying session. So we've got the JCWs towards the head of the field. We have the JCW Sport class, which is the cars which are slightly less powered, and they also use the H-pattern gearbox. Of course, they look exactly the same, but how you can differentiate them between each other is because they have a little S next to their number. So they are the Sport class cars, which start towards the rear of the grid. Towards the head of the grid, though, it's going to be number 24, Tom Ovenden, who celebrated his 21st birthday yesterday. It was a great present for him to get pole position. That was a nice present. The result hasn't quite been there as of yet, but it would be a lovely way for him to end the weekend, his birthday weekend, with a nice podium or a victory. But we'll see how he gets off the line. I think he's always struggled here at Donington Park. I think yesterday we heard that he started exactly the same from pole position last year, and he ended up in 6th place, which is what happened to him yesterday. So never quite the best off the line is Tom, but he'll do it again from pole position to see what he can muster up. Alongside him is going to be number 77, which is Jamie Osborne, the double winner so far this weekend. So there's been no stopping Jamie in that Napa Racing Mini, which is liveried with what he had from last year. Then we move back to the second row, number 21, which is Nathan Edwards. He suffered a puncture in race number 2 earlier today, so he'll be trying to put the wrongs to right in this third and final race with number 94, Josh Porter, alongside. That's how row 2 lines up. Row 3 will then see number 95, which is Jacob Hodgkiss. He had quite an eventful race too. I think he was off at least a couple of times. Managed to get himself home in the end, but yeah, it was a bumpy one, bumpy ride for Jacob. He starts from the inside of row 3 with number 18, Lewis Selby, on the outside of that row. Row 4 then sees number 33, which was Max Edmondson. We did think that he got his first podium in race number 2, but then of course the dreaded track limits came in, and just as the checkered flag came down, he got back to Parc Ferme, and it did mean that that was unfortunately not the case. So he was dropped off the podium, and Max Edmondson from 7th place this time round will be looking to try and make his way forward in the order. He'll have number 64, Harry Hickton, on the outside of that 4th row. Harry was in the wards yesterday, had a better race number 2 earlier. He worked his way back through the field. He was embroiled in some melee at the final corner in yesterday's race, which kind of speared him off to the inside quite heavily into the tyre barrier there, which then caused a red flag. We needed to get that put back up and in effect to make sure the racing could carry on. So Harry Hickton and the team had a lot of work to do yesterday evening, but they did a tremendous job to get the car back out there. And as I said, Harry did deliver a good result for the team earlier this morning. Then we move back to row number 4, where you'll find number 12, Alex Solly. He was taking part in the Cooper class last year. First time for him that he moves up into the full JCW class, and he'll have alongside number 27, which is Marlo Cordell. So that's row number 5. Row 6 then sees number 2, which is Albert Webster. He'll be joined on that row by number 7, Stephen Chandler. Had a good race number 2, had a few battles he was involved in. So again, I'll be hoping for much of the same this time round. Then we move back to the 7th row of the grid, where you'll find number 15, Cam Richardson, and number 55 is going to be Charlie Hand. The 8th row of the grid, number 13, will then see Harry Campy. He'll be joined by number 32, Ned Anthony, who ended up in the gravel at McLean's Corner in yesterday's race. So that wasn't the best for him, but he'll go from 16th on the grid. And then the final place on the JCW field will be the way of number 70, which is Owen Hillman, the very colourful Owen car with orange, yellow, green, bit of grey on there as well. So plenty of colours for you to pick out Owen's car. Then we move back to the sport class, and we'll see the likes of number 42, Henry Howarth, start from pole position. Alongside number 56 will be Ben Crossley. The second row is going to be 210, which is Chris McKenzie, and number 22, Nicky Gauci, but I think that car was missing from the grid. So we're going to have one vacant space in the sport class, and then towards the back it will be number 10, Archie Johnson, and number 29, which is Will Crooks. So that's how they all line up then for this final race. As we said, for this year, just like F4, the final race of the weekend will be slightly longer, so an extra 5 minutes added to the time for the drivers, but Tom Ovenden will be the man off pole position for this final race. As we said, 21 years of age now, races with the Accelerate Driver Development Programme for this season. In his spare time and during the week, he is a sim motorsport race instructor, so that's what he does as a day job. The man from Canterbury, who finished last year 6th in the JCW Championship with 1 win to his name. He's yet to get 1 win this year, but as I said, he starts in the perfect position from the front of the grid. Career highlights, well, he finished the Cooper class as the champion back in 2023, so he will be looking to go a little better as he works his way into this championship once again for a second season. So Tom Ovenden from the front of the grid. Jamie Osborne, who's been a 2-time winner so far this weekend, a man from Gilding Wells in South Yorkshire. He is the man who is now 21 years of age, finished 4th in the JCW last season. He had 7 podiums, but no wins this year. He's definitely got at least 2 wins. and I'm sure there'll be more on the way for him as the season progresses. He scored his first win at Oulton Park within the Cooper Championship, and he is, of course, the younger brother, as you may know, of the surname Sam Osborne. So Sam racing in the British Touring Car Championship, and Jamie getting the support for himself in the Mini Challenge. So we are very shortly to get underway. The sports class cars just coming into position towards the rear as the 2-litre normally turbo engines towards the front of the field will be ready to go for the final time this weekend. So we get the green flag. 25 minutes of racing is on the clock. Tom Ovenden and that of Jamie Osborne on the front row. The red lights come on now, and we are racing for the final time for the Mini Challenge as they head their way off towards Redgate Corner. Again, it's a pretty even start between Ovenden and Osborne, but I think it's going to be Ovenden who does get the whole shot in towards the first corner. For third place, it's going to be a dice here between Nathan Edwards on the inside, and it looks like Josh Porter is going to try and go around the outside, which he might just achieve, actually. So it'll be a drag race between the two of them as they descend down Hollywood. In towards the corner curves they go for the first time, and there's a bit of smoke actually coming from Nathan Edwards' car, and he was the man who suffered a puncture in race number 2. In fact, Nathan Edwards is already down to 6th place, and he's going to be sideways through the old hairpin as well. So more drama for Nathan Edwards, who has lost it all on his own accord. He just manages to avoid the tyres on the other side of the circuit. He will be able to roll the car back and continue on his way. But Nathan Edwards to the back of the field, he does indeed go. Max Edmondson's already got some bodywork damage by the looks of it on the 33 machine. So he's been in the wars on the first half of the lap. And I think that might be a concern for him, because I think the officials will want him into the pit lane. But for now, he has that bodywork just flapping on the left-hand side of the car. Hopefully he can get rid of it before he receives the black and orange flag. They work their way down towards the Robert chicane, side by side between Lewis Selby, is that? Yep, and what's going to be Max Edmondson. Sorry, it's Alex Solly, isn't it? And Max Edmondson, who goes side by side through the final corner. You've got Stephen Chandler trying to get himself to the inside as well, so he made good progress in race number 2. He's doing exactly the same in his third and final race as well. He works his way in towards Redgate Corner, still trying to work his way past Alex Solly on the exit of the corner. He gets hung out to dry, which means he can't quite get the job done there, so he slots back in behind the number 12 machine. Max Edmondson is continuing to lose places because on this occasion, it looks like the car of, is that Milo Cordell? Yeah, Milo Cordell's gone through. We've got another spinner, Harry Hickton, who was off yesterday in race number 1. He's now had a bit of a loop, a 360, as he works his way back onto the tarmac at Starkeys. We've got Nathan Edwards into the pit lane. So after his drama at the old hairpin, has decided to enter into the pit lane. Yeah, it was just the wheel, wasn't it? The left rear wheel just caught the gravel for Nathan Edwards at the old hairpin, and with that he had no real control of the car. Harry Hickton, he wasn't quite into the gravel, but he got the tank slapper on. It went one way then the other, and with that a full rotation he went round. Luckily the grass is not wet this weekend, so he managed to correct it and get back on his way. But again, Harry Hickton will have now some work to do from the rear of the field. Meantime, Tom Ovenden is your race leader. So with all the excitement that's been going on further back, he comes through as the man who heads the pack down towards Redgate Corner. Jamie Osborne sits there in 2nd place, just 0.404 of a second between the top two at the end of the 2nd lap. 3rd place is Josh Porter with about half a second gap over Lewis Selby, and then Jacob Hodgkiss sits there in 5th position. Then we've got a bit of a gap back to 6th, but it's a good fight between Alex Solly, between Stephen Chandler and also that of Milo Cordell, and then back to Albert Webster. There's about a second gap before we complete the top 10 with the number 33 machine of Max Edmondson. So that's how the running order currently looks. Nathan Edwards will be back on his way, albeit now a lap down as someone else is off, this time from the sport class. Wait for the number to reappear. We'll get a replay of what happened as well. And that's Ben Crossley then in the 56 machine. He was embroiled in the battle down towards the old hairpin, and that was possibly with the 42 car. So Henry Howarth might have been involved in that one, but Ben Crossley comes off the worst in his very exuberant blue liveried car, a bit like the Laser Tools shine that it has on it as well. So Ben Crossley might be a little bit cross with that, but he's back on his way again, just like the rest have had their dramas in this race so far, which means now in the sport class it will be the lead, unless he's been delayed, for Henry Howarth. So we'll see how they come across the line, and Henry Howarth is Yes, the leader of the sport class, with second place at the minute, the number 10 machine of Archie Johnson. And across the line very shortly should come Ben Crosley. As in the main class, the JCW is working their way down towards the old hairpin. It's going to be number 18, Lewis Selby now, making a move on Josh Porter. So that will see him onto the podium places. Bit of debris being kicked up in the air as well. Ben Crosley's had another moment at the final corner. So it's a punch on the right rear of the car there. So that might have been after the dramas at the old hairpin. Now Ben Crosley is strewn across the track. He will drag it to a place of safety. But yeah, Ben Crosley, pretty much a lap to forget there, isn't it? Because he's had one drama at the old hairpin, which wasn't his fault, and he's had another one coming into the final corner where the tyre finally let go. So we went for, again, another rotation, managed to get the car fired back up again and trundles his way into the pit lane just before the race leaders come back round. So good work for him to get the car out of the way. Tom Ovenden goes down towards Redgate Corner, now still with the gap between him and Jamie Osborne at 0.4 of a second. The gap between them and the third place car, which is now, of course, Lewis Selby, after his move on Josh Porter. We've got more drama for Cam Richardson. He has gone off the circuit at the final corner. I think also we had Owen Hillman involved in that one. The number 70 machine comes through. He took the shortcut through the Robert chicane, but for Cam Richardson, he has been caught out possibly with some contact, and he's going to now trundle across the track into the pit lane as well. Just wondering if that's another puncher. Left rear is okay. Can't see the right-hand side of the car, but it doesn't look like it's low on either side. So I think it was just a bit of a contact for Cam Richardson. So he now works his way into the pit lane. Owen Hillman, with his problems, drops to the rear of the field down into 19th place. And for the lead, Jamie Osborne is going to try and make his move now, because after a few laps sitting behind Tom Ovenden, he's going to try and get himself through as they work their way on towards the back straight. He's going to look one way, then the other. Is he going to be brave enough on the brakes to go for a move? No is the answer to that question. So still Tom in car number 24 leads the way. Jamie Osborne there in second in car number 77. The replay on the big screens shows that Cam Richardson lost it all on his own. So a little bit too quick into the corner. Doesn't look like any of the tyres were down. So yeah, just a little bit hot-headed was Cam Richardson, as we've got some news from the pit lane with Josh.
Well, the team at Napa Racing are changing the rear right corner on Cameron Richardson's car. It looks like the puncture was sort of on the inside wall, so like you wouldn't see it from the outside. Very bizarre problem for Cameron Richardson, but the team are going to get him back out into the race in a moment.
Yeah, that might just be what led to him having a spin then. So yeah, kind of inside wall tyre deflation for his car. So Cam Richardson just having that changed for the time being. Back out on track. Alex Solly now is under pressure from what's going to be Stephen Chandler. These two now fighting for the rookie position. So second for Solly, third place for Chandler. We've got a race out in the pit lane between what's going to be Cam Richardson, who gets there ahead of Ben Crosley. And for the race lead, we are possibly going to have a change this time round, because Jamie Osborne again onto the back straight gets a better run. He's going to have a drag race down towards the final corner with Tom Ovenden, and Tom has no real defence for that one. So Jamie Osborne does get his way through in the Napa Racing liveried Mini, which now goes ahead of Tom Ovenden for the first time within this race, as we come through to complete lap number 6 of this 25-minute encounter. What it might be wise now for Tom to do is just try and sit in the wheel tracks of Jamie Osborne, put him under a bit of pressure, maybe wear the tyres out, and then try and come back towards the end of the race to have a final attack. But with the pace that Jamie Osborne has shown so far this weekend, he has pretty much been unstoppable. So it might be a hard task now for Tom Ovenden to get back to the head of the order. The move came as they turned away in towards Coppice Corner. A much tighter line for Jamie Osborne, and once that nose was alongside, there was no denying Jamie Osborne to take the lead of the race away. So he is now up the road by a couple of tenths of a second. We've just received as well a black and orange flag, I think, for the 44 machine. So that is going to be a car which needs to come, I think, for the pit lane, but I don't think we have a 44. So that might have been wrong information on the screen. Meantime, Alex Solly, Stephen Chandler, Marlo Cordell continue their great battle at the top of the circuit. So on towards the back straight they come once again. Alex Solly is just about broke clear now as they work their way down in towards the final chicane. Got some news possibly on Ned Anthony. Oh, okay, so 64 is the car. Yeah, so it's Harry Hickton who is receiving the black and orange flag. So I'm, yeah, sure I saw a 4. It wasn't 44. It was in fact 64. So yeah, Harry Hickton with some damage possibly on his car that the officials are not happy with, so he is being ushered into the pit lane before too much longer. Back to our battle that we were describing between Solly, Cordell and Chandler. Well, it looks like Cordell has gone through, so up into 7th place for car number 27. We've got a bit of damage now for Max Edmondson. In fact, that was from the first lap, but he's now finding himself in this battle with what's going to be the 13 machine. So that's going to be Harry Campy with the Accelerate Motorsport team. And the other one that's kind of in that mix is going to be Charlie Hand by the looks of it. So the all-orange, yeah, Mini in the background of Charlie Hand is also involved in this one now. And also, I'd probably say that you can bring into the mix the car of Ned Anthony. Yeah, number 32 has just about caught the back of that battle also, which means we're going to have 4 all vying for what's going to be a place inside the top 10. So probably not what they'd wanted to be battling for in this final race, but still it's a good battle to focus on as they turn away now through Coppice Corner. Max Edmondson still hasn't been given any flags for his bodywork damage, so I think they are pretty happy with that on the left front for Max Edmondson. Seems to be tucked further back, so it's not really flailing around too much at the minute. As through the Robert chicane, we've got side-by-side action, and the one that's going to lose out, unfortunately, is going to be the car of number 13. So Harry Campy comes through. He tried for the move, but within all of that, Charlie Hand has found his way through. We're going to be 3 wide down towards Redgate Corner. Harry Hickton is now going to get into the mix of this one. Of course, he has received the black and orange flag, so he will have to come to the pit lane before too much longer. But for now, he continues this battle with Max Edmondson, which is going to be for 12th place. Harry Hickton just working his way past there. Ned Anthony at the completion of lap number 8 as they work their way in towards the old hairpin. Surprisingly, the bollard on the inside has remained for now, but how much longer that remains there, we'll have to wait and see. There's a car which is working its way slowly up towards the left-hander of Schwantz, but I think that is for the rejoining Ben Crosley, so he's just keeping himself out of harm's way as the faster cars work their way through. Whilst we kind of mentioned Ben Crosley, let's see how the sport class is getting on. It's still, for now, the car of Henry Howarth that leads the way. So the man from Nottingham is once again towards the head of the sport class. 2nd place for number 10 is going to be Archie Johnson. And 3rd place is going to be the car of Chris McKenzie, who is just behind Owen Hillman in the overall race order. As we go 3 wide down towards their first corner again, it's Marlo Cordell, Stephen Chandler, and that car of Alex Solly. So those 3 again swapping places at the start of lap number 10. It's Alex now that finds himself to the rear of that battle, as the next one is about to come through, and that's going to involve a JCW car and also one of the sport class cars as well. And in fact, it's the leader, I think, yeah, of the sport class, which is now trying to get involved with Owen Hillman. So down towards Redgate Corner they go. Got Henry Howarth in the purple machine, which is just trying to keep at bay Will Johnson in car number 10. But both of those have lost the places actually to Owen Hillman, who is now working his way back through the order. So that's a good battle for 15th place. You've got the battle continuing as well for what's going to be 12th position. And we've had drama now down through the old hairpin, or just before the old hairpin, because Max Edmondson has come a cropper for the 2nd time in this race. He's got a right rear puncher as well. So quite a lot of punches today, not just within the British Touring Car Championship, but also in the minis. And we've had a spin for one of the sport class cars. That's Will Johnson, who was in 2nd place. So he also has suffered a rear puncher. This is very bizarre. This is unusual. But again, as we heard from Alan earlier on, after the 2nd touring car race, I think the track temperature was up to about 38 degrees, wasn't it?
Track temp, attacking curbs a little bit too much, just asking a bit too much of the rubber, I fancy.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, it can just make slight grazes in the tyres if you cut those corners. They are quite sharp on the edges. So if you catch one of those, as you said, many of the drivers taking the opportunity to run over these curbs quite a bit this weekend. And that is having an impact, not just with track limit penalties. And to be fair, for Max Edmondson, that went midway through down the Craner curves, which must have been a very, very scary moment, especially when it snapped sideways. You got cars coming towards you as well. And Max Edmondson, yeah, had no control of that whatsoever. And he was almost collected by Oh, okay, yeah, so it was Hillman, was it, that had the moment? Yeah, so Max Edmondson is still running. Yeah, sorry, it was Owen Hillman. They're very similarly liveried cars, but yes, Hillman with his yellow, orange and black and green car is now into the pit lane. So Hillman suffered the punch-up. Max Edmondson still continues. We've had another moment for what's going to be Will Johnson, who already had the puncher, didn't he, up through Starkeys. He's had then the slow run back towards the pit lane, and with it, he's had a further moment in towards the Robert chicane. I think he's out of harm's way on the inside, yep, so all the drivers who are now coming through have avoided him. That's Charlie Hand across the line into the top 10 now, ahead of what's going to be the number 13 machine, so Harry Campy just behind. Lots of action so far within this race. I think we should get back to how the order actually looks, because Jamie Osborne continues to lead. Just a replay of the big screens of the moment for Will Johnson, who lost it with a triple rotation. Found himself looking in the right direction, but then as he came into the Robert chicane, it kind of just, yeah, further gave way. Not really going at a reduced speed there was Will, so he lost it for a second time on that lap. Okay, so Jamie Osborne is the car that leads the race. Tom Ovenden is pretty much sticking with him, just half a second cover the top two as it stands. Third place for now is number 18, which is Lewis Selby. Fourth place, number 94, is Josh Porter. Fifth place then sees number 95, which is Jacob Hodgkiss. He also leads the rookie class at the minute. Sixth place for number 27 is Marlo Cordell. Seventh place for number 7 is Stephen Chandler. And then behind that we have Alex Solly, Albert Webster and Charlie Hand to complete the top 10. And we've got some more news from the pits with Josh.
Yeah, we're just looking at the tyre that's coming off Archie Johnson's Mini. The wheel's a bit buckled. The tyre's kind of inflated. I reckon the tyre's come off the rim. So going back to Alan's point, I wonder if so much curb's being used that when they're coming back on the circuit, they're ripping the tyre off the wheel rim. And because rear tyres are very unusual to go on front-wheel drive cars, so it's not a puncture as such, I guess. It's more that the tyre is taken off the wheel rim.
Yeah, the aggressiveness of how they're approaching the corner, yeah, could be the case there. And of course, the landing, if they're up on 3 wheels or 2 wheels, the landing could also have an impact on that as well. You've also been joined by Harry Hickton. He was receiving the black and orange flag. He didn't adhere to that, so he's now received the black flag, which is pretty much disqualification from the race. So Harry Hickton into the pit lane. Alex Solly is the first man in this race to receive a track limit penalty. So 5 seconds have now been added to his time as well. So that's not good news for Alex.
Matt, please.
What's that? People
track
or
limits.
track limits? Yeah, I don't think it's been something we haven't spoken about.
It's a bone of contention in Parc Ferme today.
Yes, yeah. Well, luckily, I don't think that's going to affect Alex Solly too much because he's not inside the top 3 and he's not now going to be inside the top 3 of the rookies either. Chris McKenzie is another one to receive a track limit penalty, so he is quite significantly going to be affected because he runs second within the sport class. So Chris McKenzie, track limit warning, has now turned into a penalty. They are the only 2 we have for the time being at the minute, and we're going to have another car into the pit lane.
The further point what you were making about Harry Hickton, because he got the black flag, he's being sent away, so he's not going to be continuing the race. I think it's Max Edmondson, is it not, that has come into the pit? So you predicted this, Matt, didn't you, that Max Edmondson was in trouble, but it has happened now, so a shame for him.
And a big hit for Alex Solly, sorry Josh, but Alex Solly's gone off quite heavily into the tyres over there at what's going to be Starkey's corner. So again, whether he was involved with someone, I'm not too sure, but he's okay. I can see him moving inside the car. It's the tyres that have taken the impact over there. Any more news from Josh in the pit lane?
Sorry, no, Matt.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, Mike was just left open. That's fine. So yeah, Alex Solly goes through the left-hander. Oh, and it was Marlo Cordell who had a puncher, or again, possibly the tyre off the rim, and it was an avoidance for Alex Solly, which sent him into the tyres over there at Starkey. So Alex, as I said, is absolutely fine. We are just under yellow flag conditions, and the reason maybe that Marlo had a puncher is because he was rubbing with Stephen Chandler down through the old hairpin. So that then led to him slowing with the car, not having the grip it needed, and Alex Solly had nowhere to go. So it was the innocent party in that one, and Alex Solly unfortunately trudges away with 7 minutes left in this one. So Alex Solly is now out. That's one of the Napa racing cars that we've lost. The other one of Jamie Osborne does continue to lead. So he's out front. He's now got a margin of just shy of a second, and we're going to have the safety car for the first time within this race. So 6.5 minutes to go. depending on how long it takes for the car to be recovered, and then more importantly, possibly the tyres to be put back into place, depends on whether we get any more racing at the end of this third and final mini race today. We've got another car into the pit lane. That's Will Crooks from the sport class. So we've had potentially half of the field into the pit lane during this race, which is very unusual, but only the one big incident so far with Alex's car, which is now brought out, as we said, this safety car with 6 minutes to go.
Because it can't really be taken to the point that they're longer races this year, this final race, because we haven't actually got to the 20-minute mark yet, have we? Not sure if it's a tyre issue, though, for Will Crooks. The team are going to send him on his way. They've not done anything. He was there, what, 10, 15 seconds, and the team have put Will Crooks back on his way, because there's a sport podium up for grabs here for the driver in his first weekend in the championship.
And yeah, maybe in a way, if we don't go back to green flag racing, it's just about a fact of just trying to make it round. If you can just make it round behind the safety car, it could, yeah, as you said, be on for the podium in the sport class. Again, on the big screens, if you're watching them, you can see the incident with Alex Solly. It was just that moment where he just had to jink out from the slowing Marlo Cordell, who had the contact with Stephen Chandler, which then gave him effectively this puncture. So nothing Alex could have done there. So massive shame for him. As we said, moving up from the Cooper class in towards the main JCW mini challenge for this year. And again, for Alex, not the way he would have wanted to end the third and final race of the opening rounds of this year's championship. But again, I'm sure Alex has learned a lot from this opening meeting here at Donington Park on the national circuit. We will, of course, be joined by the Cooper class across the course of the season. They'll have selected rounds alongside the British Touring Car Championship as well. For the Virtue Mini Challenge that we have here this weekend, they'll be off to Snetterton next on the 24th and 25th of May. They'll also join the touring cars at Alton Park, also at Croft in August. They'll be off to Scotland and Knockhill in August as well. Silverstone and the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit is where we'll see them throughout the course of the year. For the car we are currently seeing on the big screen, that is quite a bit of rim damage, isn't it, on the right rear there for Marlo Cordell. So that would have been the impact he had with Stephen Chandler down through the Craner curves, and with, of course, a bit of rim damage, it does also mean that the tyre can deflate. So that is what's happened to the right rear. And I think the other reason for the safety car is, of course, Marlo Cordell's car needs to be recovered from that part of the circuit as well. So 2 cars to be recovered. We've got just under 4 minutes to go. Might be quite ambitious here for the officials to think we might get a restart, but we'll see. We've had a great recovery operation this weekend from all of the team around Donington Park, the marshals. Ways, and now the red flag has come out, so potentially we're just looking to get to the 75% race distance mark, which allows us to award 4 points to the drivers out there on circuit. And with that, as it stands, if we do get the checker flag at the same time, with the race distance completed, it would be a 3rd win of the weekend. So a complete hat-trick for Jamie Osborne to start the season.
Bit of history there, Matt, because the last time that happened, and all of this is, of course, from my own huge knowledge, Matt Salisbury told me, 2018 was the last time it happened.
Really?
At Walton Eels, yeah, Brands Hatch.
That's some years ago, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite a worry.
But yeah, it's a rare thing to do, isn't it? Because these days, with reverse grids and how competitive the championship is, it's not an easy thing to do.
It really isn't. We've had it only twice in touring cars. Dan Eves and Jason Plato are the only 2 drivers that have won all 3 races over the course of a race day. But it's been an exceptional performance this weekend by Jamie Osborne. Wow.
Certainly has, and he is going to get that hat-trick because we've just had confirmation that the checker flag is also out at the same time as the red flag.
They're going to have to rebuild those tyres, aren't they? That's the thing, yeah.
Yeah. That's the reason I think we had the red flags yesterday, more due to tyres having to be put back in. So, yeah, we thought it might be a little bit ambitious to get the race back underway, but, yeah, with the distance completed, as we said, to allow for 4 points, it does mean that Jamie Osborne comes through as a triple winner this weekend. First time, as Alan said, and Matt confirms, that it has happened since Ant Waternails. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Matt, as always, for the knowledge of information, and thanks to all the guests that have joined us up here in the box this weekend as well. Hopefully they've all enjoyed it as part of the Virtue Mini Challenge.
We had guests from Youth Talk that were out on the grid ahead of our Mini Challenge races this weekend, which is a charity which has been associated with Mini Challenge this weekend. So really good to have them up in the box. I think they rather enjoyed that.
Certainly it has been, yep. So hopefully it'll be a less stressful podium for Josh to deal with this time round. But let's just confirm the results for you after the third and final Virtue Mini Challenge race of the weekend. Jamie Osborne is your winner. He was just under a second clear of Tom Ovenden as the red flag effectively came out. Lewis Selby picks up the final step on the podium. Then behind them, Josh Porter. And then we move into the rookie class where Jacob Hodgkiss picks up the victory that time round. 5th place overall for him. 6th place goes the way of Stephen Chandler. He'll be second within the rookie class as well. Third in that, and 7th place overall is going to be Albert Webster. Behind in 8th position, and just missing out will be Charlie Hand. We've then got in 9th position the car of what's going to be Harry Campy. And to complete the top 10 is going to be number 32, which is Ned Anthony. Just behind them, the sport class winner this time round goes the way of what's going to be Henry Howarth. Second within that class is going to be Will Crook. So well done to him for getting back out, because as the team said, just go round, get the result, and you'll be absolutely fine. And I think, in fact, they are the only 2 finishers within the sport class yet, because Will Johnson and Ben Crossley were both non-finishers after their problems in that one. More reaction to that race from Josh and the drivers down in Parc Fermé very shortly, but for now we'll head back to the studio on Toka Live.
On speakers, on radio, online, this is Toka Live.
Thanks to Ash, who wrote in saying, really regretting my decision of not wearing sun cream today. Oh dear, oh dear. Knew it was going to be warm, but not this hot. Been here since 8 a.m. Ash, ask someone around you, please, if they've got a little bit of sunscreen, to try and save a bit of your sunburn, because it really has been jolly warm today, which is very welcome, but not if you've got sunburn. So ask a couple of people around you. They'll all be helpful. Don't you worry. You've got really helpful people here, kind people this weekend at Donington Park. This one says, happy 48th birthday, Steve, from Lou and the Hunky Dory gang. Thank you. Thanks for writing in. All you need to do is to WhatsApp us. I'm going to try and catch up with a few of them now. Well done to Toby Trice. Great win in the Porsche Sprint Race. Well done from Mark, Mike and Lewis at Craner Curve. And Lewis is 16. He's an artist on Spotify. Goes by the name of L-DB. And I'm raising money for mental health by people who listen to my Dear Mum song on all platforms. And also, what a great day, loving the racing as always. There you go. You got a free plug on Toka Live as well. This one says, I feel sorry for Aaron Taylor-Smith. Bit of a tough debut for Speedworks, but on Ash, on form, 2 from 2, and massively made up for Robo getting 3rd in race 1. Thank you, Andy. Thanks for writing in on Toka Live. WhatsApp, message and your name, 07482 877 877. Dare we see if Josh is there? Dare we? We shall try. I think we'll have a go. Let's see. He is there.
I am here.
Are they arguing around you, Josh?
No, I think having the safety car might have helped.
That's really good news. Right. Who have you got?
To the sport winner, because we haven't speak to Henry Howarth yet. Henry.
Yeah, overall very good weekend. Obviously, it was a bit more dramatic, that race, with contact we had. But yeah, overall really good weekend.
There were a lot of problems with tyres in that race. How were yours holding up?
Definitely towards the end, they were definitely starting to struggle. I definitely noticed, particularly in the right-hand corners, that they weren't lasting very well. And it's just something we've got to get used to with these 25-minute races, is preserving those tyres so we still have something at the end.
And coming into the championship this year, did you have any aims? Have those aims changed over the course of the 2 days here at Donington?
Well, during testing, we were definitely positive, so we knew we'd be somewhere at the front, but I'm glad to be at the very front of the field, and hopefully we can win the championship.
Well, congratulations on the win today.
All right, thanks a lot.
So, Henry, sport club winner. So that was Henry Howarth, our sport class winner. Not quite sure if you got all of that, but we'll come back into
we got
radio
the majority of it, Josh. We got the majority of it.
So yeah, that's our sport division winner. I think yeah, Louise is with our overall winner at the moment, Jamie Osborne. So I'll probably head over to the podium and get everything confirmed.
There was one really important piece of information, a bit of advice really, ahead of this weekend that I didn't give you, Josh. Do you want it now?
That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, don't upset Louise. Keep on the right side of Louise. It's best to let the drivers go for their television interview and you get over to the podium. Well done. Thank you very much indeed to Josh Barrett down in Park Fair, mate. WhatsApp messages have been coming in all day. And I'm going to get through a few more of them before we have our podium and our next race of the afternoon for the Porsche Sprint Challenge. Hi, team at BTCC. Can I please ask for a belated happy birthday for my dad, Trevor? It was his 60th birthday on Monday, and we're here to celebrate. Many thanks from Sam. Thank you, Sam. Great to have you here at Donington Park. Please say hello to the Greswolds and the Wilson Warwicks. We're all here supporting different drivers, but I'm messaging to give support to Tom Chilton, and that comes with thanks from Martin. And this one says, it's from Alex. Can I get a happy birthday for David, who is watching from home? There you go. We've just done it. All you need to do is to message your message and your name, just your first name. That's all we need. 07.
Hopefully this works. Let's go down and have a look a little bit earlier on at the round 2 podium for the British Touring Cars. Hopefully it works.
Set down for the podium ceremony, which JT is going to have to play a bit later on because we've lost signal down here. So Tom's very much on the filming. Chris Smiley getting the independent victory. Dan Camish finishing in 3rd. Tom Ingram 2nd. And again, Ash Sutton taking the race victory. Once again, he keeps breaking those 2 and 2s and doubling up. It seems like it's just like last year all over again where it's 2 by 2 by 2. But Alan Hyde is about to do the local podiums to come through, and we'll then have a word with our drivers and I hope we get a few of them soon. But there's another race going on, which is why we're having to go through 2. So let's go then for podium ceremony. I know you've already heard this going through with us here on the channel, but you get to see it this time as the podium ceremonies are going on at the same time. Tom, what did you make of that race up there in the comms box?
It was fun, entertaining. I loved the battling, not just towards the front end, but also in the midfield where we had the likes of Shedden and all that battling. But with the reverse grid now with Tom Chilton, as we get ready for the podium announcements now.
Let's have the podium ceremony and then take it through.
The trophy that's on the slightly higher step, so the second one along, it is the independent winner for round 2 of the championship, and the independent winner, Chris Smiley. He waves to the crowd. Comes up with centre manager for Quickfit, presents the trophy. Our winning independent driver for round 2 is Chris Smiley, everybody. Well done, Chris. The next award is the new Natural Constructors Award. The winners for the 2nd time today are Lance Racing Ford, and to represent them from Napa Racing, Elaine Richardson. Well done. The trophy down on bottom level. There we go. That's going to be in the hands of Elaine Richardson. Well done. Congratulations to Alliance Racing Ford. And thanks to Elaine Richardson who skips off with the trophy. Top 3 drivers. What a drive it was to 3rd place for Dan Camish. And is about to climb on the 3rd step of the podium. How determined do you like it? Dan Camish on step number 3. 2nd place, second place of the day. But what a race. Tom Ingram. Chris Smiley, and into the 2nd step of the podium goes Tom Ingram. Tom Ingram holds up the trophy for 2nd place for the 2nd time today. And for the 2nd time today, the winner, Ash Sutton! Ash, 4-time champion, double winner here at Donington. And handshakes with all of the other drivers before Ash climbs up top of the podium. A handshake with Hamza And the winner's trophy in the hands of Ash Sutton. And to the applause of the crowd, we'll have the national anthem of the winning driver. For the second time today, Ash Sutton wins the race at Donington. And all three drivers will do the photographs.
Photograph time before champagne time, and this morning we just avoided being soaked, Tom. Now I'm not too sure.
We're a little bit slightly further away, so we may just miss the splash of the bubbly.
Celebrations and getting everything set up, ready to go. Guess what? It's champagne time! Yeah, this one's going to be a lot of fun now. Up go the corks. Ash Sutton wins again, and there goes the champagne. Oh, no, we're not going to miss it this time. A brilliant race win. 2 out of 2 so far, and well, he can't pull off race 3 from 6th on the grid, or can he? Stranger things have happened. We'll be finding out very shortly indeed. Right, let's try and get some of the top 3 as well. Right, let's go. Right, let's have a word then with the top 3. Got to go back behind the barrier here. Oh, Libby's there. I promised I wouldn't interrupt Libby again this year. So while we're there, let's get Chris Smiley. Gonna wait a second. Tom, are you gonna dive off? You got time for a second. All right, I'll see you later. Can't get Tom. Oh, I've already heard from him today as well. Where is he? Oh, not going to get in the way of ITV here. I can't get through. Where's Camish? Ash is here. I'll hear from Ash in a second, but Dan's here. Oh, no. I've promised this year, if you swing around, Tom, I wouldn't interrupt Libby on the filming this year. And I did promise her, so I'm not going to, because that is polite manners here in the touring cars. Finishing in 3rd place for Dan Camish. I just hope he doesn't tip over that champagne bottle onto me, because I don't think this could take any more after today. Coming to it as well. Libby, I told you I'd wait this year, don't I? Dan, have a quick word. 3rd place now. Yesterday, qualifiers, buddy, said if you could see to do something magical. 3rd place, how do you feel?
Bird's all right, isn't it? Yeah, a bit disappointment this morning, obviously with the pole to... we got lucky at the end there. We had a puncture and then came back to 8th, so that's kind of set us up for a better day this afternoon. So yeah, P3 from 8th now, and then yeah, I think I start 3rd for the next one. So who knows? Maybe we can pick up another one before the day's over.
Big number 1, starting 3rd?
Oh dear, let's give it a go.
What tyres are you going to be on?
Mediums for me.
Mediums, thank you very much. Well done, Dan Camish. Ash Sutton's still got some work going on. Chris Smiley's already walked off, so I think we'll hang about for Ash Sutton once again. I'm not going to interrupt Steve as well, because Steve is Toka official. But, oh, hang on, I'm not going to interrupt this moment either with family moments. Saying a happy birthday and celebration as well. Sunny here, isn't it, Tom? You should take a look at behind you at ITV and all that lot as well, how mad it actually is. And a production day of running is always going to be fantastic. I tell you what, if you go something else, I'll put the mic in and not film him. That might be something as well. Yeah, he's swapping. Tom, come back. I'm going to swip in. Oh. Ash signing photos. Take my glasses off, actually, which is the perfect thing to do. I'll wait, yeah. Just waiting for Ash. we've got time for the next race anyway. Always got to do the fan things, haven't you, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, the kids at the end of the day, you know, it's a weekend away. It's not often they get moments like this, so you've got to give them the chance, haven't you? If I was their age, I'd be feeling the same as they are. So
with you 100%, with you 100% as well. While we get things sorted, it is getting quite sunny out there as well. Let's see if he's ready after some interviews. I'll go this side, so he knows we're going to talk to him. He's our race winner. You've got to talk to him.
What did you expect?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, it's quite energetic, this really, isn't it? Keep running around after a race winner.
Yeah.
Right, now Ash, hello. Well, you oh, go on. After you. All right, Ash, you're starting to make sure that those overalls either completely smell of champagne or can never be used again.
Yeah, well, we don't spray champagne at each other, so that won't happen, thankfully. But yeah, 2 out of 2, perfect way to start. Can't really complain.
What about race 3 coming up then? What tyres are you going to be on? How are you feeling?
We're going to be on a medium. That's all we've got left. Obviously, we run the soft and we just run a medium there. So yeah, onto the medium for the final one. Yeah, feeling a good place. Car's in a really good place. We're just limited on hybrid, so we're or not hybrid, sorry, boost. We'll wait and see what that does.
Good luck. I'll see you later.
Lovely. Cheers.
Thanks, Ash. So there we go, all through, well, most of the top 3 as we get ready then for the next race of the day to come up shortly. So we'll hand back now live to either JT or me up in the commentary box. I don't know, play's a nice thing to finish on.
Thank you very much, JB. That was a replay of the podium from round 2 as we weren't able to get it live. As you saw in the live, in the bottom left of the screen, the formation lap is underway for the penultimate race of the day. It's the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain round 3, and it's a 20-minute race. Let's go back over to the World Feed commentary of Matt Suckling, Alan Hyde and Josh Barrett.
Row 3 lines up with number 32, which is Ethan Hamilton, alongside number 11, which is Ben Mulryan. The 4th row of the grid sees number 98, which is Oliver Cossom, and 25, Matthew Kyle Henney. On the 5th row of the grid, you'll find number 88, which is Oliver Meadows. He'll be joined by number 33, which is Reece Summerfield. The 6th row lines up with number 19, which is Daniel Lewis, and on the outside, number 70, Samuel Harvey. The 7th row next up is 27, which is Jacob Toffs. On the outside, number 56 is going to be Dean Burden. Further back, number 3 is on row 8, which is Karim Sakat. On the outside of that, row number 12, which is Jonathan Moore. Then we find on row number 9, 82, Lydia Wormsley, alongside number 29, Jason Baker. Then on to row number 10, where you'll find 44, Hannah Chapman, joined by number 87, Paul Porter. And towards the back of the grid, you'll find number 5, Katia Loggy. But from the pit lane, it's going to be number 52, which is Alistair Weston. He had a few issues which the team were just looking over. I think they've got them sorted. And Alistair Weston, the man from Kent with Graves Motorsport for this year, just works his way to the end of the pit lane. So just in time, because the cars are working their way back to the grid as Toby Trice comes into his pole position for this 3rd and final race of the weekend. If you haven't been with us for the majority of the day, but you have missed some of the action, you are in for a treat now, because these cars, which is the 718 Cayman GT4, we have the 2 classes. We have the RS, which is the RS Club Sport, and we have the normal Club Sport class, which is for those which are slightly less powered. They produce somewhere in the region of 425 brake horsepower, whereas the RS is towards the front of the field, will be around 500 brake horsepower. And the car we have is derived from the engine which is found in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, which we've enjoyed already earlier on today. Magnificent sight the grid looks. As always, the green flag now comes from the back of the grid. The final 20-minute race of the weekend about to burst into life here on the Donington Park National Circuit. The Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain gets underway. Not a long hold whatsoever, and it's going to be Toby Trice from pole position, which will have the inside run down towards Redgate. But can he keep Tom Bradshaw at bay as they turn the way in towards the right-hander? Yes, he can. Dan. So Trice leads. Bradshaw under pressure, and there's contact between the two of them. The one trying to get to the inside line there was Joe Marshall in car number 99. There's been more drama. Dan Zelos is off into the gravel. He had further contact on the exit of the corner, and there's one in the background which has also been involved as well.
Can also tell you, Matt, that Jacob Toffs has stopped just by the pit entry, but on the race circuit, so that could cause a problem too, if the stuff at Redgate doesn't.
Yeah, well, I think it might do, actually, yeah. So you're right, Jacob Toffs is in drama on the run down towards Redgate. Straight away, the safety car has been deployed.
And that's the sound of Jacob Toffs getting away, but followed by the safety car with the car off at Redgate.
So he doesn't lose a lap, which is good, but what seems to have happened is the Control-Alt-Delete. So the reset on the car has been done. The one that's been kind of stranded at Redgate in the gravel is Tom Bradshaw. So our race 1 winner was involved in that. As I said, he had contact from Joe Marshall in towards Redgate. We'll get a replay on the big screens for you very shortly, but Tom Bradshaw had contact from behind. Dan Zelos then somehow got involved in that and went for a rotation and also through the gravel. So if you're around a big screen, you can see the replay of the race start. Good start from Toby Trice. So he had the run on the inside down towards Redgate. Tom Bradshaw was on the outside. The gap was there for Joe Marshall, and he probably was alongside, and there was just a little bit of contact between the two of them, and then it was 3 into 1, which wasn't really going. So we had Dan Zelos on the outside. You had Joe Marshall trying to recover on the inside, and the one that was trying to squeeze through the middle, I think, was the blue machine of Ethan Hamilton. Yes, that was Ethan in the kind of dark blue liveried front of the car, which was the man stuck in the middle. Effectively had nowhere to go. Inside was kind of trapped. Outside was where Dan Zelos was, and Dan Zelos now has made his way into the pit lane. So I wonder, Josh, if there's any significant damage to that car. Might just be a quick check for the team, and then hopefully send him back on his way. So Dan Zelos is just down there getting checked over. They've got the best part of probably 90 seconds to get this done and get him back on his way. So with the safety car just reducing the speed of the cars out there on circuit, gives the team a little bit longer to have a look at that. As also Jacob Toffs is catching back up. So everything looks to be okay for him. And again, just a replay on the big screen of what happened there. What actually happened to Jacob Toffs? So he was there down toward Redgate Corner, and he then all of a sudden just came to a stop for some reason. But yeah, he's back on his way now fairly rapidly to try and catch up with the safety car. I think everyone behind what happened towards the front of the field survived. There was no real drama further back. We've got Dan Zelos, I think, with a puncher on the right front. So they're going to rapidly change that if they can. Yeah, that's right, man. They're certainly changing the front right tyre. They're having a good look round. Yeah, they're taking the rear right off as well. So I think you said there was quite a lot of contact in there at Redgate that could have damaged some tyres. Nearly up by the car now to tell you if there's any more damage. But it's not been the weekend that Dan Zelos wanted in the Porsche Sprint Challenger Great Britain, his debut in the championship. A lot of gravel has come out of this car as well after that trip through at Redgate Corner. The front splitter looks okay, so there's not damage to the front of the car, but he has gone a lap down now, Matt. He certainly has, yeah. So Dan Zelos remains in the pit lane, unfortunately. The car of Tom Bradshaw now being dragged to a place of safety. The right rear's come off again, so perhaps there's a bit more than tyre damage to this car. Now they're going to try again. Yeah, a bit of debris has been pulled out of sort of the wheel, where the wheel would be in the suspension area. So that was not helping the tyre go back on to this Porsche Cayman. Now the team are happy. Well, they thought they were. They're just tightening the wheel nuts to make sure everything's totally safe for Dan Zelos to head back out and try and score some championship points, which could become important as the season goes on. Certainly could, yep. So Dan Zelos back on his way towards the end of the pit lane he heads, but yeah, he will now be a lap down, so he'll try his hardest to regain something from this final race of the weekend, but not looking massively hopeful. If anything, it'll just be a bit of a test session for him as they move to the next round, which will take place at Brands Hatch in 2 weeks' time. They're off to the Indy circuit down in Kent for the next rounds of that championship. For Dan Zelos, of course, he's very much used to winning races within Mini Challenge, so of course with a change of championship championship, it's always going to be a little bit more difficult to get to grips with. But I think he's done fairly well this weekend. He finished 11th in race 1, albeit that was with a 5-second penalty. So he would have finished in 6th position. And earlier today, he finished in 4th place. So it's not bad as you get to grips with a new car. I think he's very much proved that he can race very competitively. And that's why he is a former mini challenge champion. But Dan Zelos will, for now, as I said, just head out for a bit of a test session, make sure the car is okay and get as much data as he possibly can before, as I said, they move off to Brands Hatch in a couple of weeks' time. So he is back out there. We've got one of them that is not going to rejoin. That is Tom Bradshaw, whose car now has been pulled from the gravel trap down at Redgate Corner. So from highs to lows in motor racing, you go from winning and being on the podium in a couple of races to being a non-finisher at the end of lap number 1. And that's exactly what's happened for Tom Bradshaw, unfortunately, down there now out of this race. Dan Zelos is trying to catch up with the pack as well. I think Jacob Toffs has just about made it to the rear of the safety car train, so he'll be able to try and work his way through as he remained on the lead lap just before the safety car picked up the leader at the end of that first lap. So as it stands, very shortly to go back to green flag racing, Toby Trice is out front. Ethan Hamilton is now second in car number 32. Third place after a good start from number 11 is Ben Ryan. Fourth place, number 99, after that contact with Tom Bradshaw is Joe Marshall. Matt Kyle Henney is up there in 5th place and also leads the RS AM category. 6th place for number 88 is Oliver Meadows. Then you've got Oliver Cosson behind in 7th position. Reece Summerfield next up in car 33 is in 8th, and then Samuel Harvey and Karim Sakat complete the top 10 as we've just had that one lap of racing. The rest have been under safety car. We've got 13 minutes just over now to go, and it's Toby Trice who leads them back to green flag racing. So across the line he comes. Ethan Hamilton not too far back actually, so he might be looking to make a challenge down towards Redgate Corner. I don't think he's quite close enough. I don't think he wants to lunge from that far back, but as long as he can stay in the wheel tracks of the race leader, he might be in a position to make a move if this race wears on. You've got Ben Ryan to keep an eye on as well. Had a bit of a torrid start to the weekend after spending most of qualifying down in the pit lane, and that's what put paid to his grid position for race 2. He made progress in both race 1 and race 2 and is doing exactly the same in this third and final race as well. Currently sits on the final step of the podium. He's got some pressure though from behind because Joe Marshall is trying to get through in that Vera Tools liveried machine, the black machine with the green livery strips on it as well. So he sits there in 4th place. Matt Cole-Henney's just pulled away now from the 6th place car of Ollie Meadows. So Matt Cole-Henney going to try and take the battle to the cars ahead of him, and he's not doing a bad job at the minute. Further back, almost onto the tail of Reece Summerfield, I think it's going to be Samuel Harvey as they make the run down the back straight now for the 5th time of asking. But for 2nd place, Ben Mulryan might be the man putting the pressure on this time round, because as they head down towards Redgate Corner, the gap has closed between 2nd and 3rd. Driver's still weaving around just to make sure there's temperature in the tyres to make sure they can get the thing stopped and turned through the corner, which they do. So Ben Mulryan not yet through, but he's got a good run through Hollywood. And again, it's going to be down towards the old hairpin where he might be thinking about making a move on the 2nd place car. We'll keep an eye on what happens with the leaders. We've got a good fight going on between, as I mentioned, Reece Summerfield, who's trying to get past Samuel Harvey. Sam runs within the pro category of RS, whereas Reece Summerfield is in the AMS. So Reece has just lost that place to Samuel Harvey at the completion of that previous lap. Of course, he won't be too worried because he still is on the podium within the AM category. And to be fair, in this race, we've got a couple of the AM competitors right in the mix of the top 6 here. Matt Carr-Henney and Oliver Meadows up there in the minute, mixing it with the pro drivers. So this is good to see that pro and AMs can mix it together towards the head of the field. In terms of the club sport category, well, it's currently the car of number 12 which leads, which is Jonathan Moore. He is the man that heads the pro division in club sport. 2nd for Lydia Wormsley, and 3rd place for Jason Baker. And in the AM category, it's Hannah Chapman again, who heads number 87, which is going to be that of Paul Porter. So some good fighting going on lower down the order once more. Got some quick times coming through now. The first competitive lap effectively has just been completed. So across the line has gone Joe Marshall, and he's now recorded the quickest lap of the race. 108.363 is what he currently has to his name. So far this weekend, we have been down into the 107s on both occasions. So 107.9 has been recorded as the fastest lap. So a few more tenths to be taken out before we get to that pace from earlier on this weekend. Move being made now by Jacob Toff. So after his some sort of issue, possibly technical issue, which he had to reset the car for, is now starting to work his way through. So he's got past on that previous lap Hannah Chapman and Paul Porter. He's just got past Jason Baker and, by the looks of it, Lydia Wormsley. They now have a fight on their hands for second and third within the class. So Lydia defends from what's going to be the car of Jason Baker. On the run through Cobbiss Corner they go, and Lydia's got every single mirror full at the minute. That's how close the car behind is. So on they go down towards Redgate, in towards Robert Chicane, and behind them they're about to be joined very shortly, I think, by the car of maybe Dan Zelos, by the looks of it. Of course, he is a lap down, so there won't be any pressure to those guys and girls, but Dan Zelos trying to work his way through as best as he possibly can. Meantime, Toby Trice, at the completion of that previous lap, he was 0.4 of a second up the road from Ethan Hamilton, so he is still comfortable in the lead of the race. You've got Ben Mulryan in third place, only 0.3 of a second back here, so that is the more congested part of the track at the minute, as this battling goes on for second place. Just allows Toby Trice to extend the margin, not by a huge amount, just by half a car length on most of the corners, so it just gradually grows as they turn away onto the back straight once again. As we mentioned, in these beautiful conditions we have here today at Donington Park, we're now into the second half of the race. Just under 9 minutes to go. Trice through with around about half a second gap over Ethan Hamilton, and then he's being chased by Ben Mulryan, by Joe Marshall, by Matt Cole-Henny. Not too far adrift is then going to be Ollie Meadows, and then you've got the fight between Oliver Cossum and Samuel Harvey, who are battling for 5th and 6th places within RS Pro as it stands. And then to complete the top 10, it's still going to be Reece Summerfield and Karim Sakat. Wait for Lydia Wormsley to come through. She's still got the attentions of what's going to be Jason Baker to try and keep at bay. Across the line they go, separated by just under 0.2 of a second. So very close indeed there for second position. The class currently being led by Jonathan Moore in the number 12 machine. He's just been passed on that previous lap by Jacob Toffs. But again, that doesn't really change anything within the classes, because Jacob is in the RS Pro category. Still got about 6 seconds now to catch up with the car ahead of him, which is going to be the 56 machine of Dean Burden. But some kind of positive to take out of this race for Jacob Toffs. He's just gone and set the quickest lap of the race. So with moves being made and now with some clear track, Jacob moves his way onto a 108.312. First of our track limit warnings is about to be shown as well. Black and white flag goes to Dean Burden. So that's one warning that we've received. And again, I think the Porsche drivers have been well behaved this weekend. They haven't really gone over track limits too many times. They've kind of kept themselves within the good side of the officials, which means, of course, we haven't had too many penalties being applied to the drivers as well. So that's good news for them. Down through the crane of curves we go then for our race leaders. Top 5 through in towards the old hairpin. Still nothing to choose between 2nd and 5th, with Hamilton running ahead of Mulryan, Marshall and Cole-Henny there in 5th position. Toby Trice and his gap now is out to 0.6 of a second. So again, it grew on that previous lap by a couple of tenths of a second. 108.4 is what Toby managed to do. It was a 108.6 for Ethan Hamilton, who is still defending hard here because Ben Mulryan is looking. Joe Marshall now is trying to get himself onto the final step of the podium. He had a good chance there through Coppice Corner, but they've now all found themselves back in line stern formation, and Matt Cole-Henny still on the coattails of the car ahead. Ben Mulryan a little bit wobbly through the corner there, so it's just going to delay him onto the Wheatcroft straight. Joe Marshall is not in a position to challenge here because he's got his own problems to deal with in the form of Matt Cole-Henny, who thinks about a move in towards Redgate. He went outside to inside. That's the normal tactic that drivers tend to use. They try and feint to one side, then very quickly switch back to the other. But Matt Cole-Henny, again, wasn't brave enough to send the car fully down the inside of Joe Marshall. So again, he remains there in 5th position, but with the squabbling they've been doing, it hasn't really dropped them away off the back of the cars ahead. In fact, it is bringing into the mix now Ollie Meadows. So Ollie is in 6th place, and the harder he can push here, the more chance he will have of trying to get the RS AM lead away from Matt Cole-Henny. So, of course, Matt would want to move forward, put a car between himself and Ollie Meadows, whereas Ollie Meadows wants Matt Cole-Henny to be held up as much as possible so he can get a little bit closer over the conclusion of this race, which is now not too far away. We're about to head into the final quarter of this final sprint challenge action of the weekend. Jacob Toffs is still pushing and continues to go quicker, so albeit down in 13th place, he's gone and set another quickest lap of the race now on a 108.076. So again, not quite into the 107s we've been accustomed to so far in the previous 2 races. But Jacob Toffs on this lap, as he works his way up towards the line, he has done a personal best for himself in sector 2. But will it be another quickest lap of the race? Yes, it will. 108.055. So again, with the clear track, Jacob Toffs is definitely going quicker, and he's now only 2.4 seconds back from Darren Burden up the road. But again, he's not in the same class, so it won't be a class position that changes for Jacob Toffs in the last 5 minutes of this race. Lydia Walmsley is still doing her best at keeping at bay here Jason Baker. So those two turn their way through Redgate Corner. Just a reminder that this battle is for second place within Club Sport Pro at the minute. So Walmsley holding on ahead of Baker. Hannah Chapman is the other car in that battle as well, although Hannah is in the Club Sport AM category, but she's really impressed this weekend. And just looking at the results she has had, she took the victory in the AM category early on today in race 2. Yesterday, she was also the victor as well. So Hannah Chapman really impressing on her debut within the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. And she's looking for the hat-trick of class wins as they work their way now onto lap number 13 in this race. We've got our first time penalty now being received on the timing screen. So Darren Burden, after getting his warning with a black and white flag, has now got the 5-second penalty to be applied to his time as well. So from 13th place, it'll probably drop him nowhere different, because I think he's well and truly 5 seconds up the road from Jonathan Moore. Yeah, 9.7 seconds to the good. So although he's received 5 seconds as a time penalty, Darren Burden is still going to be there in 13th position. Back at the front, though, Ethan Hamilton has done a good job of keeping at bay Ben Mulryan. We've still got those two behind him of Joe Marshall and Matt Kyle Henney. And over the last couple of laps, Ollie Meadows hasn't quite got onto the tail of Matt Kyle Henney here. So he's maybe going to make it towards the end, but he's struggling and starting to run out of time now. Further back, we've got side-by-side action between Ollie Cottam and Samuel Harvey. You've also got the car of Reece Summerfield that is trying to get into the mix as well. You've got 2 RS Pro competitors and also the third-place car within the RS AMS, which is Reece Summerfield. He goes ahead now of Sam Harvey on the brakes in towards the Robert Chicane. So the white car with the orange and green stripe down the middle of it, that is Reece Summerfield now that works his way up 1 position. And what can he do about Oliver Cottam down towards Redgate Corner? He's close, but not quite close enough to take the place away by the looks of it. So at least on the entrance to the corner, he doesn't get through. And we'll see what he can do on the exit as they run their way down towards Hollywood. Meantime, for what's going to be 3rd place, Ben Mulryan, he's now starting to struggle because Joe Marshall has come onto the rear of his tail. He's now pulled himself alongside. He's kept himself there through Starkeys and up towards Schwantz. And if he can do that through Schwantz curve and have the inside for McLean's, it will be job done. But that's not going to be the case. More speed was carried by Ben Mulryan. Probably a little bit too much speed through the corner at McLean's, which means now he's under attack once again from Joe Marshall. He gets to the inside in towards Coppice. They've got Matt Kyle Henney to deal with as well. He's right on the tail there. Of course, he's thinking about what's happening in RS AM. And of course, if he goes and starts to play with the RS Pro drivers, that might delay him and then start dropping him into the clutches of Ollie Meadows, who we said he didn't really want to be involved with. But Matt Kyle Henney's going to go for the move round the outside of Ben Mulryan as they come across the line to start lap number 15 of the race. We've got 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. And Ben Mulryan, is he going to be content with staying on the outside line? I think he will. And with that, he's going to take the place back away from the 25 machine of Matt Kyle Henney. So all of that squabbling, all of that passing doesn't give us any different order apart from the change between Joe Marshall and Ben Mulryan. So Joe Marshall now on to the podium. Dan Zelos for the pit lane for the 2nd time within this race. So I think he's now pretty much had enough and done the most amount of testing he can possibly do. So he'll take that away with him and look forward to the next round, as we said, at Brands Hatch in just a couple of weeks' time for the Sprint Challenge. They'll be heading to the Indy circuit for 3 further races. But for the story this weekend, is Joe Marshall going to be able to hold on to this final step of the podium? Is Toby Trice going to be able to pick up a 2nd victory of the day? Well, it looks quite comfortable, doesn't it? Because he works his way down towards the final corner. We've got 39 seconds left on the clock. So it is just about time left in this race to squeeze 1 more lap into it. So Toby Trice crosses the line down towards Redgate. And that time through, he was over half a second quicker than Ethan Hamilton. So Toby Trice, whatever he's done in this race, the setup, the tyres, whatever it may be, he's, again, driven impeccably well. And it looks like he is going to be on for his 2nd victory of the weekend in the Porsche Sprint Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. Matt Kyle Henney's not quite done with Ben Mulryan at the minute because he had another chance to get through at Redgate Corner. It was very wide arms and elbows from Ben Mulryan, which didn't allow the number 25 machine to get through. So Matt Kyle Henney, although he's trying to race with the pro drivers, he doesn't really need to. Of course, he needs to be thinking about his AM category, but where the opportunity does arise, then he's going to take it with both hands, is Matt Kyle Henney. But it's been a great drive for him throughout this race as well. And Matt, within the AM category, is hoping for another good result. He took the victory in race number 1. He picked up the victory in race number 2, so it's going to be a hat-trick for Matt Kyle Henney as well, by the looks of it, just like Hannah Chapman in the Club Sport AM division. But for Toby Trice, he took the win earlier today. He's going to take 2 from 3 at Donington Park in race number 3 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. He comes through 2.5 seconds clear of Ethan Hamilton in the end. So a great drive from him, a nice commanding win and victory at the checkered flag. 3rd place goes the way of Joe Marshall, got that place away from Ben Mulryan in the closing stages of the race. 5th place goes the way of number 25, which is Matt Kyle Henney. He picks up the victory within the RS AM category, as I said, for the 3rd time this weekend. 6th place and 2nd within that class goes the way of Ollie Meadows, and then Ollie Cottam next up, back in the pro division in car number 98. Reece Summerfield was then 3rd in RS AM, and then behind that we have Samuel Harvey and Karim Sakat, which completes the top 10. In the club sports, it's Jonathan Moore who's just gone through. He picks up victory ahead of Lydia Wormsley. So Lydia was able to keep herself ahead of Jason Baker, although Jason did receive another one to get the 5-second penalty at the end of the race for track limits. So although he was all over the back of Lydia Wormsley, and although he received the 5-second penalty, he does still manage to hold on to 3rd place within Club Sport Pro. And for the Club Sport AM, for the 3rd time this weekend, Hannah Chapman takes the victory. 2nd goes the way of the 87 machine of Paul Porter, and 3rd place will go the way of Katia Logge in the number 5 machine. So great racing this weekend from not just the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain, but also the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain, delivering in plenty of dominant fashions. But it's Toby Trice who picks up 2 wins from 3 here at Donington Park. He'll be another happy man as he works his way back to the pit lane. He'll be joined on the RS Pro podium by Hamilton and Marshall. RS AM, Kyle Henney, Meadows, and that of Summerfield. The Club Sport Pro of what's going to be Moore, Wormsley and Baker. And the Club Sport AM goes the way of Chapman, ahead of Porter and Logge. So there's going to be 4 podiums to look forward to. And then, of course, we'll start to build up to the final race of the weekend, the all-important round 3 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll have more from that and also from Parc Fermé with Josh very shortly. But for now, let's head back to the studio here on Toka Live.
With all the latest BTCC news, action and insights, this is Toka Live.
I'm determined to get through all these messages, you know. I've just had the final lap board, so I'm going to get there. This one is from Zach. Please shout out Eve the drawings and say how proud I am of her work and how amazing it is. She would love to have a job with cars and media. I tell you what, Zach, she's going the right way about it. Super pictures coming in all weekend. This one says, thank you for saying my message out. I didn't hear all of it as I was focused on what was going on. But that was the one earlier on from Lewis. Yeah, thank you, Lewis. I just want to say hi to Leandra. Shout out to twins Lee and Stuart, and to Francis, Martin and baby Josh as well. This one says, shout out to Ben, dragged us along here last year in the pouring rain. We agreed to come back this year, and thank goodness we did. Ben's got us into BTCC, and so glad he did. Great guy. Plus he's driving in the morning, so we're soaking up the sunshine and enjoying ourselves here at Donington Park. This one comes from Kieran and Bryony, suggesting that we took a commission for talking about the stats on the Porsche. Not true. Don't need to. It is just beautiful. No commission paid. Happy 72nd birthday to Carl. Carl looking a bit like a beetroot, sat down at Hollywood. Oh dear, I think that's going to be a story of a few people this weekend. This one says, good afternoon, Alan, Julian, Lisa, Graham and Paula. brackets, who loves you, thank you, are sitting on the bank at the old hairpin, soaking up the sun and looking forward to race 3. What a great weekend, and a couple of checkered flag emojis. And this one as well says, could you give my brother Clinton a shout out? Very sad to hear your news about Clinton, but we're here with our son Harrison, who is an avid car fan and loves the BTCC. Thank you, Darren. I'm sorry about your news, but thank you for writing in and being here for your brother Clinton. Right, okay, let's get down to Parc Fermé in the sunshine and Josh Barrett.
See if we can catch up possibly with our RS AM winners, since we've not spoke to Matt Cole-Henny over the course of the weekend. Matt, you're right for a chat. We haven't spoke to you, but you've had a very good weekend up to this point.
It's been a fantastic weekend from Thursday tests all the way through. We've had 3 P1s, so you can't really ask for much more than that. But at the end there, probably the best race of my life so far. As an AM, being up with the pros, and had a sniff at P4 as well. But I backed out of it because not racing them for points, so no point in risking the car or anything. So yeah, great for the team to bring home. P1's not just for me, but also for Toby, which has been a long time coming for him, and I'm really, really pleased that he's got 2 on the bounce. So yeah, really, really happy.
Well, congratulations. The multiple winner this weekend, Matt Cole-Henny, within his category. See if we can catch up with any other class winners, if I can. Because we haven't spoke to Hannah Chapman, have we, who's had 3 wins this weekend in the Club Sport AM division. She's about to jump out of her car before we round up all the drivers. We'll have a bit of time to do that before we head over to the podium. So good to hear just then from Matthew Cole-Henny, our RS AM winner within the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain for round 3 of the championship. It was Toby Trice, of course, who took the overall victory. He's having a word with Steve Ryder for ITV Sport at the moment. We'll let Hannah take her helmet off, and then we'll see if we can grab a word with her before we turn our attentions to the 3rd race of the weekend for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, that reverse grid race that we're all looking forward to, which is coming up shortly. Hannah's just taking her helmet off at the moment, then we'll have a word with her. Hannah, well done. We haven't spoke to you this weekend, but 3 wins. It's been a perfect start to your Porsche career.
I couldn't have asked for a better start to the Porsche. I think this was definitely the fresh start that I needed, and I'm just enjoying every second out there. And to get 3 wins as a bonus, it's more than I expected, so I'm super happy.
And it looks like you're right up with the pro contenders as well.
Yeah, I caught onto the back of them. It was quite good following them, but I kept a respectful distance not to get too involved just in case anything bad happened. So I just stuck in behind them and just tried to watch and learn. And yeah, I'm just learning every lap out because I've had limited testing in the off season. So I'm still learning now, but it's so much fun.
And how different is it to race in Mini? Very different, I suspect.
Completely different, but for me personally, in a good way, it's means starting from scratch again. But I think personally the Porsche suits me better, so I've just clicked with it. I feel more confident already now in the Porsche than perhaps I did in the JCW, but I love the Minis. This is just the fresh start that I was looking for.
Well done, great weekend to you on the podium in a few moments. So there's Hannah Chapman, our Club Sport AM winner. So good to speak to a couple of the AM winners over the course of that Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain race.
Indeed it was, yeah. Thanks so much, Josh. Nice to hear from other voices down there, and yeah, really good to hear they've done such a good job and they're happy with the results they've pulled out the bag. So thanks so much for that, Matt Cole-Henny and Hannah Chapman down there in Parc Fermé. Josh will have a podium for you very shortly. All those drivers from their respective classes will be heading to that podium for the penultimate one of the day. We'll have one more to come after this, of course, for the 3rd round of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Those drivers, of course, will be heading there on the podium. So if you are leaving the circuit just after the touring cars, which I'm sure you are, all stay until the end for the result of how the result will play out in that 3rd and final race. But when you're on the way out, you might just be passing through the paddock and want to come and join and celebrate with the drivers. So please do that. They do love the support. They do love the atmosphere down there. It gives it another element. And of course, being such a great day, it's fantastic to be in the sunshine and just enjoy it while we can, because as we know here in the UK, it doesn't last long, does it? It kind of comes and goes in little spats. But yeah, what a great day it has been. As we said, it's a busy year for the British Touring Car Championship, the 10-round event once again this year, with trips back here to Donington Park in August. So if you fancy rejoining us, hopefully in August, the weather's going to be just as good, if not better. It's going to be the height of the summer towards the end of August. And if you want to grab your tickets, as always, visit the Donington Park website, donington-park.co.uk. And that's where you can find all the details about the events and, of course, how you can get your tickets. And, of course, if you buy them in advance, you do save a little bit of money compared to the gate prices as well. So very much worth checking that out and seeing what other events are coming up here at Donington Park. I think next weekend we have the Donington Historic Festival. So if you like historic cars, that'll be an event for you to come through and enjoy through Friday, Saturday and Sunday. I think we've got the Bennett's British Superbike Championship heading here in a few weeks as well. So if you like your two-wheeled action, that'll be here through May. We've got, of course, the annual British round of the FIM Motel World Superbike Championship heading here in July. And, of course, throughout the year, you've got British GT, you've got trucks, you've got a raft of everything. You've got club racing, but do check out the website. If you've enjoyed this weekend, either join us at another BTCC event or come and visit Donington Park once again if this is your local circuit. And of course, to keep up to date with all the news from the British Touring Car Championship, head to the official website, btcc.net. That's the place for all the news and views prior to a weekend and after it as well. And of course, if you want to catch up with all the events and stories after a weekend, then the place to be is, of course, Autoglim Tin Top Tuesday. Alan Hyde kind of looks after that. It's his brilliant show where he gets to talk to drivers and just has a real good laugh, actually. So, yeah, do check it out. It's all there on btcc.net. Click on the live audio section. And every Tuesday after a race weekend, he'll be there to talk to drivers and get all the reaction from them as well. It begins at 8 o'clock in the evening. And, of course, if you miss it, you can always catch up on the official website as well. So that's Autoglim Tin Top Tuesday, every Tuesday after a race meeting at 8 o'clock. Simple as that. So cars are now being ushered out to the pit lane, which is good.
Nice plug.
Thank you. Did I get it all right?
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, we're also available on Spotify and Apple Music and all over the place as well on the podcast after the event. But the touring cars are making the noise we like down in pit lane as they thread their way down pit lane. Out onto the grid is where all of the mechanics team members make their way now, and there will also be, of course, the guests and VIPs and sponsors that all are lucky enough to make it onto the grid as well. That's the noise of Michael Crease's car. Never does anything quietly, does Michael Crease. So down pit lane and onto the circuit goes the very, very popular returnee this year. Michael Crease makes it down into the pit lane and will take his place up on the circuit. He's the last one to leave. There's quite a queue to get onto the grid. I'm just about to join that queue as well and see if we can have a chat to a few of them. Things that are interesting about this final race. Race 3 is always really interesting, but I start with my look towards the rear of the grid to see what's going to be happening there. Josh Cook starting 20th on the grid. Aaron Taylor-Smith starting 21st on the grid. These are people that are expected to make up a lot of places early on. So Alan Gow, the championship boss, stands by his Porsche Cayenne Turbo. That's got a few brake horsepower as well. 700 and something. Absolutely incredible car parked at the front of the field. That's the car that will do its clearing lap just before the cars head off for the start of their green flag lap. And we wait down here on the grid. Let me see if I can look at Louise Goodman's notes to see where she's going. Where are you going, Lou? Let me just have a look. You're going there and there. Okay. And there. Okay, I won't get in your way, I promise. Thank you. So Louise has got a hit list worked out of where she'll be heading off to. Wonder where is the championship boss, Alan Gow. He's just talking to his technical director, Sam Riches, who we had on Toka Live yesterday. He's also talking to Phil Danbury, also part of the technical team. And already Jake Hill has arrived, forms up on his spot on the grid, and here's one to watch because he has had pace all weekend. That's Dan Rowbottom. He's going to be starting second on the grid for this third race. Starting on pole position. Difficult to bet against him, you know. He's done well in this race at Donington Park before. Tom Chilton brings his car to a stop on pole position. And I have a feeling that's where Louise Goodman is going first of all. So I might see if I can get a word with Tom. My weekend is not complete if I don't have a chat to Tom. I wonder if I might get a chat with Jake Hill. They're all busy around the car at the moment and working out whether the guests are going to be allowed. I get a thumbs up from Jake, so that's really good news. I'll just open the car door and say, I tell you what, Jake, today could have worked out an awful lot worse than it has.
Yeah, we've made some smart decisions today, and I've just driven as best I can, try to stay out of trouble, and so far it's worked, 2/4 out of a car that we're definitely struggling with a bit. We haven't got the ultimate pace, I think everyone can see that, so just trying to hang on and do the best we can.
Am I right in saying that you were being a bit conservative with the tyres in that second race, not battling harder than you needed to?
I was giving everything I had, to be honest, Alan. I mean, I just don't have the outright pace, mate. I mean, the soft versus, these two boys behind on a set of mediums. We should be able to smoke past them, really, but it's just not the case. Those guys have got an awful lot of pace at the moment in both of their cars, and we're just not quite there.
But you know what your team are like. They're going to be working on it. It's not going to be the story of the year.
No, absolutely not. We will find an answer. It's just might take a couple of rounds.
You need to eat more?
No, I actually need to eat less.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Jake. Good to have a chat to you. Thank you very much indeed for holding the door for me so I could get a word with our reigning champion, with Jake Hill. Let's see who else we might get a chat with. Dan Camish is down here. He was absolutely delighted, wasn't he, with that podium in race number 2. He's busy studying. What's he studying? Just have a little look in. No, he's visualising. That's what he's doing. Getting himself ready for the start of the race. Tingram is next on the grid. Huge support as ever here at Donington Park. And double winner today at Donington. Ash Sutton is next on the grid. I'll carry on walking forward. He's just been wished good luck by Pete Osborne, the owner of the team. Let me just see if I can squeeze through, carry on squeezing. There's so many people taking videos and photographs, and I'm sure will appear on social media in due course. And I'll carry on walking just past Aidan Moffat's car, and also walk past Chris Smiley's car. There's someone that I would quite like to have a little chat to. I'll see if the radio mic gets all the way to the back of the grid. Dexter Patterson is next. He nearly took the independent win in the last race. He was just picked at the post by Chris Smiley. What about a quick chat with Adam Morgan? I've not spoken to Adam so far. Can I have a chat? I get a thumbs up. Right, let me have a penny for your thoughts this weekend, Adam. I'll tell you what, I didn't think this weekend was going to pan out quite this way for you.
It has been a bit up and down, hasn't it? Yeah, we've had the track limits on Saturday. That kind of halted our, what was a very good Saturday up until that point. Race 1, from the back, we made some really good progress. We were up to P12, I think. Still had all 8 laps of hybrid left. And unfortunately, some contacts DNF'd. But race 2 on the soft tyres, that was a steep learning curve for me. Back into front-wheel drive and managing the tyres. So, yeah, looking forward to this one now. Back on the preferred tyre and hopefully head down.
It looked to me like you came to grips with this car. It's a big change, isn't it, from what you've been driving the last few years. I thought you got back to grips with it very, very quickly.
Thanks, Alan. Thank you very much.
And did it feel that way?
Yeah, it has. For the minute I jumped in, I felt pretty comfortable. I had the 8 years of the A class, so it came back to me pretty quick. But
there's still quite a bit of fine-tuning I've got to learn. You know, getting up to within a second, you know, 8/10 is okay, but you know, those next 2, 3, 4 tenths is the hard bit.
That's the hard bit. Yeah, the last little bit. Adam, good luck. Enjoy the race. Thank you very much indeed. I'll leave Adam Morgan. I'll leave the door open as well. I think they need as much fresh air inside the cars as they can possibly get. Let me see who else we might be able to chat to. AKA 3-time BTCC champion Flash Gordon Shedden down here on the grid. They're just talking up the wheels. I'll tell you what, Flash, it's a while since I've done this, leaning into your car having a chat. Welcome back.
Oh, thanks, Al. Yeah, it's been an eventful day to say the least, but still one race to go. Let's see what we can make out of this one. It's good to be back.
Yeah, it is great to have you back. How confident are you for this final race? Are you getting to grips with the car?
We're getting there. We're just tweaking it as we go along. There's definitely some cars at the front that have had good pace today, but we need to, you know, just see what we can make of this. We could do with getting some points on the board, so we'll be trying our hardest as ever.
Okay, mate. Thank you very much indeed. Here we go. For old time's sake, the tap on the roof. There we go. And I'll keep walking. What have we got left on the clock? That's a 5-minute board. 5-minute board being displayed down here. Darryl de Leon's car is next. Max Hall's car is next. He's got his eyes shut. He's not having a nap. He's doing the visualising thing. James Dorlin is next. Josh got to speak to him on the pit lane walkabout today. Very, very busy pit lane walkabout. Stephen Jelly, new team for him. Mikey Doble. He was on the podium for the first race as the independent winner. Michael Crease is down here and holding his grid board, is one of the guests of Youth Talk this weekend that we've spoken about a little bit around the mini challenge races this weekend. Ronan Pearson, Nick Hamilton, and let me see if I can get a very quick word with Josh Cook. Really, really quick word. I'll stand by because he's just receiving something, I think, on the radio. We're good to go. Thoughts about this one, Josh? I had to walk a long way for you, mate.
Yeah, obviously not ideal. Picked up a puncture, looks like from some debris in that last one. So, yeah, a bit of a shame, but that is racing. So we just need to try and have a good race 3, see if we can get our way into the points. But we'll have to see how it progresses. There's a lot of people around us on the soft tyre, which we know is a good tyre. So, yeah, we'll have to see.
Okay, wish you luck, Josh. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for having a chat to me. And let me see, are we going to get a chance? 3-minute board is going to be next, and you'll see the Porsche Cayenne at the front. Zoom off down towards Redgate. Aaron, can I have a very quick word with you? I thought we've always described you as the happiest man in the paddock. Can I say that today that happiness has been challenged?
Yeah, it's been one of those days that it just hasn't really gone our way, unfortunately. Like, it's no fault to anyone at Toyota Gazoo Racing. It's just one of those days where it hasn't quite aligned. We still have one race to go on the softs and nothing to lose now, so see what we can do, but it's no, you'll never get me down. I'm loving this anyway.
Good lad. Thank you very much indeed, Aaron. He's always got a positive word to say. Right, I reckon, I heard the klaxon, that's got to be the 3-minute board, I'm sure, and I'll make my way off the grid because just about everybody else has, other than the members of the team directly involved with the starting of the car. Right, I'll say it again. Pick your favourites, everybody. Cheer them on because we're about to get the 3rd round of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship underway.
Thanks very much, Al. Yeah, we are good to go almost with the countdown now reaching just over 2 minutes. This is the 3rd round of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. What a day it's been so far. If you look at the results, you might think, oh, that's all that's happened. But no, it's been very, very eventful. It's been very close. And as we heard from Matt James a little bit earlier on.
And for the final race of the day then, the British Touring Car Championship here at Donington Park, to where the sun is beginning to set and hopefully it looks to be okay. And joining me in the commentary box once again is Tom Cant. Tom, welcome. Got your cans on this time. I like that one. This is the first time I'm going to do that joke and the only time I'm going to do that joke here this weekend. Humidity is very high, isn't it? We've had to open up the door just to get a bit of oxygen before the formation lap.
Yeah, I don't blame you for that. Yes, the sun seems to be setting around here on this spring afternoon here in Donington, and we cannot wait for this 3rd race with the reverse grid. It was the top 6 results reversed from race 2, So we've got Tom Chilton on pole ahead of Dan Rowbottom, and it's Jake, Dan Camish, Tommy Green, and race winner today, Ash Sutton.
Yeah, so majority are now going to be on the medium compound tyre. I can see out my window, I think Sutton's on medium. I know Hill's on medium. Can't see Dan Rowbottom. I can see a couple of softs as the diggers come down. Camish looks okay. 1 minute to go until the parade lap. So what do you think? We're very sunburned. It's very warm here as well. What do you think we're going to be looking for in this final race then?
Well, a lot of racecraft I think we're going to see. I think some drivers have had some off days so far, so I'd expect someone like Aaron Taylor-Smith coming through the field a little bit, because if you remember from race 2, his racecraft was excellent before he encountered these issues. I think probably carrying on from where he had in race 1, where we were discussing about his issues when we were wandering by the garages. Yeah. It wasn't like a complete engine change he was having or work that had been done on the engine. It was a fuel pump issue, I think we were concluding to, unless we were wrong, of course. But I'm hoping he gets further in this one and have a very, very good race, because he's had a very, very tough day so far, I think, as Aaron.
We're looking here to the Marshall point, which will fly the flag to get going. And hopefully as well, this is going to be a good one. The grid is ready, the field is formed. And fingers crossed, it's going to be a very good race as well. Away we go then, all formation up with the green flag flying. And the cars will venture away as the camera's focused on somebody else there. See, that's the problem with kicking the recenter when people are walking down the bottom. But away they go then. Patterson on medium, same as Morgan. I think the softs were shedding actually.
Yes,
so yeah, so a few are going to go soft, a few are going to go. And Doble starting at the back, of course, but right at the back, Chris Pearson warms his tyres. Unfortunately, Aaron Taylor-Smith as well towards the rear. Bad race for him, and Osborne is taking part in this race.
Yeah, it's good to see that Osborne came in, because he missed race 2, did Sam, so he needs a good result out of today. To kickstart his campaign in time for Brands Hatch, is only a couple of weeks away, Josh, so they don't have long to prepare before they make the journey down to Kent, which is a lovely racetrack over at Brands.
It is, yeah. We both went last year as well as JT. Let's introduce JT then, who's back there in the studio. JT, how are you finding it as well, coming in as I just closed the door to the back of the commentary box and me and Tom begin the baking process? How are you finding it then? What are you expecting coming into race 3?
Second day of being sat in my chair for 9 hours a day producing a touring car stream. What could be better? It's been alright, actually. It's actually, like, not gone that badly for once.
I can hear David. If we can hear David Anderson, he's going to have to hear us, I'm afraid, because it's too warm to keep this commentary box door closed for this one. The humidity, though, is massive, isn't it? We're sort of in a commentary area where the door's been kept shut, keeping it all stick and go. But just taking a look at the field, we'll come back up to our comcam to get final predictions, as we'll hear from that noise as well. Is there anybody in this? Can Chilton on pole position actually go through with it?
It's going to be tough for him. Yeah, I think he's done well with his racecraft today as Chilton, despite probably had in the final part of qualifying yesterday. But it was a fun. He does maybe have a bit of a buffer over the likes of Sutton and Ingram, who are on the 3rd row of the grid. Can he get his first win in a long time? I'm not 100% sure. But I do hope he can fend off the likes of Dan Rowbottom and that. But he needs a good start. And the disadvantage he's going to have is being on pole is not the best side to be starting on, is it?
Yeah, we've seen several times this race how bad they've been. Let's take a look at how they line up on the grid then. Chilton and Dan Rowbottom on soft compound tyres line up on pole position on row 1, row 2. Jake Hill alongside Dan Camish, both on mediums. Row 3 coming on soft with Ash Sutton on the mediums. Row 4, Aidan Moffat and Chris Smiley, both of them are on the softs. Mediums for row 5, Predictor Patterson and Adam Morgan. And then taking in for row 6 with Gordon Shed on softs, Darryl de Jong on mediums, who are walking through earlier on down Formula 4's garage. Row 7, Maxwell's on mediums, James Dorman's on softs. Row 8, it's Jelly softs, Mikey Doble on mediums. Row 9, Michael Creed on softs, Brendan Pearson's on medium tyres. Row 10, Nicholas Hamilton on softs, Josh Cook is on mediums. Row 11, Aaron Taylor-Smith on softs, medium as well alongside as well for Rainford. Lloyd on softs, same as Osborne on row 12. And how the time really begins, doesn't it? We look down towards turn number 1, the boost, Sutton has 6 laps. 5 as well for Rowbottom, Hill for Camish 3, but we're getting ready for those lights to go out, and this is going to be the big factor as we down towards turn 1.
I should think so as well. We've got the drivers ready to go on the go, just waiting for the 5.
I can't do the zoom in, so JT now.
Got the 5-second bod waiting from the marshal near where the lights are, and when they do go, when it is shown, the drivers will be revving up to the red light outside of our composition, and we'll be ready to go for the final race of today. It's over touring cars, British touring cars, 2025.
So it's green flag at the back. Round 3 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We've got the red lights coming on with a 5-second board. Engine motorised. Chilton on pole position. 5 lights on, 5 lights down. Chilton gets a good start. Robotham goes with him. Hill and Camish gets a back start. Sutton's going to go to the outside with Ingram on the inside. So Sutton's already having to go. Gets it down towards turn number 1. We're taking a look at it from the angle that we have here as they go through Redgate. Camish is up into 4th place as the lights come out. Great start from Ingram, but it was again a slow start from Camish on that meant that inside Sutton had to start off, and we're seeing some Michael Green touching the grass.
Yeah, it's the best start from a pole sitter all day as well. Great start from Tom Chilton.
Hill!
Hill hit Robotham into Redgate as well, and that allows Chilton to pull away. But watch out for Sutton and Ingram's going through. We've got
Hamilton's off into the gravel track down at turn number 1. Goes today. He's though, and look at the lead that Chilton's got into the sun haze down at the old hairpin. He's already about, what, 3 tenths ahead? Chilton leads Robotham Hill, and Hill looking for a race win here after, well, what is pretty, a weekend to forget, really.
Yeah, it has been for Jake Hill. He'll hope for a better weekend, but what a start. That's a dream start from Chilton. Not only getting a good start, but hoping there'd be some battling going on further behind, and that was exactly what he wanted. Now he needs to be people with how he uses his power boost, because he's only got 1 use of that over the course of the race, whereas those of behind have got a whole lot more.
And look at Ingram going down front Hill. Ingram's got the move going on. Can he have the access to the hold on the back of Dover as well? So that's not too bad of a start so far. Or was it Chris Smiley I'm thinking of? However, they have all passed our punch position and not much here. And look at this. This is what I mean. Ingram's trying to go on the outside. He'll go to him. But is Ingram going to feel coming from the inside into Redgate? He's thinking about him on the outside. Here comes Sutton and Camish is there too. Ingram cuts the inside coming through Hollywood down through the crane of curves. He'll cut him off and Sutton's still there. Rolls the first. Ingram's going to force his way through on the inside line though. Absolutely holding nothing back, and Ingram is through.
Is that a door opening for Sutton to make his way past into the old hairpin? It looks like it is. Hill's got some real rumors there on the exit, but he's got a bang of wheels all the way through Starkeys. Can they keep it clean through McLean's? We'll find out in a second.
1, 2 bang, 3 bang, 4 as they come into the top of McLean's once again. And look at this, Camish coming involved. It's even just further back. Hill's having to go incredibly defensive. He's only let Sutton through. He can't let Camish through. Through Coppins and then down the back straight. But Chilton leads.
By over 1 second over down Robotham with brilliant start. It's come down a little bit now, 9 tenths. Has got still on this side. We've seen Camish all over the back of the BMW, and Hill's able to resist for now. But Hill is having to really go into defensive mode, as he has been throughout the whole of today, really.
So Chilton leading Robotham with the fast. He sees a 109.611 already down to the first corner. That's Moffat having to go defensive from Smiley. Yeah, okay, not too bad. This third race is getting exciting as Hill having to go really effective against Camish, almost touching bodywork as they come down the curve towards the old hairpin. The last of the late breakers, Camish sends it out the inside, door bangs Hill. Hill goes very wide but keeps on the black stuff, and they're still knocking 7 bells out of each other's doors.
That's the 3rd lap in a row where Hill's conceded a position at that corner.
Oh, he's touching again!
Touching again, yeah, and Jake Hill's going to have to really be brave around the outside if he's to remain in front of Dan Camish, and he's not able to do so. Hill really struggling so far.
Yeah, they're touching the curve. They're still banging wheels coming and that's going to allow coming through. That's going to be Moffat just behind them. Dust gets kicked out. Camish goes ahead. Hill's trying desperately to keep through, but here comes Camish around the outside down into the Moffat's S's. Camish now keeps ahead, and Moffat goes ahead as well.
Super move from Aidan Moffat on the outside. Jake Hill not having the best time. We've seen one of the Toyotas go over the chicane. That's Gordon Shedden, who will probably pick up a track limits violation for that because he went to the inside of the barrier, not the outside when he was supposed to. But we've got a 6-car battle as it says.
Smiley Hill now, Smiley into Redgate, and is he going to have the advantage? Hill's dropping positions left, right, and centre. He's got a medium compound tyre, but then again, you can't really argue that Sutton and Camish were also mediums.
I don't know whether it's the fact that he's out of energy already because he's got
Yes,
no more
he's got
boost.
nothing
Yeah,
left.
he's got no more boost left with Jake Hill.
So it's not, you see, he hasn't used it yet. He hasn't used the boost yet. Smiley has used 2 of the 8, Moffat 2 out of the 8, so Hill hasn't used any of it yet.
Okay, my apologies for that. Yeah, so he's still got 4 laps where he can use that boost, which is up to 15 seconds of which you can use it for, most ideally on the starting straight.
Chilton.
Yeah, new fast start from Tom Chilton.
Yeah, and a black and white flag as well. For track limits to turn 7.
So that's McLean's, yeah. So that is the first. Hopefully not too many for Tom Shilton.
Look at Hill, he's going.
I wonder if Jacob's got a slow punch.
Look at him, out of the box. He's just about 5 cars going past us.
Yeah, but I think it's not problem. He looks like, there's contact.
That's and spinning round. Gordon Shedden, can he avoid contact? Yes, he does. That explains the dust that we saw Ryan Taylor Smith kicking up as he went through. 3 cars went side by side. And Ingram now on the inside of Robotton making positions out.
That was coming all along, I think, for Tom Ingram. It's now 31 and 2. But Jake Hill is having an absolute nightmare of a third race. I emphasise the fact he could be a slow puncher because he's just losing positions corner after corner after corner. And I wouldn't be so surprised to see him in the pits very, very soon.
Is it a nightmare? It's a nightmare weekend. Which one do you want to go for?
Well, it depends who you ask that question to.
Yeah, let's have a look at it. Now, this is Shedden getting a touch. And it's Hill who hit Shedden.
I'm looking at the other Toyota because I thought that the first of the Toyotas kick-started that sent Shedden into Hill. And this is going to be a replay of Ingram sending one up the inside of Dan Robotson into Redgate. This is the second place that we've just seen a moment ago, and that was coming all along, as I rightly mentioned. It's now a team virtual 1 and 2. Chilton ahead of Ingram.
Now, if Chilton gets 2-2-2, Sutton had 1-1-4, it's going to be a championship point.
I wouldn't be able to answer that question in all honesty.
2018, that could be something as side by side. Jelly again has to cut the corner, being by pushed from off by Rainford. And, well, it's returning the favour. 1-on-1.
Yeah, and that's a Toyota going through on the parapet.
Shedden.
Yes, that's Shedden going back ahead. So that's Shedden through ahead of Jelly and Rainford, and they're right on ball with Max Hall on the exit of Redgate, and this could be another opportunity. We've seen so many brave manoeuvres through the crane curves, and Max taking 2.
And right the outside coming through is the 92. That's coming through. Max Hall coming through 93. I should say. Oh, locked up in Jelly.
Yeah.
Down toward hairpin.
Yeah, he had to back out of it, otherwise that would have been a collision into the gravel trap. And Max Hall now under threat from that Rainford.
Yeah, Rainford.
Yeah, he's had a really tough start to this one, I thought. I think has Charles Rainford. But now if you look at Josh Cook, he was one of those that started from the back. Already up to 14.
Sutton is on the back of Robotton. I wonder if there might be some team games coming, but Robo's already had a podium this weekend in race number 2. Sorry, race number 1, I should say, with him coming through as well. Nap has been on the podium. Oh, 3 of their cars. How's that one hasn't? He had problems earlier on. Big again for Shedden. He's going to be attacking.
Sam Osborne and Patterson, yeah. So that's Patterson defending from Shedden, but I think Shedden is going to have enough to go through ahead of Patterson. Yeah. Oh, I'm just looking further down. That bodywork is almost like scraping all around a little bit.
Yeah.
But coming back, this is the 2 captors swapping place. That's something going through ahead of Robotson.
Yeah,
I don't think we could be surprised by that.
As a plan move, you can see, but he offered no defensive job here for Nap. So definitely a plan move between those two then. As they come through, just seeing a bit of dust kicked up at the top of Coppice. Got 2 cars going side by side. I think one of them is Darryl de Jong. Using my extremely long eyesight. Here we go again. This is Ingram battling with, well, that's actually a lapped car in the way. So
it's Adam Morgan. Adam Morgan that's just chasing after Chris Smiley. I think he may be those things.
Yeah. I'm checking the look out of the box just to check myself. It's Smiley, Morgan, and there it's Hill. Hill just looks like he's got no drive. Whatever the BMW had on media day, it's not.
I don't know whether they've gone through all the medium sets too soon. I don't know whether that is contributed to that, but Hill, as we emphasised, has not had a good weekend. Well, he got knocked out 4 stars 6. And I think he lost that podium, didn't he, in race 2 when it so nearly could have been his. Luck has not been on his side this weekend at all. We've been seeing towards the back of the field. That's Max Hall and Charles Rainford going toe to toe. This is
nice
defending. It's nice defending. This is at the back of the field, remember.
JT, as we see side by side, Rainford going to try the outside line. He gets forced off. Hall's not going to hold anything back. He's going to JT, what did he make the hopefully he's still there and listening. Alright, we'll have a go. So 8 of 18. Chilton with the fastest lap as well as the race begins to settle down. So there's Chilton and there's Ingram passing our commentary. As we're just getting side by side again with our TV pictures being reset. We're all going through all on our window here anyway in the comment box. The Chilton leads by 1.4 seconds. Everybody else is having the battle between each other.
Wilson won't be playing one day. There's a good margin at this point. We've just seen the boosting slide. Adam Morgan currently using it on our screen. Daryl DeLeon, I think it is, or Dorlin, sorry, James Dorlin has been using it as we speak. But we're at the halfway point in this race now. It feels a little bit similar to what we had in race 2, doesn't it?
Yeah, just waiting for the ending, really, which is how race 3 usually goes with the touring cars. 1.3 seconds at Chilton leading England, then it's 1.6 for him and Sutton, it's 1.4 ahead of Robot, and then the drama kicks off from 4 down. But Tom Chilton and Tom Ingram looking superb, and Sutton is going to make a fight of it halfway.
Well, you can't blame him. I mean, Sutton's going for a hat-trick of wins.
If he does it, that'd be impressive.
It'd be very, very impressive. Doing so from 6th on the grid to get up to the win, but he's got two Virtue drivers in the way, who are, without a doubt, not going to be passed by any stretch. But you can tell that he's getting the gap down all the time. They've just got past our so we should receive an update on where we are in terms of the gap. 1.8 seconds before the top three. Or 1.8 seconds between second place Ingram and third place Sutton. Bearing in mind, Josh, Chilton and Ingram are both on the softs. Yeah. Sutton's on the mediums.
Sutton is racing to be tough. Heard it on the broadcast. Again, side-by-side maneuvers further back. So this is going to be Moffat under pressure from Morgan down to turn 1 of Redgate. Moffat got a little bit wide. Morgan did try to cut back. Can't get through this time. But it is Morgan going to slipstream his way down the grain of curves towards the odd hairpin. Is he going to think about a move to the inside line a bit too late? And either way, Moffat's got that defended well. But when we spoke to Sutton after race 2 on another podium, he said that he's got the mediums for race 3 earlier on, and he was really confident.
Very confident indeed. We've seen Mikey Doble going through. Who's that who's gone past? That's James Dorlin, I think, he's got through before McLean. So that's the game. That's the second game for Mikey Doble. What will be 7 places now from his starting spot. This is going back to the number between Aidan Moffat and Adam Morgan for P6.
He'll got track limits.
Yeah, Jake Hill picked up track limits, turn 7, so that is him on his guard now. I think he's on the end of the race, he's bad enough for it. But Moffat's got through on Moffat at last.
Down towards turn number 1, he's got that in. So if Ash Sutton does manage to win this race, he'll be the 3rd driver in history to win all 3 races in this round.
Yeah, I'd love to know who the other 2 were, but we're going to look at a replay. This
I remember Plato doing it. We did a commentary.
Well, I just looked at the barrier there being kicked off. It was like a piece of glass maybe from one of the headlights from James Dolan's car that's back. So just looking to see if it's effectively handled. I'm looking at Aaron Taylor Swift on the free flow, and now we're looking at Morgan and Moffat. Who was basically placed in one of them. What was the other one, Jake?
So we'll get 18-3 and Hill's having to get a bit against Dorling as well.
Yeah. We've spoken enough about it, but it's why we're taking the weekend.
Oh, he's Taylor Smith's now catching back up as well. So Taylor Smith's he's in 12.
Didn't Aaron Taylor Smith do it at Foxton 24 as well?
2024, Aaron Taylor Smith got 3 in a row. So there you go.
Is that on the same weekend?
There you go.
Okay. Well, it'll be more than that in all honesty.
It's very hard to win 3 out of 3. I seem to remember someone did it when we had the extended races.
Well, they used to do 2 races on this weekend before they changed it around about 2002, 2003, didn't they? When
ITV came over.
Yeah.
They have a 3-race series. Oh, what's that coming into top of Fraser?
Yeah, we'll see it on the screen for the method. But the sort of Toyota going after. I think that we're in 3.
Contact.
It's Josh Cook. Yeah, that's the lock-up from Josh Cook in between the planes, and maybe well, not alongside each other yet, but there will be a with him. There is another lock-up in the background. Might be Stephen Jelly.
Osborne gets ahead of Paxton as well. Oh, and contact! Paxton hits the back of Osborne coming out of Coppice, and that's going to put him side by side, but I think he might have to pull out because he was a deep towards contact.
Yeah. More lock-up in Coppice. Maybe Osborne. From the back, nice going from Sam. but now he's got a bit of a gap to make up. He's got nearly 3 seconds to make up on James Dolan in 14th. The run is 1.2 seconds between Chilton and Ingram as the laps continue to run down. 6 to go at the timing of a speed.
Yeah, I'm not very much looking forward to trying to run down to the podium again and hoping that the signal works this time around. But there are less people here, so we can witness around. There's some people who tend to leave early, so fingers crossed, that we'll be able to bring you the podium live this time and get some driver interviews. It seems okay when we're leaving.
Well, it could be to be listening for us at the end of the day. More drivers are using their boosts. We've got Rick Miley and Mikey Doble used those briefly, as did Gordon Shedden, as did James Norlin. Dexter Patterson also using his boost. I wanted to know how many boosts each driver has got left. And for me, it's exactly what the as I thought it would, despite the fact that he should now be on the better run than England.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Before we go, I look at that capital where it is. 113 for podium. Yeah. That's a perfect job, man. We'll run down, and when Lou stands off, we'll run down to the paddock to cover the podium. So I'm interested to see what it actually stands at. But Sutton was.
I think it's still Sutton. Yeah. You've got to consider as well that the laps led as well.
Yeah.
If you lead a lap in a British Touring Car race, I think
Get that bonus point.
You get a bonus point for it, yeah.
There's 21 to 3-point gap already there. Come into it.
We can stop it at this point in the season.
No, it's really after crop.
Yeah, but well, this is the Napa. It's not that very it's not going to be.
That's Sam Osborne.
Right, he's got on to Jimmy Collin rather quickly, actually. So he's down on the tail of Dolan. Is that he showing those Dolan?
I'm not too sure.
I thought Dolan was in a Toyota.
Hang on, here we go.
This is Mikey Doble.
With Hill, and that's Doble ahead of him. Yeah, so that's Moffat getting passed by Doble at the top of.
That is through there. So Mikey Doble aiming to Moffat down. Remember, he is on the soft compound compared to Doble, so that move isn't exactly that surprising. Jake Hill isn't. Well, Jake Hill's in 10th place now. Josh got up to 11th spot. He's had a good racecraft actually. He's been unlucky this weekend as Josh.
Massively, engine change.
Yeah, engine change. Yeah, that puncture in the second race. His racecraft in race 3. Even though the points may not exactly align with the performance has been coming through the field as it has been. Tells you about how his season could end up being.
It's been magical as Chilton crosses the line to start lap 16 of 18. And he's leading after Ingram Sutton. The whole race takes about an hour.
Oh, my goodness.
Great weekend.
It's a great weekend, but now the battle between Ingram and Sutton is lined up now. This would be for the race win earlier. This is for second place.
Sutton get it then. I want 1-1-2 better than a 2-2.
I would agree with that. Yeah, so Ingram and Sutton, trying to take a different line, just a dummy.
Oh, hello.
And this is a battle further on behind. This is into Roberts. I think that's Patterson going through.
He locked up the rear as well.
Yeah, there goes JF Charles Hayes battling on Stephen Jelly.
Doble and Jelly now back to turn 1 actually. Yeah, picked up. Jelly's not going to go back to the inside line. So Doble's got no traction in that car, which we saw having problems with race 2.
Well, that is Chris Smiley, who's just gone through ahead of Mikey Doble before they get to the trainer curves and the old hairpin. And yeah, Smiley up to 7th position. A nice day, as we said about Chris Smiley. We're not going to focus much about him, but he did win one of the races for the independent class, didn't he? Yeah, so he'll hope to pick up another one today because I think he is the highest of all the independent drivers so far in the field. He is, yeah. So that's an important move that he made on Mikey Doble not too long ago.
Sutton is closing in as the crow flies towards that box, but he's got damage. He's hit the barrier on the inside. The tyre stack. Oh, and off goes Patterson! Patterson off into the gravel trap. Will that cause a safety car? Well, this late in the race, they might just risk it and leave it because we don't want to start adding 3 on. But if that team's in a dangerous position, we need to see what race control does. As Sutton gives Ingram a little bit of a love tap coming out of Hollywood and down through the corner curve toward Old Henry.
Well, we're going to wait and see whether they do actually deploy the safety car. I really hope they don't because the car's off the firing line. I think we haven't got long left of this one, so I think they'll just leave it there unless it's actually got going again for Dexter Patterson. But now this is a battle that we've been waiting for all this time, all race. I think Hudson may have got going unless he's actually
No,
stopped up Starkey. I think they can need that under a double weight yellow for the remainder of this one. So he may well just pull to the side and out of the way.
Oh, and he defensive. It's a yellow flag. We've been told so Sutton can't overtake this part of the track. If he does, there might be a penalty as well. It's green flag conditions at the moment. There's a clear. Ingram's coming through. He's gone defensive, but he's Sutton's backed off. Yeah, no, I reckon, yeah. No yellows, but I reckon he would have been more don't try anything. Yellow with the McLean. McLean's.
No, he got going again, I think, did Padston. So, yeah, so he's at least rejoined the race anyhow. Last lap then, can Sutton get second place from Tom Ingram, who we expect to be one of his championship rivals late in the season? This man, Tom Chilton, we weren't very optimistic he could hold on, did we? But he's done a superlative job to retain the lead, get up to a really good start from pole position, which has not been the case with all day today. The only steering, Tom Chilton has made it work.
Ingram is again having to defend from Sutton. I think we might be on a run with this one shortly, but the checker flag is being made ready in front of us. Sutton dive bombs the inside line and then fully locks up. Ingram's going to try and get the cut back at the same time. Ingram's back onto the inside. Sutton can't really defend to come up towards Coppice. Ingram's back through as Tom Chilton exits the last corner to take the checkered flag. He's still got it. Tom Chilton wins round 3 of the British Touring Car Championship. Ingram and Sutton so close to the line for second and third. What an opening race of the season. Camish finishes in 4th with Morgan in 5th place. Old Dog, same tricks. Tom Chilton wins again.
First time in a long time as well. What a race. What a race from Tom Chilton. He deserved that as well because he had the bad luck in qualifying yesterday where he stopped out on the circuit for problem. And he's made the most of the reverse grid after the race 2 result to come away with the win. Really well deserved. And a great drive also from Tom Ingram to hold off at Sutton at the end. He needed a race where he had to just reduce the arrears a little bit, considering that Sutton had won the first 2. So I would say that heading into Brands Hatch in a couple of weeks, we've got a battle on our hands.
Oh, I can't wait. 5 truck going out. Racing day concluded here at Donington Park. Chilton wins with the fastest lap as well. And Virtue are enjoying that one. I can see Chloe's in there. We've got Tom Gray as well. He's enjoying that one. I think Chloe was enjoying that down there in the garage. She like being interviewed, but you're there. I saw you. You're there.
It's almost like she's almost obliged to be, even though she said, no, I don't want to be interviewed. No, Chloe's a good person. Yeah. She's lovely. We've met a number of times now, and no, she'll be very happy with Tom Ingram's work today, and also Tom Chilton should be very happy for it because, as I've already said, that's his first win in a very long time. I don't think he picked up the win for like 3 or 4 years or something. It's a long time. Yeah, I'll let JT do the research than the last time Tom Chilton.
Oh, no, it goes Lloyd. He's on fire.
Yeah, I don't know if he's done that after the race or whether he's actually got on over the line. I'll have a look. No, he hasn't got over the line.
Last lap, it's gone up. Oh, dear. Let's see what happens.
So he gets caught off. That Rainsford who's playing everywhere, yeah. So that's started before they get to McLean's, and that's right off the circuit. Yeah, that's probably burst a water radiator or something.
Oh dear,
well,
it's smoking now.
It's smoking now, yeah. So that's totally overheated the engine because the amount of water that's been leaked onto the circuit, hasn't it?
Oh, the immediate whoosh of fresh air when you open up the back of the commentary box as well as everyone now starts running to the podium. Tom Chilton is into Park Photo now. He'll go through Toka Technical and we'll wait to see the cars fly by the pit laners. Not all of them have to go through Toka Technical, just the top 3. Everyone else is individually checked, as you can see. Camish is about to come across as well, followed then as well by everyone else is coming down as well. There we go, there's Camish now. So, this is how they finish. Tom Chilton is victorious with Tom Ingram in 2nd, Ash in 3rd, Dan Camish finishes 4th with Adam Morgan 5th, Daniel Rowbottom in 6th, Mikey Doble 7th, Chris Smiley's 8th, Aidan Moffat 9th, and Jake Hill rounds out the top 10. Independent winner then again for Mikey Doble with Chris Smiley finishing in 2nd position in that individual championship. Josh Cook is 11th with Alan Taylor-Smith in 12th. Great redemption for him. His teammate Gordon Shannon's in 13th. Ronan Pearson 14th. Dow de Jong picks up the last point in 15th. Charles Rainford is 16th. Stephen Jelly is 17th. Sam Osborne is 18th. Michael Cree is 19th. And Max Hall down in 20th position. James Dorman is 21st, with Nick Hamilton in 22nd. Daniel Lloyd is 23rd. Dexter Patterson rounds out in 24th position. After the opening round, this is how the Drivers' Championship stands then, coming into the next race at Brands Hatch, Indy. It's Ash Sutton leading by just 7 points, Tom Ingram 58 to 51. Tom Chilton now on 42. Dan Camich is 37, Dan Robot on 36. And then we get Jake Hill on 32. Jake Hill 32, Aidan Moffat 23, Chris Smiley 22, Mikey Doble on 20, and Adam Morgan on 17. So, Tom Chilton gets out of the car, and we'll head down to Alan Hyde and Trackside Radio as me and Tom make our way over to the podium. And if that doesn't work, running back to the box.
The team manager has a big cuddle. His dad, Graham, mum and dad are both there. So he bounces up and down like the 17-year-old Tigger he was when he first came into the championship. He's still got all that energy, all that enthusiasm, and clearly all that speed as well. Off comes the balaclava. He's chatting to Leslie, who is a long-time sponsor of Tom Ingram, and the two Toms get on so well. I know that Ingram is going to be coming straight over. Oh, do you want to go and sign that rubber you've left down on the ground over there?
Oh, it's the time to... Oh, there's my teammate.
I knew they'd have a cuddle. I knew they'd have a cuddle. They get on so well. And Tom Ingram, absolutely delighted. And back where we were.
Back where we were. Wow. We got another win.
Hey! You've done this before at the opening meeting at Donington.
I have indeed, quite a few times. Yeah. And actually in the old days, I remember winning the last race of the year here in the old days. Yeah. But oh my gosh, we've had a fantastic weekend. It has been a bit of a roller coaster. We have had our downs and our ups. But
your pace in the car has not been in question at all.
No, it's a good race car. On my car, I felt that I always had a better race car than a qualifying car, and that kind of showed a bit in Q3. Not that I could finish Q3.
It was going okay.
It was going okay, wasn't it? Yeah. But yeah, well done to Team Virtue, well done to Tom, triple podium, and I'm happy to get the first win for Team Virtue. So it's been a lot of hard work by everybody in the team to get the car where it's at. We've done an awful lot of work on the chassis and the engine, and it's obviously paid off.
A lot of people are delighted for you, Tom. Well done, Tom Chilton. Always enthusiastic, always happy. Great conversation going on, I'm sure, between Ash Sutton, who is smiling, Tom Ingram, who was just so happy to come and congratulate Tom Chilton. I'll tell you what, Ash, 3 podiums in one day and a load of points isn't bad work.
Yeah, not bad at all, is it? I mean, two wins and a third. Phenomenal. I took it a bit steady in the middle of the race just because I didn't know how quick they were going to fall off, and when I realised they seemed to be trucking on, I decided to open a few more temps in the tap and set after a charge, but just not enough.
Yeah. It was quite interesting to watch because the tables were turned between you two from the first 2 races. How was it? He hated it.
I loved it. So yeah, we obviously role reversal. Yeah, just can't thank Napa Racing UK enough. It's been a mega weekend, a perfect way to kickstart a campaign. I don't think I've ever scored this many points in the opening round.
Well, that's the danger for everybody else, isn't it? The marker well and truly put down, and Ash nods sagely as he says that. Let me go and see if I can get a quick word. ITV are in a break. Another cuddle with Tingram and Tom Chilton. I knew you would. I knew you'd be the first to come over, to run over to a very happy teammate.
We're teammates, but we're great mates.
You're mates as well, aren't you?
So it's lovely to see, because Tom's not had the rub of it for the last couple of years at the opening round of the season. Case in point of what happened to him in qualifying. So after what happened to him in qualifying, it's only right that he gets a result in the last race, because he totally deserves it. He drove absolutely immaculately, didn't put a foot wrong, drove the perfect race, and he fully deserves it.
It was a role reversal for this race between you and Ash in different positions. Which position did you enjoy fighting in the more?
Neither, if I'm honest with you. They were both pretty disgusting.
That's a mic drop if ever there was one. Tom Ingram always entertains. Ash Sutton doing a radio interview. Who else are we going to have down here in Parc Fermé? Well, Mikey Doble is going to be here for the second time today as the independent winner. He's chatting to the team. We're also going to have our Jack Sears winner. All the points added up over all 3 races. For now, that's it from Parc Fermé. ITV are in with the interviews. I'm going to head down towards the podium.
Thanks very much, Alan. Yep, so again, great to hear the reaction straight away from the drivers down there in Parc Fermé. First, second and third sorted. Tom Chilton, Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton will be heading for the podium very shortly indeed. And as we said, if you want to join the final podium celebrations, you can do. If you're walking through the paddock and making your way home, then just stop around for a few minutes. Give the drivers your support and appreciation, because they have definitely shown what the BTCC is all about, especially this year going forward in 2025. It's going to be a very competitive season, and this is just one weekend. We've still got another 9 to go, different circuits to look forward to. It's not going to be easy for any of them. It's very hard to win this championship, as been proven over the last few years. So Alan's on his way down to the podium for the final time today. What we'll say is goodbye to Josh Barrett, who's been with us for the first time in his new role for 2025, joining us, of course, down there in the pit lane and in the paddock, and doing all the podiums as well for the support races. So, Josh, great to have you here. You enjoyed your first weekend?
Yeah, it's been a great weekend of racing, hasn't it? Particularly probably those first 2 quick fit British Touring Car Championship races really showed how this season is going to go. That third race was a bit different, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They all were sort of closing up towards the end. But yeah, we're in for a great season. Brands Hatch in 2 weeks' time is always a circuit that delivers. There's slightly different support package as well that weekend, and it's not long to wait, is it? After having to wait so long for round 1, not long to wait till round 2.
Exactly, yeah, 2 weeks until Brands Hatch. So if you like the visit down to Kent, then make sure you get there on what's going to be the 11th and 12th of May for that one. Completely different to Donington Park. It's a lot shorter. It's got its ups and downs, but it can be quite gruesome at times as well. Josh will be there doing his usual thing. Thanks, Josh, this weekend.
Thank you, Matt. Good to work with you again.
Definitely, yeah. So Josh can get his way home now. He's had a very busy weekend, a long journey back to where we are as well. So thanks very much to Josh Barrett for all his hard works across the course of this weekend. He'll be back in the thick of the action in 2 weeks' time at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. So do not make sure you miss that. It's going to be a fantastic weekend as the drivers, as Alan said, do that thing with ITV. Just having a quick chat with Louise Goodman, and then we'll get the top 3 down there. We'll get the independent winner for the second time this weekend down to the podium, and of course we'll accumulate all those points together across the 3 races to get our Jack Sears winner as well. So that's going to be one to look forward to. Just talking about the likes of Tom Chilton and his opening weekend, well, it's not really gone too well here at Donington Park, especially last year. I think he only had 2 top 10 finishes with DNF in race number 2, and throughout the course of 2024 he only took 1 race win. Well, he's already got that 1 race win ticked off in the very, very early stages of this year. So I think he'll be delighted with that. And of course, he'd love to add to those wins as the season goes on. And it's a really good team this year, Team Virtue, with Tom Ingram and Tom Chilton, of course, to welcome in the new drivers as well. Adam Morgan, who joins the team for Team Virtue. And for the first half of the season, at least, we'll have Michael Crease in the action as well. So a good, strong team there for the Hyundai drivers. Looking at Ash Sutton, he said he's never really had a strong opening weekend as he has this weekend. Well, I don't think last year was too bad. Looking at what we had here at Donington Park, he picked up what was 2 second places and a 3rd place. So again, just like this weekend, every single race to start the season, he was on the podium. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's been pretty good for Ash with the 2 wins and a 3rd place. But it's good, solid points, and he will leave this weekend as the championship leader. It's going to be 7 points between the top 2 as they head off to Brands Hatch. And yeah, things can take turns along the way, but I'm sure it's going to be as close as it can be by the time we get to Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit at the beginning of October for the final rounds. It seems a long way. away, doesn't it? But you can be assured it'll come around very quickly. The first half of the season, as we said, we've got kind of rounds just 2 weeks apart. So from here, Brands Hatch, then off to Snetterton, then to Thruxton, and then off to what's going to be the break at the end of the first half at Alton Park. They're going to be the gaps between them. And of course, we'll do it all again as we head into the second half of the season, as we head up north to Croft and Knock Hill, back here at Donington Park at the end of August. So if you fancy another visit to the circuit, if your home here is Donington Park, then make sure you get the weekend of the 30th and 31st of August locked in. Then a bit of a break before Silverstone on the national circuit, and as we mentioned, beginning of October, Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit to end the season. Do keep up to date with everything about the British Touring Car Championship online. The place to go, of course, is btcc.net. That is a place you can get all the gossip after this weekend, all the news stories, and of course all the details about the upcoming rounds, including the timetables as well, because they've all now been released. So if you want to find out how the weekends shape up, then do check out those on the official website as well. I can just see that Ash Sutton is completing his interview with Louise Goodman down there in the pit lane. So as soon as he is free, I think he'll be ushered to the podium. Tom Chilton's just doing his interview as well.
Takes a little while. They'll be released. We've got buggies to take us to the podium. So I'm on board my buggy, my assigned buggy, and Philippa, the driver, is very safe and buggy certified. So I've been with Philippa before. But as soon as the drivers have made it out to the back of the garage, as soon as the ITV interviews, it won't be long before we can have our podium. So don't worry, Matt. It won't be long now.
She doesn't drive too erratically, does she?
No, beautifully smooth.
Oh,
no,
good,
very smooth driving. Yeah.
And I noticed you didn't make the walk. You hung around for the buggy.
I was going to do the walk, and then I thought, do you know what? No, I'm going to relax, and I might even get a chance to have a chat to Mikey Doble, who is the independent winner, or possibly a chat with our winning Jack Sears driver as well. So you never know. We might have a drive and talk.
Sounds good. Sounds really good. I think all the drivers now have been relieved, so it won't be too long until they join you on the buggy down there in the pit lane, and then they'll be on their way, as we said, to the podium, which is located, as it has been all weekend, down there near Garage 39. So make sure you hop along there for the final time this weekend in what are still glorious conditions. It couldn't have been different, could it? From 12 months ago when we were all here, we were actually still talking about racing and probably had another 2 hours to go, but this weekend it's gone without any dramas. A great organising club from the BARC. The team from Toka as well have done a fabulous job to give us all this racing. And of course, we can't forget the marshals. We say every weekend how good a job they do, but of course we have to say it because without them, we wouldn't be able to enjoy the sport we love so much. We wouldn't see the drivers out there. We wouldn't see how safe and how well they're looked after. So a massive thank you to all the Orange Army, boys and girls who have been out there on post, down in the pit lane, in Parc Ferme, wherever you have been this weekend. Much deserved to have you here. And thank you for giving up your weekend. Of course, they are volunteers. They do it for the love of the sport. And as we mentioned, without them, we'd not be able to watch the sport we love so much. So thanks, marshals. You've had a good weekend, I think, in terms of the weather. Sometimes it's not this good. But yeah, the weather's been kind. And hopefully you've enjoyed the weekend as much as everyone else. Hopefully all the spectators, all the fans who are around the circuit, hopefully you've had a wonderful weekend, whether it be first time to Donington Park, whether you're a keen follower of the British Touring Car Championship, whether it was a present, whatever it may be. We really do hope you go away with some good memories, a good experience, and we look forward to, of course, having you back here at the circuit in months to come, years to come, whatever it may be, whether you're a youngster getting into the sport for the first time. I know many of us who are involved in the sport love it so much, and we've been privileged enough to bring ourselves up with it and been in the sport for many years. So yeah, we look forward to having you back, maybe not just here at Donington Park, but other circuits. There's a wonderful array of UK circuits which we do get to visit, so do come and join us somewhere else if you've had a good experience this weekend. We've got the podium on the way for you very shortly. I can already see, actually, from where I am in the commentary box, the crowd is very impressive indeed. So if the buggy can find its way through, hopefully it'll be unloaded towards the rear of the podium. But the crowd down there looks quite impressive. I have to tell you, we have a kind of a tradesman's entrance, oh, okay.
so we don't have to carve the way where all the crowd are. No, we can take a slightly quicker route in. The only thing we need are the drivers, and they seem to be they seem to be not with us. I feel like we've sort of invited everyone for a party and no one's turned up. They're probably already there.
Where are you parked, Al?
But, well, quite close, just the other side of the garage.
Drivers are not in the front of the garage, so I think they might have gone.
Okay. I'm sure they wouldn't have walked. I'm absolutely positive I can see Fancy Boots. Here we go.
Here we go.
Ash Sutton is making his way out.
They've been dithering, haven't they?
And yeah, they're all here. Very good. All the drivers have made it over. 2 buggies we've got to take us over towards the podium. Mikey Doble deep in conversation with Ronan Pearson, and the 2 Toms get on the back of our... We won't get lost, you know, with Tom on the back. Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. So we are mobile now, making our way over towards the podium. You're going to lose me ever so briefly when I go behind this building. So I'll be back with you in just about a minute's time at the podium.
You're speeding along there, Al. God, calm down. It might just take off if you're lucky. So Alan on his way with drivers to the podium, which is good to see. Just to say as well, before we have the podium, next weekend, if you want to join us, we have, of course, the historic festival from Donington Park. 3 days of action to look forward to. Friday, Saturday and Sunday is when you can join us. Lots of great racing across the course of the weekend. So if you'd like to get tickets for that, head along to the website, donington-park.co.uk. That is the first of many more major events to come this weekend. Thanks, Josh. Great to see you guys, and thanks for all your help this weekend. But yeah, Donington Historic Festival next weekend here on the Donington Park circuit. And hopefully the weather is just as nice as we've had this weekend. I know it's a bank holiday next weekend, but fingers crossed the bank holiday doesn't turn too nasty for everyone. But that is what's on the way for you here at the East Midlands circuit. As I said, there's lots of people that are gathered down there on the podium for the final one of the weekend. The drivers have finally made their way to the buggy, as we said. They've been ushered down by the lovely Philippa, who's done a magnificent job of driving Alan and the rest of the team down to that podium for the final time this weekend. And as I said, it's going to make for some good pictures because we still have the sunshine and it's going to be in glorious conditions down there on the podium for the final time this weekend. So stand by. I know you've all been waiting very patiently indeed, but we are very shortly to get those drivers up there, and there's going to be lots of champagne to be sprayed, I'm sure, as well. So if you're quite close to the podium, you might want to just find your escape route now, because unless you want to get sticky with the champagne, that's fine. But if you don't, then as I said, make sure you find that escape route as best as you can. But I'm sure you're going to be taking plenty of pictures down there with the celebratory occasion we have with the top 3 from that race: Tom Chilton, Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton, all standing by, along with the Independence winner and also our Jack Sears Trophy winner as well, with Alan Hyde.
Thanks very much indeed. It's been an amazing start to the championship year, and you're about to be as noisy as you like supporting your favourite drivers on the podium for round 3 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, race 3 here at Donington. To make the presentations, please welcome from Goodyear, our tyre supplier, Mickey Butler, onto the podium. He'll make the presentations, including 2 awards which are extra for our 3rd race, which is all the points added up over all 3 races. The first of which is the winning team award for the Donington Park opening meeting. The winning team of the weekend, a Team Virtue, and to represent them, the head of PR for Virtue, Beth Atkinson. Well done, congratulations. She gets a big cheer, so too to Team Virtue. And Mickey is standing by with the team trophy. Beth holds it up to the crowd and the cheers of the crowd as well. Well done to Team Virtue, and thanks to Beth for receiving the award on their behalf. The next award is for round 3, the race we've just enjoyed. It is the winning Manufacturer Constructors Award. The winners are Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai, and to represent them, the CEO of Hansford Sensors, Chris Hansford. Well done to Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai. They won a King's Award last year, did Hansford Sensors, and long-term sponsor of Tingram. Well done. Congratulations to our winning manufacturer constructor, and our thanks to Chris for receiving the award on their behalf. The next award is another one where all 3 races, the points are added up together. It is for the winning Jack Sears Trophy driver, and the winning Jack Sears Trophy driver for the opening meeting at Donington is Ronan Pearson. Well done, Ronan. Congratulations, welcome back to the podium in the BTCC. Here's our Jack Sears winner for the Donington opening 3 rounds, and he takes the award from Mickey. The next award is the winning independent driver for round 3, second independent win of the day, Mikey Doble. Well done, Mikey. Gets a nice cheer from the crowd, waves to the crowd. And Mickey Butler is standing by at the far end with a handshake and a trophy as well. Mikey Doble on the independent step of the podium, onto the top 3 drivers. Always on the podium, 3 out of 3 podiums today. Third place, Ash Sutton. Here he comes. 2 wins and a third place here at the opening meeting of the year at Donington. Handshake with Mikey and Ronan as well, and third place trophy. Well done to Ash Sutton in third place. Second place, 3 second places at Donington. Tom Ingram. Here he comes. Big cheer from the crowd, a wave to the crowd, a smile on his face, a handshake with Ash and with Mikey, and Ronan at the far end of the podium climbs aboard the second step of the podium, a step he knows well here at Donington. And second place is Tingram. And the winner on the top step of the podium, a first win of the year, Tom Chilton. What a cheer. What a cheer. Everyone's happy for Tom Chilton, and he's got to be one of the happiest guys ever. Climbs aboard the second step and onto the top step of the podium. The winner of round 3 is Tom Chilton. And now the national anthem for the winning driver. Chilton wins round 3 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Race 3 here at Donington Park. Photographs first of all. Tom Chilton's so keen to pop the cork on the bottle and celebrate. Tom Ingram gives it a good old shake up. This is going to be a fancy celebration in a couple of moments when they get busy with the fizzy. There we go, 5 drivers on the podium for round 3. That's our photograph.
And it's champagne time! What a race, what a weekend. As Chilton does get sprayed, and so does Tom at the end of it. Ash said he wouldn't get his race suit sorted. Oh, we get splashed a bit here as well. Absolute great weekend, and Tom Chilton loving every single second of it on the podium. And gets shot in the eye by Ashton. That's going to sting a little bit as well. Right, let's get behind that and get some words from the top 3 in what is a weird weekend, and Ash's hat goes in. A 113 from him, a 222 from Ingram, and Tom Chilton getting the podium spot as well. Tom, that was a fantastic weekend.
I'm very happy for Tom Chilton to pick up that win because it's a long time since he picked up.
Ash, hello. Well, it's wet now. 113. What a start to the season. You lead the championship by 7 points. How do you feel?
Can't ask for much more than that. So it's a long old road ahead, but we're in a good place.
Finally, better start than last year, where you were battling, well, Hill and then Chilton and Ingram at separate parts. But going into Brands, already thinking, what are you feeling? Indy circuit?
Yeah, obviously we've got to go there. We feel like we've got a good car under ourselves. Yeah, just got to see how strong the hybrid, the boost is there. It's going to be, going to be a big deficit there. So obviously, championship rivals are still going to be having the same struggles, but we'll just give it our best shot.
Good luck. Well done this week.
Cheers,
thanks. Now, where is... Oh, there's Tingram. Where's Chilton? Have I missed Chilton? Is he still here? Where's Tom? There's Tom. I'm going to door stop him in a second. Just give him a wait. He's talking with the big bosses, so you don't want to interrupt that. And Tingram's got with Steve. I think this is one of the most popular wins in a very long time. What do you think, Tom?
I think so. It'll be worth asking when was the last time he won. Or won a race.
I don't
It
even
does feel like a long time since. Yeah.
I can't actually remember. I don't know if it was last year or the year before. They tell us in the
Yeah,
race.
he's having a look now.
That's good then. We'll wait to see Tingram. Tingram's still interviewing. Oh, yeah, hello. So I know worries. Is that Chris? Who was the who? Is it Smiley? Who won the independent? Sue Croft last year. Yes, I wasn't covering that one. Come on. Get the photo. The winner's photo.
Bombarded, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'm in the queue here. No one's behind me. I've got the queue. Blinded by the light.
Well.
Let's go this way. I'll go the other side of him. Tom! Oh, cheers. Race 3, Croft last year. Seems an age away.
Yeah, it does, but that was a good win. I had Ingram and Sutton all chasing me. I could stay ahead. And that was like then I had Tom and Ash chasing me hard and I could stay ahead. And I was worried about Sauce getting off at the end. I had to look after it a bit at the end, but I could keep the gap. So it's, I'm just happy for Team Virtue for all the hard work they put in over the winter.
Brilliant for you to get the first race win for them of the season in new colours, of course. Last time we spoke, it was just after Brand. You said that you were testing 2 days later. How was that testing helped?
Very good. We've had a very good winter test program. Like we've had a fantastic lot of testing in terms of the weather's been good. We've actually learned a lot from the car, and it shows, doesn't it? We're at the front with good testing, and we've had good development on the cars.
Can you see it?
Can I what?
The eye.
The eye. I mean, that was funny, but geez, it's done.
Yeah, I was going to say, I said that at the time. Oh, good. At least Tinker's not going. Cheers, Tom.
YouTube.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll find your site then.
JB.
All right, no worries.
Yes, no worries. Thank you. Recognised and packed. Well, at least we know we're going to miss Tingram because there's a media thing coming up with the trophies. As we still wait down, I'm trying to see who else we've got here as well. I can't remember who won the Jack Sears trophy. I mean, the Independence of JT. No, that was Jack Sears. Who won in the Independence? I can't. My mind's gone blank.
Mikey Doble.
I'm not too sure. JT, who won Independence?
Mikey Doble.
Doble. Let's go for Mikey. Sorry. Independent race victory. What a day you've had. Up, down. It's race 2. What happened with not going off the grid? We were looking out the commentary box window.
Well, we're touring cars is snakes and ladders, isn't it? I mean, no, we had a problem there with the car. The car start. That's the basics of it. Voltage went too low. So when we did eventually get it started, we'd gone beyond the point where the mechanics could work on the car. So therefore we got drive. It's fair enough. That's the rule. So that really killed that race, but we recovered that back to a P16. So not great, but at least it gave us some sort of a starting position for race 3. I think we were on the right tyre there, the mediums. The softs seemed to struggle big time towards the end. So, excuse me, we picked our battles and, we picked our way through. I don't really think we could have drove a better race there. P16.
Brilliant. We're watching it just go up and up and up on the timing runs. It's fantastic. That make up for the day then?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's been a great day.
Great.
You can't. Hopefully, we're somewhere, up there in the overall championship as well. Because I want to do well in that. I want to be top. So, I mean, it's all in all, it's a successful first round.
Good luck, Mikey and Brands.
Thank you.
See you later. Where did they go? Oh, onto the podium. They're on the podium. That's both.
Yeah,
They're
which
both
one?
up.
Yeah,
we're on
which
2.
one was it?
Number 1, the
Number
main
one.
one. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the main one. Cheers. No worries at all. Subscriber. We did just get a new follow. Yeah, live on air.
You've got to earn recognition somewhere, haven't
Sadly too. Yes. I'm waiting because I've got a wonderful idea that he's got here this weekend. Second.
Bingo card for the season. Get a 222 over the course of one race.
I'm going to get him a 2-2 now.
Yeah. Let us know if you are viewing us. Sorry, I was just going to say, if you put Tom Ingram to get a 222 over the course of a race weekend, do let us know if you had that on your bingo.
Bingo for him, isn't it? I'll wait.
Can you repeat that again, please, JT?
Why does that mean? Some talk back to our audios.
Mikey Noble says 9th in the championship with how many points again? 20 points.
What a start to the season for him. You're going to stay there and I'll swing him round. Knowing this, I think I'll go here. Not photo-bombed. It'd be easier when he comes around naturally. Tom's always about the fans. That's one thing I love about him.
So many.
He has.
Particularly one or two that we already...
Where is Chloe? She dived off again. I thought she was going back to the commentary area with us. We've got to pack up. Yeah, we're just the ITV spotter. Have a sore throat today?
Catch.
I've got a sore throat today. I'm coughing.
I'm all right.
We've got to do NASCAR in about an hour, actually. 2 hours. There's some podium slots coming through. There's some champagne bottles that needs to be signed. I know. The me. That's one.
For it.
One unique thing to sign. I think you've confused everybody there. Blimey, Team Ingram on the shoes as well.
On those.
Yeah, to be fair as well.
The actual footlight.
Yeah. Footlights, Footloose coming into it as well. I'm photo-bombing things here. I'm not meaning to be, but I want to get him a word. I love how Tom just interacts with everybody. He's such a good bloke. I love it. I know I keep saying that, but he's the only one who does. This is his brand. This is touring cars. It's his family. He loves it.
I know.
Rounding up socials and then we'll go. See who else I can pinch an interview with at this time. I don't think there's anybody else around. We've already had Tom. Already had Mikey. It's Tingle I'm waiting for. Coughing, that's not great over on air. Right. Oh, Tingram. No, still last. Still last, eh?
Yeah, he's already got his food plan.
McDonald's. Everyone loves a McDonald's. What are you? Oh no, I've got pasta. No, what have you got? Noodles, probably. If I actually get to eat this evening, that is the thing, because of a certain cup race coming on soon, which I'm looking at and thinking eagerly that I might not make the start of. JT, just let you know. I'll try. I want to get ITV as well, which are wrapping up down there at the studio. Mackie's. That's an unusual diet plan for driver, isn't it, Tom?
ITV have wrapped.
ITV have wrapped up, which means they'll be exiting that studio shortly. There's no, it's too late now. I'm happy waiting if you lot are. 222.
With the most patient cameraman. I could literally stand here for like.
I'm moving in. I'm just purposely now lining other people up to go in front of me. I don't know what I'm doing. I seem to become his media manager. I think he's just talking about how Napa's going to be ahead. I'm happy waiting if you lot are. I would start talking, but what did he say?
I won't.
Oh dear. Although I am worried about our on-air time, so I'm going to stop him and say, look, we've got to go first. I'm going to have to get my elbows out here. I've been waiting for 5 minutes. I need to go grab somebody else in wrapping up at the end of the paddock area. I mean, I asked 2 questions. He's gone for 5. Or maybe 3.
Sometimes you learn what is 2 to your definition.
I go 3 sometimes. I got told by Jake Hill when he won the championship, just 2. I snuck in a 3rd. Because you have to sneak in 3, don't you? There we go. I don't know how many's left. Hardest working man in the touring cars. Him, right there. No, I don't think we do. I don't. Do you?
No. I don't normally use Sharpie. I'm not that.
You just carry Sharpies with you. Is that it? Best for last. Oh, good. That's me. I'm just going to wait. Come on. ITV is standing by in the studio. I can see go and have a word with him. Stopping it because we're limited on time. 2-2-2. What a weekend. Now, 7 points back in the championship. Are you even thinking about that yet, or are we just focusing on getting used to the car?
Oh my God, I need a Mac. Yeah, it's been all right. Obviously, if you're not going to win, then at least 3 seconds is probably the way to go about it. So yeah, it's been all right. Got through it. It's been a weekend of tyre management, it seems. And all right, in fairness. So we'll see what happens when we come brands and you know the Toka Boost.
Toka Boost that gets decreased, doesn't it?
TT, but whatever it's called. That thing, hybrid. With a little bit less of that than again, that make a difference. So yeah, go from here, have a beer, a Mackies, and sleep.
You need it.
I need it.
Good. Right, go have a shower. You smell now. See you next week, Tom. Well, he made me wait, and he does. Right. TV team. I'll double check. I do love him. He's a lovable rogue, isn't he? Casual man, as Tom's just said behind the mic. Right, who's left in the ITV studio? Has Ryder left? I think he has. Coming into that one. I think so, yeah. Tom, if you're feeling better, just walk in and let's have a word. I want to know if he's gone or not. Has everyone gone from in there?
Empty box.
Empty box. No worries. No one's there. Right, let's see who's been catch driver-wise then, with limited time remaining. We have literally got less time than you think, and I do apologise for that. But we have to get back to we've got to walk the track because we've got to get down to Coppice, where the best up is, and Coppice is on. We may as well walk the track, so why not? We'll have to go. Let's go through each team, and because we've got to go back to the commentary box anyway. That's where we're heading. Yeah, short notebook. As I'm coughing like a madman. Which isn't great for television, but it's live, people. Uninterrupted. Right. Let's start. BMW. Jake Hill. Car does not seem good without hybrid, like at all. Sank in that last race. He's just out there now. So, can we go through the pit lane?
Yeah. Yeah, we're all right. We're going to nip through. Come on. Just dance to it. Right, here we go. Into the pit lane. Let's start. Jake Hill. Thank you, Bonnie, on the car. Very good as well. This car, in pre-season testing, looked to be best of the rest. Look at that diffuser. That's not the same one we saw on Media Day, Tom, is it?
I can remember. It looks somewhat different. You'll have to describe how different.
2 instead of 1, and no slit. That's all one solid piece. Wasn't the same. Look on Ingram. Sorry, down De Jong. Look on Hills. No side pods. And look at De Jong's with 3, including the rears. 4 technically, because he's got one here. That is why Hill's been slower this weekend. Look at Moffat. And Trois coming through. Rainford's. Well, same thing actually. Hill didn't have that.
It's like those are like 3 or 4 or so.
Yeah. Sutton. Trophies all round. 1-1-3. Getting the team photo together. Can that stand? Did you manage to take that photo before did they all fall off nearly? Oh my goodness. Strong car. Race championship leader. What a car. Napa looking quick again, Tom.
I thought they were quicker in the race that compared to what they had in quali. But we've got to remember in quali, 3 cars in the top 4 in the getting into the fast. It's a shame for Sam Osborne because I thought he had a weekend. Missed race too because of clutch issues. And
Wayne did well though with the podium.
Watson did better, yeah. He played the team game with Dan Kemisher. He let him through a couple of times. And but yeah, Sam Osborne, I think that's right off. I think he's got a hope in Brad in a couple of weeks.
Dan Camish got a podium early on. Striking livery. Tom Chilton won the last race actually. And look, that's where he got a little bit of a bump early on in the race. We were competent on that point as well. Adam Morgan, interesting weekend for him. Yin and yang, really, for Adam. Up and down.
Up and down, yeah. I think that's the best way to put it.
Same can go for Michael Crees actually as well, with an up and down weekend for him. Did soft race 1, then went medium race 2 and race 3. Tingram 2-2-2, what a car. This is turning out to be second place in the championship, 7 points differential for him. Not too bad. Weekend to forget for the return of Gordon Shedden. You can see damaged a little bit, properly scratched on as well actually.
That's probably from the barrier he scraped maybe a little, or maybe just other collisions.
Dorlin, good weekend.
Does have a look at the other side. It looks actually all right. It's the right-hand side that's taking the wax. That's probably from contact with the maybe the first part of Roberts and then collisions or rubbing bodywork with other cars. Move on to James Dorlin. Mixed
weekend, but first weekend I think he's done well.
Yeah, I think for a first weekend he's done well. But yeah, points, room for improvement, I think, for Brandt.
Definitely room for improvement for the other one of Aaron Taylor Smith. What a horrible weekend. Issues with the engine, changed it over. Unlucky this weekend massively. Car's very hot still as well, but yeah, that's going to be a really must do better coming into the next round of the championship.
Yeah, try not to do too much of that, but
yeah, it's my fault that's done that.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, I think he's had more than just the bump.
He whacked the barrier, didn't he? The back here. It seems to be repaired okay.
Well, we've got that.
Oh, look, Goodyear tape holding that bodywork on. Ronan Pearson, average weekend, I'm going to say. Doble, car didn't start in the first. Oh, in race 2, we saw from our commentary position.
For Mikey Doble.
And won the independence.
Yeah, he won the independence in race. Oh, both races 1 and 3 did. Yeah. Smiley.
Car's back.
Go
on, Smiley.
Yeah, so Lloyd's car is back after pulling off on the final lap. It looks like an engine overheating the way I looked at it. After he had that bump with Charles Rainford, it looks like Wardsford leaked out of it, which caused the engine to overheat very, very.
Smiley, what about him? Well, it got independence race 1.
Race 2, I think it was for Smiley. But yeah, I thought he had a reasonable weekend compared to some.
Okay, right, moving on because we're running out of time. Because JT's going to shout and he's got to get over to NASCAR Serve. Patterson, great weekend, I think. I'm going to say he was up there making the overtakes, making the moves. I think that was good.
Not too bad on his return, thought Dexter. Still getting used to the car, I think, considering that hybrid is no longer around. But we'll see what happens in Brands Hatch, I think.
Watching us as well, I was giving him a smile wave to come through. Oh, great debut, I reckon. A bit body damage at the back, but he was our star.
He was good, racecraft good. Maybe the car itself is not up to where it needs to be fighting points regularly, but long way to go yet in the year.
Great weekend as well. Hamilton, great comeback for him as well. Just sort of my mic off there. Just getting used to the championship once again. A few mistakes, but really solid weekend.
Too bad, I thought.
Here he is.
Yep, there he is. He's just in the garage, I think. He's just getting in the car.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't know what it is that they are doing. I thought for first weekend back, I don't think he did too bad of a job.
I do want to check if that's next. I'm going to walk towards, and you just stay there. Let's say, yeah, it is. I think I want to grab a word with him actually, if it's possible. So I'm gonna stay there and ask if I can dive in and do a. How long have we got?
How long though?
10 minutes. We've got about 10 minutes before I start walking the shop because we've got to get back up to the commentary box. Where are we? There we are. Just look up. There's our commentary box above Hamilton. Number 3. You know, consider all our coffee cups.
Day, do you? You don't hear that.
There's our commentary box coming into it as well. I don't think we're going to have a chance to have a quick word with him actually. So I think we'll have to go to Stephen Jelly. Well, this is a team where you don't want to hush tones, don't you?
Stephen Jelly.
Punctures.
Yeah,
Out.
very unlucky, I thought. But I think overall his pace wasn't exactly as good as Cook's. That's a fair summary. Josh Cook, even more unlucky. Throughout this weekend, yeah, the engine issue after free practice 1, which meant the team had to change it. And yeah.
I want to look actually because Cook whacked the barrier at the back here, and we said in commentary was the damage. That's all the damage it was for whacking that big tyre barrier. That's just a Pat's job. And he whacked the barrier, and the suspension's all right as well. It's amazing. Okay, I think we've wrapped the end of it.
Have a look to see if.
Yes, I do want to have a word to see if Nick's. And I don't want to bombard him if he is busy. I'll give him a little wave if he's got 30 seconds. I think he's just setting the car up. I do want to get a word if I can, but I'm not going to be complete. Second? Can't see him. No, I don't think so as well. Coming into it, he's just setting the car up. We take ages. Let's go through. I'll give him a quick thumbs up. Nice job, Nick, this weekend. Nice job. I'll come back through here. I wasn't going to interrupt him. What is seemingly a car setup, because of course he won't be back in the car until the last race. That's it. Well, the next race, of course, in Brands Hatch in 2 weeks' time, where you're going to be trackside, Tom. Tom, final thoughts from you. Then I'll swing around so you can talk as well. What did you make of that one?
It was a good weekend all round. Business as usual, it seems. It feels like Ash Sutton's got a little bit of his mojo back after his run of form towards the end of last year. I thought he was very unlucky with. Tom Ingram, other than Sutton, thought was the driver of the weekend. I thought he remained consistent all the way through. If he keeps up with that, there's a great chance of becoming championship. I think the one driver he'll be standing in his way is Mr. Sutton.
Right, let's go up, shall we? One more time. JT, I want to take this time to say thank you very much for your 8 hours and 9 hours in the commentary box this weekend, mate. You've been absolutely stellar. Thank you as well for giving us the broadcast coverage, as we'll go over here to wrap up, as well as ICV gearing down as well from Cloudbase. And actually, I want to see if anyone's in here at the moment. No, they're de-rigging. They're de-rigging. So if I stand here and you put the camera here, what I will say is that's it from the touring cars. Thank you so much for all your coverage watching this weekend across both days of the opening round of the British Touring Car Championship. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time. Not to trackside for me, but Tom's going to be there. And hopefully JT as well, give all the action. But what a start to the season. Sutton leads by 7 points in the championship. We will see you next time out at Brands Hatch Indy. Thanks for your company. Take care. Goodbye to you all.